Chapter 1. The Dual Cultivation Cauldron. Underage individuals are advised to bypass, while adults and college students are free to peruse as they wish. This is purely a realm of fantasy. Do not conflate it with reality. Generate AI images at your discretion. Indulge in your imagination. More harem, more gold coins. May you accumulate countless images of your beloved. What are you really trying to do? Even in death, I deserve clarity, Ye Qiu gasped, mustering all his strength to inquire. What you need to know is no longer of consequence. Soon, you will be drained of life by me. I never anticipated your vitality to be so robust. Even as I drain your yang energy, you remain alive, and ironically, this misfortune has brought you unexpected fortune. Do not entertain thoughts of reincarnation for vengeance. Your essence is precisely to my liking. I shall consume you until your very soul is shattered. Your skills are indeed commendable. I have been quite satisfied over this past month. Did you receive training in Dongguan? The agency mentioned you just celebrated your 18th birthday. Your family wouldn't happen to have a lineage of cauldron cultivators, would they? Reincarnation, death, training? Why must you kill me? I recall merely being introduced as a potential cultivation partner. What is the meaning of this? Have I not been resurrected and reborn? Ye Qiu's eyes widened in shock, fearfully gazing at the girl Dao before him. The Dao before him was truly terrifying, a far cry from the innocent girl with red ribbons he had encountered days prior. This exquisite beauty had shed all her garments. Her figure was astonishingly alluring. The gravity-defying bosom seemed entirely impervious to the laws of physics. Such an anomaly, fruit of such size, if ripe, would undoubtedly sag and fall, causing injury. Yet, before him, these two defied all expectations. Just days ago, she had affectionately called him Gu with unpretentious warmth. Now, she resembled a cunning and calculated enchantress, having successfully executed her scheme. Resurrection. Haha. The expression on girl Dao's face now brimmed with delight and arrogance. Who wouldn't desire resurrection? By draining you, I shall reclaim my life. This world has long been devoid of vitality. We are all spirits now. Few among us are truly alive. A month prior, after failing his joint examination, Ye Qiu barely secured a spot at the disreputable Shenwu Academy, facing disdain from his parents, relatives, and friends. Alike, the academy primarily hosted inept scions of wealthy families, each lacking any awakening or talent. Upon graduation, they would be assigned to remote areas, gradually rehabilitated and elevated to positions of power and prestige. This institution, situated in the Tianqing continent, bore a poor reputation. While it offered opportunities for students of modest backgrounds and average talents to pursue awakening, it also came with exorbitant tuition and living costs, devoid of any governmental subsidies, an insurmountable burden that Ye Qiu was cautious even while dining, afraid to take meat for fear of being reproached. Do you still have the audacity to eat? The economic plight of his family weighed heavily. Their resources were scant. As a reincarnator, Ye Qiu had hoped to be born into fortune, to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet he found himself trapped in the same lowly circumstances, condemned to toil through examinations in an attempt to alter his fate. What compounded his misfortune was the absence of any awakened powers or abilities. Enlightenment eluded him. He could only diligently practice problems, achieving decent grades in the hope of entering a reputable academy for awakening, to reverse his destiny. Yet, amidst the examinations, everything went awry, culminating in disastrous results. He was accepted into an exorbitantly priced, subpar institution. Born into adversity, devoid of talent, and lacking a good school meant no resources to aid him. Fortunately, due to his reincarnation, he retained some fragmented memories and experiences from his past life, rendering him more mature than his peers. The Tianqing continent bore a striking resemblance to Earth, akin to a twin planet. Though the forms of civilization diverged, Ye Qiu's parents were humble laborers from a rural town, devoid of any cultivation talents, mutations, or awakened sequences. As they aged, the government discarded them, relegating them to menial mining jobs that it was a struggle to gather the tuition fees, and Ye Qiu's chances of furthering his cultivation were bleak. To avoid burdening his parents and relatives, and to alleviate their stress, he sought to contribute towards his tuition. During an extended holiday, he claimed to be visiting a classmate in a neighboring village. In truth, he had ventured to the city with a fellow student who had also failed the joint examination. Believing he was mature enough to learn independence, he decided to act first and inform later. However, on the very first day in the bustling city, Ye Qiu was utterly captivated by its splendor. This place mirrored the cities of his former life, vibrant and teeming with life. A plethora of goods dazzled the senses, and an array of beautiful women ignited his passions. Yet, everything came at a price. Ye Qiu and his companion rummaged through their pockets, finding only 2 copper coins remaining. After paying for their journey to the city, they were left with no funds for food, subsisting on their meager supply of lukewarm water. They thought they could stave off hunger, but soon found themselves desperately needing a restroom, finally relieved when the bus reached its destination. Yet upon seeking a restroom, they discovered that even the facilities in this grand city charged fees. After finally using the restroom, their stomachs growled, and the pangs of hunger became unbearable. Fortuitously, a kind stranger directed them to a street in Shanghai City dedicated to job placements. Young men, do you wish to eat well, drink to your fill, and become wealthy? A labor agent, dressed smartly in a shirt and tie despite the sweltering heat, greeted Ye Qiu and his companion with enthusiasm. In Shanghai City, you need a stable job to survive. What's the monthly salary? It must be at least 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, we won't take the job. Our tuition is expensive, and we need room and board included, the companion anxiously replied. Upon hearing this, the agent quickly deduced their situation. They were likely recent high school graduates from a remote town, seeking to earn tuition. Children from impoverished families in such marginalized areas were indeed pitiable. No matter how hard they worked, prestigious universities remained out of reach for them. Good grades mattered little unless one possessed extraordinary talents or awakened powerful abilities. The coveted spots in renowned institutions were already reserved for aristocratic families and influential figures. The few remaining places were fiercely contested. Occasionally, a brilliant student from a small town would emerge, managing to secure a government-subsidized spot. The vast majority graduated into unemployment, forced to enter society early as laborers or cannon fodder in the military. A small fraction, unwilling to accept their fate, resorted to attending private schools without government support. However, most families could not afford the burden, resorting to debt that would haunt them for life. I see you two are young and full of vigor. There's a job absolutely suited for you. How about becoming cultivation partners? Many cultivation academies and large enterprises, as well as sacred realms, are in need of beautiful female practitioners, female emperors, mature saints, elegant goddesses, princesses, and fairies who require partners for their cultivation. Working alongside them allows for early observation and practical experience, enhancing your own cultivation while receiving generous compensation. The best part is that it includes food and lodging, of a quality you have likely never experienced. Moreover, the salary amounts to 1 silver coin per month. This would certainly cover tuition, sparing your parents from seeking loans. This job is short-term, ideal for students like you. After 2 months of vacation, you can leave. Many companies won't hire short-term workers. Even if they do, it's often a scam, and you may never receive your wages. 1 silver coin per month. Consider this. On this continent, 1 silver coin equals 10,000 copper coins, and tuition for a semester is 4,000 copper coins. Back home, your parents earn only 10 copper coins a month. This would surely suffice for tuition. Ye Qiu felt a surge of joy within. Certainly. Let us proceed. Take us along. Little Fatty exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 2. The Sky Burial of the Plateau. The intermediary exchanged glances with Ye Qiu and Xiao Pang, holding up a copper coin for emphasis. The service fee was 100 copper coins, which meant 50 per person. Instinctively, Ye Qiu and Xiao Pang lowered their heads, fervently rummaging through the tattered pockets of their garments. If they could not produce the funds, they would first sign a contract, a promissory note, and the payment could be deducted from their wages once they were earned. Wait a moment. They aren't intending to make us into furnace cauldrons, are they? Just mere consumables for the cultivation of wealthy young ladies? Ye Qiu mused, reflecting on how, in his previous life, men like this were derogatorily referred to as ducks, with the most proficient among them being dubbed duck kings. How could your thoughts be so base? Do I look like someone who could engage in such sordid activities? Clad as I am in this respectable attire, cultivating as a partner is a legitimate practice, completely distinct from the vile and depraved role of a furnace cauldron. Do you still wish to earn your tuition? If not, I shall recommend you to someone else. Follow me. Surely. They wouldn't deceive us into the northern wilderness to sell us as living organs. Stop thinking such nonsense, young man. If that's how you perceive me, I am powerless to change your mind. If you do not leave soon, I shall indeed recommend you to others. Due to his striking appearance and well-proportioned physique, Ye Qiu was purchased by a group claiming to be the Huan Temple, a sect of cultivation amidst the apocalypse. He was taken to the affluent area atop the mountain to serve as the partner for the temple's saintess. Xiao Pang, on the other hand, owing to his slightly rotund figure, was overlooked by the ethereal maidens and was consequently dismissed, unsure of where he had been taken. On the surface, Ye Qiu was a partner, but in reality, he was merely a furnace cauldron for the saintess, Dao, devoid of any freedom, let alone dignity. Ultimately, he was reduced to mere material for dual cultivation, and after a month, he was drained to a mere shadow of his former self. Following a particularly fervent session, the saintess, overwhelmed with excitement, drained Ye Qiu of his vital energy, causing him to faint on the brink of death. Convinced that Ye Qiu had lost all value and would not survive, she discarded him beside the temple's refuse, leaving him to his fate, destined to transform into spring mud the following year. Fortuitously, Ye Qiu clung to the last vestiges of life, awakening the next day, drenched by torrential rain, and fought to crawl. He was discovered in a state of near demise by a high priestess who had secluded herself in the mountains for years, having abstained from worldly desires. Recently emerged from her retreat, she was desperate for companionship. Upon encountering Ye Qiu, who still retained a semblance of masculinity, she saved him, forcibly imparting a revival technique to restore him. After several attempts, she became increasingly reluctant to part with his fine physique and handsome appearance. Thus, Ye Qiu became the exclusive cauldron of the high priestess. Under her guidance, Ye Qiu flourished, nurtured day and night, transforming into the temple's premier furnace cauldron. However, after some time, the high priestess, harboring her own aspirations, retreated to the mountains once more. Ye Qiu fell once again into the clutches of the saintess Dao, who sought to usurp power and advance her own cultivation, continuing to exploit him as a furnace cauldron and consumable. On an auspicious morning, Ye Qiu was nearly drained once again. At the edge of a bustling metropolis, several towering mountains abruptly rose into the clouds. Below lay the mundane world, lively and cacophonous, while above resided the celestial palaces, serene and opulent. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, towering peaks rise majestically, with numerous opulent mansions of the affluent nestled against the mountainside. At the summit lies the enigmatic Huan Temple, shrouded in mystery. At an elevation of over 4,000 meters, the transition between sunny and overcast skies appears remarkably seamless. Just moments ago, the sun blazed brightly. Now, a gentle rain falls. The sky suddenly darkens, thunder rumbles, and lightning seems to be summoned from a specific direction, striking the very heart of the temple. The sizable clearing at the temple's center is surrounded by onlookers, many of whom shudder at the eerie atmosphere that spreads through the temple like the rarefied oxygen of the high mountains, greedily infiltrating each person's being with every breath. In the center of the temple rests two corpses, enveloped in crimson llama robes. Their faces are obscured, with bloodstains vivid as if the lifeblood had only recently ceased to flow. The gathered crowd maintains a respectful distance, hesitant to approach too closely. Among them are llamas clad in red and yellow garments, as well as monks in simple robes, and local villagers dressed in ordinary attire. All eyes are fixed upon the center, their expressions solemn as they murmur silent prayers. From the crowd emerges a llama clad in red, his skin darkened and gaunt, his scalp devoid of any black hair. Though he appears advanced in age and slightly stooped, his gaze is as sharp as a knife as he approaches the bodies. Dorban. A heavy rain is imminent. The sky burial ceremony must commence without delay, urges a kind-looking elder monk dressed in traditional robes to the hunched llama. Further back, an anxiously wrapped figure is seen fidgeting with a prayer wheel, murmuring incantations as their keen eyes remain fixed on the sky burial platform. Despite the elder monk's urging, Dorban remains unresponsive, his eyelids unmoving. His piercing gaze remains fixed on one of the corpses, as if deep in contemplation. He carries an ancient wooden box, dark and adorned with images of skulls. His fingers caress the box as he slowly opens it, revealing an array of surgical instruments, pristine and exquisitely crafted, gleaming ominously in the overcast light, starkly contrasting with the antiquity of the box. Doorbin lights dried dung, the flames licking at the roasted barley flour, sending plumes of blue smoke into the heavens, resonating with the sound of human bones. He draws forth a sharp blade reminiscent of a surgical knife, murmuring unintelligible mantras as he begins to unveil the body. Raising the knife, he commences the dissection, while vultures overhead seem to sense the presence of death, circling incessantly. The congealed blood, now saturated by the rain, appears a vivid crimson, and the metallic scent of blood begins to waft through the air as the voracious vultures call out in excitement. With a series of precise cuts, using knives, axes, and hammers, he disassembles the corpse. One can scarcely imagine a surgeon of this era possessing such mastery of human anatomy. Before long, the dismembered remains are eagerly consumed by the circling vultures. Dao felt no fear or fatigue. This task was merely a part of his daily routine. He turned and took a knife towards another body, skillfully peeling away the clothing. However, upon gazing at the face of this corpse, Dao trembled in shock and terror, for it appeared as if the body was displaying faint signs of breath. It was as if it were not entirely deceased. Perhaps it was still alive. Dao rubbed his eyes, questioning whether his exhaustion was distorting his perception. What could possibly be the reason for this? How could a living person be laid upon the sky burial platform? To dismember a living soul and offer it to the eagles, in reverence to the celestial deities? Could it be that the physicians had erred? Surely not. The venerable Kambum, as the temple's physician, was rumored to have reached the third tier of medical mastery. He could discern life from death with a mere pulse check. He would know the afflictions and injuries with just a glance. He was a renowned healer in the sacred mountain region. Was it truly necessary to sever and dismember a living person? Dao was bewildered, his vision blurring as time slipped away. He was urged by the old monk to hasten the passing of the deceased. Noticing Dao's hesitation, the Kambum monk pressed him further. Dao, perplexed, glanced at the urging elder. This month marked the 20th male corpse delivered by Kambum. Chapter 3. The Holy Maiden since his appointment as a sky burial master. Dao had dissected no fewer than 10,000 corpses over the decades. Once placed upon the sky burial platform, a body was deemed deceased. After exchanging a glance with the Kambum elder, Dao resolved to proceed. His knife was raised. The duty of a sky burial master was to carve the flesh of the dead to feed the eagles, allowing them to reincarnate. Just as the blade was about to slice through the ribs, Dao's gaze suddenly flickered. The corpse actually moved. The body abruptly opened its eyes, and a thin yet strong hand grasped Dao's knife. "You intend to flay me alive?" Ye Qiu exclaimed, slowly propping himself up on one elbow. "Where am I? Is this the sky burial platform?" Ye Qiu looked around in panic, muttering to himself. "Am I dead or alive? Or merely dreaming?" The icy rainwater trickled over his wounds, sending sharp pangs of pain through him. This did not feel like a dream. Dao stood there, as if his soul had been snatched away, trembling in place. Today was the open day for the temple's sky burial, and many had gathered to witness and offer prayers. The crowd, previously standing or sitting calmly, erupted into chaos. Some fled in fright, while others whispered in hushed tones. The crowd was thrown into disarray, crying out that a corpse had risen. It was an ill omen. Even the Kambum monk, who had initially urged the burial to commence, took several startled steps back. In an instant, the once benevolent expression on the Kambum's face transformed into a ghostly, chilling smile. "This soul is remarkably resilient," the old monk declared, striding forward. "Zashi, young man, you are alive. How splendid. You nearly frightened me to death." The figure wrapped tightly, clutching a prayer wheel, paused momentarily. Having previously sat inconspicuously in the corner of the crowd, one hand forming a mudra while the other swiftly turned the prayer wheel. At this moment, he sighed and rose to squeeze through the crowd. Suddenly, several audacious individuals followed suit. "How did I end up here, in this desolate wilderness? Have I traversed through realms? Is my fate truly this grim? Am I to be placed upon a sky burial platform, destined for dismemberment? Wait, fragments of memory flicker in my mind. I distinctly recall failing my college entrance examination, yearning to earn tuition by toiling in the bustling city over the summer. How could I possibly find myself in such a remote and wild terrain? Moreover, I seem to have stumbled into a cave and discovered some treasure, Buddha beads, a ring, perhaps? Yet, my hands bear no trace of such treasures. My memories are disjointed, mere snippets. Have I traversed realms only to suffer amnesia? What on earth is happening? I am inexplicably on the verge of being vivisected to feed vultures. gazing at the hunchbacked llama poised with a knife to dissect me, and the greedy vulture in the sky yearning for my flesh. Ye Qiu felt an excruciating headache. "Let us return home, young man. It is a relief to see you unharmed," the old monk exclaimed, his eyes wide as he assessed Ye Qiu from head to toe. "Yes, come home with us, brother." A girl with red braided hair, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, beamed at Ye Qiu, enthusiastically addressing him as brother, pulling him from his reverie. In the presence of the benevolent old monk and the sweet smile of the girl with the red braid, this temple felt both familiar and foreign. It appeared that someone among the crowd recognized the girl as a saint. Throughout their journey, Ye Qiu conversed with the old monk and the girl, learning that he had been thrown from the motorcycle ridden by the girl's fiancé, who had met a gruesome fate as he was flung, mangled, and lifeless. The girl had also been on the bike and was cast into a nearby deep river, narrowly escaping death. Ye Qiu, however, had collided heavily with the mountainside. Bloodied and unconscious, the arriving paramedics had declared him lifeless and transported him to the municipal morgue. The safety inspection team could not ascertain his identity, leaving him temporarily unattended. The city had been plagued by sudden downpours over the past few days, resulting in frequent landslides and fissures on the slopes. The flora thrived with newfound vigor, lush and rapidly growing, while numerous dead branches fell. The roads were blocked, and power and communication networks were nearly severed. With no identification and an unclaimed corpse, they could not afford to leave him for too long. Upon learning of this situation, the old monk felt a pang of guilt. Recognizing that it was his kin who had caused the accident, he resolved to retrieve Ye Qiu's body. In accordance with the highest rituals of the plateau, he intended to conduct a sky burial for Ye Qiu and the girl's fiancé, hoping for their swift reincarnation as a means of atonement. Ye Qiu looked at the kind old monk and the stunning, ethereal girl of the plateau, feeling a deep fondness. Beauty often inspires affection and trust. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he realized that they were the most remarkable individuals he had ever encountered in his life. The young girl from the plateau has developed beautifully during her adolescence. Although she is modestly covered, it cannot disguise the gentle sway of her bosom as she walks. Her large, captivating eyes exude an air of exotic charm, rivaling the stars of television. Yet, as she reflects on this fragment of memory, Ye Qiu finds herself at a loss, unable to recall any semblance of familiarity, sensing an unsettling dissonance. How did she end up in this strange place? Where does she truly come from? Her memories are but a series of fragmented images, disconnected and elusive, as if struck by an unseen force, leaving her consciousness in a haze. Upon returning to her dwelling at the foot of the mountain, the venerable monk returned Ye Qiu's belongings, a communication device, prayer beads, a ring, and a set of tattered clothing. However, these were the only items she possessed. There were no personal effects, such as an identification card. The communication device appeared antiquated, yet its interior was new, as if it had been reformatted. The monk assured her that these were all he had found on her person, untouched by anyone else. The monks of the temple, immersed in their spiritual practices, neither utilized nor understood the products of modern civilization. Ye Qiu was provided with a vacant room in the village below for rest. She resided with her grandfather, the monk, in a modest grass hut halfway up the mountain, while the village lay at its base. She learned that the girl was named Dawa, who had grown up in the temple and was regarded as its saint. Dawa frequently visited Ye Qiu, bringing nourishing chicken soup and medicinal herbs. Dawa's parents had long since reincarnated, and her grandfather, unable to care for her, had entrusted her to the temple. The old monk, known as Kempo Dorji, was Dawa's grandfather. On the day of the accident, Ye Qiu had collided with her brother, Bong, who was Dawa's betrothed. It was their first meeting, as they discussed purchasing wedding items in the city when tragedy struck. The mystery of Ye Qiu's resurrection at the sky burial site perplexed her. However, the monk suggested that she might be the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Dawa believed it was her mother's blessing that had granted her this second chance. Despite the intense pain coursing through her body, there were no visible signs of injury, only superficial wounds that bled slightly. Though she felt a sense of internal weakness, it did not appear to be serious, and with a few days of rest, she would likely recover fully. Was it truly possible to emerge from such an accident with so little injury? Dawa, too, could not discern any wounds on her, though she sensed that Ye Qiu bore a heavy heart. How could I have died for several days and come back to life? Can the injuries from the collision heal on their own? Or is this all just a dream? Chapter 4. Dual cultivation to save lives after resting for a few days. Ye Qiu felt her body had nearly returned to its former state. Not only had she completely healed, but she felt as if she had been reborn, with no trace of external injuries and her internal wounds mended. Drawing upon the memories that lingered in her mind, she instinctively practiced the techniques she had acquired from the hidden treasures in the mountains, the usage of the prayer beads, the spatial ring, and the prayer wheel. Moreover, Ye Qiu possesses a unique ability associated with these concealed artifacts, the capacity for self-healing from wounds. He feels that he should have awakened and be capable of cultivation. However, this notion is contradicted by the absence of any awakened supernatural abilities or signs of being able to absorb spiritual energy. Within the spatial ring, there are scriptures and a copper coffin, along with unfamiliar memories that are imprinted directly in Ye Qiu's mind, likely pertaining to the origins and interpretations of the scriptures and the coffin. Yet, he only comprehends fragments of this knowledge, sensing that the original owner of the scriptures and coffin must have been plagued by nightmarish visions. A haunting phrase echoes in his mind. Snow blankets the mountain where the noble reclines, while under the full moon, a beauty approaches the city. The images that accompany this phrase are horrifying and bloody, depicting a tragic scene of human suffering. Where, one might ask, is the beauty? Instead, the ground is strewn with dismembered corpses. The village at the foot of the temple mountain is also peculiar and undoubtedly holds secrets. The villagers, while terrified by the notion of having risen from the dead, have kept their distance from him, resulting in minimal contact. Yet, after observing them for several days, Ye Qiu notes the complete absence of modernity in this mountain village. It feels as though he has stepped into a primitive society. The houses are made of mud bricks, lacking electricity, and the villagers don archaic clothing, using rudimentary, ancient bowls for their meals. Even more strangely, despite the village being relatively small with around 30 to 40 households, comprising perhaps 100 to 200 inhabitants, there is not a single young person. Most appear to be in their 40s or 50s, an age considered elderly in the Tianqing continent, and there are no children whatsoever. The eerie silence of the village is unnerving. What is the story behind this village? Merely a few kilometers away lies the grand and bustling metropolis of Shanghai City, the largest and safest area in the Tianqing continent. Could it be that the village's youth have all migrated to the city for labor? Yet, given the proximity, one could easily return home on a small motorcycle in under half an hour. Surely there must be at least a few children or adolescents at home. Furthermore, even if they had all left for work, there should be some means of communication with their relatives in the outside world, perhaps communication devices, telephones, televisions, or the internet. Yet, this place possesses none of these. During festivals, young people often bring back modern products that are absent in the village, such as electric kettles, refrigerators, or rice cookers, basic necessities of contemporary life. But here, there is nothing of the sort. Cooking relies solely on burning cow dung, grass, and fallen branches. With no electricity and absolutely no electrical appliances, even the most ordinary modern plastic bags are non-existent, and umbrellas are of the antiquated oil variety, patched with various animal hides. It is as primitive as it can get, resembling a lifestyle from centuries past. Moreover, Ye Qiu finds himself unable to leave the village. Upon attempting to venture out, he discovers that the roads are blocked, despite the bustling city being just beyond sight. As he moves towards the village's edge, an unsettling feeling arises, as though he is being followed. Yet when he turns to look, there is no one there. Everyone claims that the road leading to the village has been blocked by fallen ancient trees and avalanches, while landslides have swept away the bridge that connects to the village. The river flows too swiftly, rendering any escape impossible. The only alternatives are either the distant wilderness teeming with wild beasts or steep cliffs, leaving no one able to depart, only able to wait and see. Ye Qiu finds this place exceedingly strange. The temple on the mountain is frequented by young practitioners, yet they are merely scions of the elite who come here temporarily for cultivation, not locals at all. Kongbu, young man, Dao seems to be on the brink of death. We must go see her. On the very day Ye Qiu resolutely decided to depart, even with the presence of beasts, he was determined to traverse the dense forest and leave the village. The old monk Kongbu hurried over, sorrowfully calling out to Ye Qiu. Dao Riba is gravely ill. She may not last long. Before we leave, let us visit her. In the temple, a row of venerable monks sat in meditation in the center of the open space, chanting scriptures. Strangely, their garments varied. Some donned monk robes, others wore lama attire, and even Taoist robes could be seen. Dawa sat in the middle, clad in scant clothing. Her long black hair was adorned with colorful cords, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vitality, glistening like pools of water. She wore very little. Her fair and curvaceous figure seated cross-legged. A few translucent veils clung to her, barely concealing the youthful wildness of her form. A circle of butter lamps surrounded her, and a faint white mist enveloped her. Upon Ye Qiu's arrival, he noticed Dawa clutching her chest, her lips pale, tears welling in her eyes. She appeared to be in excruciating pain, as if her life force were waning. How could this youthful girl have suddenly changed so drastically? Just a few days prior, they had spent time together, and he found her to be quite delightful. Her beauty was striking, leaving a lasting impression with her gentle smile. And she possessed an exotic charm that was both mysterious and alluring. Just days ago, she had lovingly brought him delicious dried fruits and gone to the village below to buy chicken soup to nourish him. She affectionately called him brother, and, under her care, his own health had swiftly improved. Without her attention, his recovery would not have been so rapid. Compared to the second-generation elites back in his hometown, who derided him as a worthless nobody and looked down upon him as a gaudy, lowly creature, Dawa was a breath of fresh air. Dawa had just turned 19, and, although she was a few months older than him, Ye Qiu had accepted her as his sworn sister. How could she have fallen into such a dire state after only a few days apart? Now, only you can save Dawa. The old monk Kongbu said with benevolent eyes directed at Ye Qiu. You are the one chosen by the hidden teachings. If you and Dawa engage in mutual cultivation as partners, you will be able to save her. Legend has it that the hidden teachings are a meticulously crafted technique for prolonging civilization. Centuries ago, a master from a distant land came to the snowy plateau to spread the teachings. Yet there, he realized a grim prophecy. In the age of decline, all paths would wither, hearts would become clouded, and the world would face catastrophic doom. He undertook a remarkably visionary endeavor to enshrine the most esoteric teachings, medicinal formulas, sacred artifacts, and even astronomical calculations in the vastness of nature and the depths of human consciousness, awaiting future fortunate souls to unearth them for the salvation and dissemination of the Dharma. This is known as hidden treasures. Presently, it appears that the Saintess Dawa and the Venerable Kinpo have become aware that Ye Qiu has accessed this hidden treasure in the back mountain. However, as the treasure is now intertwined with Ye Qiu's spiritual essence, they are unable to directly appropriate it or explore the contents of the spatial ring. The only way to rescue her is through dual cultivation with Dawa. Dual cultivation. Is that permissible? My recollection suggests this is a lewd and depraved practice, widely regarded as an immoral form of training on this starry continent, involving young men and women as vessels. Yet, the old monk Zashi asserts that dual cultivation is a supremely sacred secret method, solemn and pure, with exceedingly stringent conditions that can expedite one's path to enlightenment. It has merely been misinterpreted by some lascivious monks who have exploited it. In truth, one could consider her as a younger sister. She has just turned 19. A few years my junior, and without parents, she must consent to the dual cultivation herself. Ye Qiu is concerned, for in this society, even engagements and marriages can lead to accusations of illicit conduct, resulting in years of incarceration. If she were to later retract her consent, claiming she was compelled to agree for the sake of survival, would I not be condemned to a lifetime in prison? Ye Qiu promptly expresses his commitment to remain a law-abiding citizen, a paragon of virtue. What scheme Dawa may be concocting is unknown. I have narrowly escaped her clutches several times. Regardless, it is essential to maintain all appropriate evidence in plain view. As for the clandestine machinations of the old man and Dawa, we shall see how they unfold. The distinction between moral and immoral is of little consequence. Although my memories are fragmented, it seems my previous incarnations have not embodied the ideals of a virtuous gentleman. Rather, aspiring to be a scoundrel has always been my highest ambition. Moreover, today's events are exceedingly bizarre and abrupt. Ye Qiu cautiously contemplates, yet rescuing a life is paramount. After all, Dawa has treated him with exceptional kindness, primarily due to her stunning physique. Nonetheless, vigilance is essential. Engaging in such acts should come naturally to him. This world has presented him with such opportunities before, and he intends to reserve this experience for Dawa. Thus, he insists that Grandpa Zashi and Dawa provide written confirmation, complete with signatures. Video documentation is also necessary, ensuring that he and Dawa address each point clearly and comprehensively for his peace of mind. Following the Kinpo's imparting of the initiation methods and considerations for dual cultivation, Ye Qiu prepares to engage in this practice with Dawa. As he gazes upon the Thanka depicting the dual cultivation process, he cannot help but feel a rush of embarrassment. This is undeniably an act of drawing yang to supplement yin. Not long ago, he was the king of the brothel. Now, he must feign the innocence of a recent graduate, which is rather mortifying. Armed with the hidden treasures, although he is yet to awaken or attain enlightenment, given time, he is certain he could dominate a region, or at the very least, become a local ruler. At that point, he could pursue any desire, even ascend to the throne. As long as I succeed today, I'll have days and days and days of pleasure from now on. Oh, forget it. Today will be my last time with the Holy Maiden. Inside the vast hall of Bliss Temple, everyone had already left. The dim light cast long shadows, and the only smell lingering in the air was the acrid stench of burning butter lamps. In the center of a circle formed by rows of flickering butter lamps, Ye Qiu and Dawaraba stood completely naked, their clothes discarded on the floor. For the first time, Ye Qiu looked at Dawaraba with genuine admiration, intently, thoroughly. Unlike before, when he felt no pleasure at all, only like someone else's cultivation furnace, a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. This time, everything was reversed. He gazed at her like a hunter admiring his perfect prey. She had a classic oval face, large eyes clear and innocent. One glance made her seem utterly pure and sacred. Her figure? Budding yet full, on the verge of blooming, radiating raw, exotic charm that was uniquely intoxicating. There was nothing more beautiful, nothing more flawless. It seemed heaven itself had bestowed its most perfect body upon this wicked holy maiden, Dawaraba. But all of that was about to vanish. Just as Dawaraba began rotating her prayer wheel with one hand, forming mystical seals with the other, chanting sutras aloud, as if performing the blissful soul-stealing dharma once again. Just like on the sky burial platform, Ye Qiu suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, thrusting it directly into Dawaraba's sea of consciousness. It was like a giant iron hand clamping down on a soft dough ball, instantly immobilizing her mental realm. And not only that, he could now knead it at will. Her entire consciousness was under his absolute control. Dawaraba's wide, watery eyes snapped open in terror. The prayer wheel slipped from her fingers. Her arms went limp. She collapsed. Utterly paralyzed, Ye Qiu rose to his feet, grinning down at her with bright, triumphant eyes, like a god gazing upon an ant. "Holy Maiden," he declared, voice ringing with power. "Do you think I'm magnificent now?" What a bizarre sight. Two completely naked young people facing each other, one prostrate on the ground, trembling, the other standing tall and proud. You, she stammered. "You've regained your memories. You were faking it this whole time. And you even learned how to manipulate hidden treasures. Wait, so you've awakened. What sequence is this?" "You've awakened the nightmare sequence. You can control spiritual energy. You're a tier 3 psychic powerhouse. No, please don't drain me dry. I'll serve you forever. I'll be your slave. Brother Yi, don't kill me. I was wrong. You're so magnificent. I truly admire you." Gazing at Dawaraba's terrified, contorted face, her stunning beauty now twisted by utter despair, Ye Qiu showed not a shred of mercy. He intensified his psychic grip. He treated her sea of consciousness like clay, squeezing it flat, rolling it round, pressing it square, molding it however he pleased. Such intense spiritual assault on the mind, though invisible, was far more agonizing than having a steel needle churn through one's brain matter. Damage to the spiritual sea could cause madness at best, or instant death at worst. Watching Dawaraba writhe in unbearable pain, rolling on the floor, banging her head in desperate pleas for mercy, Ye Qiu remained unmoved. This demon had tricked him, a fresh high school graduate barely out in society, into becoming her cultivation furnace, and she'd shown him zero compassion. Now it was his turn. For over a month, she treated him as a mere furnace, toiling day and night, nearly exhausting himself on multiple occasions, utterly disregarding his humanity. Once he had been drained of all usefulness, she would cast him aside like refuse. Upon discovering he had narrowly escaped death and possessed a hidden treasure, she attempted to drain him once more, even orchestrating an accident and plotting a heavenly dismemberment, seeking to forcefully seize his soul in his dying moments. Her ambition to deceive fate and completely refine him for her own gain was relentless. When her plans faltered, she feigned illness and sought to cast spells again. Fortunately, he had cleverly concealed his amnesia and diligently honed his strength, ultimately enabling him to turn the tables. Exhausted from her games, she fainted from the pain, allowing him to completely drain her spiritual energy, leaving only a sliver of essence, which he stored in a spatial ring. Planning to torment her in the future, just as she had drained him repeatedly, he intended to make her suffer for eternity. Indeed, this dual cultivation proved immensely beneficial. He could feel his vitality surging. After depleting the Saintess, his power had significantly increased, elevating his spiritual prowess to the 4th level. It was no wonder so many celestial beings and seasoned Saintesses sought dual cultivation. It truly was a potent elixir. Gazing at the withered and desiccated figure of the woman, he couldn't help but sigh at the loss of such exquisite beauty. With newfound confidence from his augmented strength, he believed the old monk, Kanbu, must be nearby. He immediately unleashed his spiritual energy to investigate. Chapter 6. Descent from the mountain revealed that the old man had vanished without a trace. The scan revealed nothing. Had he fled upon witnessing the depletion of the woman, sensing the threat he posed? With his enhanced power, he had initially contemplated a massacre at the Joyful Temple, but reconsidered, having just eliminated the Saintess. It was prudent to remain discreet, especially since there were formidable individuals in the temple, such as the seemingly benevolent old monk Kanbu, who, having discovered his secret, would undoubtedly alert others. Furthermore, there was the ancient priestess, rumored to be on the brink of becoming an emperor, meditating in the rear mountains. Disturbing her would lead to further complications. Thus, he decided to descend the mountain to find the chubby companion and lay low for a while, planning to collect interest before later cleansing the deceptive and corrupt Joyful Temple. He drained a few gatekeepers along the way before slipping down the mountain. Although his strength was insufficient for a widespread massacre, a stealthy escape was more than adequate. Upon reaching the bustling city below, he felt a sense of trepidation, sensing he might be pursued. Having been tormented on the mountain, it was already dusk by the time he descended, and he hastily rented a room from an intermediary to recuperate for a few days. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Ye Qiu was abruptly awakened, utterly annoyed. It was barely past 10 o'clock, and he longed to return to his slumber. Just as he settled back down, he felt a chilling sensation on his hand. It was the Buddhist beads he wore, seemingly emanating a faint glow. With a surge of mental focus, the spatial ring materialized on his finger, revealing the prayer wheel, copper coffin, and scriptures within. Though he was adept at manipulating and reading these concealed treasures, he remained uncertain of their practical applications. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by the sound of a key turning in the lock. In a flurry, Ye Qiu hastily moved to open the door. A wave of cheap rose-scented perfume wafted through the crack. "Oh dear, someone's here. I thought you were dead. The rent is due. You've only paid a deposit. You know you need to settle the full amount." The resounding voice of a woman penetrated the door effortlessly. Ye Qiu rushed to open it. But just as he touched the doorknob, the door swung open. An unseen force propelled the door wide, and before he could regain his balance, a voluptuous middle-aged woman barreled in. Her ruby lips met his, and her considerable weight, perhaps around 150 pounds, bore down upon him, pinning him to the bed in the cramped room that barely accommodated a bed. The soft, fragrant, and heavy body enveloped him, and instinctively, Ye Qiu wrapped his arms around her, feeling utterly out of control. In his haste to answer the door, he was clad only in a thin pair of shorts. "Oh no, this is a disaster. You're not dressed." Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a rather provocative, plump woman. He quickly released his hold, awkwardly chuckling in embarrassment. The woman atop him appeared nearly 40, her figure astonishingly ample, her curves more mature than those of a doll, exuding an undeniable allure that defied gravity. Perhaps this realm operated differently from Earth, where the force of gravity varied from person to person, sometimes present, sometimes absent. She possessed a classic oval face, though her plumpness suggested affluence. Her facial proportions and bone structure resembled that of a flawlessly modeled beauty, leaving no room for alteration. Dressed in a denim mini-skirt, her legs were both fair and full, her hair elegantly styled, lips adorned with lipstick, and donning red high heels, she stood before him, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority that made Ye Qiu, pinned beneath her, feel acutely the weight of her presence. This slightly plump matron was named Lin Xia, affectionately referred to as Sister Xia, a well-known landlady in the vicinity. Ye Qiu seemed oblivious to her words, staring vacantly, his eyes scanning the strikingly curvaceous figure before him. feeling a heat rise within. The atmosphere held an oddly tense silence for several moments, and Sister Xia appeared to sense something amiss. Casting furtive glances at Ye Qiu's awkward predicament, her heart racing in response. The rent. Do you understand? You've merely paid a deposit. And today I couldn't reach you on the communicator. I thought something had happened to you. You impoverished souls. Don't take refuge in my property and hinder my earnings. It frightened me enough to come check on you. The plump woman rose from her seat, visibly perturbed. Did I not pay the rent? Ye Qiu inquired, his expression one of confusion. You did pay, but to whom? I am the landlord. I have only received a deposit of 2 copper coins. You still owe 18. Seriously? Have I been deceived by the agent? Ye Qiu exclaimed, recalling the events of the previous evening when, weary and famished, he had encountered an agent near the roadside who lured him with promises of housing, cultivation, and mining opportunities. In his desperation, he had handed over a silver coin, believing it would secure a year's rental. This silver coin had been one he had fortuitously acquired at Huan Temple just the day before, a total of 2 silver coins in his possession. This is outrageous. Another unscrupulous agent. He had indeed given 1 silver coin for a year's lease. Realizing the grim truth, he understood the other party would surely deny any wrongdoing. Either the agent had swindled him, pocketing the coin, or colluded with the landlord to divide the spoils. Hastily, Ye Qiu reached for his communicator to contact the agent, only to find himself met with silence. The agent had blocked him, confirming his worst fears of being duped. I have not received your rent. If you were scammed, do not blame me, the plump woman replied, her tone betraying a hint of anxiety. Typically, landlords are not entirely blameless in such rental scams. Sister Xia cast a wary glance at Ye Qiu, sensing the burgeoning intensity of his aura, which filled her with trepidation. She feared that this fiery youth might unleash his wrath, which would not bode well for her. I will grant you an additional 3 days to settle your rent. If you fail to do so, I shall have no choice but to dispose of your belongings and leave you to fend for yourself on the streets. Do you understand? Sister Xia's voice echoed through the stairwell. This young man, despite his apparent impoverishment as a resident of the rural mining outskirts, possessed a certain striking handsomeness. Though lean, he exuded an aura of vigor and strength. How had she overlooked such qualities in these out-of-town tenants? What had happened to her husband over the years? It was indeed disheartening to realize that comparisons could be so vexing. Ye Qiu extended his mental energy beyond the confines of his door, activating the prayer wheel from within his ring, and instantly grasped Sister Xia's innermost thoughts. She seemed to sense an impending threat, realizing that remaining any longer could lead to a confrontation over the rent that transcended mere extensions. During his time at Huan Temple with Dawa and the High Priest, while he had experienced moments of joy, he felt utterly devoid of satisfaction, merely serving as a vessel for their cultivation. Yet, this plump woman intrigued him. The primal awakening he had felt earlier, the tangible sensation of her body, lingered in his mind. The fragrance and softness he had encountered were intoxicating, igniting a fire within him that refused to extinguish. However, something felt amiss. This was merely a natural response of youthful vigor. The woman emanated a chill akin to Dawa, a stark contrast to the warmth typically associated with life. Chapter 7. Divine Retribution. Yet, Sister Xia's coolness was unmistakable, reminiscent of Dawa. Was it true, as the text suggested, that men radiate warmth while women exude coolness? Or could they both be spectral beings, shades of the departed? Perhaps all were lost souls, their temperatures dulled, while he remained fervent and alive. Having taken a refreshing shower, Ye Qiu finally managed to regain his composure. Exhausted, he turned back to rest for a few more hours, only to awaken to the rumbling of his stomach, signaling his hunger. Ye Qiu was preparing to venture downstairs to purchase some sustenance, perhaps a bottle of mineral water, only to discover that nearly all the shops had shuttered their doors early in the morning. Notices posted indicated that, due to the malicious spread of rumors claiming that calamity would soon return, a horde of mutated high-level aberrations had surfaced from the mines and reached the periphery of the safety zone. An ominous celestial phenomenon suggested that divine retribution was imminent for humanity. This unfounded panic incited many uninformed individuals to hoard supplies and resell them at exorbitant prices, leading to widespread market hysteria. Consequently, the government announced the temporary closure of supermarkets, halting all sales. In due course, an official plan would be established to coordinate supplies uniformly. Peering through the cracks of several shop doors, Ye Qiu confirmed that they were indeed empty. All provisions had been swiftly depleted. The sky exhibited unmistakable signs of an anomaly. In his previous life on Earth, the sky was always blue, whereas the heavens above the star continent were once a vibrant purple, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of an ethereal palace. Now, however, the sky was drenched in a blood-red hue, and within the clouds, there appeared to be a pair of colossal eyes gazing down upon the entire continent, instilling a profound chill in one's bones. While at the Huan Temple on the mountain, he had scarcely noticed these changes. Survival took precedence over awareness of the outside world. The mountain was nearly isolated from the city, with its peaks perpetually enveloped in fog, making it rare to observe the full expanse of the sky. Indeed, numerous peculiar transformations had begun to manifest along the hardened roads of the city. Various small plants had inexplicably emerged. The trees in the green belts had grown more than twice their size. Whispers filled the streets as some spoke of an incident where an individual fishing in the nearby river was dragged away by a fish, leaving only bones in its wake amidst a torrent of blood. The air was thickening with an unknown gas, while the oxygen levels dwindled. Many were afflicted by altitude sickness due to the lack of oxygen, and those with pre-existing conditions had succumbed prematurely. Despite the distance of several meters and the hushed tones of the conversations, Ye Qiu heard everything with remarkable clarity. In the past, such whispers would have been inaudible. Yet now it felt as though the apocalypse was upon them. The cataclysmic transformations had indeed begun, and the prophecies gleaned from the Huan Temple were proving true. Was another cataclysm approaching? The prophecies were not mere legends. Glancing at the tangible Buddhist beads and ring he wore, remnants of his dreams, Ye Qiu hastily attempted to activate the breathing techniques associated with the prophecies to absorb the mysterious gas in the air. Miraculously, he found he could indeed absorb it. It was spiritual energy. From a distance, the entire street was cloaked in verdant foliage, with towering trees reaching heights of dozens of meters. The community was engulfed by a plethora of plants, resembling a forsaken dwelling within a forest. This was undeniably a sign of the mutated disaster. After practicing several times, Ye Qiu quickly became adept at these cultivation techniques, absorbing spiritual energy as effortlessly as one breathes oxygen. The crystal beads resonated harmoniously with him, creating a sense of unity, and he felt his cultivation deepen. With no food available for purchase outside, Ye Qiu had little desire to leave his abode, and instead chose to continue his exploration of the treasures he had unearthed. A mixture of excitement and trepidation surged within him. Excitement courses through me as I possess a concealed treasure and mystical artifacts, along with secret techniques that will soon elevate me to the ranks of those adept practitioners and awakened beings, allowing me to ascend to the pinnacle of life, free to pursue my desires. However, a sense of dread looms as the notices posted evidently betray the impending calamity. The atmosphere thickens with foreboding. Disaster approaches. The last encounter with mutated beasts on the celestial star continent occurred 2 centuries ago, a tale I heard in my childhood from the village elders, who recounted how the entire continent was shrouded in strange phenomena, with colossal divine statues manifesting in the sky. It was said that divine retribution had descended, punishing the land. As countless cities witnessed their inhabitants suddenly rendered motionless, their souls seemingly siphoned away, leaving them stiff and lifeless. Legions of monstrous creatures erupted from the depths of the mines, rampaging across the continent, their vast forms embodying ferocity as they devoured all living beings, reducing cities to ruins. Those who were incapacitated became mere fodder for these beasts. Ultimately, only a handful of cities remained, with a staggering 99% population decline, leaving fewer than 1 million souls on the entire continent. Fortunately, following that great catastrophe, humanity on the celestial star continent exhibited mutations. Some discovered themselves transformed into cultivators, tapping into the existence of spiritual energy to enhance their prowess. It is said that the most exceptional among them have reached the mid-tier of divine cultivation, capable of soaring through the heavens and earth, effortlessly crushing enormous beasts with a mere gesture. Others awakened extraordinary abilities across various sequences, with powers ranging from invisibility to telekinesis, some transforming into formidable beastmen, and others sprouting wings. Yet, those capable of cultivation or sudden awakening are exceedingly rare, with only a handful emerging from every 100,000 souls, and the timing is unpredictable. Some children are discovered to possess these awakening abilities or suddenly attain enlightenment to become cultivators, while others awaken at an advanced age, even into their 70s. Those who achieve enlightenment and awakening are revered as extraordinary beings, emerging infrequently in certain regions for years or decades. When they do appear, they are treated as elite, held in high regard by governmental organizations, supported with resources and funding, for to offend them would be unthinkable. People venerate them as deities, harboring both reverence and fear. The fear stems from the fact that these awakened beings possess the power to safeguard cities and villages, standing against the monstrous beasts and divine entities. Under their valiant efforts, the beasts gradually retreated to their subterranean lairs, and the divine entities ceased their appearances. With the divine punishment dissipating, humanity slowly regained normalcy, reconstructing cities, and, through 2 centuries of relentless resistance and propagation, the population gradually rose to approximately 10 million. In time, the survivors of the few remaining cities formed a new alliance, establishing 3 safe zones, each led by powerful cultivators and awakened beings who guided the populace in rebuilding their homeland. Yet, a chilling realization arises. Some of these awakened beings and enlightened cultivators have gradually devolved into savagery, relishing in the continent's supreme resources, treating ordinary people as mere expendables, slaying them at will. It is rumored that some among them possess the ability to be immortal and indestructible. Having lived for over 2 centuries, they are free to do as they please, with few able to impede them. It is important to recognize that for the average individual, reaching the age of 60 is considered a long life, often requiring substantial financial resources and residing in areas with adequate medical facilities. Typically, many individuals meet their end in their 40s or 50s. The offspring of impoverished families frequently do not survive past 30, either being drained of their life force by cultivators or subjected to gruesome experiments by those with anomalous abilities. Moreover, a significant number succumb to starvation or illness due to dire living conditions. Chapter 8. The Chubby One in the Aftermath of the Calamity. A majority of human cities lay in ruins, technological advancements were lost, civilization regressed, and living conditions, particularly in healthcare, deteriorated significantly. It was not until the following afternoon that the eerily quiet community suddenly buzzed with activity. Reports emerged stating that an authoritative announcement from the government had been transmitted through communication devices, declaring that the world was merely experiencing climatic anomalies, urging everyone to refrain from venturing outside. They warned against consuming mutated fruits and meats, which were highly toxic and could lead to transformation followed by death within mere minutes. The next morning, having prepared somewhat, Ye Qiu promptly made his way to Xindu Square, the largest commercial hub in the vicinity. Today, it would open its doors to supply various necessities, and he needed to procure daily sustenance to stave off hunger. Regardless of whether the world was indeed facing its end or if everyone had perished or turned into specters, the gnawing sensation of hunger was all too real. He had no desire to become a ghost of starvation. Xindu Square was not far. A straightforward walk would suffice. Today, the streets were bustling with people, likely all out to gather supplies. As Ye Qiu traversed the path, he noticed that the concrete roads had become overgrown with a variety of grasses and small shrubs during his days of confinement. These plants had managed to break through the concrete. Vehicles were scarce, with only high-profile off-road vehicles able to navigate the terrain. Small cars and electric scooters were rendered immobile, abandoned haphazardly along the roadside. The trees lining the streets had grown to the size reminiscent of the sacred trees from his childhood village, towering at several dozen meters. Their trunks required the embrace of several adults, and their leaves were astonishingly large, with the smallest being the size of a palm. Occasionally, rodents the size of rabbits and squirrels as large as goats darted across the street. The thoroughfares were teeming with people, more exaggerated than during festive seasons, as the entire city seemed to be reverting to a primitive forest. A cacophony of sounds mingled together, creating a chaotic symphony. The authorities had disseminated various expert analyses across social media platforms, indicating that the current situation was merely a climatic anomaly that had resulted in diminished oxygen levels in the air. Citizens were urged to remain indoors, avoid strenuous activities, and refrain from hoarding supplies. They insisted that the supply chain was more than adequate and that the climatic changes would not persist for long, assuring that the government would ensure the populace's well-being. Yet, who would trust the experts? Given the circumstances, their reassurances rang hollow. On the streets, someone was lamenting into their communication device, and to Ye Qiu's astonishment, It was none other than the long-lost compatriot, the chubby one. Xiao Peng, whose full name is Wang Xiaohua, hails from the neighboring village where he grew up alongside Ye Qiu. He is plump and fair-skinned, earning him the affectionate nickname Xiao Peng. Although he may be a few months older than Ye Qiu, she pays no mind to that. What truly stands out about Xiao Peng is his innate optimism, particularly his fascination with food, likely stemming from hunger he experienced in childhood. He greets everyone with a cheerful smile, radiating an aura of warmth and humor. Ye, I finally found you. Where have you been? I'm so relieved to see you're all right. Xiao Peng exclaimed, joyfully approaching Ye Qiu. She, too, felt immense happiness. Her memories had returned, yet she had been deceived by an agency, resulting in a severance of communication with Xiao Peng. After her arduous escape, she was pleasantly surprised to find he had also managed to flee. I was tricked into a temple. Where did they take you, Xiao Peng? Ye Qiu inquired. I was captured and forced to work in a mine, but I escaped just a few days ago, Xiao Peng confided. Leaning closer to Ye Qiu and placing a finger over his lips, speaking in a hushed tone while casting wary glances around. That's a relief. I only managed to escape yesterday. Ye Qiu replied quietly. Indeed, it is good that we are both safe. It has only been a little over a month since we last met, but Ye, you have tanned considerably. You look both robust and muscular. When did you secretly train? You've lost so much weight. They exchanged smiles, reminiscing about their shared childhood, their journey to the city to work, and their misfortunes. Now, having survived such peril, they embraced each other warmly. What happened to you, Xiao Peng? You're so cold. Ye Qiu exclaimed, startled by Xiao Peng's icy touch. Reminiscent of their landlord, Sister Xia. After more than a month apart, they felt an extraordinary closeness, sharing their recent experiences. Xiao Peng recounted his harrowing tale of being deceived and forced to toil in a mine on the outskirts of Shanghai City, where conditions were dire. The food consisted of moldy porridge and cold steamed buns, and any delay in work resulted in severe punishment. He endured this torment for nearly a month until chaos erupted in the mine, reportedly due to the emergence of a monster, allowing him to finally escape. However, he emerged with not a single penny to his name, lacking the fare to return to their village. Especially since he had initially left with Ye Qiu to earn tuition fees. With school still a month and a half away, he resolved to remain in the city, taking on odd jobs while searching for her. Lacking a place to stay, Xiao Peng sought refuge under an overpass at night, while during the day, he worked as a delivery driver. Ye Qiu, on the other hand, had fared slightly better. During her escape, she had stealthily taken 2 silver coins. After being tricked into paying rent, she had 1 coin remaining. Now, she finally had a place to stay, albeit without standing rent. Both of them found solace in their shared misfortunes. The current situation has devolved into chaos. If circumstances do not improve, we may very well find ourselves in a state of disorder. We must gather provisions and stock up on sustenance, Ye Qiu advised Xiao Peng. Indeed, let us hasten our departure. To be well-fed and hydrated is of utmost importance. Life is fleeting. Let us honor it with a feast. Xiao Peng, patting his slimmed belly with exaggerated humor, uttered his classic catchphrase, which instantly lifted Ye Qiu's spirits. If the world were to end, so be it. As mere mortals, they too deserve to indulge. The duo navigated through the underbrush, avoiding thickets and serpentine paths, until they finally arrived at Xindu Square. Why are there so many people? Xiao Peng sighed. Ye Qiu felt his heart sink. The line seemed to stretch endlessly, looming like an interminable wait in Paris. Even if their turn came, what if everything was gone by then? He discreetly observed the throng under the summer sun. Each person cast a shadow, solidly alive, not ethereal apparitions. If they were spirits, how could they possess shadows? Ghosts did not hunger, and certainly wouldn't venture out in broad daylight to procure sustenance. Amidst the queue, Ye Qiu recognized several familiar faces from his community. Uncle Li Guosheng, the security guard, had only seen Ye Qiu a few times since his arrival. Yet he regarded him with a knowing smile and a whistle, pleased to see Ye Qiu and Xiao Peng further back in the line. 2 local ruffians, known as Long Gu and Chang Gu, smirked at them in schadenfreude. Ye Qiu had encountered these 2 the previous day, lounging at the barbecue stall near the community entrance, drinking without a care as he searched in vain for an open restaurant. Upon discovering the barbecue stall, he had hoped to purchase some food, yet the proprietors claimed it was reserved. The 2 thugs mocked him, suggesting he should seek food elsewhere and to keep his distance. Chapter 9. The first encounter. At that moment, Ye Qiu felt a surge of indignation, contemplating teaching them a lesson. However, he realized that revealing his true capabilities in such a public space would be unwise, and he preferred to find a more secluded spot for retribution. Long Gu and Chang Gu claimed to be involved in finance, but were, in truth, engaged in illegal lending and collection practices. There was also the landlady, Sister Xia, her sister, and a rather rotund man, presumably her husband. Sister Xia sported a fitness tank top and yoga pants, her figure accentuating her curves. Ye Qiu couldn't help but steal a glance, only to be met with her piercing gaze, akin to surveillance, as she recalled the previous day's rent collection. Instinctively, he averted his eyes, though his thoughts wandered uncontrollably towards her sister's beauty, which rivaled that of Sister Xia. With a heart-shaped face, headphones perched on her head, she wore a slender black silk JK skirt. While lacking in the mature allure of her sister, she embodied a pure, goddess-like innocence. However, upon noticing Ye Qiu, her expression was one of disdain, as if she felt that his mere gaze was an unwarranted encroachment upon her dignity. In truth, their inner voices, filled with pride and disdain, cast pitying glances at Ye Qiu and his companions. Even the unspoken thoughts of Sister Xia's husband, a corpulent and greasy man, echoed this sentiment. These two insignificant fools, mere ants at the bottom of society, have arrived only now. When the time comes, they will find themselves unable to procure even a loaf of bread. It is indeed a pitiable sight. Ye Qiu, however, could read their thoughts. Sister Xiao's husband, a minor leader, held a particularly profound contempt for both Xiao Peng and Ye Qiu. Yet, Ye Qiu remained unfazed, reflecting that strength is the true essence of survival. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, it is the strong who possess everything. Even mountains of gold and silver must be safeguarded. After queuing for what felt like an eternity, the line remained stagnant, more exaggerated than the chaos of the spring festival travel rush. Xiao Peng squinted, attempting to doze off on his feet as a silent protest. Suddenly, the seemingly immovable line began to shift. A disturbance erupted at the front. How dare they close the doors? We've been waiting for hours. With such a vast supermarket filled with vegetables, bread, and food, isn't today supposed to be a unified supply? Why have they suddenly ceased operations? The supermarket had locked its doors, and a throng gathered around the staff, clamoring in outrage. The situation had devolved beyond pretense. It was rumored that a significant figure had arrived, issuing an edict declaring a state of emergency, prohibiting the sale of these special supplies. When did a common supermarket become a repository of special provisions? How are we ordinary people meant to survive? With food at home barely sufficient for a day or two, starvation loomed. The murmurs of discontent within the crowd seemed powerless to effect change. Ordinary individuals were like ants, mere chaff in the wind. When the elite decided to abandon the masses, the plight of the hungry was of no concern to them. Before long, chaos erupted among the crowd. Desperation drove some to begin looting, as the scarcity of basic necessities became evident. Faced with the threat to their survival, humanity's primal instincts emerged. Initially, police and security personnel attempted to maintain order, but their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming numbers. Soon, they vanished, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Those clutching food and supplies were pursued and robbed, amidst the cries of women and children, their pleas for help merging into a cacophony reminiscent of a dystopian film. Perhaps we should explore other avenues. I know where the warehouse's side entrance is. I've delivered food there before. I'm familiar with the route. Xiao Peng whispered, observing the chaotic scene. Yes, let us head straight to the warehouse, Ye Qiu replied, exchanging a knowing smile with Xiao Peng. The two circumvented the turmoil, making their way towards the warehouse. As they reached the concealed side entrance of the warehouse, they overheard a menacing laughter. Damn it, we've been intercepted, Xiao Peng muttered softly. It was Sister Xia, her sister, and her husband, encircled by a group of thugs. While the yellow-haired man from earlier was in the midst of seizing the supplies from Sister Xia's grasp. They have arrived as well, Ye Qiu could not help but exclaim. It seems everyone has converged here. At that moment, her husband was struck by a powerful punch from a burly man with a beard, followed by a swift kick. Instantly, he was left bloodied and battered, and the prognosis appeared grim. Ah, husband! Xia Jia cried out in despair, yet she clutched a large bag of bread tightly. The blond man delivered a sharp slap. Please, do not harm my sister. If you wish to play, I will join you. It's merely a game, is it not? Just wear protection and refrain from hitting anyone. Xia Jia feigned nonchalance as she spoke. With that, she removed her top, revealing her lingerie. Her youthful and fair skin now exposed. Clearly, the younger generation is more liberal regarding chastity, for life takes precedence. The two ruffians were captivated, eagerly closing in on her. Xia Jie's husband, bloodied and on the brink of death, felt a surge of survival instinct. You can have the food and my wife. She and her sister have splendid figures. Do as you please, just let me go. He knelt down, kowtowing. What are you saying? I am your wife. Upon hearing her husband's words, Xia Jie trembled with rage. It's all right if they have their way with me. After all, I have treated you and your sister well. It's time to make some contributions in return. You worthless fool. If you die, your wife still belongs to me, saving me the trouble of dealing with your vengeance while you're alive. With that, the bearded man viciously kicked Xia Jie's husband in the head. The impact sent his head crashing against the wall, resulting in a gruesome mess, akin to a watermelon bursting. This blow extinguished his life force entirely. Ye Qiu stood frozen in shock, contemplating intervening, when she was pulled back by Xiaopang. There are 7 or 8 of them, and we are merely 2. That is a death sentence. Some of them are armed with knives. Xia Jie's heart-wrenching cries jolted Ye Qiu back to reality. After all, this was her first encounter with such a scene. Had it been before, she would have never dared to act, but things were different now. Ye Qiu tightened her string of prayer beads, taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve. Today was the first battle after descending the mountain. Filled with both excitement and trepidation. With a sigh, she stepped forward, her voice somewhat youthful as she addressed the thugs. You lot should leave immediately. On account of the beautiful landlord before you, I shall spare you. Although she found Xia Jie to be somewhat superficial and unpleasant yesterday, her figure and appearance had elicited a response from Ye Qiu, making it effortless to intervene and save her. Ye Qiu reasoned that despite being deceived, she owed rent and could also return a favor to Xia Jie, ensuring her emotional value was fully recognized. Even if they were outnumbered and could not win, fleeing would be the worst-case scenario. The blonde thug paused, bewildered by this audacious youth daring to meddle in their affairs. You're courting death, you little brat. Let me show you how to spell death. Xia Jie was equally stunned. This rural newcomer, fresh to society, appeared like an inexperienced fool yet possessed such audacity. Xia Jie's sister, Lin Jiao, widened her eyes in disbelief, internally lamenting the situation. The rural youth, in his impetuousness, has sacrificed himself to this extent, believing that a simple act could save their lives. This brash lad, eager to emulate the heroic figures from television who rescue damsels in distress, has undoubtedly provoked these ruffians to wrath. Just look at the gruesome fate of my brother-in-law. These individuals slay without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 10. Astonishing strength. Should he incite these thugs further, the consequences could be dire, leading to an irreversible outcome. This foolish young man fails to recognize his own limitations. Yellow-haired, stop your prattling and swiftly eliminate this brat. Don't delay my enjoyment, commanded the bearded leader. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired thug charged forward, launching a devastating punch aimed directly at Ye Qiu's head, intent on an instant kill. Observing this, the stout boy rushed in front of Ye Qiu, determined to intercept the blow. After all, Ye Qiu had been persuaded by him to take on this summer job. As Wang Xiaohua, slightly older and sturdier, he could endure a few hits. He could not stand idly by and witness Ye Qiu being struck. Ye Qiu, however, adeptly sidestepped, moving with a swiftness that surpassed the stout boy's. He met the punch head-on, and with a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed. The yellow-haired thug's fist was obliterated, and he collapsed to the ground with a pained scream that tugged at the heartstrings. The stout boy, witnessing the gruesome scene of the yellow-haired thug bleeding profusely from his shattered fist, was utterly stunned. Oh my, Ye Qiu, have you been training in Muay Thai or perhaps mastered the secrets of Shaolin? Sister Xia, seeing the young man triumph, felt a surge of joy. She had never anticipated that this usually struggling youth, barely able to pay rent, possessed such formidable prowess. Recalling the events of the previous day, her gaze unintentionally drifted downward towards Ye Qiu. The bearded leader, realizing the dire state of the yellow-haired thug, immediately summoned his companions to encircle Ye Qiu. Sister Xia, grant me a few more days on the rent. Look, I've avenged you. Ye Qiu approached the bewildered Sister Xia, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sister Xia, tearfully glancing at her husband, lifeless on the ground, was filled with rage. What of the rent? If you eliminate these murderers, I'll waive all future rent. I won't collect a single cent. The 6 men, led by the bearded thug, closed in on Ye Qiu. With even the 2 ruffians who had been half undressed to confront Sister Xia's sister realizing the danger and rushing over to join the fray. Another thug in floral pants ensnared the stout boy, preventing him from assisting. Clearly, they recognized the necessity of directing their full force against the youthful, robust boy. If you wish to avoid death, then be gone. You've committed murder. Do you not fear the police? Ye Qiu addressed the bearded thug. Police? You jest. In this day and age, I am the law. Attack. Faced with 6 adversaries, Ye Qiu felt a surge of tension. Although he possessed concealed artifacts that had significantly enhanced his strength, this was not the moment to reveal his true capabilities. He needed to bide his time and conceal his power. However, this was his first experience in a brawl, and without resorting to his special abilities. He was uncertain of absolute victory. The stout boy was ensnared by the thug in floral pants, rendering him unable to assist. Clutching the prayer beads tightly, Ye Qiu activated the prayer wheel within the spatial ring using his mental energy. He sensed the spiritual auras of the 6 individuals. Noting that the bearded man and the bald man exuded the strongest presence, filled with murderous intent. The other 4 displayed a lack of focus in their gazes, all fixated on the bearded man, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move, clearly indicating that they were a disorganized mob. To capture the leader, one must first subdue the king. Thus, the primary assault was directed at the bearded man while remaining vigilant against the bald man, aiming for a swift resolution. The bearded man appeared to possess some martial skills, adept in both offense and defense, unlike the reckless Huang Mao, who left himself wide open. However, this proved futile, as each of his punches and kicks seemed to arrive a moment too late, allowing Ye Qiu to easily block them. When Ye Qiu landed a punch squarely on the bearded man's face, his teeth flew out, and half of his visage was shattered. The bald man, cunning and perceptive, seemed to grasp the situation, aware of Ye Qiu's swiftness. As the bearded man attacked, the bald man launched a counterattack from an unexpected angle, catching Ye Qiu off guard. Ye Qiu deliberately took several blows, testing the strength of his own physique while ensuring his performance did not appear overly extraordinary. He discovered that his muscles were resilient. The opponent's punches felt like mere tickles. After receiving Ye Qiu's second punch, the bearded man's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In truth, Ye Qiu had held back. Had he unleashed his full power, he felt he could have obliterated the man entirely, splattering flesh and blood in every direction. Such brutality would have been excessively grotesque. With the bearded man down, the bald man's confidence immediately faltered, and the remaining 4 retreated in terror. This youthful boy was shockingly formidable, capable of crushing the bearded man's skull with a single punch, truly a gruesome spectacle. They stared fearfully at the bald man, none willing to take the lead. If they joined forces, he was but one man, drawing their knives. They thought that whoever could vanquish him would gain favor with their leader and claim the spoils of the 2 women, along with other resources. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, the bald man swiftly attempted to rally his comrades, painting an enticing picture of victory. With knives drawn, they could no longer afford to be courteous. Ye Qiu advanced, feigning an attack toward the bald man, who was evidently weaker and slower than the bearded man. Likely relying solely on his intimidating appearance and cunning intellect to ascend to the role of second-in-command, he was met with a gaping wound in his chest, leaving no chance of survival. The remaining few lackeys found their hands, gripping knives, effortlessly broken by Ye Qiu. The 4 remaining thugs, stunned, could hardly comprehend the scene before them. Was this individual a prodigy? Breaking bones was as effortless for him as snapping twigs. This boy could not possibly be an ordinary human. Even someone trained in martial arts could not possess such overwhelming strength. A single punch had penetrated the robust frame of a second-in-command. Ordinary people had never witnessed such terrifying power, leading them to flee in panic. It was understood that within a secure zone housing 100,000 individuals, only one might emerge as an awakened being or cultivator. Nearby, the chubby boy, Xiajie, and her sister stood in awe, gazing at Ye Qiu with admiration. In just a few moments, 6 against 1, he had effortlessly dispatched and incapacitated the gang of thugs. How astonishingly powerful he was. This hardly resembles mere martial prowess. When did this fellow become so striking and formidable? Has he undergone some transformation? It is worth noting that a typical safe zone harbors around 30,000 inhabitants, with merely 4 or 5 awakened individuals or cultivators. Across the entire continent, There are only 3 such safe zones, currently situated in the Shanghai Safe Zone, the most populous area with over 40,000 residents. It has been a century since the Great Calamity, and only 7 individuals have truly awakened their abilities or achieved enlightenment in cultivation throughout these years. Moreover, one of them has either perished under mysterious circumstances or gone missing. In actuality, only 6 individuals have manifested their powers here in the Shanghai Safe Zone, and they predominantly reside in the affluent mountain district. Should someone emerge from this impoverished area with such capabilities, it would indeed be a remarkable event. If such a person were your friend, or even a mere acquaintance, it could bring glory to your family for generations. You would instantaneously ascend the social hierarchy, becoming part of the elite, and no one would dare to challenge you. Countless individuals would seek your favor, hoping to bask in your fortune. For the awakened and cultivators are the supreme rulers of this continent. They possess the ability to govern humanity. They can aid humanity in resisting divine retribution, ensuring the continuity of civilization. Without them, human civilization would be as despicable as ants at the mercy of others. At this moment, Sister Xia, the landlord, gazed at Ye Qiu as if beholding a deity. How foolish she felt. Just yesterday, she had raised a ruckus demanding rent from an awakened being. Her sister, Lin Jiao, stared at Ye Qiu with wide eyes, nearly drooling in disbelief that this seemingly destitute young man was an awakened one. If only she could forge some connection with him, especially since she had already prepared to offer herself, her clothing already half removed. Little Fatty was equally baffled. Could it be that Ye Qiu had truly awakened and gained enlightenment? Why was it that I, Wang Zihua, had not awakened, despite being from the same village? Ye Qiu, I shall rely on you for future prosperity. Chapter 11. Those who oppose me shall perish. How wonderful it is to hear the thoughts of others. Ye Qiu stealthily descended from the tree, vanishing into the night. Just as Gray first stood alone at the villa entrance, smoking in frustration, a black hand swiftly covered his mouth while another gripped the back of his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, a sharp crack echoed as Gray Fur's hand was brutally twisted, an instant surge of pain piercing his heart and radiating throughout his body. Perhaps the mouth serves as a channel for releasing agony, yet this outlet was forcefully blocked before it could manifest. This might be that excruciating pain that renders one incapable of crying out, where biological instinct relies solely on the trembling of the body to alleviate suffering. Now you realize who I am, don't you? Which room is Dragon Brother in? Today, you took one of our younger sisters, and she is with him, correct? I shan't waste words. Take me to him. Should you exhibit even the slightest reluctance, I shall break your other hand as well. It is the towering figure, Ye Qiu. Even if he were to command Gray Fur to kill Dragon Brother, he would comply. The sheer agony of having bones shattered, coupled with the terror of his earlier punch that had crushed glasses, would make even the king of hell seem merciful in comparison. After finishing his bath, long ago, with his corpulent figure, reclined on the bed, contemplating what new antics to indulge in, Lin Yun, trapped in the confines of the bathroom, lamented the absence of her sister and the audacity of that wretched Yezi, feeling as though she, a celestial maiden, was about to be debased by this diminutive, rotund pig. It was utterly preposterous. She had turned down several affluent suitors in university, yet here she was, on the verge of being subjected to this debacle. If only her sister hadn't been so quick to intervene, she mused, recalling how advantageous it would have been to have succumbed to Ye Qiu's advances during their last encounter. The thought left Lin Yun despondent. Meanwhile, with his remaining functional hand, the gray-haired man awkwardly knocked on the door, calling out, Long Gu, Chang'e needs you for something. What the hell? Can't you see I'm busy? Long Gu snapped, his patience wearing thin as he caught sight of the man's half-burned face. Employing the same tactics, a dark hand covered Long Ji's greasy mouth, the residue of oil clinging unpleasantly. A swift kick aimed at his rotund belly ensued. Long Ji's short stature hindered any effective retaliation, leaving Ye Qiu to resort to using his foot. Unexpectedly, the kick went awry, merely grazing against the round expanse of Long Ji's abdomen. Despite his squat and stout appearance, Long Gu was surprisingly agile, akin to a rolling ball. However, he was no match for Ye Qiu, who possessed an uncanny ability to read minds. Just as Long Gu was about to break free and call for help, Lin Qiu seized the opportunity to lift the gray-haired man with one hand and thrust him towards Long Gu, their faces colliding, sealing his mouth shut. Lin Yun, upon hearing the commotion, poked her head out, and upon spotting Ye Qiu, felt a surge of excitement. Just as she was about to call out, Ye Qiu gestured for her to remain silent, while swiftly removing her towel and binding the entwined forms of Long Gu and the gray-haired man together with it, ensuring they could not raise an alarm. Lin Yun was momentarily exposed, her bare form revealed to Ye Qiu. But she was grateful for her quick wit that kept her from uttering a sound. Aware of the presence of others outside, she understood the necessity of silence. That wretched Ye Qiu, if you wish to gaze, then gaze, she thought, reflecting on how she had almost fallen prey to the diminutive brute. With a decisive stride, Lin Yun emerged, presenting herself unreservedly to Ye Qiu, who busily utilized sheets and blankets to further secure Long Gu and the gray-haired man, preventing any cries for assistance. Though most of the ruffians had succumbed to pleasure and laid idle, it was prudent to remain cautious, especially since they were armed and had developed into an organized gang. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yun's alabaster form seemed to emanate a sacred glow, reminiscent of a flawlessly sculpted goddess, her figure an exquisite hourglass. Though not as voluptuous as her sisters, just as Ye Qiu turned, he was greeted by this striking sight, leaving him momentarily speechless, his instincts responding before his mind could catch up. Hurry, get dressed, and come with me, Lin Mei. I know you're beautiful and have an enviable figure. But now is not the time for temptations. I will have my turn eventually. In Long Ji's room, they discovered a shotgun, 2 handguns, an AK, and an array of ammunition, all tucked away in a spatial ring. Truly, the prowess of a leader. Obtaining such contraband under strict governmental control was no small feat. As Lin Yun was horrified to see the gun suddenly vanish from Ye Qiu's hand, he found himself disinclined to elaborate. Your sister taught you the breathing technique, didn't she? That was my instruction. I possess unique abilities, 9 yin and yang classics. Stay close to me, and I assure you, you shall become the 3rd wife of a mountain bandit king. Why the 3rd wife? Aside from my sister and myself, do you have other girlfriends? Ye Qiu gently placed a finger over Lin Yun's cherry lips, signaling her to remain silent. He then fired a shotgun directly at a bundle of flesh concealed beneath the bedding, instantly staining the white sheets with crimson. Inside lay Dragon Brother, who had unexpectedly met his demise. Just moments before, he could scarcely have imagined pinning a goddess-like beauty beneath him, only to find himself subdued by a scarred little ruffian. Silence before he could even scream. Prepare for battle. Hide behind me. Lin Yun gazed at Ye Qiu, the somewhat dark horse prince, with admiration as she obediently took shelter behind him. The gunshot jolted the various gang leaders from their reveries, causing them to retreat in shock. Brother Gao, amidst enjoying himself, unleashed his pent-up fury upon the beauty beneath him, who, weakened and already breathless, succumbed to his overwhelming strength. Each time, it was that short fellow who enjoyed the best parts first, while I, Lin Chong, a man of stature and handsome appearance, always settled for the remnants. Why was that? The news of Dragon Brother's assassination echoed throughout the villa. Quick, summon everyone. The gunfire originated from Dragon Brother's room. Gao Chong commanded. Just as he spoke, he spotted a youthful, tall, and handsome boy, accompanied by a beautiful girl wielding a shotgun, advancing towards him with a confident shot. It's him. He is the fledgling virgin Ye Qiu that Brother Lin mentioned. One of the thugs shouted. Gao Chong suddenly recognized the impending danger. He was well aware of his elder brother Dragon Brother's strength, yet he had been easily dispatched by this young novice. This fellow's audacity in firing did not resemble that of a coward at all. Having failed to eliminate Gao Chong with a single shot, the surrounding thugs rapidly regrouped. Several guns aimed in his direction. They needed to act swiftly. Their primary mission was to procure supplies and medicines to rescue Lin Mei, not to engage in a killing spree. Outnumbered and outgunned, they could not afford to linger. Ye Qiu tightened his focus, scanning each individual within his consciousness. Anticipating their every move, he swiftly dispatched the thug who had tried to ambush him with the shotgun and drew out an AK, unleashing a barrage of firepower. He eliminated several more henchmen, who, armed with either handguns or knives, were clearly not as well equipped as their leader. Under such intense firepower, none dared to impede him. Gao Chong found himself cornered within the room, his options dwindling as he wildly fired the AK that had been designated for his elder brother. Ye Qiu was not one to hesitate. As soon as he detected Lin Chong's consciousness within the confines of the room, he unleashed a hail of bullets. Gao Chong, under Ye Qiu's mental scrutiny, consistently found himself a step behind. The adversary's firepower outmatched his own twofold, leaving him with no means of evasion and utterly defenseless. At that moment, two of his lackeys rushed in, fervently declaring their loyalty with cries of "Brother Chong, we're here to save you," only to be violently expelled by the blast of a shotgun. "This is too dangerous. I'm done with this." Discarding the now empty shotgun, Ye Qiu promptly hurled a makeshift bomb. Gao Chong, who had been crouched in the corner, attempting to seize an opportunity to escape, was caught squarely in the explosion, and subsequently, Ye Qiu finished him off with an AK, leaving no chance for survival. "Your dragon brother and Brother Chong have both perished. I advise you all to cease your struggles. I shall only take my people and the supplies, food, medicine, and goods, from your warehouse. I have no inclination to engage in further violence." Ye Qiu sought to reason with them, unwilling to prolong the conflict. "All right, little brother Yi, you are indeed straightforward, and so am I." At that moment, Lin Guosheng, who had remained hidden until now, finally revealed himself. Lin Guosheng observed in astonishment as Ye Qiu dispatched Gao Chong. His heart raced with both shock and fear. He had never anticipated that this seemingly timid rural college student, whom he had looked down upon, could possess such formidable strength, akin to a deity descending to earth. Alone, he had vanquished so many of them. "With Dragon Brother and Brother Chong gone, I am the boss now. Continuing this conflict serves no purpose. I risk being eliminated as well. As long as I remain alive, I am still the leader, and I can procure more supplies and women." Upon opening the warehouse, they were met with a bounty of various provisions, food, drinks, essentials, and basic medications, reminiscent of a large supermarket-esque stock. "Take whatever you desire. We have an abundance. If you cannot carry it all, I can have someone fetch bags for you." Lin Guosheng chuckled. "With so much here, how much can you carry? And without a vehicle? Even if I were to provide you with one, it would be of little consequence since you couldn't possibly load it all. The remainder stays with us." Ye Qiu, having overheard Lin Guosheng's thoughts, smiled subtly. "I shall take it all. No need for bags." Chapter 12. "All mine," Ye Qiu chuckled. "It's all food. Where are the medicines? The antibiotics and healing supplies for our injured who were shot by your guns?" Li Guosheng was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, "This fellow has quite the appetite. I'll give it all to you, but you won't be able to carry it all. We have the necessary medicines. We raided a hospital, so we have the basic supplies." He gestured towards a door within. With a resounding crash, Ye Qiu unleashed his full might, delivering a powerful punch to the door, which shattered into splinters, the door frame fracturing under the impact. Li Guosheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered back, utterly stunned by the overwhelming force of Ye Qiu's strike. The few lackeys trailing behind him were knocked down by the flying debris. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of superhuman strength? Has he transformed into a green giant? To obliterate a door of such thickness with a single punch, albeit wooden, it is still solid wood. Is he even human? All these medications have been collected. Let me first take some interest. Remember to take a detour next time you encounter us. Having said that, without further ado, with a mere thought, all the pharmaceuticals were stored away into the spatial ring. The shelves that had just been brimming with various medicines were suddenly left barren. Now merely a dusty pharmacy. Li Guosheng and his subordinates, still in the throes of shock, continued to be astounded. They rubbed their eyes in unison, feeling as though they were hallucinating. Lin Yun, having witnessed Ye Qiu's myriad of peculiar and extraordinary abilities before, was no longer surprised. She merely tugged at Ye Qiu's sleeve, her voice resembling that of a doll, and said, "I also need those provisions outside. It's been ages since I've had a proper meal." Indeed, what had just transpired was merely interest. These would serve as compensation for the damages inflicted upon us. For now, I shall refrain from terminating your lives. With another flicker of thought, all supplies within the warehouse, fine delicacies, dried snacks, premium wines, and weapons, vanished without a trace. Li Guosheng and his henchmen were utterly bewildered by Ye Qiu's ability to make such a plethora of resources disappear instantaneously. It was beyond their comprehension, far removed from the realm of everyday understanding. Yet, upon reflection, they speculated that Ye Qiu might have mutated to acquire some superpower or perhaps made contact with extraterrestrial technology. After all, the sudden mutations across Blue Star had given rise to all sorts of bizarre creatures, mutated rats, dogs, and squirrels, so it was not entirely implausible for humans to have undergone transformations as well. Rumors had circulated that there were individuals in the city with extraordinary abilities, capable of flight. Given that we were situated in a remote suburb with scarce population, and after the disruption of traffic and communication, we had effectively become an isolated island. This notion seemed plausible. Do not push your luck, brother Ye. Leave everyone a way out. Your greed is excessive. We have many brothers here, all of whom need to eat, at least 100 of us. You are but a handful. Do you truly require so many supplies? The weight of the words was evident, clearly intended to remind Ye Qiu that no matter how powerful he had become, it was improbable for him to defeat 100 people. Is that so? 100, you say? Then I shall eliminate as many as there are today. Who among you dares to stop me? With that, he conjured 2 AK assault rifles in his hands and launched an assault on the gangsters in floral pants trailing behind, as well as on the 2 who shrank back in fear. Did you think I had forgotten you? You few. Last time I spared your lives, but today, you were complicit in the ambush against me at the warehouse. He declared, is there anyone who dares to defy me? Release all the women you kidnapped for trade. Not a single one shall remain. Ye Qiu brandished the AK with an imposing presence. Upon hearing this, Li Guoxing's heart sank entirely. In this apocalyptic world, women and resources such as food were the fundamental basis for survival. Resources, especially food, directly ensured life, preventing starvation. However, to acquire other scarce necessities, such as self-preservation from being robbed, or to fortify one's strength, one must possess weapons, firearms, and ammunition. To obtain these, trading women was imperative. Cash, stocks, cryptocurrencies, or even gold and jewels held no value. Women were the true hard currency in trade, particularly beautiful women. The current calamity has stripped us of all provisions, medicines, and weaponry, and now demands the release of these women. Is this not an invitation to our demise? How shall we survive? When hope of a reversal has been extinguished, a little indulgence, and he forgets his place. Under the commanding presence of Ye Qiu, armed with an AK-47. Silence enveloped the warehouse, as the thugs dared not utter a sound. Ye Qiu donned a trench coat and sunglasses, stepping into the gentle drizzle beneath the moonlight. Hand in hand with Lin Yun, striding away with an air of nonchalance. Upon Ye Qiu's exit, Li Guoxing cast a knowing glance at his loyal henchman, signaling towards the floor. Instantly, a section of the floor was pried open, revealing several grenades, 3 AK-47s, and even a rocket launcher. Did he think he alone wielded power? When I was out in the world, he was still crawling in the dirt. Let's see how he handles this, the pathetic little wretch. Surrounded by his loyal followers, Li Guoxing pressed the launch button aimed at Ye Qiu's retreating figure. Slow down, haven't you seen a movie? The villain always meets his end from behind. Lin Yun, with her long legs, quickened her pace, eager to return to her sister after narrowly escaping danger. Just as she spoke, she turned to see the rockets soaring towards them. In an instant, Ye Qiu scooped Lin Yun into his arms, leaping towards a cluster of abandoned vehicles by the roadside. The ensuing explosion sent several luxury cars hurtling into the air, igniting a conflagration that illuminated the night sky. A satisfied smile crept across Li Guoxing's lips. Indeed, it was a devastating weapon, acquired in secrecy from Long Gu in exchange for 2 stunning women. The payoff was truly gratifying in this critical moment. Originally, the plan was to eliminate that short, rotund pig, taking down the boss and claiming the position for himself. Wasn't that how the movies played out? Thinking of the boss's wife heightened Li Guoxing's excitement. She was irresistibly alluring, her beauty unmatched. Approaching 50, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet by Jie, the boss's wife, lingered in his dreams. That rotund pig, Long Gu, had managed to ensnare her. He pondered where that temptress had vanished to. Once this battle concluded, it would be his turn to revel in pleasure. The anticipation thrilled him. Plans often falter. Yet fortune had favored him by removing the 2 fools who had been a burden. Now, he was the one with the advantage. You lot, go check it out. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. Li Guoxing, ever cautious, trailed behind his subordinates, who existed to shield him in perilous moments. As the moon cast its glow, the thugs approached the burning luxury vehicles, but Ye Qiu, without hesitation, retrieved grenades and explosives from the recently acquired armory. With a flicker of intent, he hurled them, continuing to unleash a barrage of explosives, fearing that even a single area might evade destruction. With such a quantity of explosives, even ants would be obliterated. The explosions intensified, igniting more luxury cars and transforming the night into a dazzling spectacle of light. Alas, what a tragedy! In ordinary times, these individuals can scarcely afford a car door, yet now, with so many destroyed in the explosion, how will they compensate? Ye Qiu gazed mournfully at the luxurious vehicles that had been blown apart and set ablaze. Lin Yun shot him a disdainful glance. How pretentious could this impoverished wretch be? The so-called hero, the dashing gentleman, donning sunglasses and a trench coat in the dead of night to flaunt his style. Wasn't he that ostentation enough? He remained oblivious to whether the arch-villain had perished. Could he not hold off on his theatrics for a moment? Indeed, it was likely that the cunning Li Guosheng would not succumb so easily. Otherwise, the film would lack intrigue. Chapter 13. The narrative shifts focus. Ye Qiu, scanning his surroundings, detected no other human consciousness aside from himself and Lin Yun. In light of such a massive explosion, their leader's survival seemed improbable. Those who had not been caught in the blast had fled. Even the mutated creatures had scampered away, keeping their distance. Yet not far off, two rather formidable mutated pet dogs were barking incessantly, seemingly aware of the bomb's devastating power. Observing the freshly slain humanoid, still oozing blood, the mutated dogs appeared reluctant to leave. Indeed, a faint breath of life lingered. As the mutated pets cautiously approached, Ye Qiu discovered Li Guosheng trapped beneath a car door. His condition utterly dire. One arm had been blown away, his face charred, and his leg crushed by the debris. Blood stained his entire being crimson, pooling around him. Nearby, the mutated pet dogs could not resist licking the delectable fresh blood of the humanoid. Had it not been for his ability to probe into the thoughts of others, Ye Qiu might have needed DNA verification to recognize Li Guosheng, the once smiling security guard he had encountered at the community entrance. The remnants of Li Guosheng's consciousness revealed his final thoughts. He lamented how he had fallen to this feeble rural waste, a mere fledgling, fresh out of graduation. How could such a novice suddenly possess such prowess? He had fought his way to become the third in command, enjoying the pleasures of beauty and gourmet delicacies. He recalled how he had been scorned and belittled by female residents, yet now they lay submissive beneath him. From the lowest echelons of society, as a humble guard, he had ascended to the zenith of his life. The narrative he had meticulously crafted had shifted, with the protagonist unexpectedly becoming his rival. Mere moments prior, he had envisioned claiming the coveted sister-in-law, not only stunningly beautiful, but also the linchpin of the gang's arms dealings, facilitating transactions for nearly all firearms. Securing her would equate to controlling the entire faction. Yet now, who among us does not yearn to embody the protagonist of a grand narrative? When you take the life of another, you must be prepared for the consequences. I have granted you a chance to live, yet you squander it. Insisting on launching rockets behind my back, what am I to do? As Li Guosheng's final flicker of consciousness faded, Ye Qiu buried his remains beneath the wreckage of the luxury car and dispatched the insatiable mutated dog that had lingered. After all, in death, no one should be subjected to being devoured by a beast. A final semblance of dignity must be preserved. Sister Xia stood vigil by the campfire, clutching the homemade explosive device given to her by Ye Qiu, while anxiously watching over little Fatty, who trembled in fear. Shortly after Ye Qiu departed, several mutant cats, each the size of wild dogs, along with squirrels, were drawn by the tantalizing scent of blood emanating from little Fatty. They encircled the two, poised to pounce, but were sent flying by Sister Xia's explosive. On another occasion, during the night, a few individuals noticed the flickering flames and stealthily approached, hoping to snatch the expired bread Sister Xia was consuming. Once again, she ignited her explosives, scaring them off. However, only one explosive remained. The mutant cats and squirrels had retreated, but now a dozen mutant rats, each the size of a cat, had formed a circle around Sister Xia and little Fatty, their eyes fixed on them, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to feast. This solitary explosive could only eliminate a fraction of the rodents. Once depleted, the remaining rats would undoubtedly advance and devour both her and little Fatty. She had no weaponry, and even if she did, it would be futile against such agile creatures. These mutant rats had exhibited a surprising level of intelligence, and as she met the gaze of countless beady eyes, a chill ran down her spine. Sister Xia felt as though she might lose her sanity, contemplating that if it came to it, she would rather perish alongside these foul creatures than be eaten by them. Just as she recited Ye Qiu's name for the 1000th time, preparing to detonate the explosive in a final act of desperation, Ye Qiu finally appeared at the street corner. Upon spotting the circle of mutant rats surrounding Sister Xia and little Fatty, he was taken aback, realizing that the world had descended further into madness. Not only had the animals mutated and grown more ferocious, but they had also developed intelligence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a volley of gunfire, decimating a significant portion of the rat horde, which scattered in fright. Sister Xia burst into tears, leaping into Ye Qiu's arms, showering him with a mix of tears, snot, and saliva, leaving him utterly drenched in her emotional outpouring. "Where have you been, you fool? You scared me to death," she cried, coughing to make his presence known. Lin Yun turned away, indicating he too had endured a harrowing experience, having been forcibly abducted and nearly sacrificed to a pack of wild pigs. Realizing Lin Yun had returned safely, Sister Xia wiped her tear-streaked face and leaned in to kiss him, only to be met with his mild disgust as he held her at bay. "Quickly, we must attend to little Fatty's wounds," Ye Qiu urged, retrieving all available medical supplies. Sister Xia administered anesthesia to little Fatty, extracted the bullet, stitched the wound, and meticulously cleaned it to prevent infection. Despite her efforts, little Fatty remained unconscious, his injuries grave, having been battered by a steel pipe, slashed with a knife, shot, and pierced by a thick branch. Fortunately, his stout physique had shielded his internal organs. Otherwise, he would not survive the night. Sister Xia sighed, furrowing her brow in concern. Thus, the four of them huddled around the fire in the abandoned building by the street, enduring the long hours of the night without daring to sleep, fearful that slumber would invite the mutant rats to encircle them once more. Little Fat finally awoke just as everyone was preparing to evacuate the abandoned house. "At last, we have rescued you," Ye Qiu remarked with a relieved smile directed at Little Fat. "Is there any food? I'm starving," protested Little Fat upon opening his eyes and spotting Ye Qiu. The four of them gathered around a fire in the derelict house, indulging in the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in the past month, replete with roasted chicken, lobster, grilled fish, fine red wine, and abalone. As they feasted, Ye Qiu observed the streets outside. Although the floodwaters had receded significantly, debris, corpses, fallen leaves, broken branches, and the erratic scurrying of mutated rats and stray pets still littered the area. The once vibrant shops and homes stood in ruins, burned and battered. Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "We must leave this place. It is time to find a sufficiently safe refuge. This area has likely been abandoned by the government, and they are neither able nor willing to provide assistance. But we have plenty of food and firearms. We can survive here," Little Fat countered. "All we need is to find a sturdy house nearby. Where else could we possibly go?" With a look of confusion, Xia Jie and Lin Yun turned their gazes toward Ye Qiu. "We are on the outskirts, in a remote area where transportation networks have collapsed. We have become an isolated island. Furthermore, the environmental conditions will likely continue to deteriorate, and this coastal city may soon be entirely submerged. There may even come a time when not a single drop of drinking water is available. For the time being, we should head toward the highlands, where the elevation will shield us from flooding, and there is an abundance of natural freshwater resources. Our chances of survival are significantly greater there. We cannot remain trapped in this concrete jungle." Ye Qiu's thoughts drifted to the distant plateau where the old monk Zaxi and Dawa resided. "I will leave some food and weapons for you. I must go in search of someone. Wait for my return." Chapter 14. The Mysterious White Sister. "Who are you looking for, and where are you headed?" Xia Jie inquired anxiously. "I seek a woman. I cannot say for certain where she is, but she must be nearby." Ye Qiu was genuinely uncertain. "You lecherous man. You bullied my sister, and now you seek another woman? Be careful lest you attract divine retribution," Lin Yun exclaimed, her jealousy flaring. "Shaolin, despite your youth, you must take care of your health and not overexert yourself," Little Fat emphasized, stressing the word overexert as if Ye Qiu might not understand. "Where do your thoughts wander? I merely intend to find a way to leave this place, be it a vehicle or an aircraft. We cannot remain trapped here. Indeed, I do not know the woman's whereabouts, but I am aware of her existence. She can assist us in acquiring what we desire. In any case, wait for me here for a day or two. Rest and recuperate, and once I find a means of transport to take us away, we shall depart together." The surroundings lay desolate and dilapidated, littered with debris and overrun by aberrant creatures. The mutated rats, stray cats and dogs, and squirrels no longer exhibited fear of humans. Ye Qiu recalled that when these animals had first mutated, they had merely grown larger and more fearsome in appearance, but still fled at the slightest provocation. However, at present, it seems they harbor no fear of humans. Wielding a stick to drive them away, they either retaliate with a bite or emit loud cries to summon their companions. Following you closely or even confronting you directly, their eyes wide open, observing you as if in search of an opportunity to sink their teeth into your flesh. A mental scan of the surroundings revealed a stark absence of humans, replaced instead by mutated creatures. Where could one find the formidable sister by Shui? It appears a visit to the villa is necessary to ascertain whether any of the local ruffians remain, perhaps to interrogate them. Ye Qiu, clad in sunglasses and a trench coat, navigated carefully around the deeper waters as he made his way toward the villa. Although the rain had diminished significantly over the past 2 days and the streets had receded to a depth that merely soaked his shoes, the hem of his coat still occasionally found itself submerged, entwined in the embrace of weeds and plants. Indeed, maintaining an air of sophistication came at a cost. The 2 villas, ravaged by explosions and gunfire, now stood in a dilapidated state, with 1 or 2 ruffians seemingly scavenging for usable supplies, preparing to depart this place. Upon spotting Ye Qiu, one of them fled in terror as if confronted by a plague, while another remained unfazed, facing Ye Qiu with an air of indifference. "Why aren't you running? Aren't you afraid I might shoot you?" Ye Qiu posed, making a suave gesture as if to draw a weapon. "I'm waiting for you," came the calm reply from the ruffian, adorned in denim and sporting braids. "Waiting for me? What for?" Ye Qiu inquired, curiosity piqued. "The fact that I'm waiting for you is the reason," the ruffian teased, creating an air of suspense. With a cold snort, Ye Qiu probed the ruffian's mind, only to find a void, an unexpected failure. This was the first time since his return from the Western Highlands that he was unable to delve into another's thoughts. This was the 3rd individual he encountered since acquiring his hidden capabilities. If the monk Zaxi and Dawa were shielded by temple formations or had practiced secret arts since childhood, what could explain this ruffian? Ye Qiu felt a surge of tension and curiosity as he scrutinized the young man with braids, keenly noticing an amulet around his neck that emitted a peculiar energy. The young ruffian smiled slightly, stating, "Sister Bai is waiting for you, and you seek her as well, correct? I shall lead you to her." Ye Qiu suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Bai Jie must surely be Bai Shui, the sister whom Lin Guosheng had held dear until his last moments. As if to punctuate his words, the ruffian's shirt suddenly tore apart, revealing a pair of dark gray wings that burst forth from his back, akin to claws piercing through skin, blood gushing forth. Yet, he appeared impervious to pain. Grabbing Ye Qiu's hand and soaring into the sky, Ye Qiu's mouth dropped open in astonishment. There truly existed a being capable of flight, a birdman? What were they planning? The birdman carried Ye Qiu toward the city. From this vantage point, the city appeared, post-catastrophe, cloaked in a verdant embrace of towering trees and various plants. Although the destruction of streets and buildings was not as severe as in the suburbs, occasionally, a few off-road vehicles traversed the streets, patrolled by fully armed soldiers. The closer one gets to the city center, the more vibrant the atmosphere becomes. The streets teem with people and vehicles, while the buildings remain largely unscathed. Traffic lights flicker to life, and astonishingly, there is electricity. Mobile phones have connectivity as well. After a brief flight, the birdman descended with Ye Qiu onto the rooftop of an impressively luxurious office building. In the rooftop cafe area, beneath a sunshade, sat a stunning woman clad in an elegant business suit, sipping coffee while gazing at her tablet. Flanking her were 2 tall, robust men in sunglasses and suits, presumably her bodyguards. Upon closer inspection, the screen displayed a video featuring none other than Ye Qiu, capturing the moment he heroically rescued someone from the villa that fateful night, vanquishing Long Gu and his associates. "Hello, handsome Ye." The moment Ye Qiu steadied himself, the woman rose and greeted him with a warm smile. "Greetings," Ye Qiu replied politely. "You must be Sister Bai Shui?" Clearly, this was a stark contrast to the flamboyant image of a gang matriarch that had been etched in Lin Guosheng's mind. She was merely a breathtaking beauty, exuding elegance rather than the brashness associated with her supposed role. She embodied the essence of a sweet, pure professional. Ye Qiu's gaze lingered on the enchanting woman before him. Her allure surpassed even that of his landlord, Sister Xia, her figure almost provocatively revealed, captivating his attention. Dressed in a professional ensemble, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile, her hair cascaded in golden waves, radiating a blend of innocence and allure. "Sister? I am indeed Bai Shui, but everyone calls me Sister Bai," she replied with a charming grin. "How did you know I was looking for you?" Ye Qiu inquired, simultaneously scanning Bai Shui's consciousness, only to find it blank. His concealed prowess, designed to probe minds, proved ineffective against her. Because you are formidable, having seized so many supplies from along. Your skills are undoubtedly top-notch. She gestured for her subordinate to play the video on the tablet for Ye Qiu. You and your companions are stranded in the outskirts, without power or internet, and transportation is interrupted. Surely, you wish to escape to a safer location? You must have learned of my existence from them and will seek me out, for I can assist you. And I seek you as well. As Ye Qiu watched the video, he was astonished to see that the entire dramatic confrontation had been captured by surveillance cameras, even amidst the villa's blackout. Could it be that those cameras had a backup power source? Astute observation. It appears that Long Gu and Chang Ji's true master is you. They are merely provincial thugs. A band of ruffians, while your demeanor and capabilities are clearly several tiers above theirs. Ye Qiu's understanding deepened as he glanced at the Birdman and the two bodyguards, seemingly assessing their combat readiness. Chapter 15. A promising collaboration. Rest assured, handsome Ye, I have summoned you today not to trouble you, but to seek your assistance. We will not pursue the supplies you took. We have plenty to spare. Oh, what is the matter? What use am I to you? As you can see, the world is undergoing a transformation. Various plants and animals are mutating, and the climate is behaving erratically. We are in dire need of a particular item located in a desolate mountainous region in the west, yet obtaining it is exceedingly difficult. The initial group dispatched for this mission has mostly not returned, and we urgently require highly skilled individuals to assist us. Might you consider lending us your expertise? The reward will undoubtedly be generous. You may set your own price. Why should I assist you? Who are you? Your equipment is so advanced. Yet you have met with failure. I refuse to walk into certain death. Do you take me for a fool? What good is a hefty reward if I perish before I can enjoy it? The tablet was once again presented before Ye Qiu. As Sister Xia gestured for him to watch the video, Ye Qiu's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Pang, Sister Xia, Lin Yun, and the others had been captured, guarded by fully armed personnel. Ye, please do not act impulsively. We are left with no other choice. They insisted. This will only benefit you, not harm you. Noticing Ye Qiu's growing anger and inclination to retaliate, Sister Bai signaled to the Birdman and the two bodyguards to withdraw. Is this enough to demonstrate our sincerity? Sister Bai spread her hands in a gesture of openness. Are you not afraid of what I might do to you in exchange for my friends? Ye Qiu inquired, observing her dismissing her subordinates until only the two of them remained on the rooftop. I am not afraid. If you listen to what I have to say, you may change your mind. Sister Bai maintained her sweet smile. I will give you 5 minutes to provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I will take action against you and then against those behind you. Ye Qiu replied, a deliberately mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Facing such a charming, cheerful, and strikingly beautiful woman, it was quite challenging to maintain a serious demeanor. Our assessment indicates that you must have consumed some mutated fruit or acquired alien technology, enhancing your physical prowess significantly. You possess the strength to obliterate a human skull with a single punch and have the capability to crack concrete walls. Furthermore, this may not be your full strength. Your maximum effort could likely break through concrete walls or demolish a car with ease. Your reflexes are extraordinarily swift, allowing you to outpace even the most skilled opponents and seemingly read their thoughts, delving into their consciousness. Moreover, you possess an advanced extraterrestrial container capable of holding numerous items. How else could you have transported so many supplies from the warehouse? Am I correct, Ye Qiu? Sister Bai tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. Ye Qiu was taken aback. This woman had discerned all his secrets, completely seeing through him. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. He had displayed these abilities while dealing with Long Gu, Chang Gu, and Li Guosheng, so it was not extraordinary for her to deduce them. And if I am, what then? Do you think I would assist you in this manner? Do you know where your parents are? Don't tell me you are an orphan. We are well aware of your family's background. Have you not been searching for your parents? They are still alive, and we possess some crucial information. If you assist us, you may uncover some answers. Even if we do not apprehend your companions, without our assistance, it is nearly impossible for you to depart from watching unscathed. Innocence is no shield. Possessing valuable resources makes you a target. Having seized such abundant supplies, how do you intend to safeguard them from others? You must understand, those who consume mutated flora and fauna generally succumb within days. Though you may have been fortunate enough to survive thus far, your time is limited. Our company is devoted to pioneering research and development in cutting-edge biotechnology. offering the latest pharmaceuticals that can mitigate the adverse effects of mutation on your bodies and extend the lifespans of you fortunate survivors. The government has largely abandoned the outskirts of most cities, unable to provide rescue, and can only ensure safety and aid within the core urban areas. Your region has devolved into a desolate zone, with transportation and power networks severed, leaving you to fend for yourselves. How long can you endure? Furthermore, we can provide you with means of transportation to ensure your safe departure. Rest assured, your friends will be released unharmed. To think you are even aware of my parents' situation. They are still alive. This is something I have never disclosed to anyone. I know they are alive. Yet I do not know their whereabouts. What crucial information do they possess? I have not seen my parents since I was 6 years old and lost contact with them. But subsequently, I received mysterious information indicating that they still exist. My memories of them are fond. The villagers from my hometown believe my parents passed away long ago. And those who know me are aware I am an orphan. What critical information could they have? How did they uncover it? Who are these individuals? And why do they know so much about me? What do they truly desire? Why should I trust you? What organization are you? And what is your purpose in investigating me? We are a company specializing in the research of extraordinary technologies, known as Inshang Biotechnology, a non-governmental organization. Naturally, we collaborate with the government on various matters. The current environmental upheavals and the sudden mutations of flora and fauna were anticipated by us over a year ago, even prior to the government's awareness. We are studying the impact of these mutations, which are not as spontaneous as they seem. They are linked to extraterrestrial entities. Is the winged humanoid that emerged so unexpectedly one of your research outcomes? Indeed, he ingested a fruit from a mutated tree and, miraculously, did not perish. He activated certain extraordinary abilities that we aided him in harnessing with our advanced biotechnology. You now possess flying beings and formidable weaponry. What role could I possibly play in this? The winged humanoid possesses the ability to fly, but his combat prowess is limited. We are venturing into the Western Wastelands, a region teeming with mutated creatures, and we require someone with your exceptional combat capabilities. Most individuals who have consumed mutated flora and fauna have perished, and only a select few have survived to become extraordinary beings, yet their lifespans are fleeting. These extraordinary individuals possess unique abilities, such as flight, enhanced physical stature, and rapid growth to heights of 3 to 4 meters. They also exhibit heightened brainwave activity, enabling them to sense the thoughts of others, much like you. The government and certain institutions have suppressed information and research findings, leaving only a select few privy to the truth, which merely cautions against consuming mutated flora and fauna. Those who have survived these mutations often succumb within mere days. Occasionally, a handful have been revived through experimental efforts by the government and organizations like ours, utilizing medications to prolong their lives. Yet their stability remains uncertain, and their longevity is still in question. Ye Qiu pondered this revelation. She had been roaming the vicinity of her community since her return, oblivious to the external changes in the environment. It seemed they believed her to have acquired special abilities through the consumption of those mutated plants and animals. Why not continue this charade to extract more information? If that were the case, I too might not have much time left. I am one of the mutated beings. Do you intend to exploit me before my inevitable demise to avoid waste? Bai Shui gazed at Ye Qiu with a pitiful expression, remaining silent, as if acquiescing to this conclusion. You have noticed me. I am now your optimal choice for this mission. Surely, you wouldn't want to capture me and return me to the laboratory for study. Not until you complete your task, of course. We will even provide you with medication to suppress the side effects of the mutation, if you manage to survive after fulfilling your mission. Even if you become a subject of study, we would not harm you. After all, you possess significant experimental value, and considering your skills, it would be quite challenging for us to capture you, wouldn't it? Moreover, how do you know about my parents? What else do you know? How can I trust the information you provide afterwards? This is all I am aware of. Your parents' information seems to be a highly classified corporate secret, and I am not of sufficient rank to access such knowledge. However, since the company is aware of your parents, there must be some clues available. So, your rank within the company is not high either, if you lack the clearance to know. Ye Qiu intentionally provoked Bai Jia. Indeed, the company is vast. I am merely a laborer, and my rank is rather low, Bai Jia admitted with self-deprecation. Very well, release my friend, and let us prepare. When shall we set forth? What treasures do you wish for me to help you uncover? What schemes do you have in mind? Chapter 16. Journey to the Western Forest 2 days later. On the streets, 6 military-grade armored SUVs and a dozen military trucks slowly departed the city. The SUVs and trucks appeared to have undergone special modifications, with significantly raised chassis and oversized tires to navigate the waterlogged roads now overrun with vegetation. To my surprise, the personnel from Inshang Biotechnology Group released Sister Xia and her companions so readily, they are now free to roam within the confines of the Group's hospital. The finest medications were utilized to treat little fatty S wounds, conduct comprehensive examinations, and assist him in regaining his health. They also provided Ye Qiu with injections and other medications, claiming they could suppress the physical side effects resulting from the mutation, ensuring her health remained stable and temporarily extending her lifespan. Are you certain they can be trusted? Will they not lead you astray, Yezi? Little Fat's injuries have improved significantly. He is now capable of self-care and no longer confined to bed. He has swiftly returned to his gluttonous ways, devouring chicken legs and sipping red wine. Undaunted by danger, he is ready to confront any challenges ahead. As the convoy approached, Ye Qiu and his companions spotted Sister Bai descending from her vehicle, flanked by several heavily armed subordinates. Upon seeing Sister Bai, whose attire could barely contain her ample figure, Little Fat found the chicken leg in his hand suddenly unappetizing. He swallowed hard, instantly grasping the implications of the situation. With wide eyes, he looked at Ye Qiu, silently offering his support for whatever endeavor lay ahead, while also hinting that he was prepared to step in if necessary, glancing back at Sister Xia. Be careful, or I might just knock you out, Ye Qiu said with a smile, raising his fist in a playful gesture toward Little Fat. Brotherhood is precious. I fear you may perish amidst the blossoms. Little Fat replied with concern. Focus on your recovery, you heavy-set fellow. Enjoy your chicken leg. I possess invincible prowess, Ye Qiu quipped. Handsome Ye, it's time to depart. Everything is prepared, and Sister Bai has arrived, he added, noting her sweet smile and striking black leather attire that accentuated her figure, her ponytail adding an innocent yet alluring charm. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? Such a large convoy, fully armed. Do they truly believe it necessary to display their firepower so boldly? Little Fat remarked, scanning the scene and estimating that there were nearly 100 armed personnel visible from the vehicles. These are all members of our organization. Only a few of us are on this mission. The rest are merely part of the evacuation, Sister Bai explained. Evacuation? Indeed, evacuation. Today, our stronghold in Huaqing is to be completely abandoned. Our advance team has already retreated, and key government officials left Huaqing yesterday. Now that the rain has subsided, the streets are mostly clear of water, just some oversized mutated flora and fauna. It seems life in the city is relatively normal, with little impact, Little Fat interjected. That is only temporary. The climatic anomalies have merely paused. According to our research, the weather is building up for an epic downpour in the coming days. Sea levels will rise dramatically, bringing tsunamis and floods that will submerge the city. Those who had the opportunity to evacuate have done so. Soon, it will be too late. You should ride with me in the back vehicle, handsome Ye, Sister Bai exclaimed, linking her arm with Ye Qiu's. Sister Xia, upon witnessing Sister Bai's superior figure and allure, felt a surge of jealousy. She was unable to interject during their conversation, but now, seeing Sister Bai so intimately entwined with Ye Qiu, her envy boiled over. Who is this stunning beauty from the bar? Our Ye Qiu is truly fortunate, she remarked, subtly belittling Sister Bai's attire, likening her to a nightclub hostess, while also asserting her claim over Ye Qiu. You may share a night with him, but he belongs to me. Ye Qiu cast a comforting glance at Sister Xia before turning to leave. It appears that some are suggesting that I and she are merely temporary work partners, not to be taken too seriously. Such a lecherous notion. How dare you? Where did such a brazen creature from the nightclub come from? Enticing men. You might as well forego clothing altogether. Lin Yun, Sister Xia reproached softly from behind. After taking just a few steps, Sister Bai released Ye Qiu, maintaining a slight distance from him. Do you miss me, or are you afraid I might flee? You want me to share a vehicle with you, and then you choose to perform this little charade of arm in arm in front of my girlfriend. Observing Sister Bai's alluring figure, Ye Qiu couldn't help but smirk as he playfully patted her. Ye, the handsome one, your girlfriend has been glaring at me. A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. She seems quite displeased with me, probably cursing me under her breath multiple times, and I must admit, I am somewhat irked by her as well. Sharing a vehicle together will facilitate our discussion regarding this mission, as it is not advisable for too many to be aware of it. Sighing, Ye Qiu remarked, The inexplicable rivalry among women truly baffles me. Once inside the rugged vehicle, Ye Qiu was astonished by its formidable modifications. The steel plating appeared exceptionally thick, and the entire vehicle was enlarged, widened, and lengthened, with most of its surroundings sealed off, transforming it into a veritable armored vehicle. The windows seemed to be reinforced with bulletproof glass, especially designed with shooting ports, and there were even designated firing positions on the roof. Why go to such lengths when one could simply use an armed helicopter, which would be faster and more efficient? You have not ventured outside the city recently. Once you reach the western regions, you will understand. This area is still urban, with a relatively high human population and fewer flora and fauna. The mutated plants and animals here are not as exaggerated. Upon reaching the western wilderness, towering trees reaching heights of 1 to 200 meters were abundant, with the tallest possibly soaring several hundred meters high and measuring dozens of meters in diameter. Various avian species, some as large as aircraft, soared overhead, while mutated leopards, wolves, and tigers had grown to the size of cattle, capable of leaping several meters high, directly threatening helicopters. Human aviation equipment had become nearly obsolete, as few dared to pilot planes, given the minimal chance of survival. Conversely, the ground remained relatively safer. What exactly are we searching for? What is hidden within the forest that warrants such urgency from you? Ye Qiu pressed, shifting closer to Sister Bai and speaking in hushed tones. Just a few days ago, we received intelligence regarding what seems to be an extraterrestrial spacecraft that has crashed within the western forest, potentially containing advanced alien weaponry, technology, or biological specimens. Additionally, peculiar, vividly colored fruits have sprouted in the vicinity of the crash site, emitting an unusual fragrance, distinct from any mutated fruits on our planet. Witnesses have reported seeing a monkey consuming one of these mutated fruits and subsequently acquiring the ability to fly, without wings, no less. As it stands, we are not the only organization eager to investigate this. Several other agencies have dispatched teams, and the authorities have also sent personnel. We must expedite our efforts and achieve results before the impending torrential rains and floods. The arrival of extraterrestrial beings has undeniably intensified the intrigue of our journey. The vibrant, otherworldly fruits possess the remarkable ability to grant flight, a true elixir of vitality. Yet, the forest looms ominously, teeming with formidable mutated creatures. What are the odds of our survival in such perilous circumstances? Moreover, we face competition from multiple teams vying for dominance, rendering our chances exceedingly slim. Had I known, I would have brought Dawa with me. Translating the ancient scriptures might reveal profound secrets for cultivation, thereby ensuring our safety. Failing that, daily dual cultivation with Dawa under her guidance could significantly enhance my strength. Alas, the stunning beauty beside me is merely an enticing sight, a missed opportunity for cultivation. After a day of travel, dusk descended, and the main group sought a relatively secure location to establish camp for the night. Ye Qiu approached the front vehicle to find Sister Xia, eager to converse. Half-heartedly, she allowed him to lead her into the woods. What is it? The howling of wolves is rather unnerving, she remarked. Ah, my dear sister, it has been several days since we've engaged in this practice. With danger ahead, let us cultivate together, he implored, his tone direct and unambiguous. You rogue, why not seek that leather-clad temptress from the nightclub instead? She retorted. Oh, I am not well acquainted with her. Let us expedite our dual cultivation to fortify our abilities. Remember the breathing techniques I taught you? Practice them diligently, for the wilderness poses greater threats than the city. Upon reflection, Sister Xia recognized the immense benefits of dual cultivation, particularly with her brother. The thought of him seeking the company of that leather-clad woman was indeed disconcerting. Chapter 17. Consciousness scan. Having engaged in dual cultivation with Ye Qiu multiple times, Sister Xia was well versed in the intricate rituals and procedures. After a night of shared cultivation, Ye Qiu felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The gains from this session far surpassed those from previous encounters with Sister Xia. His strength had surged, his physique now a testament to sculpted perfection, with pronounced muscles and defined abs. Most notably, he felt a newfound lightness in his movements, and his consciousness scanning abilities had markedly improved. Without thinking, he leapt into the air, soaring several meters high and covering great distances with astonishing speed. My agility rivals that of a monkey, my speed akin to a leopard, and my explosive power reminiscent of a tiger, He rigorously tested his abilities, achieving a maximum leap of approximately 15 meters and a height of 5 meters. A full-force punch could obliterate a tree with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. His consciousness scanning could now detect beings and creatures up to 8 meters away. While he could not comprehend the thoughts of animals, he could sense their emotions and intentions. Last night, in pursuit of enhancing his strength, Ye Qiu diligently reviewed the dual cultivation techniques taught by the venerable monk Zaxi, as well as the intricate details of Thangka paintings. His relentless practice left Sister Xia utterly exhausted, limping back to the camp, likely unable to rise from her bed for several days. After a brief meditation to recuperate, Ye Qiu made his way back to the camp to seek out Sister Bai. Last night, strange sounds emanated from near the camp, seemingly a feminine voice, and many individuals within the camp heard it. "Surely, it cannot be your doing?" Sister Bai remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Ye Qiu, accompanied by a teasing smile. "Oh, strange sounds. I did not hear them," Ye Qiu replied, his face suddenly flushed, realizing that so many had been privy to it. It was all Sister Xia's fault for calling out so loudly. She simply could not contain herself. This young lad, so vigorous at such a tender age, had attracted the attention of many in the camp. The cries from that woman lasted throughout the night, likely leaving her quite exhausted. Observing Ye Qiu's youthful, reddened face, Sister Bai grasped the situation entirely. There was no one else but him. The entourage consisted predominantly of men, with only 3 women present. Last night, it could not have been her. The remaining 2 were slightly plump sisters, all part of Ye Qiu's circle. The only other male companion, hefty and injured, was incapable of such feats. With this thought, Sister Bai's curious gaze inadvertently drifted toward Ye Qiu's lower half, her body quivering slightly. Her expression a complex tapestry of surprise, anticipation, and trepidation. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu admired Sister Bai. She was a striking blend of Sister Xia and Lin Yun, both sensual and sweet, possessing the finest physique he had ever encountered among beauties, truly a natural vessel for dual cultivation. Although, strictly speaking, her worldly experience rendered her not as pure, thus not entirely aligning with the sanctity typically required for dual cultivation with a partner. The prospect of such an experience was still enticing. After all, a splendid physique was a source of enjoyment, and engaging in dual cultivation was currently the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Logically, a stunning beauty like Sister Bai, who adorned herself meticulously every day, should serve as an adept intermediary for their biological technology negotiations. She appeared devoid of any extraordinary abilities. However, despite her heightened awareness, he could not glean any useful information from her mind. Was it due to the energy-emitting pendants they wore? Though there had been progress since their first meeting, where he perceived only a blank slate, he could now sense a faint fluctuation of her thoughts, albeit minimally, rendering it still somewhat ineffective. Nonetheless, it indicated that as his awareness scanning abilities improved, he might indeed unravel their secrets, suggesting they were not entirely equipped to counteract his unique powers. It appeared their company had indeed developed technology capable of depleting brainwaves, as all of them wore similar pendants, presumably serving this purpose. They claimed that consuming mutated flora and fauna resulted in transformation into extraordinary beings, albeit with side effects. Should he then feign suffering from these side effects periodically, suggesting that consuming their concoctions would alleviate his discomfort, to avoid revealing his true nature? Ye Qiu once more scrutinized Sister Bai from head to toe, marveling at her exquisite figure, lamenting the fact that she was not a vessel for dual cultivation. "Aren't you concerned about oxygen deprivation? Your numerous armed companions appear unaffected. Yet we are at a high altitude, where many suffer from altitude sickness," Ye Qiu inquired, nudging Sister Bai closer to him. "Our company has developed a medication that alleviates temporary hypoxia, enabling the body to acclimatize to thin air. It can be easily consumed mixed with food." I was taken aback by Bai Jia's candid response, which seemed far from confidential. "What further information do you possess regarding the extraterrestrial spacecraft that crashed in the wilderness and the peculiar fruits that have sprouted nearby? Wasn't it mentioned previously that a team was dispatched? Acquiring useful information in advance would allow us to respond proactively. Otherwise, we risk repeating our last futile expedition. Rest assured, we will inform you when the time comes, so do not worry. Are you attempting to extract information from me, handsome? Do not think you can read my thoughts. I am aware of your unique abilities." Bai Jia's complexion slightly altered but swiftly reverted to a smile, a rapid change that did not escape Ye Qiu's notice. It was evident that she was concealing significant information. This endeavor was far from a mere treasure hunt. To delve into their consciousness, one must either significantly enhance their own scanning abilities or neutralize the amulets they wore. I may be handsome, but I am not small. Ye Qiu playfully stood up, puffed out his chest, lifted his shirt to reveal his abs, and provocatively gestured towards Xia, attempting to obscure his ulterior motives. After several days of travel, they drew closer to their destination in the western forest. The majority of Inshang Biotechnology's retreating forces took a different route to their new city stronghold, leaving behind an off-road vehicle, a military truck, and ample supplies for Bai Jie and Ye Qiu. As dawn broke, the day began with light rain. Yet ominous dark clouds gathered in the sky, hinting at an impending storm. Xia had been avoiding Ye Qiu these past few days, her eyes averted. Since being taken into the jungle by Ye Qiu to experience his increasingly perverse dual cultivation techniques, she had been recuperating. Previously, she could recover in a day or two after dual cultivation with Ye Qiu, but now, after 3 or 4 days, she still felt lingering pain. At this rate, she feared she might eventually perish beneath him. How utterly bizarre. It would be wise to keep her distance from him. The youth's passion was overwhelming, and she wished to enjoy more years of life. Observing Xia's evasion, Ye Qiu could only meditate to solidify the results of their dual cultivation, refining his breathing techniques and greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the West. Despite the dense forests and rampant beasts, the spiritual essence in this region was significantly richer than along the coast. Little Fat had noticeably recovered, able to walk a few steps with assistance. Although he still required support after a few paces, his injuries had indeed healed considerably. The biological medications from Bai Jie's Inshang Biotechnology Group were indeed impressive. Otherwise, how could such severe wounds have shown improvement so swiftly? As they approached the mission site, Ye Qiu felt an unsettling calmness, an eerie tranquility. Where had the fierce mutated beasts in the dense forest disappeared to? This was decidedly abnormal. The situation had not been like this just days prior. Chapter 18. The emergence of major forces just a day or two ago. The desolate mountains and dense forests by the roadside reverberated with the chilling roars of mutated beasts, instilling a profound sense of dread. The sounds suggested the presence of colossal creatures, peerless and formidable. Occasionally, massive mutated wild boars, as large as cattle, would dart out from the roadside, alongside mutated rabbits the size of goats, all of which were frightened away by gunfire from AKs. Yet today, an eerie tranquility enveloped the area, a calm before the storm. "We should set up camp here for the night," Sister Bai declared, peering through her binoculars to confirm their location on the satellite watch map. In the distance, a particular area on the mountainside was visible, where various birds circled in the sky above an unusually dense forest. The trees appeared taller and more verdant than those surrounding them, and the foliage quivered, as if teeming with numerous creatures advancing from the woods. Ye Qiu took the binoculars to observe closely. Meanwhile, on another peak, a rugged middle-aged man with a bushy beard, donning sunglasses and clad in a gray windbreaker, was also scanning the campsite with his binoculars. Behind him, several individuals dressed similarly were fully armed, equipped to the teeth. Upon spotting the striking figure of Bai Shui, adorned in black leather, the bearded man smirked knowingly. "It's them. Bai Shui and her team from the Shadow Commerce Biologicals have arrived." He then handed the binoculars to a stunning woman in a matching windbreaker, whose alluring figure was hardly concealed by her attire. Her vibrant red hair was elegantly styled backwards. "Why is he here? Is he the helper hired by Shadow Commerce? The shy delivery boy from our community?" The red-haired beauty pondered aloud, passing the binoculars back to the bearded man with a puzzled expression. "Xiaolin, do you know that tall, muscular young man?" he inquired. "Yes, Dr. Bart. He and I reside in the same community. We've crossed paths a few times, nothing too familiar. But I recognize him. His name is Ye Qiu. He is a recent university graduate," replied Xiaolin, the red-haired beauty, furrowing her brow. "That's it. According to our intelligence, Shadow Commerce indeed enlisted a young mutant named Ye Qiu. It is said that his strength is formidable enough to shatter concrete walls with a single punch. And he possesses a certain ability to scan brainwaves, enabling him to read the thoughts of ordinary individuals. He could prove to be a valuable adversary. He must have consumed some mutated fruit to acquire such extraordinary abilities. If you can recruit him to our side, it would be immensely advantageous." The company could certainly assist in alleviating the side effects of your mutation, extending your lifespan. With advancements in biotechnology, new medications may soon be developed, potentially allowing mutants like you to live pain-free and enjoy a long, normal life. The red-haired beauty, Shaylin, fixed her gaze ahead, seemingly lost in contemplation. In her recollection, Ye Qiu appeared as a frail, inconspicuous designer, not yet as dark as he was now. He seemed to have graduated in the same year as her. During her days as a model, she had encountered him at an auto show. He was merely a lowly employee at an events company, toiling late into the night. And it was rumored he could barely afford his rent. His attire was drab and unremarkable, unmistakably indicative of his impoverished status. Seeing him in the same neighborhood prompted him to seek her contact information, which left her colleagues casting curious glances at her. How could such a pitiful person dare to wish for her contact? Had he looked in the mirror, he would have realized that those she associated with were all earning well over 6 figures, and her ex-boyfriend was one who could effortlessly drive a Ferrari or a Porsche. The worth of just one of her perfumes likely surpassed his entire monthly salary, yet he had the audacity to approach her. Following that encounter, he would avoid her in their neighborhood, and it seemed he, too, had consumed the fateful fruit and survived, even gaining extraordinary abilities. Venturing further, in the depths of a lush forest on another peak, a diverse group of individuals gathered, seemingly practitioners of some discipline. Some donned robes. Others wore crimson garments typical of esoteric traditions, while a few were clad in gray monastic attire. They appeared hurried and anxious, likely evading pursuit or fleeing from danger. This assembly shared a meal, yet they were cautious, refraining from igniting a fire. Instead, they drew water from a nearby stream, mixing it with a powdery substance before partaking in their meal. Amidst this congregation of lamas and monks, one individual stood out, a girl with a red headband, an oval face, rosy lips, and white teeth, devoid of makeup, her eyes radiating purity and clarity. She embodied an exotic beauty, exuding a sacred aura, seemingly a celestial being birthed from the earth. Had Ye Qiu been present, he would undoubtedly have been elated, for these individuals included Dawa and the venerable monk, Zaxi, who had once rescued him. "Grandfather, how much further until we reach the refuge temple? Is it safe?" Dawa inquired, her clear eyes seeking reassurance from the old monk Zaxi. "We should reach it after 2 more mountain passes. It is absolutely secure. It is perpetually snow-covered and isolated, concealed within the mountain gorge, where outsiders cannot find it. It will shelter us from the apocalypse and facilitate our rebirth," Zaxi replied with a smile. "But will Ye Qiu be able to find us?" Dawa hesitated, her voice soft, yet laced with concern. "That place will allow us to be reborn?" A lama dressed in red questioned, puzzled. The young Han man mentioned he would return to the west to seek you. Yet, it has been a long time since the world has changed so drastically. And it seems many have fled the cities, with countless lives lost. I have not heard from him in ages. A youthful-looking elder spoke softly, his voice tinged with worry. The crowd of practitioners began to converse amongst themselves. "However, there is no need for concern. He should be safe. The Chiran Lama from Sakya Temple has been relentlessly pursuing us, attempting to extract information about the young man Ye Qiu, which indicates they have not located him. Hence their search for us. Do not fret, Dawa. As a saintess, even if they cannot find the Han man, they would not dare to harm you." The young man departed in haste, yet I imparted to him the complete technique for absorbing and expelling spiritual energy, along with several esoteric practices. Coupled with the concealed artifact he had acquired, he should be able to safeguard himself. I also left behind some coded signals along the roadside for our anticipated rendezvous. Should he spot them, he would be able to find us. The elder monk Zashi reminisced. "Now, Sayering and his followers are pursuing us, deliberately creating false impressions to hunt us down. They are merely tracking us without taking lethal action, intending for us to seek out Ye Qiu, so they can lie in wait and seize the concealed treasures. Therefore, we must refrain from seeking Ye Qiu for the time being. Leaving behind signals will suffice. When it is safe, we can find him, or perhaps he will locate us. This is presently the safest course of action." Dawa and several other monks, Taoists, and practitioners nodded in agreement. Is the concealed artifact scripture truly so beneficial? It is said that the Lotus Master prophesied the calamities of today and left behind these treasures to propagate the Dharma and save the world. However, how could an ordinary young man, who has never practiced before, possibly propagate the Dharma and save the world? We, who have practiced for decades, have merely skimmed the surface. He likely does not comprehend the significance of cultivation, let alone the profundities of the teachings. He might merely exploit the extraordinary powers of the artifact to indulge in worldly pleasures. The youthful-looking elder Taoist expressed his doubts. Master Qi, you cultivate Taoism, I practice Buddhism. And Master Dharma adheres to the Vajrayana tradition. Though we each follow different paths, our ultimate aim remains the same, to propagate the Dharma and redeem humanity, as well as ourselves. It is merely the methods that differ. The fact that the young man fortuitously obtained the concealed treasure indicates that he is indeed a person of affinity with the Lotus Master. He will propagate the Dharma and save the world in his own manner. We must have faith in him, since the Lotus Master's treasure has acknowledged him. It signifies that he is the savior we need to assist and protect. The elder monk Zashi appeared to possess unwavering confidence in the young man, Ye Qiu. Chapter 19. Greetings, Sister Bai. As the first light of dawn broke, Sister Bai roused Ye Qiu from his slumber, urging him to prepare for departure. Sister, you awakened me at the crack of dawn, and now the lucrative project worth hundreds of billions has been jeopardized. My beautiful wife and mother-in-law have fled in fright. The losses I have incurred are significant. You must compensate me. You have accomplished your task, and everything will follow. The company will reward you handsomely. There is no need to dream of achieving it. Does the reward include you? Ye Qiu chuckled mischievously, playfully patting Sister Bai's shapely figure. In my dreams, I encountered you lying beside me as my wife, and I bequeathed you the legacy of hundreds of billions. Our company is replete with beauties. Upon completing your task, I shall introduce you to them, allowing you to choose at your leisure. If you have consumed exotic fruits and transformed into an extraordinary being, your lifespan is limited. The company can assist in extending your life, allowing you to enjoy a few more years, provided you can handle it. Moreover, dear little brother, I am several years your senior. I have a preference for older sisters. Auntie, Ye Qiu replied lazily as he donned his attire and exited the vehicle. Today, Bai Shui donned a different leather jacket, still in black, her entire body brimming with an array of equipment, knives, firearms, and emergency supplies, followed closely by 3 equally armed men. Are you going too? Personally, Ye Qiu inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Bai Shui's full ensemble. How could such an exquisite beauty, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, venture into the thorny wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts? With a swift motion, Bai Shui drew a dagger and lunged towards Ye Qiu with remarkable agility. Just as Ye Qiu evaded, she unexpectedly executed a sidekick that made contact, albeit with restraint. Hey there, handsome. I'm Bai Shui, not Bai. You can call me Sister Bai, or my full name. Impressive, Sister Bai? Oh no, the surname doesn't matter. What's important is that you're both fair and formidable. Although Ye Qiu's gaze lingered on Bai Shui's impressive figure, he was inwardly astonished. This woman was far from ordinary. Her dexterity was astonishing. Despite his own enhanced reflexes, he had still been caught off guard by her kick. She was no longer the demure sweetheart from days past. She was a concealed talent. Bai Shui presented herself as sweet and charming, skilled in social interactions. Yet she possessed considerable prowess. How could someone like her be employed by a company like XXX? Although she modestly claimed her position wasn't particularly high, it was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, such a critical task would not be entrusted to her. Why would she personally engage in such a perilous endeavor? Earning a few $100 a month hardly justified risking her life. With her beauty, she could surely attract the attention of executives from France. As for someone like Ye Qiu, a penniless underachiever, he would never willingly wade into danger unless coerced. Yet she was going, unafraid of death. What could possibly compel her to risk her life? Why not remain in the camp and await the outcome? Having established their camp deep in the woods, far from the road and concealed the tire tracks for cover, Ye Qiu, Sister Bai, and the 3 fully armed men set off along the road. 4 armed men stayed behind to guard the camp and protect the supplies for potential rescue. Pang, nursing an injury, insisted on joining. But Ye Qiu gave him a light pat on the wound, prompting him to wisely fall silent. However, he remained persistent, complaining about the military rations, demanding that if he couldn't go, Ye Qiu should bring back some wild chickens the size of wild boars or buffaloes for a barbecue, as compensation. Xia Jie and Lin Yun had no choice but to stay at the camp. After all, the wilderness was rife with man-eating beasts, leaving them no room for concern. Watching Ye Qiu and the formidable woman in black depart, Xia Jie felt both disheartened and relieved. Ye Qiu's increasingly formidable dual cultivation was becoming overwhelming for her. Yet she feared he might be snatched away by someone else. After all, even if she had no use for him, she wouldn't want to let someone else benefit. Before leaving, Ye Qiu imparted the technique for absorbing spiritual energy to Pang, Lin Yun, and Xia Jie without reservation, encouraging them to fully experience the rich spiritual energy of the plateau to enhance their physical constitution, especially Xiaopeng, who previously enjoyed robust health and was largely unaffected by the diminishing oxygen levels, had never experienced altitude sickness. I had merely mentioned it to him in passing, without any substantial instruction. After sustaining serious injuries, he urgently needed to regain his strength to avert any unforeseen circumstances. This treasure-seeking expedition I was embarking on could very well be perilous. Should I not return, it was imperative that the three of them maintain at least their basic health, enabling them to survive in a world plagued by oxygen deprivation as if they were ordinary individuals. Why not just drive the vehicle further along the road instead of trekking such a long distance? Grumbled a foreigner named Rick, clearly disgruntled with the arrangements made by Baijia. It was evident that the heavier supplies were burdening the three of them, leading to a sense of unfairness regarding their additional exertion. Baijia shot a cold glare at Rick, her eyes glinting with authority. This mission is under my supervision as designated by the company. Ye Qiu is the external aide tasked with managing encounters with mutated beasts and other unusual situations. While your trio is here to assist in the completion of the mission, you are required to obey commands unconditionally, and I owe you no explanations. The vehicle could not approach the destination too closely, as it would risk exposure. After all, we were not the only team vying for the mutated fruits and the alien spacecraft. Ye Qiu replied to Rick before turning to Baijia, seeking to alleviate the tension. Baijia nodded in appreciation, her smile conveying gratitude. The journey proceeded in an eerie silence, as if the five of us were the only living beings left, with even the insects seemingly vanished. This unusual stillness fostered an unsettling sense of dread, akin to the calm before a storm. Suddenly, Ye Qiu spotted several makeshift circles crafted from dried leaves and grasses, casually hung from the trees in the dense forest flanking the roadside. More than one, in fact. Inconspicuously nestled within the depths of the woods, they were at varying heights, some dangling from branches, while others lay casually upon low shrubs or nestled within crevices of rocks. Those unfamiliar with the significance of these symbols would likely dismiss them as mere nests constructed by insects or birds, or perhaps natural formations. Yet Ye Qiu understood their true meaning. Have Dawa and the old monk Zaxi also arrived? Do they know I would come here? Ye Qiu recalled that this was the secret sign agreed upon with Zaxi as a precaution. What was their purpose in coming here? Were they also in search of treasure? Or had they been pursued by the monks of Sakya Temple, fleeing here for refuge? The target of the pursuit should be me, after all. Could it be that the monks from Sakya Temple were aware of my presence here and had followed? Had Dawa left a sign to alert me? It appeared that regardless of the scenario, the implications were dire. Either Dawa and her companions had encountered danger, or those pursuing me had come here to seize my concealed belongings. Otherwise, there would have been no need for a signal. In scenarios devoid of peril, they could have sought alternative methods to communicate their intentions. As we crossed the road and delved deeper into the forest, it became evident that the anomalies of the Western Plateau far exceeded those observed in the city. Towering trees, reaching heights of 100 or 200 meters, are omnipresent. Yet, occasionally, one encounters colossal trees that ascend into the clouds, their diameters likely exceeding several meters. Even mushrooms of several meters in height are not uncommon, rendering humanity insignificantly small in comparison. An array of wild grasses and flowers bloom in a riot of colors, their vibrant hues strikingly beautiful, with blossoms as large as basins exuding an alluring fragrance. Vines as thick as an arm entwined through the forest, stretching for thousands of meters. The ground, devoid of insects, beasts, and birds, reveals the presence of some creatures, as evidenced by the wide paw prints of over 1 meter, indicating a level of mutation beyond human comprehension, suggesting that the ecological balance of this blue planet may well be reverting to the age of dinosaurs. Suddenly, a robust man beside Rick collapsed, seemingly struck by some projectile. "Quick, take cover. They're essay shooter. I've been hit," Rick shouted anxiously. Chapter 20. The Truth of the Mutants. Soon, bullets began to rain down. Sister by Ye Qiu swiftly took refuge in the dense forest, attempting to retaliate, yet the enemy remained hidden while they were exposed. making it impossible to ascertain the adversary's exact location. Conversely, the enemy could fire with precision, likely equipped with a drone thermal imaging device that had already scanned their position and locked onto them. There was no escape. Ye Qiu scanned the surroundings and detected faint mental activity ahead in the woods. Could it be that the adversary was also equipped with devices to shield against brainwave scanning or other cloaking technology? Although she could not discern their psychological state, the weak consciousness was sufficient to ascertain their position. Sister Bai and her companions quickly deployed equipment capable of masking human heat signatures to confound their foes. Under the cover of this thermal shielding, Ye Qiu unleashed a flurry of punches, toppling several large trees, utilizing the dense branches and sturdy trunks to diminish the bullet's penetrative power, and swiftly maneuvered closer to the enemy's location. Bai and Rick observed in awe as Ye Qiu felled a tree with a trunk nearly a meter in diameter with a single blow. Her speed in leaping and running akin to that of a cheetah, leaving their mouths agape in astonishment. They recognized her formidable prowess, but it seemed almost absurd. Was she still human? How many mutated fruits had she consumed? The surviving mutants, upon consuming a single anomalous fruit, often endured excruciating pain that contorted their bodies and twisted their faces in agony. Yet, this individual appeared unaffected by any side effects of the anomalous fruits. Did she possess an extraordinary antidote? She seemed as normal as the boy next door. Yet her strength was remarkable. Bart, someone is approaching, and they are incredibly fast. Just as Xiaolin spoke, Ye Qiu was upon them in an instant, flipping and delivering a punch that shattered the sniper's rifle held by a burly man. It's you. Ye Qiu was taken aback as a familiar and stunningly beautiful face came into view. Hello, Ye Qiu, it's been a while. Xiaolin and Ye Qiu exchanged glances, yet neither displayed any surprise. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Ye Qiu inquired, fixing her gaze on Xiaolin. Hello, I know you. You are Ye Qiu, the aide summoned by Yinshang Biotech. We are from Nuwa Biotech, and our target is not you, but Ji Baixue from Yinshang Biotech. The rugged man Bart replied in broken Chinese. Indeed, Ye Qiu, I have now become a member of the Nuwa Biotechnology Company. Our firm stands in stark opposition to that underhanded business, and I would prefer you not to become entangled in this rivalry. Join us, for the conditions they offer you. We shall double. With a flirtatious glance, she seemed to sway her entire being, her attire appearing to barely contain her form. Her luscious lips and alluring curves almost brushing against Ye Qiu's face. He found himself momentarily entranced, lost in a haze of desire, as if he were about to engage in indescribable acts with the goddess, Shaylin. What transpired? Ye Qiu had barely shed half of his garments when the prayer wheel within his spatial ring began to tremble violently, emitting waves of energy that pierced his consciousness, instantaneously rousing him from his stupor. To his astonishment, he discovered he was stripped to the waist, his hands busy unbuckling his belt, drool escaping his lips as he gazed lustfully at the enchanting Shaylin. Realizing he had fallen prey to her seductive assault, Ye Qiu quickly regained his composure. Reclothing himself and directing his gaze at Shaylin, she stood there, stunned, having never encountered someone who could awaken mid-entrancement under her alluring influence. After consuming an exotic fruit, she had awakened a formidable capacity to entice with her pheromones, a skill that had proven infallible, with merely a hint of revealed skin. Any man would succumb to her charm, rendering him malleable to her whims. Put your clothes back on. There are too many witnesses for me to indulge, Ye Qiu smirked. This woman possessed an extraordinary ability to beguile men. Had it not been for the protective consciousness of the prayer wheel, she might have successfully ensnared him, making a spectacle of him in the process. For an ordinary individual, such a level of seductive energy would be utterly irresistible. Could it be that her abilities stemmed from the exotic fruit, leading to her recruitment by Nuwa Biotechnology? Shaylin's cheeks flushed as she donned her attire, concealing her voluptuous figure. Although she had practiced this act numerous times and was quite adept, being exposed midway still brought forth a sense of embarrassment, causing her to instinctively blush. Mr. Yi, I merely lost control upon seeing you, an old acquaintance. Do not take it to heart. If you join us and assist in acquiring those treasures, I promise to express my gratitude. As you might say, there is a term that goes, to offer oneself in gratitude. Our company will also provide you with generous rewards, ensuring you live luxuriously in this apocalyptic world, surrounded by beauty. The rugged man, Bart, noticing Shaylin's failure, hastily attempted to manipulate the situation again. Though his Mandarin was clumsy, His words were undeniably authentic. Ye Qiu smirked internally. He was no longer a mere pawn. Why assist them in acquiring treasures when he could claim them for himself? Those golden-haired, sultry dolls would soon belong to him. Yet, Ye Qiu deemed it unnecessary to confront them outright. He had no intention of aiding Bai Shui and her company either. Both parties sought to exploit him, and he understood their motives well. Should he succeed, and they found him of no further use, they would discard him without hesitation. He had long seen through the facades of these capitalists. Any valuable treasures would be for his own use, not to aid others. What benefits do you offer us in exchange for this, Shaolin? Will you provide me with luxurious clothing and food, ensuring I have no worries about survival in this apocalyptic world? Ye Qiu glanced at Shaolin, noticing her pallid complexion and unsteady stance, as if she had been struck by a sudden illness, utterly drained of vitality and in dire need of rest and recuperation. The rugged man, Bart, gestured to a nearby teammate, who promptly retrieved a vial of crimson liquid from his backpack. He administered an injection to Shaolin and offered her several white pills. Gradually, her complexion began to return to normal. Mr. Yi, as you can see, the pharmaceuticals developed by our technology yield rapid and stable results. They can suppress the side effects of the mutated substances that you, the extraordinary beings, consume, effectively prolonging your lifespan. Our advancements surpass those of Inshang technology. The avian individual from their side, despite benefiting from their medication, which extends the intervals between physical ailments, suffers a significant depletion of your essence, merely seeking to exploit your limited lifespan and repeatedly utilize your unique abilities. Should you choose to ally with us, our drugs can guarantee an extension of your life by at least a year, freeing you from the constraints of merely surviving 3 to 70 days. With the progress of our technology, you may even live to an old age, akin to an ordinary person. It became clear that those few who had survived by consuming the mutated fruits, despite awakening certain extraordinary abilities, were largely confined to a lifespan of 3 to 70 days. This specific information, which Bai Shui had intentionally withheld from him, only stating that survival would be brief without disclosing further details, left him feeling deceived. The promise of a medication that could extend life beyond a year was withheld from him, while only those that alleviated side effects were provided. It appeared that she had kept many secrets, intending to manipulate him further, exploiting his abilities for her own benefit. These companies harnessed their developed biopharmaceuticals to control these extraordinary beings, compelling them to serve as mere tools, offering medication for temporary relief. It was implausible they would genuinely cure the mutants. Otherwise, how could they exert control over these beings, far superior to normal humans? Simultaneously, Ye Qiu noted that those from the Nuwa Bio group wore similar crystal pendants on their chests, which seemed capable of emitting energy waves, effectively shielding them from the consciousness scans of his own mind. This clumsy accented old man, Deng, seemed to consider himself an extraordinary being who had consumed mutated flora and fauna, attempting to entice him with the promise of relief through medication. Why not turn the tables? Chapter 21. Undercover I, too, am being coerced by them. Inshang technology has taken my woman and my friends hostage. If I do not assist them, my life is forfeit. Without their medication, I am left to suffer unbearably after my mutation. I have no choice but to obey their commands. Ye Qiu feigned grievance. In the future, our company will provide you with medication. You merely need to assist us in our endeavors, Bart promised eagerly, sensing a glimmer of hope. Continue to feign compliance. And when the critical moment arrives, you can aid us. Once we obtain what we desire, we shall surely grant you your wishes. Will you all go back on your word? How can I be assured of that? Ye Qiu expressed his concerns. Where have they taken your friend's woman? Just give me a general location, and I will inform the company to rescue her. Consider it a reward for your joining the organization. Bart inquired, testing the waters. I have no idea where they are holding her. Perhaps this. I just eliminated one of your men. I could capture one of theirs in return for you. You pretend to cease hostilities, and I can report back to ensure they don't suspect me. Ye Qiu contemplated. If I reveal the location to you, won't you just capture Sister Xia and Little Fatty in return? Aren't you all cut from the same cloth? Well, that does sound reasonable. You killed one of our men and are willing to provide us with one of theirs. It seems quite equitable. Yet, how can you prove that your allegiance will aid us in acquiring the treasure rather than serving as a double agent, reaping benefits from both sides? Bart smirked cunningly. Ye Qiu found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing that this shrewd individual was not easily deceived. Rather than fall into his trap, he opted to return the question, allowing Bart to speak first before revealing his own cards. His knowledge about the abnormal beings was still rather limited, and pretending to be one of them could lead to revealing too much. After all, he was merely a cog in the wheel, working tirelessly without earning a dime. Yet he had grasped some interpersonal skills amidst the chaos. These foreigners, despite having learned a fair bit of Chinese, would find it challenging to master the intricate nuances of our interpersonal strategies, far from the adeptness of the Dragon Country people. How about this? You consume our medication. You have just utilized your unique abilities. It won't be long before the side effects manifest. Even though the pharmaceutical concoctions from the shadow merchants might prolong the onset, you won't last long. Once you take our medicine, you cannot consume theirs, as the components are somewhat incompatible. Our technological paths are nearly opposite, and mixing them will heighten the adverse effects, shortening your lifespan. Bart earnestly presented his solution. All right, is it the same medication as what Xiaolin received? It wouldn't be poison, would it? Ye Qiu responded with a sly grin. Rest assured, it is identical. Both are meant to suppress the side effects of your consumption of the abnormal fruits, albeit in varying doses for different individuals. There is absolutely no poison. You witnessed Xiaolin taking it, and I can have someone else demonstrate it for you. Bart continued sincerely. Upon saying this, one of Bart's associates, who had just administered the injection to Xiaolin, understood the cue and promptly injected himself with a dose, swallowing a white pill as well. See, this medication is entirely harmless to ordinary individuals. It is solely intended to suppress the mutated genes within you. Upon observing Bart's associate using the same medication as Xiaolin without hesitation, Ye Qiu watched closely and noted that nothing seemed amiss. He scanned the consciousness of these new technology individuals and found that, although they had exhausted their cognitive scanning abilities, he could still detect some brainwaves. There were no significant fluctuations during Bart's testing. It seemed they indeed regarded him as someone who had consumed mutated flora and fauna. He was neither an extraordinary person, nor did he possess a physique that significantly surpassed that of an ordinary individual. It seemed that injecting this medication would pose minimal risk. Very well, I shall proceed with your concoction. Do hurry, lest my prolonged absence arouse suspicion from Bai Shui and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Qiu administered the medication they provided and ingested the white pill. Bart smiled slightly, assuring him that they would cease their attacks on the shadowy biological entities, hoping he would remember his promise to assist them in retrieving the items from that location at a critical moment. After swiftly discussing the specific details of their communication code, Ye Qiu withdrew quickly. Lingering too long would certainly raise suspicions among Bai Shui and her companions. Is this his hair? Bart inquired, noticing a black hair clinging to Shaylin's chest. He carefully pinched it between his fingers. Shaylin nodded, acknowledging that her own hair was dyed red, and the only male she had recently come into close contact with was Ye Qiu. They decided to preserve the hair for analysis at headquarters, intending to research this young man further, ensuring that the medication provided to him would be more targeted. Bart shared a sly, conspiratorial smile with one of his subordinates. Upon Ye Qiu's safe return, the opposing forces ceased firing, and Bai Shui was profoundly impressed by Ye Qiu's prowess. With such combat capabilities, the successful completion of their mission seemed assured. Who are these people? Rick inquired. With such firepower and equipment, they are either government agents or affiliated with our old adversary, the Nuwa Biological Corporation, Bai Shui replied. Ye Qiu briefly described the appearance and weaponry of their opponents, particularly emphasizing the foreign man with a poor accent, which Bai Shui immediately recognized as Bart, an old acquaintance from the Nuwa Corporation. Ye Qiu also boasted of his recent bravery, claiming he had fought valiantly, leaving their adversaries bloodied and begging for mercy, thus saving everyone from peril. It appears we must accelerate our progress. Several factions have arrived, including government officials, all vying for the treasures at that site, Bai Shui remarked anxiously, peering through her binoculars. The group continued their advance toward the crash site of the alien spacecraft. As they delved deeper into the dense and mysterious wilderness, the once eerie silence was disrupted. Various mutated insects and birds emerged, though they were relatively small in size. The larger mutant creatures seemed to have retreated toward the site of the fallen spacecraft. In these outer regions, they encountered a caterpillar as thick as a soda can and approximately a meter long, as well as mutated birds the size of goats that swooped down, their sharp claws as thick as a man's wrist, seeking to capture a living meal. Ye Qiu dispatched one with a powerful punch, causing it to fall lifelessly. Observing the fallen creature, Ye Qiu snapped off its legs, contemplating roasting it for dinner. As they had been subsisting on dry rations and canned foods that were cold and hard, his spatial ring contained only frozen meat, which he could not openly reveal. And it had been quite some time since he had tasted fresh meat. The idea of roasting it was tantalizing. You dare to eat that? Aren't you afraid it might be toxic? Very few survive after consuming mutated animals or plants. Even if you have survived such an encounter before, how can you guarantee that it won't poison you this time? Snow hurriedly intervened. Recognizing that starting a fire in this location could easily attract attention or even draw in larger mutated creatures, Ye Qiu paused. Recalling that he was pretending to be a mutant, his previous actions had been somewhat reckless and could lead to exposure. He feigned the intention of burying the mutated bird's carcass to prevent the scent of blood from attracting more formidable beasts, moving into the dense forest to dig a pit. In reality, he turned the bird around and stored it in his spatial ring, contemplating the possibility of returning to collaborate with the chubby one to explore its edibility and preparation methods. Pondering whether to season it with cumin for a delightful flavor or to fry it instead, he was also inclined to reward his companion. Just as he envisioned the delectable bird legs, Ye Qiu suddenly sensed a disturbance in the water concealed by the dense foliage ahead. Listening intently, he stealthily moved aside the leaves for a better view, and to his astonishment, he discovered a woman bathing in the misty waters of a pond. What a sight! She was clad in an ancient-style red undergarment. Had he encountered a ghostly maiden? In this post-apocalyptic world, amidst biological mutations, had a specter emerged? Chapter 22. The alien ghost. Ye Qiu rubbed his eyes. Indeed, this desolate wilderness held an air of the uncanny. Yet there she was, a stunningly beautiful woman bathing in the pond, her skin as white as cream, with a playful yet heroic demeanor that rendered him breathless. Her ethereal beauty and grace transcended all mortal women, and instinctively, Ye Qiu shielded his eyes with his hand. After all, his upbringing had instilled in him a sense of propriety. He could not indulge in voyeurism. Yet desire compelled him to part his fingers slightly. Reasoning that he wasn't truly attempting to spy, he merely intended to steal a glimpse. At his feet lay the woman's garments. What an odd sight. They were ancient-style clothes. Beside the attire lay a sword, a dagger, and a blue cloth bundle. Unable to resist, Ye Qiu picked up the sword and dagger, yearning to fulfill his childhood dream of a chivalrous journey. The sword was exquisitely crafted, undoubtedly a cherished possession of the beautiful swordswoman, adorned with gemstones that sparkled like the shattered cosmos, evoking an irresistible allure. As he drew the sword halfway, it shimmered with a chilling brilliance, unmistakably a remarkable weapon. In contrast, the dagger appeared rather shabby, rusted and embedded with an unappealing stone that lacked luster. The blade was heavy and bore no resemblance to a woman's weapon. It resembled a tang knife, but was wider, slightly curved, and abnormally long, almost as long as an average adult. Just as Ye Qiu was indulging in his playful examination of the woman's weapons, the lady in the pond suddenly cried out. Glancing up, he was horrified to see a massive python, as thick as a barrel, coiled around her, seemingly tightening its grip to suffocate its prey. A bite mark on her shoulder oozed a blue liquid. Her eyes were tightly shut, her expression twisted in agony, as if she were succumbing to poison. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Qiu soared into the air, wielding his blade to strike at the enormous python. To his astonishment, the serpent seemed to possess an awakened consciousness, swiftly swinging its tail towards him. Fortunately, Ye Qiu's reflexes were remarkably sharp. The moment the python's tail swept toward him, he adeptly rolled and countered, executing a low, side-swinging strike that landed upon the snake's head. A shallow wound appeared, blood seeping forth, causing the python to recoil in pain as it sensed an intruder, quickly adjusting its body to confront the threat. Who are you? At that moment, the woman abruptly opened her eyes. As she spoke, her words were initially incomprehensible, but she quickly shifted to articulate in the standard language of Blue Star. Ye Qiu, however, was too late in retracting his force, colliding directly with her and plunging into the water. The woman, entirely bare, her garments having fallen away, presented a breathtakingly alluring silhouette that left one entranced. Names such as Dawa, Sister Xia, Bai Shui, and Lin Mei paled in comparison to her beauty in that instant. The woman ascended into the air, deftly performing several gestures. With a mere lift of her hand, a sword embedded in a nearby stone flew into her grasp, which she then wielded to strike at the python. This blade seemed imbued with formidable energy, cleaving the serpent's body in twain. The residual force of the sword's aura struck the water's surface, sending waves surging several meters high. The aftershock nearly grazed Ye Qiu, who narrowly escaped with only his clothing torn, his body unharmed. Unexpectedly, the woman appeared to strike deliberately again. This time not at the serpent, but rather aimed squarely at Ye Qiu. With no means of evasion, he could only brace himself and clash his blade against the incoming sword energy. The impact sent shockwaves through the water, erupting like an explosion. And Ye Qiu was struck by the splashes, feeling considerable pain. Fortunately, his resilient physique absorbed the brunt of the assault, though his clothing was tattered and torn. He sustained no severe injuries. "I saved you, and this is how you repay me?" Ye Qiu exclaimed in indignation, anger flaring within him. You actually blocked it." The woman expressed her surprise. "Yet you are merely at the level of qi condensation, with your consciousness just beginning to awaken, and your physique only just entering the realm of sanctity." She remained fully unclothed, scrutinizing Ye Qiu intently before making a swift judgment. "Were you spying on me while I bathed, you lecherous scoundrel? Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, she turned and waved her hand, her garments magically adorning her form. Suddenly, Ye Qiu perceived her ethereal figure materializing before him, and before he could react, she struck him across the face, leaving him utterly unprepared. "What do you want from me? I saved you, and yet you strike and threaten me?" "I merely passed by, not intentionally spying." Ye Qiu's voice faltered, betraying his unease, for he had indeed acted somewhat inappropriately. Engaging her in combat seemed a daunting prospect, yet he resolved not to show weakness in this critical moment. How could he possibly accept such a humiliation? This woman was enigmatic and overwhelmingly powerful. His utmost effort had barely inflicted a minor wound on the python, while she, with effortless grace, had severed the entire serpent in two and had the ability to manifest her essence to strike him. Thankfully, she refrained from delivering a lethal blow. However, it was evident that she had no intention of sparing him entirely. "Who allowed you to sneak a glance? I have just arrived on this wretched planet, only to encounter a ruffian and be bitten by a vile serpent. Truly unfortunate. Return my knife. You may take your leave." The young woman addressed Ye Qiu. "How can you repay me when I have saved you, yet you repay kindness with enmity?" Ye Qiu felt displeased. Having rescued her, he was now subjected to violence, being both struck and pursued, while he regarded the woman with a dubious glare. This woman is shrouded in mystery, claiming to have just arrived on this planet. Could she possibly be an extraterrestrial? Her formidable prowess and archaic attire are utterly baffling. She must harbor many secrets. The woman observed Ye Qiu, noting his tattered garments and the unsightly way he gazed at her, with what seemed like drool at the corner of his mouth, inciting her ire. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she noticed the youth's forehead shining with the symbol of a lotus. Instantly, she probed with her divine sense and discovered that within his consciousness lay a scripture, the ancient and primal Diamond Sutra. Yet, it appeared to be incomplete. Who is this lecherous youth, and what connection does he have to the ancient cults? His martial prowess is surprisingly low, merely at the qi condensation stage. Yet his physical form seems to have taken its first steps towards sanctity. Never mind, this individual seems to possess numerous secrets. I have come to Blue Star with an important mission of my own. It is unwise to linger. As for the knife, which I fortuitously acquired in a celestial realm, I have yet to discern any remarkable qualities about this rusted blade. It is quite heavy and ill-suited for me, so I shall temporarily bestow it upon him. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance, my lady." With a wave of her hand, she vanished. Ye Qiu was taken aback. Who would desire your worthless knife? He fantasized about the possibility of dual cultivation with this woman. How splendid it would be. Would his strength not soar, cleaving that monstrous serpent in twain with a single stroke, just as she had? Such a beautiful dual cultivation furnace has slipped away without even revealing her name. If she truly is an alien, where shall I seek her in the future? Unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, as the woman waved and departed, a unique mark had embedded itself within him, though his current cultivation level rendered him unable to perceive it. An extraterrestrial? Could she be one of the survivors from the alien spacecraft that crashed nearby? Chapter 23. Life is like a leaf. I shall endure for millennia. The exquisite alien beauty has fled, a great pity indeed. Observing his tattered attire, Ye Qiu felt a sense of injustice. He had merely stolen a glance at the enchanting woman bathing, only to have his clothes torn by splashes of water, nearly being cleaved by her sword. And even receiving a slap. What a miserable fate. All he had obtained was a rusted and battered knife. Though somewhat weighty, it felt surprisingly comfortable in his grip. After all, his strength and speed are far from ordinary. Ye Qiu mimicked the sword techniques the woman had demonstrated earlier, swinging the blades several times, chopping trees and dispatching a few mutated creatures, finding it quite effective. He sensed a faint aura of blade energy as the knife sliced through the air. A rapid movement occurred, creating ripples of energy that amplified its power. Upon closer examination, he realized it was not merely air, it was spiritual energy. As Ye Qiu wielded his blade, he engaged in a rhythmic breathing technique, sensing the flow of spiritual energy coursing throughout his body. This energy seemed to transfer from his being to the sword, amplifying the force of his strikes. Without channeling this energy, a mere swing would suffice to sever a tree of approximately 1 meter in diameter, akin to an all-out punch. However, by concentrating more spiritual energy within himself and ultimately directing it to the sword, the power surged exponentially, enabling him to cleave through a tree with a 2-meter diameter effortlessly. The same energy, when gathered in his fist, also enhanced his striking power, though it paled in comparison to that of the blade. It appeared that his breath could be utilized in such a manner. The sword proved to be far mightier than conventional firearms. A full-powered strike rendered these mutated beasts as easily handled as slicing through vegetables. In contrast, several gunshots would scarcely incapacitate them, and enraged, they would retaliate with greater ferocity. Should he encounter that colossal python again, would his concentrated energy allow him to cleave it in two, much like the legendary women of antiquity? Ye Qiu diligently practiced the cultivation techniques imparted by the old monk Zaxi, merging them with the swordplay he had observed from the extraterrestrial beauty. Hours slipped by as he relentlessly honed his skills, unleashing strike after strike. In an instant, the dense forest became a tableau of fallen trees and beasts, cleaved as if they were mere vegetables, leaves swirling in the air, and sword energy slicing through the atmosphere. Ye Qiu had mastered the art of channeling spiritual energy into the blade, significantly augmenting its power, far surpassing that of firearms. While guns offered advantages in range and accuracy, they proved ineffective against these mutated creatures that could not be easily subdued, and their ferocity only intensified when provoked, rendering them insufficiently lethal in this altered wilderness. Upon returning to the campsite where he had parted ways with Bai Shui and the others, Ye Qiu beheld them encircled by a group of adversaries. The assailants numbered at least a dozen, their uniforms suggesting an official affiliation, all wielding heavy weaponry. The diameter of their gun barrels indicated considerable stopping power, capable of inflicting grievous wounds with a single shot. At the forefront stood a statuesque woman, her physique sculpted with muscles rarely seen among women, tan skin complementing her oval face, brandishing a formidable double-barreled shotgun. Behind her trailed a cadre of muscular men. Zhang Ling saw, Second Lieutenant Zhang. We are here solely for field research and assessment. We shall not disrupt natural resources, and our company has the proper documentation for this expedition, rendering it entirely lawful. Bai Shui addressed the muscular woman, who was referred to as Officer Zhang, with a smile. Field research? Do you truly require such lethally potent weaponry? These mutated beasts are not to be indiscriminately slain. They are protected by the authorities. The site of the recent extraterrestrial crash is designated as an official nature reserve. What are your intentions? Withdraw immediately. Officer Zhang disregarded Bai Shui's amiable demeanor. It seemed that Bai Shui's enchanting smile only held sway over men, as the formidable Zhang Ling saw remained impervious to her charm. As Ye Qiu made his appearance at the campsite, he instantly became the center of attention, with both Bai Shui and the others as well as the group led by Zhang Ling saw turning their gazes toward him. Where did this wild man come from? Why are you here? Get lost. A muscular man from the official squad barked. Ye Qiu stood drenched, his tattered clothes clinging to him, a rusted dagger clasped in his hand. Leaves from his recent sword practice adorned his hair, and his skin bore a hint of darkness. Towering and robust, he resembled a wild man from the mountains. Laughter erupted from the crowd. You and your entire family are wildlings. Get lost. They jeered. This is my domain. I may come and go as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Ye Qiu seethed with anger. Having just endured the humiliation from an alien beauty, he could tolerate it given her otherworldly allure and potential role as his future partner in cultivation. But this rabble dared to insult him, mere denizens of Blue Star. Our local guide is Ye Qiu, Bai Shui hastily interjected, sensing the escalating tension. It was crucial to avoid unnecessary complications, as they were here on an important mission. Who are you, you filthy native guide? Do you even know who we are? Kneel and beg for mercy, a muscular man shouted, rising to reveal his towering stature, over 4 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength, akin to a colossal beast. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ye Qiu, too, was taken aback. He was indeed facing a mutated giant, which explained the man's audacity. The giant, full of himself, glared at Ye Qiu, reveling in his size, thinking, with this bulk, you should kneel before me. However, Ye Qiu saw through the facade of confidence. This brute was merely a muscle-bound fool, puffed up by whatever mutated fruit he had consumed. Despite his surprise, Ye Qiu felt no fear. Enraged, the giant wasted no time. Seizing a boulder that must have weighed over 1,000 pounds and hurling it at Ye Qiu, leaping through the air to deliver a devastating blow. Despite his immense size, the giant moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Stop! Don't kill anyone! Zhang Lingsha and Bai Shui shouted urgently, realizing the situation had escalated to life-threatening levels. As the crowd held its breath, convinced that Ye Qiu, regardless of his strength, stood no chance against such a behemoth. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence of the wilderness. A bloodied arm plummeted from the sky as the massive rock was shattered mid-air, debris scattering in all directions. Ye Qiu soared into the air, having executed 2 swift strikes, one that obliterated the boulder and another that severed the giant's right arm. In my presence, grievances are settled here and now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Qiu, the falling leaves of autumn, and this blade shall henceforth be known as the Autumn Slayer. Suspended in mid-air, with the bloodied Autumn Slayer in hand, Ye Qiu resembled a vengeful deity, a dark harbinger of death, impervious to desecration. Life is like a leaf. I shall not bow to the passage of time. If it must be severed, so be it. Who else believes I am a savage, unworthy of being here? Chapter 24. The Imminent Destruction of Civilization. The giant, stone strong, crashed heavily to the ground, a thunderous sound reverberating as the crowd snapped back to reality from the shock of Ye Qiu's earlier strike. Kai, quickly administer the life-saving serum. Zhang Lingsa urgently called to a heavily armed man behind him. All eyes turned to Stone Strong, and a collective gasp filled the air. His right arm had been severed by the blade, leaving nearly half of his body gone. Blood poured from the wound, painting the ground a gruesome red. The scene was horrific and brutal. Stone Strong had long since lost any semblance of life. What need was there for an injection? He was beyond saving, utterly lifeless. The man named Kai stood frozen with the syringe in hand. You are Ye Qiu? Your methods are excessively ruthless. Zhang Lingsa glared angrily at Ye Qiu. Indeed. Do any of you still harbor discontent? If so, feel free to test me. Ye Qiu raised the bloodied blade once more. Zhang Lingsa, your comrades provoked and insulted first. Even attacking Ye Qiu, he acted purely in self-defense, Bai Shui interjected. You must be an extraordinary being. With your strength, there was no need to kill him. A lesson would suffice. Why resort to lethal force? Zhang Lingsa pressed Ye Qiu. Kill. Teach a lesson? The way this giant attacked, did he show me any mercy? Had I been an ordinary person, I would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. When one seeks to take a life, one must be prepared to lose their own. The cycle of life and death continues, and I, Ye Qiu, represent the culmination of that cycle. The arena fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. Zhang Lingsa regarded Ye Qiu, sensing the enigma of this formidable youth, whose strength was terrifying. A rusted knife had swiftly dispatched a mutated giant. It is known that this mutated Stone Strong could obliterate a wild bull with a single punch, his power unmatched, his agility far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Even if he had failed to evade that blade, his robust physique should have withstood it, only sustaining minor wounds. Yet here he lay, not only unable to evade but slain by this boy wielding a broken blade, the cut so precise, his speed, strength, and agility surpassing that of Stone Strong. With such a formidable being emerging, why had the official organization not forewarned us? I have never heard of his name. Presently, in this altered world, fewer than 10 individuals have survived the transformation into extraordinary beings by consuming mutated flora and fauna, all of whom are documented by the authorities. Where did this dark, robust youth come from? Engaging him directly offers no guarantee of victory, but we are not yet at the final confrontation. We cannot afford further losses. Zhang Lingsa, see that Ye Qiu acted not out of malice. It was self-defense. The side effects of becoming extraordinary can provoke impulsive behavior. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. The lifespan of extraordinary beings is inherently short, and for Stone Strong to depart early into the cycle may indeed be a form of liberation. I observe a congregation of powerful mutated beasts at the site where he fell. Perhaps we should proceed in groups for mutual support. Should we find anything of value, we can negotiate the distribution afterwards. Bai Shui perceived the awkwardness of the situation and smiled, stepping in to ease the tension. Forming alliances is acceptable. We need not become adversaries. However, the extraterrestrial spacecraft equipment and mutated fruits ultimately belong to the official government. Your role is limited to assisting in the investigation and research. Zhang Lingfa, sensing a way to de-escalate, softened his stance, yet the necessity of maintaining political correctness remained paramount. I have heard that the government has been taken over by the military, primarily divided into two major factions, along with several minor warlords. One faction is led by General Gao, while the other is under the command of Counselor Yang. I wonder which faction Officer Zhang aligns with. Ultimately, to which faction will these resources be surrendered? Bai Shui highlighted the chaotic state of the apocalyptic world, asserting that the so-called authorities were merely pursuing their own interests, urging Officer Zhang not to take things too seriously. In the dense forest, a robust young man forged ahead, cutting through the underbrush with a blade, leaping and sprinting across the mountains. When confronted by obstructive avian beasts, he dispatched them with a single stroke, reminiscent of a cheetah in its domain, unstoppable in his path. As evening descended upon the campsite, Ye Qiu seized the opportunity to slip away while daylight lingered. According to the signals left by Dawa and the mental scans he conducted, he had approximately determined their location. Grandfather, you mentioned treasures might emerge in these mountains. Should we venture to investigate? Dawa and her companions were camping within the forest. Dawa, we ought to refrain from going. The mutated beasts have been lured to the treasure's vicinity. We must find shelter quickly while the beasts are scarce, or we shall be pursued by a horde. Rest assured, I have left signals along the roadside for Ye Qiu. He will undoubtedly find us. Zaxi understood that Dawa was not genuinely interested in the treasure, but rather wished to see if Ye Qiu would venture there. As Dawa and Grandfather Zaxi conversed, Ye Qiu suddenly appeared before them. Brother, you truly came to find us. Dawa exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Ye Qiu, though she felt a twinge of shyness preventing her from approaching. After all, as a saintess, she had to maintain her composure. It had been over 2 months since Ye Qiu last saw Dawa, and she remained as pure and innocent as ever, possessing a unique exotic beauty. Now enhanced with the allure of youthful maturity, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with both shyness and fervor. What brings you here? We must move to a more secure location, urged the old monk Zaxi, quickly guiding Ye Qiu into the dense thicket for concealment. In that moment, Ye Qiu, Zaxi, Dawa, and several others present began to converse, sharing information and updates about their circumstances. In that case, young man, you should continue aiding them in their mission. The aroma of those exotic fruits can be detected from such a distance, drawing powerful beasts towards it. If you manage to acquire a few of those fruits, your cultivation will undoubtedly see significant enhancement. We should persist in our search for that refuge. For now, it is best that you remain hidden, as the Kempo of Sakya Monastery has been relentlessly pursuing us, primarily targeting the treasures concealed within you. As long as you remain concealed, they will temporarily track you without taking action. Once you reveal yourself, their hesitation dissipates. You have heard of the extraterrestrial spacecraft crash, and the woman clad in ancient attire you encountered may indeed be a human from another planet. The woman, skilled in sword energy, could very well be from the Yu dynasty, a period of unparalleled prosperity for the Blue Star. The legendary master Lien ultimately journeyed to the Yu dynasty as well. However, the Yu dynasty mysteriously vanished, and the passage of time has rendered its history obscure. Only a few ancient scriptures, now almost forgotten, contain fragmented references. Within the scriptures you have acquired, a few phrases are documented. Last time was rather rushed, but during this period, Dawa has diligently translated some of the texts, revealing portions of the scriptures. Among them are 1 or 2 secret cultivation techniques, which you can practice alongside Dawa to enhance your own abilities, thus ensuring your success in obtaining those extraordinary fruits. The scriptures foretell a cataclysmic flood that will submerge the blue star, leading to the annihilation of human civilization, regressing it nearly to primitive times. This phenomenon has recurred multiple times throughout Blue Star's human history, with only a few particularly lofty mountains remaining above the surface. While mutated beasts roam the land and sea, and humanity faces near extinction, it is likely that survivors constitute less than a fraction of the current population. You have become a fated individual of the hidden scriptures, recognized by Master Lien, and you shall undoubtedly redeem all. You are destined to save human civilization. Chapter 25. The Secrets of Dual Cultivation. In this moment, Ye Qiu reflects on his modest aspirations, feeling that merely being capable of protecting those around him is already commendable. He openly shares his recent insights on breathing techniques and the method of infusing spiritual energy into his blade to amplify its power, learned from the ancient clad woman, with Zashi and the other cultivators. After all, they had rescued him from the pursuit of the Sakya temple during his return from the west to the city. They had stealthily escorted him for quite some distance, proving themselves to be trustworthy practitioners and comrades. In this era of upheaval, survival and the propagation of teachings necessitate that each cultivator enhances their own abilities for self-preservation. No matter how profound the cultivation method, if it remains hidden and unpracticed, it is futile. Only by surviving can anything be accomplished. Seeing Ye Qiu's candor, the fellow cultivators also show no reluctance in revealing their own secrets. Master Qi Tian presents Ye Qiu with a tome titled Heavenly Dao Manuscript, informing him that it is an exalted secret method of Taoist cultivation, of which he has only grasped a mere fragment. This manuscript was discovered by his ancestral master within a sacred burial site during a solitary journey through the mountains. During a landslide that destroyed a Taoist temple, many remains of Taoists were exposed, while kindly gathering and burying these remains. His master inadvertently stumbled into a tomb and fortuitously obtained this ancient text. It appears to be a long-lost unique manuscript, containing not only insights on cultivation but also external Taoist methods and sword techniques. The powers wielded by the ancient-clad extraterrestrial woman seem to align with these Taoist practices, as she spoke of martial prowess in the realm of energy condensation, the awakening of spiritual consciousness, and the initial attainment of the sacred body. The narrative also alludes to similar levels of cultivation. Your physical prowess is exceptionally formidable, not derived from the consumption of mutated flora or fauna, but rather from your own cultivation, potentially embodying the legendary attainment of a sanctified physical form. Yet, these are merely ancient tales. No contemporary Taoist practitioner has achieved a resurrection or self-healing, nor possesses the extraordinary power and speed that you do. Should you delve into the tome titled Heavenly Path Manuscript, or perhaps consult that enigmatic woman in your next encounter, you might indeed unlock the secrets of immortality. Ancient legends may not be entirely fictitious. Furthermore, the venerable Dharma Master and Zaxi have informed Ye Qiu that within the hidden treasures he has acquired lies a scripture that could be the Diamond Prajna Sutra. However, it differs from the versions currently circulated, which appear to have been altered. The version in the hidden treasures seems to retain its integrity. The modern iterations lack many crucial elements or have been distorted, rendering the path of cultivation nearly inaccessible, leading to a mere superficial understanding. This may also explain why, since the Lotus Master, no unparalleled monks or living Buddhas have emerged. The Dharma Master and the Elder Zaxi imparted to Ye Qiu the formal scriptures of dual cultivation, the Mijua Sutra, elucidating the specific and formal principles of this practice. They enhanced Ye Qiu's dual cultivation methods, emphasizing the stringent requirements for both himself and his partner. Ming Fei. The partner must embody the purity and sanctity akin to a virtuous maiden like Dawa. Only then can they attain the ultimate realm of dual cultivation. One must avoid the path of degradation, as exemplified by the nefarious monks of Sakya Monastery who have distorted dual cultivation into a debased practice. Engaging in indiscriminate dual cultivation with ordinary individuals may yield temporary benefits, yet in the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, ultimately leading to self-destruction and madness. Elder Zaxi imparted to Ye Qiu the Huazhen Xinfa, revealing that he has practiced the esoteric teachings of the West and is now also studying the Buddhist doctrines of the Central region. This Huazhen Xinfa is a compilation of the essence of Buddhist teachings from both the Eastern and Western traditions, significantly aiding in mental cultivation and enhancing spiritual strength. It will assist him in refining his ability to perceive the thoughts and feelings of others, ensuring that with proper practice, many challenges may dissolve without resorting to violence, allowing him to approach problems from others' perspectives and achieve mutual cultivation for the benefit of both self and others. Dawa remains irresistibly captivating. The experience of dual cultivation with her feels like a sacred union of body and spirit, merging with the cosmos, a perfect alignment of physical and mental realms. After all, Ye Qiu and Dawa are each other's first. Their night of uninterrupted dual cultivation persisted until dawn, with both exchanging their bodily energies. Following the formal practice of the Mijua Sutra, Ye Qiu discovered that, aside from the significant enhancement of his various abilities as before, this time their bodies and minds seemed to have absorbed some of each other's energies. Some of the Dawa, who have been immersed in the practice of secret teachings from a young age, have surprisingly integrated their understanding of the mystical laws of the universe into Ye Qiu's consciousness. Remarkably, Ye Qiu can now comprehend certain ancient scriptures, much like the Dawa. Initially, only the Dawa could decipher those translated hidden texts. But now Ye Qiu has also gained some insight. Moreover, the Dawa has assimilated a significant portion of Ye Qiu's energy, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her physical capabilities. Although she has not reached Ye Qiu's level of strength or his remarkable self-healing abilities, her physique surpasses that of an ordinary adult male by 1 or 2-fold. With full exertion, she can snap a small tree as thick as an arm, and wielding a sword, she can unleash sword energy capable of slaying a small, ferocious beast with a single strike. A sense of spiritual resonance has developed between them, allowing them to perceive each other's emotional fluctuations at times. Indeed, the authentic dual cultivation manual has proven to be effective. Compared to the first time when he was ill-prepared and misunderstood the nuances of dual cultivation, and the subsequent casual practices with Sister Xia, this experience marks a true initiation into the mysteries of dual cultivation. It turns out there are monumental secrets to dual cultivation. After perfect harmony between their yin and yang energies, they can absorb and integrate some of each other's energy techniques without depleting their own. The other merely replicates a portion. Naturally, the extent of this fusion depends on the recipient's physical capacity, innate talent, understanding of the law, and experience in practice. This is akin to a high-level version of the star absorption technique. Will he be able to freely assimilate and replicate others' magical powers in the future? Sister Xia possesses no special powers. For her, Ye Qiu has received more than he has given. However, the enigmatic Bai Shui and the model Xiaolin, along with the extraterrestrial beauty in traditional garb, harbor numerous secrets and extraordinary abilities. If he could transform them into his dual cultivation furnace and merge their techniques, he would become invincible. Just the thought brings him joy. Nevertheless, they should also be able to assimilate and replicate a considerable amount of his powers. It should not be a concern, as their foundational abilities are lower than his, making it improbable they could absorb more than he possesses. Currently, this remains untested, validated only through practice with the Dawa. After all, the Dawa is a holy maiden of the secret sect, having practiced these teachings since childhood, providing her with a solid foundation and profound comprehension of the law. Previously, she was able to employ some spells against the female spirits of the Sakya temple. Thus, her capability to assimilate and replicate some of his energy is not astonishing. Sister Xia, being an ordinary person without any special abilities, merely experiences a significant enhancement in her physical constitution through their dual cultivation. She has taught him breathing techniques to absorb spiritual energy, which any ordinary individual could master without anything remarkable. It seems he must seek a beauty with profound powers or extraordinary abilities, like Xiaolin or the traditional extraterrestrial woman, to experiment with dual cultivation. Chapter 26. The Great Battle Against the Beasts. The following day, Ye Qiu returned to the camp of Bai Jie and her companions. Bai Shui had already reconciled with Officer Zhang Ling and Zhang Shi, and the two sides were engaged in lively conversation, with their respective teams interacting harmoniously, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Upon seeing Ye Qiu return, everyone greeted him warmly, inquiring about his whereabouts during the night. The wilderness and dense forests were indeed perilous. Even with his extraordinary abilities, it was uncertain whether he could single-handedly conquer so many mutated beasts. A team approach would undoubtedly yield a greater chance of success. Ye Qiu cleverly fabricated a story, claiming that after yesterday's battle, He had experienced side effects from using his powers and had sought a quiet place to take medication and recuperate. He distanced himself from the group, fearing that the side effects might cause him to lose control and inadvertently harm someone. Ye Qiu, what kind of mutated fruit or meat from a transformed creature have you consumed to gain such powers? Zhang Lingsa inquired with curiosity. This woman was not to be underestimated. After his dual cultivation the previous night, Ye Qiu's ability to skin mental waves had significantly improved. Although he had yet to find time to practice the Huazhen Xinfa to elevate his consciousness to its true realm, he could distinctly feel that the energy resistance from the pendants worn by Bai Shui and the others, which shielded their minds and mental scans, had diminished considerably. The ordinary soldiers, lacking any powers, could now effortlessly scan his thoughts and emotions. However, Zhang Lingsa's mental wave scan revealed nothing but emptiness, indicating that she was even more formidable than Bai Shui. At least Bai Shui could clearly sense her emotions and inner changes, but the deepest thoughts remained unreadable. Could she also be an extraordinary individual? Ye Qiu found himself intrigued by Zhang Lingsa, who seemed to embody the pinnacle of feminine allure. Her physique, particularly the two prominent features, surpassed any he had encountered in reality. The images and videos of beauties from the islands paled in comparison, as they often relied on filters and effects, failing to conceal their substantial allure. With her sun-kissed skin and muscular elegance, she was undeniably captivating. Even if her face did not rival that of Xia Jie or Bai Shui, what unique abilities might she possess? The prospect of dual cultivation with her promised immense value and gratification. Observing Ye Qiu's entranced gaze fixated on Zhang Lingsa's alluring figure, Bai Shui could not suppress a cough, her jealousy flaring intensely. Could he not be so overtly infatuated? He was on the verge of drooling. Ye Qiu, embarrassed, snapped back to reality, sensing Bai Shui's disdain and discontent. In his desperation from hunger a few days prior, he had consumed mutated dog meat and other unidentified altered fruits, caring little for the consequences, as he felt he might perish from starvation regardless. Oh, how do you feel now? Do you believe your vitality has strengthened? To be more direct, the government has developed therapies capable of extending the lifespan of extraordinary individuals. You could undergo an examination and receive a tailored treatment plan. Not only would it stabilize your condition and reduce the frequency of side effects, but it could also enhance your vitality. With future advancements in technology, you could live as normally as anyone else. It was evident that Zhang Lingsa was attempting to win Ye Qiu over. Ye Qiu is already part of our company. I have reported his abilities to the organization, and he will be assigned to the finest biomedical team available, equipped with the most effective treatments. There is no need for you military factions to worry about it. Bai Shui rolled her eyes at Zhang Lingsa as she attempted to win over Ye Qiu. At present, the Yinshang Biological Company had treated me quite well, even accommodating my friends. Thus, I shall first endeavor to assist them in completing this task. After all, one must uphold integrity. I, Ye Qiu, am not the sort to be untrustworthy. On one hand, Ye Qiu emphasized the word accommodate, subtly reminding them not to be unkind to the chubby ones and to treat them well. Given my favorable standing in the market, with offers coming in at high prices, they must not falter. On the other hand, I felt it prudent not to offend either party, as both would ultimately serve as my dual cultivation furnaces in the future. A measure of respect must be afforded. Very well, Mr. Yi, should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me, she said, providing Ye Qiu with her contact information. According to the map coordinates verified by both parties, the site of the extraterrestrial spacecraft crash lay approximately 2 kilometers ahead in a straight line. Beyond that, we would enter the core area, where numerous large and ferocious alien beasts congregated, likely drawn by the alluring exotic fruits. We were about to encounter them head-on. Prepare yourselves. We are about to enter the core area. Remember, the duty of a soldier is to complete the mission. The mission is everything, Zhang Lingsa proclaimed, her voice resonant and authoritative, markedly different from Bai Shui's sweet and enchanting demeanor. Indeed, upon entering the core area, the dense forest erupted into a cacophony. The roars of various mutated creatures and the sounds of savage combat filled the air, instilling a sense of dread. One could feel the ground tremble beneath us, a testament to their massive, ferocious presence. The group held their breath, afraid to make a sound, regretting their decision to traverse this hellish place. A mutated wolf blocked their path, with a mutated leopard lurking behind, and a bizarre avian creature circled ominously overhead. It seemed they had set their sights on our nearly 20-member team, likely perceiving us as their next meal, delivered right to their door. The wolf was as large as a bison, its mutated head a terrifying sight, with a gaping maw filled with long, sharp teeth and a tongue the size of a human face. The leopard, entirely black, exhibited that dazzling, iridescent sheen, far from mere darkness. As someone involved in design, Ye Qiu finally encountered the iridescent black that foolish clients often described. It was stunning and undeniably sophisticated. The clients were not entirely foolish. If it were not for its predatory nature, one might consider keeping such a creature. However, this iridescent black leopard was immense, nearly the size of an elephant. Consuming a person would merely serve as an appetizer. The mutated bird loomed high above, appearing small but, upon comparison with real-life experiences, was certainly no smaller than a helicopter. Ye Qiu, the leopard shall be yours. It's too large for us, and you seem quite interested in it. The wolf will be my primary target, and sister Bai, the creature in the sky belongs to you. How does that sound? The rest of you provide covering fire. Zhang Ling saw, exhibiting the calmness of a trained soldier, adeptly organized the tactical arrangements, not forgetting to mock Ye Qiu for eliminating their mutated giant. It was only fitting that this formidable creature should be his responsibility, an opportunity to test his strength. Open fire. With this command, nearly 20 members of the team unleashed a barrage of firepower. Heavy shotguns, robust AKs, rocket launchers, and specially designed grenades, all directed towards their foe. A dense network of firepower enveloped the air from all directions. Yet, the mutated wolf appeared undeterred, letting out a ferocious roar before leaping towards its intended meal. Ye Qiu faced off against a colorful mutated leopard. Although its size was intimidating, he felt no fear. If his blade's energy struck, it would undoubtedly suffer. With a swift sidestep and a burst of speed, Ye Qiu drew his blade. The leopard, known for its agility, matched his pace and could not be attacked in a straightforward manner. Unexpectedly, the mutated leopard seemed to sense Ye Qiu's intent, pivoting to circle around him and lunging towards Bai Jie and the others. It appeared to recognize Ye Qiu's formidable presence and opted for an easier target. The mutated giant bird proved even more troublesome. It swooped down on the weakest points, capturing one team member in its talons. Zhang Lingsa, while managing against the mutated wolf, turned in alarm upon witnessing his teammate being snatched away by the giant bird, hastily firing to rescue him. The colorful mutated leopard was exceedingly fierce, having already killed one team member and injured Rick. Just as Bai Shui was about to be struck down by the leopard's claws. Chapter 28, The Stellar Absorption Technique. Under the midnight sky, Xiaolin finally awoke to find Ye Qiu holding her. Instantly, panic washed over her, quickly followed by a forced smile. She even instinctively lowered her neckline. Save your efforts. Great model, stunning beauty. Your charms and hormonal allure hold no sway over me. I've encountered such tactics before. How can you be so gravely injured, yet still harbor intentions of controlling me with your powers? Here you are, battered and bloodied, having fled to this place. Where are the others from the Nuwa Biological Company? What about that poorly accented bearded man? At this inquiry, Xiaolin could no longer contain her tears. Blood and sorrow smeared her face. It was truly heart-wrenching. Ye Qiu could not bear to see a woman cry, especially a beautiful one. Xiaolin recounted that her team had been ambushed by mutated wolves and swarms of mutated beetles, resulting in heavy casualties. Ultimately, only she and that poorly accented Bart managed to escape. Bart, in a moment of self-preservation, had pushed her towards the wolves while seizing the opportunity to flee on his own. She had endured several bites from the wolves, and the beetles had drained much of her blood. Were it not for her enhanced physique as a mutant, she would have perished long ago. Given their shared residence in the same complex and a few fleeting interactions, she implored Ye Qiu to save her. As she spoke, she continued to cough up blood, her physical state perilously close to collapse. While Xiaolin slept, Ye Qiu had examined her wounds, and indeed, such a beautiful model had nearly no unscathed flesh left. Multiple gaping wounds marred her body, flesh torn and blood nearly drained. These wounds are far too deep and severe. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would find it challenging to save you. In this desolate mountainous forest, the emergency backpack had long been discarded, rendering basic wound treatment impossible. Without a day or two, the wounds would undoubtedly become inflamed and rotten, leading to certain death. What shall we do, Brother Yi? If you can save me, I am willing to do anything. I will serve you like a beast. Xiao Lin's will to survive was fervent. Seeing her bloodied and tear-stained face, Ye Qiu felt a surge of compassion. Yet, recalling the disdain, contempt, and humiliation she had previously shown him, a sly smile crept across his face. Are you certain you are willing to do anything? You need not serve me like a beast. Simply be a woman. Come closer and read my lips. I can save you, but the condition is that you and I will engage in an intimate act. Ye Qiu's expression turned lewd. Just as Xiao Lin raised her hand to slap him, the excruciating pain from her injuries rendered her too weak to retaliate, her trembling lips betraying her fury. In her mind, she thought, this despicable man, even at a time like this, wishes to take advantage of me. How brazen. Xiao Lin was gravely injured, her spirit weakened. And now so close to him. The pendant that shielded her consciousness and brainwave scanning had been stealthily removed by Ye Qiu while she was unconscious, leaving her thoughts and mental state fully exposed to him. Rest assured, I truly can save you, provided you engage with me. It is not I who will take advantage, but rather you who will benefit. With that, Ye Qiu drew a knife and sliced open his own arm, blood flowing forth instantly. As Xiao Lin stared in shock at his self-inflicted wound, something extraordinary occurred. The wound began to heal itself slowly. She watched in astonishment as his injury closed up before her very eyes. This was the young man's extraordinary ability. With such a remarkable power, he could not only survive, but thrive. Ye Qiu wiped away the blood, and his arm was restored to its pristine state as if the wound had never existed. How about it? Do you need time to consider? If you wish to perish, then forget I ever spoke. Ye Qiu deliberately turned his gaze towards the pitch-black wilderness. If you share this intimate moment with me, my unique ability may allow you to absorb its essence, heal your wounds, and save your life, though I cannot guarantee it, as this is my first attempt. All right, I am willing. Xiao Lin seemed to find hesitation unnecessary, fearing Ye Qiu might change his mind, for she had no better options than to await her demise. Ye Qiu began to remove Xiao Lin's garments, instructing her on the basic rituals, precautions, and positions for their union, to which she complied. Although she found his behavior perplexing and somewhat perverse, she dared not question him, and Ye Qiu, sensing her unspoken doubts, casually mentioned a few words to ease her mind. These movements and postures must be adhered to meticulously, otherwise, the desired effects will remain elusive, and one must not blame oneself. Xiao Lin found it imperative to cooperate with greater seriousness, owing to the severity of her injuries. Their dual cultivation was concluded after a single session. Although Ye Qiu was left yearning for more and filled with enthusiasm, he was reluctant to push her to her limits, as he wished to observe the outcomes of their experiment. This dual cultivation technique, could it truly enable the absorption of the abilities of others for personal use? Would the method of drawing and energy succeed? At the break of dawn the following day, Xiao Lin awoke early. For ever since her encounter with Ye Qiu the previous night, a warm energy had coursed through her body. It seemed as though the heat was revitalizing her wounds, causing them to itch, rendering her unable to sleep. With the first rays of morning sunlight, she lifted her garment to inspect her injuries. They were no longer as painful, clearly in the process of healing. Although the recovery was slow, it appeared that within 4 or 5 days, she would be completely restored. Could it be that after sharing a night with this young man, she had truly assimilated his extraordinary genetic abilities, enabling her body to heal itself? Xiao Lin could scarcely believe her eyes, but the evidence lay before her. Her wounds were indeed healing. Her body no longer felt excessively sore. It seemed her life force had been significantly rejuvenated. Just yesterday, she had been on the brink of death, but now it felt as though her injuries were merely superficial. In a few days, she would emerge unscathed as though nothing had transpired. Gazing at the slumbering Ye Qiu, a wicked thought flickered through Xiao Lin's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Although she had previously looked down upon this impoverished fellow, he had, after all, saved her life. To abandon him now would be unwise, especially given that she was alone in this forest, facing the perilous mutated creatures that would make survival exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on her past, she recalled her unparalleled beauty, the center of admiration throughout her youth. Yet, in the years since her graduation, she had encountered numerous lecherous individuals, all intent on exploiting her, their intentions insincere. Now, this impoverished lad stood as her sole ally. She fervently hoped he would treat her with sincerity, otherwise, it might be prudent to utilize him to her advantage for her own benefit. As for the unfolding events, Ye Qiu acted swiftly. Although he was tempted to take his time and gauge the true abilities of Bai Shui and Zhongling Sa, both of whom appeared to be concealing some latent powers, he could not risk the safety of the enchanting dual cultivation vessel he desired. Just as the multicolored mutated leopard prepared to pounce on Bai Shui, Ye Qiu seized the opportunity, his blade flashing with precision as he executed a series of moves, seamlessly intertwining reality and illusion, severing the creature's tail. The vividly hued leopard, its tail severed, let out a heart-wrenching roar of agony, spiraling into a frenzy of madness as it dashed wildly, wreaking havoc around it. The scene descended into chaos. Team members were scattered. Some met their demise while others fled in desperation. "Oh no, the wolf pack is coming. This lone wolf serves merely as a scout. We must take cover," Kaizi shouted. In an instant, a dozen monstrous mutated wolves charged forward, encircling and pursuing Zhongling Sa and Kaizi. Seizing the opportunity, a colossal bird swooped down. Amidst the turmoil, Ye Qiu could only attempt to restrain the enormous mutated leopard, which was far too massive and ferocious to ignore. Under the onslaught of the leopard and the wolves, more team members perished, some wounded, and others escaped. A piercing scream erupted from Bai Shui, who had just valiantly slain a mutated wolf, only to be ambushed by the descending giant bird. Its claws pierced through her back, lifting her into the sky, her anguished cries echoing through the dense forest. Ye Qiu swiftly turned and leapt into the air, aiming a strike at the colossal bird. Yet, it was too late. The bird was too swift, and his blade merely sheared off a few feathers. The giant bird appeared unscathed, struggling briefly before vanishing into the distance, leaving no trace in the forest below. Turning back, Ye Qiu realized that Zhongling Sa and the others had been lost amidst the wolf pack's assault. 5 or 6 team members had already been brutally slain by the leopard and wolves, with the remaining survivors scattering in a frantic bid for survival. Ye Qiu was left with no choice but to follow the direction in which the giant bird had fled, hoping to find Bai Shui. After all, one must find the living and the dead. He could not allow his dual cultivation furnace to be devoured without cause. As he ventured deeper, the forest grew increasingly ominous. Through the obscuring branches and leaves, Ye Qiu beheld a myriad of mutated creatures. There were snakes as thick as water barrels, slithering through the woods, and bears towering like small mountains, sitting on the ground while using thick branches to clean their teeth. He even spotted ants the size of rabbits marching in formation. The forest was adorned with exotic flowers and fruits exuding tantalizing fragrances. Some had ripened and burst, their juices dripping enticingly, igniting a primal hunger. However, none would dare partake. For in the cities, those who consumed mutated fruits faced certain death. The horrors of the forest were undoubtedly far worse, as ordinary humans could not withstand the energy of these aberrant fruits. Ye Qiu witnessed a mutated giant wolf consume a fruit from a tree, only to rapidly swell in size and strength, ultimately exploding within mere seconds. Cautiously searching the forest for several hours, he found no living souls, only terrifying mutated creatures, forcing him to keep his distance and navigate around them. He pondered Bai Shui's fate, praying that fate would not be unkind to such a beautiful dual cultivation furnace, and that she would not fall victim to the giant bird's cruelty. Utilizing the consciousness scanning feature of his spatial ring, he detected only the instinctual awareness of mutated beings, such as the pursuit of food, mating, and the biological calls to summon companions. Occasionally, he encountered a few mutated monkeys with a semblance of intelligence. Yet their cognitive abilities seemed no greater than that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, yielding no useful information. As the evening glow gradually faded, the dense forest began to shroud itself in darkness. Ye Qiu decided to seek a tranquil spot to rest for the night. After all, dusk was fast approaching, and proceeding further in such circumstances would be tantamount to courting death. To activate a night light would undoubtedly serve as a navigation beacon for the ravenous mutated beasts, guiding them toward an early dinner. Conversely, refraining from illumination could lead to an unexpected assault from a hoof or claw, resulting in the loss of limbs, or even the sudden severance of one's head. Beneath the veil of night, the wilderness fell into an eerie silence. Although the occasional chilling howl would send shivers down one's spine, yet, out of sight often brings solace. With time, one could grow accustomed to such sounds. Ye Qiu nestled in a small cave etched into the sheer cliffside, reclining to rest. Reflecting on the day's encounters and her plans for tomorrow, she reassured herself that with Zhang Lingsa and Bai Shui's formidable backing, Along with her own capabilities, her demise would not come swiftly. They had ventured here, supported by substantial forces, in search of treasure, and possessed considerable skills themselves. It was likely that they had some hidden techniques or equipment reserved for critical moments. And their allies must have already received signals, given their impressive gear and probable means of communication. Such a vital treasure-hunting mission surely warranted more than just a handful of their forces. A rescue team must have already been dispatched, alleviating her concerns for them. Attempting to rescue them herself would likely be misguided, as their supporting faction was far more powerful than her own. In fact, her own survival supplies, including communication devices, had been lost while pursuing the giant bird, leaving her isolated from them. Alone in this terrifying forest, no matter how skilled one might be, a pair of hands could only slay so many mutated beasts. Without assistance, one would inevitably become a mere snack for the creatures. It appeared that wandering aimlessly in the forest was unwise. She must first bolster her own strength. Once the forces backing them had sufficiently battled it out, she could then make her move, which would be far more prudent. In the coming days, she resolved to diligently study the heavenly Dao manuscript from Master Qi Tian and the true heart method bestowed by Elder Jia Shi, in hopes of making a breakthrough. Just as Ye Qiu prepared to delve into the two tomes, a sudden alertness surged through her as she detected a human consciousness nearby. The thoughts were frantic and intermittent, the brainwaves increasingly faint. Additionally, she sensed the presence of a mutated creature pursuing this individual. Quickly, she scrutinized the woods beneath the cliff, fully activating her consciousness scanning abilities. It was Xiaolin. She recognized her brainwave patterns, growing ever closer. Though faint, Ye Qiu's enhanced scanning abilities allowed her to discern the situation. To her astonishment, a gigantic mutated beetle, comparable in size to a standard off-road vehicle, was relentlessly pursuing Xiaolin, wielding long pincers. Xiaolin, battered and bloodied, was desperately evading the beetle's attacks as she advanced toward the cliff where Ye Qiu lay hidden, bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight. Ye Qiu discerned the pallid visage of Xiaolin and her frail form, as if she might collapse at any moment, becoming prey to the voracious beetles. With a flash of the blade, a perfect arc was traced. Seizing the opportune moment, Ye Qiu unsheathed his autumn blade, cleaving through the beetle's formidable pincers in an instant. He pivoted swiftly and struck again, slicing into the beetle's abdomen, causing a foul, yellowish liquid to spill forth, nearly splattering onto Ye Qiu's face. How revolting! It sullies my moon-cleaving blade. Upon witnessing Ye Qiu's arrival, Xiaolin's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a grateful smile as she laboriously uttered two words. In the next moment, she collapsed into Ye Qiu's embrace. Chapter 29. The Master of the Otherworld. In truth, Ye Qiu had already awakened, and upon scanning Xiaolin's inner thoughts, a wave of joy washed over him. Evidently, the dual cultivation technique was indeed effective. Perhaps it was due to Xiaolin's purity that this outcome was so unexpected. He had assumed her to be the type to seek wealth through her beauty, only to discover she bore her own burdens. In the midst of worldly temptations, it was astonishing that such beauty remained untainted. Had it been someone like Sister Xia, seasoned by the trials of society, the results would have undoubtedly been diminished. It appeared that he had also assimilated some of Xiaolin's unique abilities. Feeling a surge of dark energy emanating from her, coalescing within his dantian, was it possible that he could also wield a hormonal attack on the opposite sex? If so, would he not have his pick among the world's beauties? Further observation was necessary to ascertain the extent to which Xiaolin had integrated his techniques. Thus far, he understood that she had absorbed aspects of his extraordinary physique and self-healing capabilities. The mental scanning abilities she possessed were not concealed. She likely could not assimilate those, nor the various techniques stored in his mind, including the esoteric methods acquired from Dao. If she were to absorb those as well, she would realize he was not merely an ordinary being. She would uncover his greatest secret, and that could not be allowed. After several days of dual cultivation, Xiaolin's injuries had nearly healed, allowing her to move normally. During this time, Ye Qiu had thoroughly merged with Xiaolin's hormonal attack techniques. He only needed to find a beautiful woman to practice this newfound ability. Concurrently, he intensified his studies of the true heart method compiled by Elder Zaxi and the heavenly Dao notes from Master Qi. As he delved deeper into his various esoteric practices and engaged in mutual cultivation with the pure-hearted Xiaolin, though not on par with the saintly level of Dao, The benefits were significant. His abilities had greatly enhanced, surpassing those of Sister Xia. It seemed that dual cultivation was most effective with a pure and beautiful partner. As he further explored the true heart method, Ye Qiu discovered that his control over the prayer will had become increasingly adept. His mental scanning abilities had also improved significantly. The pendants worn by Xia Lin and her companions, which shielded their consciousness, had lost their efficacy against him, especially in the manipulation of spiritual energy. It has ascended to an extraordinary level. With all my might, I swung a blade through the air, and from a distance of over 10 meters. A mutated wolf the size of a wild bull was cleaved in two. Just a few days prior, such an effect could only be achieved within a 5-meter range. The blade's energy could sever a massive rock weighing around a ton on the mountain. In the dense forest, wherever the blade's energy reached, everything was flattened. Ye Qiu observed in secret for several days, conducting a comprehensive scan and monitoring of Xiaolin's consciousness. He discovered that aside from integrating some of her own abnormal genetic traits, which granted her the ability to heal wounds, she had not absorbed or fused any other abilities. This might be related to her inherently weaker strength, or perhaps due to the fact that his other abilities were tied to concealment, making it impossible for her to absorb or fuse them without the aid of a magical artifact. The dense forest ahead seemed quite lively. Once your injuries have healed, let us go take a look. All right, Xia Lin replied, unusually cheerful today, as she entwined her arm with Ye Qiu's, drawing close to him. Is it just you? An extraordinary individual from the Nuwa Biological Company? Are there no other extraordinary beings or experts that have arrived? Ye Qiu inquired. My knowledge is quite limited. Often, they deliberate matters without my knowledge. However, I am not oblivious. I used my abilities to deceive a few minor leaders and glean some information. Aside from myself, there are 3 notable experts in Nuwa Biological, 2 of whom are certainly extraordinary beings. One is a female who can fly, known as Bayuxian, and the other is a male extraordinary being capable of emitting powerful electric currents, called Gaoyadian. The strongest among them seems to be a figure named Chieshinawa. It is said that he is nearly invincible, having been with the company for a long time, and was formidable even before the great environmental upheaval, possessing remarkable speed and strength, as well as the ability to control iron elements. He wields dominion over anything containing iron. However, he existed prior to the great environmental upheaval, appearing to be a mixed-blood foreigner, though it remains uncertain if he consumed something mutated that ultimately transformed him into an extraordinary being. What about the Yinshang Biological Company? I have heard that your 2 companies are arch-rivals. Do they have any formidable experts? The Yinshang Biological Company also has a flying male, seemingly known as Niao Run. Additionally, there is another exceptionally powerful individual, whose name escapes me, Gao Hu. It is said he can control ferocious beasts and has been a formidable presence for many years. He also seems to have existed before the great environmental upheaval. Bart and I are merely the vanguard sent by the company. A larger force is behind us. The company is taking this matter very seriously, believing that even if the alien spacecraft has crashed, it surely holds immense research value. After all, extraterrestrials and UFOs were once mere legends, never before witnessed. Furthermore, the multicolored exotic fruits adjacent to the crash site must also possess significant value, as it has been captured on film that a monkey consumed one and immediately took flight, unlike other extraordinary beings who grew wings through mutation to achieve flight. They even suspect that the environmental changes on Blue Star are related to extraterrestrial beings, due to the kaleidoscopic exotic fruits at the site of the alien spacecraft crash. There are both similarities and differences compared to those found elsewhere. It is said that 2 organizations had observed some anomalies even before the environmental changes on Blue Star, and the government was aware of it. They all knew that significant transformations were imminent, yet they concealed this information, leaving only a select few privy to the truth. Hearing this from Shaylin, Ye Qiu felt an immense pressure. There were indeed numerous formidable individuals, some of whom had existed long before the environmental changes. The powers to manipulate iron elements and control animals were exceedingly potent. The former could render one impervious to any weapon, as nearly all formidable weapons contain iron. The latter was even more practical, given the rampant mutated beasts in the wilderness. To approach the site of the alien crash, one must first contend with these powerful mutated creatures. To control them would be akin to traversing an unguarded realm, facilitating an effortless advance. As Ye Qiu pondered how to respond and secure the kaleidoscopic exotic fruits before these formidable forces arrived, a sudden chant resonated through the dense forest. Reminiscent of monks from the esoteric traditions reciting scriptures. Were Dawa, Grandpa Zaxi, and the others not here? Had they not gone in search of the refuge from the impending apocalypse? Could it be that the Kimpo from Sakya Monastery had not ceased their pursuit of Dawa and her companions? Had they discovered my presence? Were they here to seize the treasures I carried? Or were they merely drawn to the commotion surrounding the aliens' kaleidoscopic fruits? Shaylin, you must leave. Quickly find a place to hide. Ye Qiu urgently urged Shaylin. He noticed that the surroundings were filled with monks, their chanting overwhelming the air. Ye Qiu realized that this group of depraved monks had finally tracked him down. Chapter 30. The eve of seizure, these monks seemed to be converging upon me, encircling me and forming some insidious formation. Countless high monks appeared to be chanting incessantly in my vicinity, their incomprehensible scriptures echoing in my ears. The relentless chanting surrounded Ye Qiu, akin to a spell imbued with magical potency, causing his head to throb painfully and his consciousness to waver. He felt his life force gradually being siphoned away. This formation appeared to be an assault on one's consciousness and mental energy, disrupting brainwaves. Shaylin had scarcely fled a short distance before she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in agony, unable to withstand such an onslaught. Ye Qiu exerted all his effort to operate the space ring's prayer wheel, attempting to resist the assault on his consciousness, but it seemed futile. The adversary's power clearly surpassed his control over mental energy. It appeared that his spiritual prowess was still insufficient. In a moment of desperation, before his consciousness completely shattered, Ye Qiu leaped and unleashed a powerful strike. The autumn blade, infused with the entirety of his momentum, sliced through the air, transforming spiritual energy into a blade of light, obliterating everything before him. In a swift and decisive motion, Ye Qiu cleaved the several llamas before him in two, the blade's aura slicing through the earth and resonating with a thunderous explosion. For a moment, the recitation of mantras ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The formation had been shattered. The ability to wield a blade with spiritual energy, an ordinary outsider, devoid of any cultivation foundation, had ascended to such formidable heights. He could not be allowed to remain. Before Ye Qiu stood a gaunt old lama, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet his lips remained sealed, not uttering a word. Oddly, Ye Qiu's mind echoed with a message. This man could transmit thoughts without speaking. Was it ventriloquism or some esoteric transmission technique from the tantric traditions? Such mastery was indeed impressive. Could it be that you are the venerable Lama Che Ren from the Sakya Monastery, gracing us with your presence? Ye Qiu sensed the potent aura emanating from the old Lama, the whispered words seemingly originating from him as well. The old Lama smirked coldly, remaining silent, which could be construed as acquiescence. Outsider, surrender the hidden treasures you have taken. They are sacred relics of our snowy plateau. They are of no use to you, and must be returned. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate so dire that you will find no resting place, nor the possibility of reincarnation, your soul scattered to the winds. Once again, the message was conveyed telepathically. This old Lama was a master of silent communication, perhaps reluctant to let too many know of the hidden treasures. Only he was privy to the knowledge that his subordinates might not even be aware of the situation. Ye Qiu pondered, realizing that the only individuals aware of the treasures in his possession were himself, Dawa, and the old monk Zaxi. They were all allies. No one here would expose him as an outsider. A cold smirk crept across Ye Qiu's lips. No more words. He unleashed his blade, the autumn cutter, directed towards the venerable Che Ren. Recently, his dual cultivation had significantly enhanced his prowess, and he was eager to practice against these hypocritical monks. As the blade's aura advanced, the old Lama remained unperturbed, reciting his scriptures while forming an intricate gesture with his hands. A shield of spiritual energy materialized before him, successfully deflecting the blade's aura. So powerful, Ye Qiu decided to escalate the confrontation. From his spatial ring, he procured high-explosive grenades and hurled them without hesitation, 7 or 8 in total. The forest trembled as colossal explosions erupted, sending flora and debris soaring in all directions. The resounding blasts attracted ferocious beasts from the depths of the woods. As various mutated wolves, hares, beetles, and leopards converged upon the scene. Cursing under his breath, Ye Qiu swiftly scooped up Xiaolin and made his escape amidst the chaos. This depraved Lama was far too formidable, his mastery over spiritual energy eclipsing his own. He had likely engaged in dual cultivation countless times to achieve such strength. Who could say how many innocent maidens had suffered at his hands to reach this level? Now, with a horde of aberrant beasts drawn to the commotion, he would leave these foul llamas to their fate. It was time to seek the multicolored exotic fruits. Zhang Zilin, equipped with binoculars, gazed at the colossal explosion in the woods, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. This individual possesses remarkable abilities, having survived until now. It appears that his slaying of the formidable giant stone was not mere chance. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill. Mr. Qi. It seems that the llamas from the Western Plateau have also arrived, intriguingly showing an interest in extraterrestrial spacecraft and exotic fruits. Are not the esoteric practices they follow self-contained? How could practitioners of religion meddle in such matters? The current environmental upheaval, with an influx of unknown gases in the air, is precisely what various religious practitioners have long yearned for: spiritual energy. This ethereal essence is crucial for cultivation. It enhances one's spiritual realm. And those colorful exotic fruits can enable even monkeys to soar into the sky. This indicates that these anomalies may facilitate their ascension to the legendary realms, where one can transcend and achieve immortality, no longer merely a tale from religious texts. Mr. Qi, dressed in tattered garments, with graying hair and a long beard, expressed his sentiments. On the other side of the forest, a stunning woman clad in black leather, with cascading waves of hair, both alluring and sweet, was none other than Bai Shui. She bore no visible injuries and was intently examining the map on her wristwatch. Addressing a tall, impeccably groomed man in a suit, sporting a commanding mustache, she remarked, "Mr. Gao, we have arrived. Beyond that small lake lies the crash site. Birdman, you are swift. Proceed ahead to ascertain the situation and report back," commanded the man named Mr. Gao to his 30-strong, fully armed subordinates. From this moment forth, refrain from using any weaponry that may produce significant noise. Should any situation arise, do not discharge your firearms. I will handle the surrounding aberrant beasts. If shots are fired, the resulting noise will incite their fury, rendering them uncontrollable. Little Bai, you are agile. Fly ahead to investigate the circumstances. Gaoya, you are responsible for the safety of the entire team. Everyone, take a moment to regroup and check your equipment to ensure adequate firepower. Bart, have your men located Xiaolin? Why is there still no news? The company has invested substantial resources into experiments and research concerning her. Preliminary results have emerged, and we cannot afford to lose her, or the subsequent research will be jeopardized. Issuing these commands was an extraordinarily tall giant, nearly 5 meters in height, his physique robust like that of a bear, adorned with a mask, and his hair and beard thick. Were he not clad in human attire, one might mistake him for a bear speaking. Rick, with a clumsy accent, trembled at the inquiry, coughing to mask his unease. Report to Commander Chess. We have dispatched searchers multiple times. The necklace pendant she wore contains the company's locator. We found it beside a cliff, seemingly discarded by her own volition. If she is alive, she may have betrayed us, as she is aware of the tracking device and could have awaited our rescue. Of course, there is also the possibility that she has been consumed by a beast. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in ancient attire and wielding a sword, furrowed her brow as she observed the increasing throngs of humanity encircling the lake. Chapter 31. The extraterrestrial ant Ye Qiu sprinted towards the site of the extraterrestrial crash, cradling Xiaolin in his arms. They leaped and tumbled along the way, navigating cliffs, withered trees, and babbling brooks, until they finally reached the crash site. To their surprise, a lake lay before them, and Ye Qiu tossed Xiaolin onto a sturdy branch of a large tree before ascending himself to survey the lake's center. In the distance, an island emerged, upon which stood a colossal metallic object resembling a coffin. Under the faint sunlight of the overcast day, it glimmered with a pearly sheen, towering over 10 meters in height. Its surface impeccably smooth and immaculate, washed clean by the rain. Surrounding the coffin were towering trees, some shooting straight into the clouds, likely reaching several hundred meters high, with trunks several meters in diameter. Most peculiar was the tree closest to the coffin, which diverged completely from its surroundings. Its leaves radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and 4 extraordinary fruits adorned its branches, each exhibiting a different hue: red, yellow, blue, and green. The sizes varied. The largest was akin to a small watermelon, while the smallest resembled a lychee. They appeared to be perfectly ripe, exuding an enticing fragrance, unmistakably otherworldly. Indeed, it seemed that one of the extraordinary fruits, closest to the lakeshore, had been plucked, leaving only its stem behind. It appeared that a monkey had taken the one capable of flight. Around the island, a multitude of bizarre creatures had gathered, flying mutant birds, agile mutant monkeys, and amphibious beasts, such as frogs the size of wild dogs and colossal mutated crabs comparable to water buffaloes, enormous mutant bears resembling small mountains, and wolves the size of bison roamed in packs, bellowing towards the island. Various gigantic insects, along with leopards and tigers of elephantine proportions, emerged from the dense foliage. Yet, they all seemed to maintain a respectful distance, gazing hungrily at the enticing fruits, drooling but hesitating to plunge into the water or leap to the island. Given their size and agility, traversing to the opposite shore would be trivial. A few strides or a flap of their wings could bring the delectable fruits within reach. Could it be that something far more formidable resided upon the island? Were these creatures deterred by a lurking threat, or was there some monstrous being lurking within the lake? Remarkably, apart from the trees and the extraterrestrial coffin, not a single creature was in sight on the island. It appeared devoid of any living entity. No extraterrestrials were in evidence either. Ye Qiu's heart soared upon seeing his beloved furnace vessels, clad in black leather, with the radiant glow of snow-white skin peeking through, and the alluring, well-defined musculature of Zhang Zilian's sun-kissed complexion. He also spotted several other enchanting beauties, each belonging to different factions, encamped around the lake, seemingly observing and preparing to explore the island in pursuit of treasure. Contemplating his dual cultivation furnace vessels, all safe and sound, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of experimenting with the newly assimilated pheromones and their extraordinary abilities. Having absorbed their extraordinary abilities, he also generously offered them the soy milk he had saved. Ye Qiu's thoughts soared as he gazed at the still unconscious Xiaolin, excitement coursing through him. It was time to enhance his prowess before the impending battle. He tossed Xiaolin onto a relatively flat tree branch and was about to proceed with his intentions. Xiaolin was jolted awake by Ye Qiu's abrupt actions, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she realized she was lying atop a tree dozens of meters high, with Ye Qiu wearing a mischievous grin. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight, my injuries aren't fully healed, and we're up in a tree. Can't you show a bit of compassion?" Recalling Ye Qiu's terrifying stamina, she thought back to the days when she felt she was on the brink of death. If his roughness could indeed save her life, she would endure it, for the sake of survival. After nearly recovering from her injuries, he had come back in broad daylight, seemingly unperturbed by the thought of her demise. "Have you noticed the surrounding exotic beasts? Your nemesis, Bart, has also arrived. They are all gathered here. Today foretells a dire omen. It is either our death or theirs. However, I can assist you in turning misfortune into fortune. I can enhance your physical constitution and aid you in seeking revenge." With that, Ye Qiu unfastened Xiaolin's bear-shaped bra, and she finally grasped the pun on the omen. "You lecherous scoundrel." The towering tree swayed under the fervor shared by Ye Qiu and Xiaolin, leaves cascading down like confetti, all set against a backdrop of a dim, drizzly sun, creating a rather romantic scene. Yet, unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, danger was already upon them. A peculiar figure, dressed in archaic attire with long blue hair, wielded a weapon resembling an ancient bow. He knocked an arrow, aiming it at Ye Qiu. The arrowhead gleamed ominously, and the figure flickered in and out of view, materializing above Ye Qiu in the next heartbeat, bow drawn taut, ready to unleash its deadly projectile. A surge of blade energy sliced upward in a flash, startling the blue-haired individual, who quickly attempted to evade, but it seemed too late. The blade energy grazed his clothing. A significant portion of fabric was severed from his shoulder, revealing his alabaster skin, which began to ooze a blue liquid. An extraterrestrial. Blue blood. A female. Ye Qiu finally discerned the face obscured by the blue hair. It was a mature woman, not quite breathtaking, and when compared to the ethereal alien woman he had encountered days prior, she fell short. Yet she remained a beauty of high caliber, exuding warmth unlike the cold distance of the ghostly figure. She possessed the amiable charm of a neighborly aunt. Plump and robust, she merely blinked in astonishment at Ye Qiu's sudden attack, before breaking into a smile, and, in a standard dialect of the Blue Star, remarked, "Have you finished your fun, young man? I never expected an indigenous being from a dying planet to possess such skill and keen awareness." In truth, as Ye Qiu had climbed the tree to observe the exotic fruits and alien coffins on the opposite island, the items within his spatial ring, the scripture cylinder and copper coffin, had vibrated violently, providing a forewarning. Ye Qiu suddenly detected human consciousness near the tree, an unprecedented occurrence. Previously, the golden cylinder would merely rotate as a warning, and the copper coffin had never reacted. Yet this time, it actually trembled autonomously. Could it be connected to the alien coffin on the island? Or perhaps to the extraterrestrial lady who had appeared? Ye Qiu refrained from further contemplation, feigning calmness while remaining vigilant, monitoring the alien's every movement with his consciousness scan. Just as she drew her bow to shoot, Ye Qiu swiftly retaliated with a knife strike. "Auntie, what have I done to offend you? You've been watching for so long. If you're interested, we could engage together. I've never tried dual cultivation with an alien before." The ignorant native, oblivious to the imminent danger, dared to provoke me. "I shall slay you and drink your blood. You shall witness what it means to be a superior being. You lowly ants are unworthy of existence." As she spoke, she gulped, seemingly yearning for Ye Qiu's blood. This twisted extraterrestrial ant intended to kill me merely to drink human blood? No sooner had the alien ant finished her words than she released an arrow. Ye Qiu quickly dodged, weaving in an S pattern, and struck at her with 2 swift blows. However, the glowing arrow pursued him relentlessly, akin to a cruise missile equipped with satellite navigation. No matter how he maneuvered, it seemed to follow him unerringly. Chapter 32, Shattered Stars and Autumns / Bang. Xia Lin's flying dagger tore through the air, imbued with a resolute killing intent, aimed directly at the alien woman claiming to be from the Yu dynasty. Almost simultaneously, Ye Qiu's spatial ring flickered with light, and several heavy oak tables along with a wooden wardrobe materialized out of thin air, which he forcefully hurled backward with clever strength. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp sound of air being pierced followed closely, as the glowing arrow struck the oak table with tremendous force, its tail vibrating violently, emitting a disconcerting low hum. The table was instantly corroded, leaving a scorched black hole, its edges flickering ominously with blue light. Ye Qiu felt a cold energy penetrating the furniture, causing his arm to tingle slightly. "Catch!" Ye Qiu called out, deftly retrieving several various knives from his spatial ring, which he tossed to Xia Lin. Xia Lin caught them seamlessly. Due to their recent dual cultivation, they had developed a certain telepathic connection, forming a wordless partnership. The area was fraught with danger, surrounded by exotic beasts, not to mention the countless treasure-seeking teams with ulterior motives camped by the lake. They could not afford to attract unnecessary trouble by employing loud firearms. 2 against 1. What a joke. The alien woman, that alluring extraterrestrial ant, wore an expression of disdain and arrogance, as if regarding 2 insignificant ants. "Do the Blue Star natives know who I am? Do you, with your low intelligence, dare to oppose the descendants of the Yu dynasty? Kneel and beg for mercy at once, or you shall not even be granted a complete corpse. You will all be fed to the hungry wolves here." Her longbow was uniquely crafted, neither metal nor wood, with energy patterns swirling along its limbs as if alive, while its string was composed of a nearly transparent energy thread emanating a faint blue glow. The arrow embedded in the table appears to have been forged from the energy of the bow itself, rather than being a physical projectile. "Oh, what is your identity? And where do you hail from, dear ant?" Ye Qiu inquired, a seemingly curious smile gracing his face, while his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. "Your bow is indeed quite impressive," he continued, simultaneously channeling the mysterious prayer wheel within his consciousness. An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, endeavoring to infiltrate the stranger's mind, scanning her thoughts and memories to discern reality from illusion. "We hail from the Yu dynasty. It matters not to divulge this, for I doubt you simple-minded natives have ever heard of the grandeur of advanced civilizations." The extraterrestrial ant raised her chin, her tone increasingly disdainful. "Kneel and beg for mercy, lest you provoke my wrath. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you 2 feeble-minded natives in an instant." A chill ran through Ye Qiu's heart. He distinctly felt his mental energy collide against an invisible, resilient wall as it approached the stranger's body, firmly barred from entry. The mental amplification he derived from the prayer wheel now seemed utterly impotent. Such formidable mental defenses, Perhaps she possessed an even more powerful shielding artifact or some advanced technology. The Yu dynasty was indeed not to be underestimated. He swiftly deduced one of the reasons for her audacious demeanor. Never mind that. He would strike her first to see who the true simpleton and low IQ native was. A fierce glint flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes as he let out a low growl and initiated the attack. His form moved like lightning. The autumn cutter in his hand poised for a powerful strike directed at the extraterrestrial ant's flank, aiming to disrupt her rhythm. Meanwhile, Xiaolin gripped her machete tightly, the blade pointing straight ahead, exuding a formidable aura akin to a mountain, launching a frontal assault. However, just as Ye Qiu summoned his spiritual energy, ready to cleave with the autumn cutter, an unexpected change occurred. A resonant, urgent hum suddenly emanated from the ethereal blue arrow lodged in the oak table. More astonishingly, the autumn cutter in Ye Qiu's grasp also emitted a deep, resonant tremor simultaneously. The blade quivered violently, its intricate patterns seemingly coming to life, radiating a fierce glow. And a powerful sense of resonance coursed from the hilt into Ye Qiu's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip. What is happening? Ye Qiu exclaimed in shock. He abruptly halted, his pupils narrowing. He fixated intently on the autumn cutter and the arrow. A peculiar connection, intrinsic to the weapons themselves, was being forged. A flash of insight struck him. Both his blade and the bow and arrow were extraterrestrial weapons. Could they possess some sort of Bluetooth chip signal? No. It was something far older and more fundamental. It was energy resonance, material resonance. Could they share a common origin? He suddenly recalled that when the extraterrestrial ant had previously fired her arrow, his autumn cutter had experienced an imperceptible tremor. Now, in this close confrontation, the resonance was magnified 100-fold. What was this phenomenon? The arrogant demeanor on the extraterrestrial ant's face began to show its first cracks. She looked uneasily at the violently trembling autumn blade, then at the long bow in her hand, which was also starting to emit a faint warmth. Its arm's intricate patterns fluctuating. How could this blade resonate at the very moment her mind was shaken by this sudden connection? Clang. A sound resembling the ancient echoes of a primordial blade resonated throughout the dense forest. The autumn blade broke free from Ye Qiu's grasp, or rather, Ye Qiu yielded to that force, hovering in midair on its own. Dark golden patterns flowed over the blade like molten lava, burning and erupting with blinding brilliance. A vague, towering figure clad in tattered robes slowly coalesced from the blade's radiant glow. The visage of this specter was obscured, yet it emanated a fierce aura born from countless blood-soaked battles and supreme authority. It was not a complete consciousness, but rather a remnant of will. A blade spirit etched deep within the weapon's essence. The gaze, or intent, of the blade spirit briefly fell upon Ye Qiu before locking onto the long bow in the extraterrestrial ant's hand, specifically fixating on an extremely concealed emblem upon the bow's arm, ancient as the stars. A silent roar detonated in Ye Qiu's mind, filled with endless sorrow, rage, and an indescribable familiarity and yearning. No, it cannot be. The essence of the shattered star? The extraterrestrial ant, as if struck by lightning, turned as pale as paper. Her hand gripping the long bow trembling violently, eyes wide with disbelief and horror. How could this broken blade invoke the resonance of the shattered star bow? That belongs to the master. Before her words could fully escape, the blade spirit suddenly raised a hand. The specter lacked tangible arms, resembling more a manifestation of will, and pointed towards the shattered star bow. Buzz! The shattered star bow erupted with an unprecedented tremor, resembling both a lament and a cheer. The energy patterns along the bow's arm flickered wildly, the ethereal blue light surging forth, instantly overpowering the extraterrestrial ant's own energy. An overwhelming, uncontrollable will, originating from the weapon's essence, forcibly seized control of the bow. Thud! The extraterrestrial ant, as if struck by a heavy blow, coughed up a spray of blue blood, her body uncontrollably flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The shattered star bow slipped from her grasp, yet instead of falling, it was drawn by an invisible force, hovering beside the autumn blade. Chapter 33. Yu Zhao. 2 weapons, 1 blade and 1 bow, now silently floated in midair, their dark gold and ethereal blue luminescence intertwining, resonating in a deep and harmonious cadence. The blade spirit gazed down upon the 2 weapons, as if inspecting long-lost comrades, a poignant and comforting emotion spreading forth. Gradually, The specter dissipated, its light retracting, and both the autumn blade and the shattered star bow flew to Ye Qiu's side, the blade spirit returning to its rightful place. As soon as Ye Qiu grasped the autumn blade, he felt a vast and profound spiritual energy surging through him. The blade's spirit had awakened, automatically recognizing its master. Similarly, upon holding the bow, Ye Qiu felt an immediate connection, as if they were old acquaintances from a past life, now reunited. As his fingers brushed the bowstring, an inexhaustible surge of spiritual power flowed forth. Grasping the hilt of the dagger and the bow's limbs, an extraordinary sensation, akin to a profound connection of bloodlines, surged within him, as if they were destined to belong to him. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the anguished gasps of the alien woman. Ye Qiu suppressed the tumult within, inhaling deeply as he approached the alien lady, who lay weakened and breathless upon the ground. At this moment, her mental defenses appeared to have suffered a significant breach due to the recent backlash from the weapon's essence. "Shall we engage in a proper conversation now, my lady?" Ye Qiu crouched down, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Once more, he activated the prayer wheel. This time, his mental energy flowed like quicksilver, penetrating the tumultuous and weakened ocean of her consciousness without obstruction. A cascade of fragmented yet vivid images surged into Ye Qiu's mind. The vast starry sea, ancient dynasties, in the boundless depths of the cosmos. A colossal and resplendent interstellar dynasty, the Yu dynasty. Its homeland spanned billions of planets the size of Earth, ruling over countless star systems, where technology and mysticism intertwined, creating a dazzling civilization. The visions flickered with grand starships, floating celestial palaces, and crowds adorned in garments reminiscent of antiquity, yet brimming with futuristic elegance. Rebellion and pursuit. The scenes abruptly darkened, drenched in blood. A coup within the celestial palace. Flames engulfed the city. Warriors loyal to the former sovereign fell one after another amidst the onslaught. Ye Qiu glimpsed a blurred yet noble figure, a young woman clad in opulent royal attire. Indeed, she was the lady whom this alien woman had sworn to protect. In a desperate flight, a battered ship, resembling a coffin, navigated clumsily through a barrage of artillery fire, ultimately crash-landing upon a cerulean planet, Earth. The imagery distinctly revealed the crash site, seemingly in the depths of a nearby lake. Lurking and healing, the ship had succumbed to ruin, its energy core severely damaged. The lady lay gravely injured, plunged into a deep slumber, sustained only by the ship's life support systems. The alien woman, known as Yuing, as Ye Qiu gleaned from her fragmented memories, bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding and seeking resources to repair the vessel and awaken the lady. Utilizing the remnants of Yu dynasty technology and her own abilities, she disguised herself and concealed her presence on Earth, healing while exploring the planet for vital materials and energy sources to mend the ship. The shattered star bow in her possession was a formidable weapon granted to her by its fallen previous owner, symbolizing her identity and purpose. Arrogance and prejudice. Yu Ying's memories brimmed with disdain for the indigenous inhabitants of Earth, regarding their technology as primitive and their individuals as feeble. She acted with tyrannical disregard, resorting to slaughter to procure resources or eliminate obstacles, valuing human life as mere fodder. Upon encountering Ye Qiu and Xia Lin, she instinctively perceived them as inconsequential insects, never considering that she might encounter entities capable of resonating with the essence of the shattered star bow on this inferior planet. An overwhelming tide of information surged through Ye Qiu's consciousness, granting him a lucid understanding of the Yu dynasty's might, the reasons behind this flight, and the mission of the alien woman, Yuing, before him. More importantly, he likely comprehended that the crashed Yuzhou spacecraft was indeed the one situated on the island in the lake before him, along with the immense value harbored by the slumbering maiden within, be it intelligence, technology, or latent threats. Ye Qiu withdrew his mental energy, casting a complex gaze upon Yuing, who lay on the ground in a semi-dazed state due to the mental shock. The remnants of blue blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, her expression one of horror and unwillingness. Thus, the remnants of the Yuzhou, the guardian Yuing, and the slumbering maiden, Ye Qiu murmured to himself. When he glanced at Xia Lin, she too was staring at him in astonishment, evidently having felt the profound impact of the preceding moment. "What shall we do?" Xia Lin inquired, pointing at Yuing with a wary look in her eyes. Ye Qiu's gaze flickered, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand, intending to ensconce the extraterrestrial maiden within the confines of his spatial ring. To his surprise, it succeeded. It seemed that with his enhanced abilities, his understanding and application of the spatial ring had likewise improved. It appeared that the spatial ring required the consumption of spiritual energy. Previously, he lacked sufficient energy to store living beings, being only able to preserve inanimate objects. Yu Ying was currently weakened, her powers rebounding upon her, posing no immediate threat. She could remain there obediently for the time being, providing him with an opportunity to explore whether she held further secrets. She was a pivotal key, unlocking the mysteries of the spacecraft and the greater enigmas of Yuzhou. Engaging in dual cultivation with this charming maiden could prove beneficial, potentially revealing more techniques and secrets. I have an affinity for mature women, Xia Lin observed as Ye Qiu seemingly made the extraterrestrial maiden vanish, and she refrained from asking further questions, well aware that he would not divulge any answers. The astonishment of recent days, coupled with the earlier shock, was already overwhelming. Xia Lin felt that this former impoverished companion from her neighborhood harbored an unfathomable multitude of secrets. Yet, he always imparted an inexplicable sense of security. He had saved her life and taken her first. In this altered, apocalyptic world, she resolved to follow him henceforth. Moreover, as she contemplated the starlit bow in her hand, she privately mused, the connection between these two weapons likely transcended mere shared ownership in a past life. It was essential to extract more information from her regarding their master and the reason behind their intense resonance with his blade. This place was no longer suitable for lingering. Given the commotion that had just transpired, Ye Qiu delved into the spatial ring, scanning Yu Ying and perceiving the chilling energy waves within her, starkly divergent from those of the Blue Star people. We must seek a secure location to properly attend to this lady from an advanced civilization and perhaps pay a visit to her slumbering maiden in the coffin. He cast one last glance at the battlefield, his gaze settling on the furniture fragments corroded by energy arrows, then shifted to the autumn-severing blade and starlit bow in his grasp. These two silent yet potent weapons, brimming with boundless power and secrets, appeared to have a profound connection to him. Could these be weapons from my past life? Am I also a Yuzhou person, not of the Blue Star? What of my parents? I recall receiving a mysterious message indicating that my parents were still alive, yet their whereabouts remain a mystery. Could they also be linked to the extraterrestrial Yuzhou? Why have I always felt different from others? A colossal enigma, emerging from the profound depths of the cosmos, gradually unveils a fragment of its mystery before Ye Qiu, coinciding with the unexpected capture of this enigmatic lady. The waters of the Blue Star are far deeper than he had ever imagined, and his autumn blade appears to conceal a breathtaking origin that even he himself has yet to fathom. The path ahead is laden with unforeseen perils and opportunities. Chapter 34. Are they all experts? Beneath a gloomy sky punctuated by rays of sunlight, an unnamed lake in this western wilderness has become the epicenter of a tempest. The water's surface reflects the flickering lights of various factions encamped around it, akin to stars descending into the mire, shimmering with unease and avarice. On the eastern shore, the Niwa biological camp, vast and fortified, the towering figure of the nearly 5-meter-tall Qishinawa, resembling a colossal bear, stands as a moving fortress before the central command tent, exuding a stifling aura of oppression. Beside him hovers a woman with a stern visage, the Bayou Fairy, adorned with metallic wings that glint with a sharp, cold light. On the opposite side, a man clad in an insulated bodysuit, his hair standing on end, channels dangerous arcs of blue electricity at his fingertips, high-voltage energy. Dr. Bart cowers nearby, hesitant to breathe. Dozens of elite armed personnel stand at the ready. On the southern shore, the Inshang biological faction, characterized by a wild and enigmatic air. A robust man in an elegant suit, with a commanding beard, Gao Hu, leisurely pets a mutated black panther the size of an elephant beside him. Behind him, a birdman with massive flesh wings and piercing eyes circles low, surveying the territory. Over 30 well-equipped subordinates, with fierce gazes akin to lurking wolves, stand poised. Bai Shui stands beside Gao Hu, her black leather attire accentuating her perfect curves. Her chest still pristine white, a sweet smile adorning her face, yet her eyes reveal unfathomable depth. On the western shore, representatives of the government warlords, remnants of the Blue Star's old order. Zhang Zilin, clad in tactical gear, exhibits powerful and fluid muscle lines. Her wheat-colored skin gleaming with a healthy sheen in the dim light. Beside her stands Mr. Qi, an elderly man donned in a faded, old-style Zhongshan suit. His hair and beard entirely white. His gaze is profound, as if capable of perceiving the intricacies of the world, while he absently toys with a string of ancient prayer beads. Their contingent may be small, yet it is disciplined and well-equipped, radiating the lethal essence of a regular army. On the northern shore, the snowy region of the Sakya Monastery, where the atmosphere is the most eerily solemn, the withered old lama, Charon, sits cross-legged upon a rock, eyes closed in recitation, as an invisible force seems to distort the very air around him. Behind him, a dozen red-robed lamas stand like statues, their low chanting coalescing into an intangible spiritual tide, causing nearby beasts to grow restless and retreat with frustrated growls. They do not establish camp nor light fires, seemingly merging with the landscape while remaining conspicuously out of place. In the heart of the lake, an alien sarcophagus stands silently, surrounded by exotic fruits emitting an enticing fragrance, akin to Pandora's box, drawing all greedy gazes toward it. Around the island, the roars of strange beasts echoed intermittently, yet, deterred by an invisible pressure emanating from the island and the formidable presence of numerous powerful beings along the shore, they dared only to linger anxiously at the water's edge. This stalemate did not persist for long. With interests at stake, several major factions were eager to be the first to ascertain the reality of the situation. The Niwa biological faction deployed several silent drones, attempting to skim low over the lake's surface to scout the island. However, as the drones reached the heart of the lake, several silent blue arcs of electricity shot forth from the tips of high-voltage conduits, accurately obliterating them mid-air, leaving behind charred debris that plummeted into the water. A birdman from the Yinshang biological faction let out a defiant laugh, flapping his fleshly wings and launching himself towards the heart of the island with remarkable speed, creating a sharp sound as he sliced through the air. Yet, just as he approached the island's edge, a series of piercing sounds echoed. It was the white feather fairy. The metallic wings at her back instantaneously disassembled into dozens of razor-sharp feathers, transforming into a storm of lethal metal that blocked the birdman's advance. The birdman screeched in alarm, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, as the feathers embedded themselves deep into the rocky shore, leaving behind terrifying holes. Forced into a hasty retreat, his face turned ashen. On the side of the government warlords, Zhang Zilin scoffed and struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom! A visible shockwave spread across the ground, hurtling towards the llama camp on the northern shore. The old llama, Charon, did not even lift his eyelids, but the chant he was reciting suddenly escalated in pitch. An invisible mental barrier materialized instantly, and the shockwave collided with it, dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea, only stirring a faint ripple before vanishing without a trace. Mr. Qi furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "Such formidable mental power." The Sakyamuni Temple's llama camp was not merely passive. A middle-aged lama abruptly opened his eyes, uttering a peculiar syllable directed at an agitated, mutated giant bear near the Yinshang biological camp on the southern shore. Instantly, the bear's eyes turned crimson, and with a ferocious roar, it uncontrollably turned and charged at its own kind. Gao Hu frowned, and the black panther beside him sprang forth like lightning, engaging in a brutal struggle with the frenzied bear, resulting in a bloody and chaotic scene. In just a few minutes of tentative skirmishing, there were minor losses all around the lake's shore, yet no one could truly gain the upper hand. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the tension of confrontation as a larger conflict loomed on the horizon. It was then that the deep, thunderous voice of Qiu shattered the impasse, resonating through the loudspeakers along the lakeside. Pointless consumption will only benefit the beasts. The extraterrestrial relics and otherworldly fruits are of immeasurable value. I propose that representatives from all factions resolve this by martial means. Best 2 out of 3. Victors shall have priority in exploration and distribution of the fruits. What say you? His gaze swept across the other 3 camps. Gao Hu stroked the head of the Black Panther, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is intriguing. The Yinshang biological faction accepts. Zhang Zilin turned to Mr. Qi, who nodded slightly. Zhang Zilin declared aloud, "Agreed. However, we must establish rules. Shall it be merely a contest, or one where life and death are at stake?" At last, The old Lama Chirin opened his eyes, which seemed to harbor the essence of hellish demons. His voice resonating directly within the minds of all present, cold and devoid of emotion. In the contest for opportunity, it is either life or death. Victory will determine both the outcome and the rightful claim to the fortune. This effectively signifies a battle to the death. Very well. Chiazina Wa replied in a low voice, declaring that life and death would be disregarded. Each faction is limited to dispatching 3 individuals. A war of attrition or a chaotic melee is permissible, and the faction represented by the last individual standing shall be deemed victorious. The remaining factions must refrain from further plundering or face collective annihilation. He proposed a set of rules that were both more brutal and more straightforward. After a brief silence, all 3 parties expressed no dissent. In this era where strength reigns supreme, such seemingly savage rules ironically garnered widespread acceptance. The elite warriors from the 4 powers stepped forth, their formidable auras unleashed without reservation, creating an invisible tempest by the shores of the Qinxing Marsh. The beings of the Nuwa faction, Chiazina Wa, able to control iron, Bai Yuxian, metallic wings, and Gao Yadian, master of electrical energy. The Yinshang faction, Gao Hu, beast controller, Birdman, swift in flight, and Bai Shui, capabilities unknown, yet possessing a subtly powerful aura. The governmental warlords, Zhang Zilin, enhanced physical strength, and Mr. Qi, abilities unknown, deeply unfathomable. The Saga Temple, Ren. The Elder Lama, master of spiritual telekinesis, accompanied by 2 middle-aged protectors whose profound auras emanated the techniques of esoteric Buddhism and mental interference. 10 top-tier masters. They epitomized the pinnacle of known combat prowess on the blue planet. As they exchanged glances, it seemed as though sparks of electricity crackled in the air. A fierce contest, laden with immense stakes, was on the verge of unfolding. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a languid voice unexpectedly pierced the solemn atmosphere, shattering the weighty silence. Oh, such a lively martial arts tournament. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to be a spectator? By the way, does the winner-takes-all rule apply to me as well? The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, and there stood Ye Qiu, casually embracing the alluring Shaolin, emerging leisurely from a thicket by the lake. With an innocuous smile adorning his face, he appeared as though he were merely out for a leisurely outing. Chapter 35. Who Fears Whom? Ye Qiu's sudden appearance was akin to a drop of cold water into hot oil, instantly igniting chaos. It's you. Bai Shui's sweet smile abruptly froze, a flicker of surprise and barely perceptible wariness flashing in her eyes. She mused, this fellow truly hasn't he perished. The one I recall as somewhat capable, yet hardly noteworthy dares to show up in such a setting? Nevertheless, she maintained her sweet demeanor, saying, Yidasha, it's wonderful to see you unharmed. We dispatched search teams for you for quite some time. Please join us. The agreement still stands. Humph, an oblivious creature. Do you truly believe you belong here? Gao Yadian scoffed, arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips, revealing no hint of disdain. A wild brat. Begone. Although you've consumed some exotic fruits and gained a modicum of skill, you are utterly insignificant before these masters. The Birdman's demeanor shifted drastically, seemingly more formidable than when Ye Qiu first encountered him. With his fleshy wings flapping, he conjured a gust of powerful wind. Chiazina Wa's massive head turned toward Ye Qiu, his gaze icy and scrutinizing behind the mask, offering no words. Yet the palpable weight of his presence was sufficient to shatter the resolve of an ordinary person. Zhang Zilin furrowed her brows, well aware of Ye Qiu's eccentricities. Although he had managed to vanquish the formidable Stone Strong, the individuals before her were all monstrous in their prowess, rendering Stone Strong insignificant in comparison. What gave him the audacity? Mr. Qi, with an air of intrigue, stroked his beard, his murky old eyes glinting with a spark of recognition, as if he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Ye Qiu. The old Lama, Ren, fixed his gaze on Ye Qiu like an icy spear, having recognized the young man who had disrupted his formation and seized his opportunity. His mental energy, akin to a venomous serpent, silently coiled around, attempting to probe and exert pressure. However, upon making contact with Ye Qiu's being, it was as if it had plunged into the ocean, rendered null by a deeper, more dominant force. For the first time, a subtle tremor appeared on the Lama's otherwise placid visage. Ye Qiu, you cannot contend with them. Depart swiftly. These individuals are among the strongest in the company. and nearly the mightiest on this blue star. Xiao Lin exclaimed, her complexion drained of color as she clutched Ye Qiu's arm, her voice urgent and hushed. She felt the palpable intent to kill and the oppressive aura surrounding them, nearly suffocating her. Ye Qiu gently patted her hand, his smile remaining carefree. Fear not. Just enjoy the spectacle. Ignoring the hostile and disdainful gazes directed at him, he strode to the center of the four factions, proclaiming loudly, "What is this? Is this martial arts competition not public? Or do the esteemed ones fear a lowly, dim-witted native like myself?" He deliberately echoed Yu Ying's words, laced with mockery. Preposterous. Gao Hu sneered. If you seek death, I shall oblige. But which side do you represent? Or do you believe yourself worthy of establishing your own faction? I represent myself and this beautiful lady beside me. Ye Qiu gestured toward Xiaolin. Fair maiden, after you were abducted by the bizarre bird, your husband searched for you tirelessly, yet no one showed concern for my plight, claiming to conduct a rescue while leaving me unseen. Thus, I stand for myself. As for qualifications, he flipped his wrist, and the archaic-looking autumn blade appeared in his grasp, its blade rusted and dull, unremarkable in appearance. If I prevail, I shall naturally earn my place. If I lose, my corpse can serve as fodder for the exotic beasts. How does that sound? Such audacity. To be so brazen before the 9 masters was truly unprecedented. Everyone believed this young man had lost his sanity. Very well. Qi Zeno's deep voice echoed. Your demise adds little to our numbers. The rules remain unchanged. Who shall step forth first? I shall engage this audacious fool. The Birdman, unable to contain himself, flapped his wings, his form instantly vanishing from sight. His speed was such that only a blurred afterimage remained in the air. By choosing Ye Qiu as his initial target, he aimed to crush this bothersome insect with overwhelming force, intimidating the entire assembly. Be careful, Xiao Lin cried out. Yet, in the face of the Birdman's claws capable of rending steel, Ye Qiu stood seemingly paralyzed, motionless, with only a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Just as the talons of the Birdman were about to graze Ye Qiu's throat, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. The Birdman was sent flying backwards at a speed even greater than that with which he had charged, akin to a baseball struck with force, crashing into the armored vehicle of the Yinshang biological camp, leaving a deep dent in its sturdy armor. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a distinct footprint was imprinted deeply into his chest. His fleshly wings twisted grotesquely before he struggled for a moment and succumbed into unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the scene. What had transpired? It had all happened too swiftly. The majority of onlookers barely comprehended the events. They only witnessed the Birdman charging fiercely forward, then hurtling back like a broken sack. Only a select few elite figures, such as Qie Zenowa, Zhang Zilin, Mr. Qi, the old Lama Qie Run, and even Bai Shui, seized the fleeting moment of that lethal strike. It was precise, rapid, and imbued with an unparalleled force, an extraordinary speed and power not characteristic of an ordinary mutant. And the next? Ye Qiu flicked his blade. As if he had merely swatted a fly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining experts before finally resting upon Bai Shui, a playful smile gracing his lips. Dear Bai, shall we reminisce about old times? Ye Qiu was eager to test his latest hormonal attack on Bai Shui, curious to see if this dual cultivating furnace he had targeted could withstand it. The sweet smile on Bai Shui's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor and grave seriousness. She slowly stepped out of the camp, her figure swaying yet emanating a lethal aura. Ye Qiu, you've hidden yourself well. Likewise, you are even more concealed. Ye Qiu maintained his smile, though his gaze sharpened. He was intent on testing the efficacy of his newly merged hormonal attack on a beauty of Bai Shui's caliber. Bai Shui ceased her words. Her figure flickered, leaving behind several indistinguishable afterimages. Her speed surpassed that of the Birdman, more enigmatic still. Simultaneously, an invisible mental wave surged towards Ye Qiu, imbued with potent allure and chaotic intent. She too was a psychic mutant. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The space ring's prayer wheel spun rapidly, effortlessly dissipating the mental assault. Concurrently, the power he had assimilated from Shaolin quietly activated within him. A peculiar, aggressively masculine hormonal presence, mingling with his formidable mental will, surged forth like an invisible shockwave, accurately locking onto Bai Shui and rebounding back. Bai Shui's forward momentum suddenly faltered. She felt her heart race, blood surging, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably, as if an electric current coursed through her. A primal instinct of life surged within her, momentarily diluting her murderous intent and wariness. Her gaze towards Ye Qiu bore traces of daze, shyness, and desire. In the clash of masters, every second counts. At that fleeting moment, when Bai Shui's focus wavered, Ye Qiu moved. Without a thunderous display, he merely took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance, and appeared before Bai Shui in an instant. The Qiu blade remained sheathed. He simply used the tip of the scabbard to swiftly knock Bai Shui unconscious. Bang! A subtle sound resonated. The snow-white figure trembled violently as if struck by lightning, the gathered strength dissipating in an instant. With a muffled groan, she collapsed softly, her eyes reflecting an incredulous mix of shame and horror. In a mere encounter, two formidable experts from the shadowy realm had met stark fates, one grievously injured, the other subdued. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes toward Ye Qiu transformed entirely. Contempt morphed into shock, and skepticism into fear. Chapter 36. A truly remarkable bow. The audience was once more thrown into uproar. Their eyes now fixed on Ye Qiu. The disdain had shifted to awe, and doubt to trepidation. Who else dares? Ye Qiu surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping over Qixinhua, the high voltage, Bai Yuxian, Zhang Zilin, Mr. Qi, and finally landing on the old Lama Qiren, infused with a hint of provocation. Or perhaps, master of debauchery, would you care to descend and impart your wisdom? The old Lama Qiren's withered visage revealed no emotion, yet the chanting monks surrounding him suddenly quickened their recitations, their voices charged with an ominous intent. An invisible pressure descended upon Ye Qiu, heavy as a mountain. You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance. Qixinhua bellowed, his massive form charging forth like a tank, shaking the ground beneath him. Rather than rush directly at Ye Qiu, he spread his arms wide and grasped the air toward Ye Qiu's direction. Buzz! In an instant, Ye Qiu felt the very fabric of space around him freeze. An irresistible, terrifying force pressed in from all directions. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and his garments fluttered as if caught in a tempest. Qixinhua wielded the power to control iron. He did not directly manipulate Ye Qiu, as the iron content in the human body is exceedingly low, but instead commanded the ubiquitous trace amounts of iron within the surrounding space. Through this elemental medium, he shaped the spatial force field. This was a far more terrifying and inscrutable ability than mere control over metallic weapons. Ye Qiu found himself imprisoned within an invisible cage of steel, utterly immobilized. The high voltage, with a sinister grin, seized the opportunity. He raised his hands high, conjuring two blinding spheres of lightning. The furious currents roared, exuding an aura of annihilation as they hurled toward the ensnared Ye Qiu. Perish! The lightning surged, engulfing Ye Qiu's form. Charlene, in despair, closed her eyes. Ye Qiu was doomed. How wasted was her first time, bestowed upon a fleeting specter of death. All factions held their breath, as if the outcome had already been sealed. However, when the blinding lightning dissipated, the charred remains that the spectators anticipated were nowhere to be found. Ye Qiu stood resolutely in place, now wielding a uniquely designed longbow. The star-shattering bow, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The bowstring quivered lightly, enveloping Ye Qiu in a thin, nearly transparent, azure-hued veil. Astonishingly, the high-voltage lightning capable of melting gold and iron was completely absorbed by this luminous shroud, vanishing into nothingness. Ye Qiu slowly lifted his head. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Having withstood the spatial pressure, he had sustained some shock, yet his gaze burned with a fierce intensity. Brimming with excitement and combativeness, he regarded the now pallid Qixinhua and high voltage, casting a sidelong glance at the old Lama Qiren, whose expression had grown gravely serious. The warm-up had concluded. Now, it was time to engage in earnest. He lightly placed his fingers upon the nearly transparent energy string of the shattered star bow, and an overwhelming, vast aura, reminiscent of a terrifying essence emanating from the depths of the starry sea, surged forth. Ye Qiu's voice, though soft, shattered the suffocating silence surrounding the lake like a shard of ice plunged into a boiling cauldron, the sound resonating clearly in the ears of all present. He casually wiped away the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression bore no trace of fear, but rather exuded a perverse thrill. In his right hand, the shattered star bow, glowing with an ethereal blue radiance, resembled an ancient beast roused from slumber, greedily inhaling the surrounding sparse spiritual energy. emanating a disquieting and boundless aura. With a gentle tug on the nearly transparent energy string, a smirk, both audacious and mischievous, spread across his face. The colossal figure of Kishinewa erupted with a deafening roar, the sound waves rippling across the lake's surface. He thrust his arms forward, once again commanding the iron-laden elements of the surroundings. The weapons of those present, knives, guns, and rockets, imbued with iron, were levitated and aimed directly at Ye Qiu. In the air, from the fissures in the earth, countless minuscule iron elements were drawn forth, transforming into sharp, piercing steel needles aimed at Ye Qiu's eyes. It seemed as if, in the next moment, innumerable needles would blind him, while a barrage of bullets threatened to turn him into a sieve. High voltage. Attack! Kishinewa bellowed, his massive form trembling slightly from exertion. The high voltage, long prepared, cackled gleefully as he raised his hands above his head. The brilliant blue-white lightning once again converging and compressing in his palms, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Two spheres of destructive energy took shape in an instant, wild arcs of electricity leaping forth, illuminating the surroundings in a blinding white. Turn to ash. The high voltage howled. You arrogant fool. With a powerful downward sweep of his arms, thunder roared. Two serpentine bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, tore through the air, carrying an aura of annihilation, striking down upon Ye Qiu, ensnared within the iron elemental force field, unable to move. Simultaneously, countless steel needles and bullets rained down upon him. The blinding lightning instantly consumed Ye Qiu's figure, and the violent shockwave radiated outward, causing the nearby alien beasts to emit heart-wrenching wails, their fur singed black. Old Lama Chirin's lips curled into a grim smile as he hastened to use his mental energy to track Ye Qiu's hidden position, if he were reduced to mere ashes. Finding him would be nearly impossible. Faced with the blinding light at such close range, Zhang Zilin squinted, thinking, this foolish boy, why must he show off? Xiaolin, overwhelmed with despair, covered her eyes with her hands, her heart racing in her chest. Could he escape this time? Yet, the anticipated scent of charred flesh and the sight of obliteration did not materialize. As the blinding lightning, potent enough to melt gold and iron, dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to find Ye Qiu still standing in place. A thin, nearly transparent, ethereal blue barrier enveloped him, akin to the most resilient eggshell, perfectly shielding him from harm. As the cataclysmic thunderbolt collided with the luminous barrier, it was as if a mere drop of water had plunged into the ocean. The violent currents were effortlessly dismantled, absorbed, and extinguished, leaving only fleeting ripples upon the surface of the barrier. Countless steel needles and bullets, unleashed by the barrage of firearms, appeared suspended outside the blue veil, unable to advance further. Within the barrier, Ye Qiu, aside from his complexion appearing slightly pale due to the spatial compression and the conspicuous streak of blood at the corner of his mouth, remained entirely unscathed. He even raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner towards the high-voltage electricity, as if to declare, "Is that all? What?" The sinister grin on the high-voltage electric entity's face froze entirely, its eyes bulging in disbelief, as if encountering a phantom. "Impossible. My high-voltage thunderstorm bomb." The pupils behind the mask of Xie Zhenhua suddenly constricted, the muscles in his arms, controlling the iron elemental force field, bulged with tension, clearly pushed to their limits. Yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved. In this fleeting moment, a chilling, viscous force, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul, surged towards Ye Qiu like a silent, venomous tide from the depths of hell. It was the ancient Lama Qiren. His emaciated face bore no expression, his lips barely moving, as obscure mantras coalesced into tangible dark ripples, aimed directly at Ye Qiu's consciousness. This was a more insidious and lethal strike than spatial confinement or lightning strikes, an annihilation of the spirit. Hit. Your destiny is to be scattered into oblivion. The mental incantation of the ancient Lama Qiren echoed ominously within Ye Qiu's mind. In an instant, the mysterious prayer wheel within Ye Qiu's consciousness radiated with golden brilliance, spinning with unprecedented velocity. A grand and majestic golden spiritual force, imbued with the aura of Buddhist demon slaying, erupted forth, colliding fiercely against that tide of darkness. A silent explosion reverberated across the spiritual realm. The ancient Lama Qiren's frail body trembled violently, An unusual flush of crimson suddenly blossomed upon his withered face, and with a resounding cough, a torrent of dark red blood gushed forth. The solemn chanting that enveloped him abruptly ceased, akin to a duck having its throat grasped. The dozen or so red-robed monks around him were similarly struck, collectively gasping in shock, their faces paling, their spirits wilting. Old bald donkey, lecherous monk. After multiple attempts on my life, today I shall ensure you reincarnate as a pig. Chapter 37. All that is mine is indeed mine. Ye Qiu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that gleamed ominously against the backdrop of the ethereal blue barrier. A gentleman does not leave grievances unavenged. In my presence, there is no room for posthumous reckoning. It must be settled here and now. I, Ye Qiu, am the terminus of your reincarnation. His fingers, poised on the string of the shattered star bow, yanked back with ferocity. The arrow was aimed at the ancient Lama, now disoriented by the backlash of his own spirit. A hum resonated. Ethereal blue energy coalesced into a luminous arrow, the ancient star patterns along the bowstring igniting in succession, releasing a terrifying sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through the stars. The air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. Sagia Bam. The ancient Lama, Ye summoned forth two of his personally reared Sagia Bam to shield him from the oncoming arrow. The energy arrow exploded upon impact with the two specters. No, these are not ghosts. They are living beings, nurtured from a tender age into blossoming young maidens. Their grotesque faces twist in anguish, and their heart-wrenching cries of death evoke a tremor of pity within the hearts of the onlookers. Just as Ye Qiu prepared to unleash another shot at the venerable Lama, Gaohu sprang into action. Suddenly, a dozen mutated, terrifying vultures soared through the sky, each as large as a helicopter, their massive steel claws poised to rend Ye Qiu apart. With eyes like lightning, Ye Qiu showed no fear. Seemingly possessed by a fatalistic resolve, daring to see who would perish first, he instantly locked onto Gaohu, the one orchestrating the beastly assault. Once more, Ye Qiu bellowed, his entire being trembling. He poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the endeavor. With a flick of his fingers, he declared death. Life is like a leaf. Who dares defy me through the ages? Shoot and be done with it. 3 top-tier experts dare to ambush and hunt me alone. Then let them all perish. Even in mutual destruction, I shall take a few to accompany me to the grave. Whoosh! A stream of ethereal blue light surged forth, surpassing the limits of visual perception. There was no earth-shattering commotion, only a beam of deathly radiance, honed to perfection, as if it were cleaving through the very fabric of space. This was Ye Qiu's most formidable arrow, expended from every last drop of his spiritual energy. Several mutated vultures rushed towards the azure arrow light, seemingly intent on intercepting the strike for their master. However, after one vulture was obliterated, the arrow's energy showed no sign of waning. Gaohu, the towering figure with slicked back hair and a commanding mustache, now bore an expression of unprecedented terror. He sensed a lethal threat. The light arrow was too swift, too sharp. The energy it contained transcended all his understanding of power within the blue star. Iron wall. Kishinawa roared, his hands crashing together before him. The iron elements suspended in the air were frantically drawn in, coalescing instantaneously to form a massive iron shield, several meters thick, gleaming with a metallic sheen, right before Gaohu. This was his ultimate defensive technique. Yet, the ethereal blue arrow seemed indifferent. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter. The solid iron shield was as fragile as paper before that stream of blue light. The arrow pierced through the shield without hindrance, striking with pinpoint accuracy into Gaohu's chest. Ugh! Gaohu let out a soul-shattering wail, his towering form lifted off the ground by an overwhelming force. Blue arcs of electricity flickered wildly at his wound, tearing through flesh to reveal bone, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground before the encampment of the shadow merchants, creating a deep crater, dust swirling around, his fate uncertain. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. All the clamor by the lake, all the roars, all the greedy gazes froze in that moment. The high-voltage energy remained poised to release its thunderous orb. Frozen in place, his face drained of color, leaving only boundless dread. The white feather immortal hovered in the air, his metallic wings rigid, disbelief etched upon his stern visage. Zhang Zeline and Mr. Qi's pupils constricted, drawing in a sharp breath. Kishinawa's clasped hands became completely frozen, his eyes devoid of disdain, replaced solely by gravity and trepidation. The weary and fortunate escapee, the old Lama Chirin, gazed at Ye Qiu with eyes filled with panic and dread. Fortunately, the arrow aimed at him was not the full force of that alien youth. What manner of creature was that ethereal blue longbow? Shaylin gradually lowered her hand from her mouth, her gaze fixed upon the figure enveloped in the cerulean glow, bow in hand, resembling a god of war. Her heart raced with an intensity that felt as though it might leap from her chest. A sense of security? This was nothing short of an explosive sensation of conquest. In the suffocating silence, a faint yet remarkably clear sound of metal scraping echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, abruptly piercing the stillness. The source of the sound was unmistakably the alien sarcophagus, towering over a dozen meters on the island at the center of the lake. Its once smooth, mirror-like surface, shimmering with a cold white light, now trembled ever so slightly at a frequency nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as if a heart that had slumbered for eons was being awakened by a kindred force. Simultaneously, a wave of warmth surged from the spatial ring on Ye Qiu's left index finger. Within the ring's interior, the copper coffin, long silent and rusted, began to resonate faintly yet distinctly with the alien sarcophagus across the vast expanse of space and water. A yearning, a call of intimacy, vibrated through the resonance, clearly reaching the depths of Ye Qiu's consciousness. The multicolored exotic fruits swayed gently in the breeze, their fragrant aroma intensifying, their hues becoming even more resplendent and enticing. As if in response to this cosmic resonance, although Ye Qiu had exhausted his spiritual energy and possessed no combat capability, he knew he could not allow anyone to perceive his weakness. Otherwise, his demise would be inevitable. Feeling the heat from the spatial ring and the call from the heart of the lake, he surveyed the surrounding figures, all of whom were rendered speechless, their expressions akin to that of constipation. An audacious and flamboyant thought suddenly seized his mind. He slowly lowered the shattered star bow, causing the cerulean glow to dissipate. He scanned the crowd, donning once more that infuriatingly nonchalant smile, even digging at his ear as though he had merely swatted 2 flies moments before. Violence breeds animosity. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud yet piercing, reaching every ear in the assembly. Hadn't the esteemed Commander Xiong proposed a best-of-3 format, where the victor takes all? Birdman, by Shui, and that esteemed Commander Gao Hu, by my reckoning. Does this count as 3 kills? In truth, it should be 5 victories. As both the iron-controlling Kishinawa and the old Lama Chirin had fallen to Ye Qiu's prowess, but he refrained from mentioning this, sparing their dignity to prevent a frenzied alliance against him. You shady merchants, abducting my woman and friends to threaten me, your fate is well deserved. As for the rest of you, I regard you as friends. I harbor no desire to slay you. I am merely a kind-hearted, impoverished graduate. He deliberately paused, relishing the myriad expressions of shock, humiliation, disbelief, and burgeoning murderous intent that danced across the faces of the assembly. Thus, Ye Qiu spread his arms wide, a radiant smile illuminating his face. His voice suddenly rising with an undeniable proclamation. The exotic fruits are mine. The spaceship is also mine. All of this belongs to me. Is there any dissent among you esteemed figures? Chapter 38. The foundation of a great enterprise. The entire shore of the Qinxingzhe was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Ye Qiu's declaration, the exotic fruits are mine. The spaceship is also mine, reverberated like thunder across the still lake, striking the hearts of every avaricious onlooker with a jarring force. After a brief moment of silence, a volcanic eruption of outrage ensued. Enough of this nonsense, roared the Neza creature, Sayexinawa, the first to explode, its massive frame imposing as a small mountain, trembling with indignation. Will warfare? Who in the world agreed to such a thing? You ambushed the Birdman, employing despicable tactics to subdue by Shui, and then covertly attacked Dr. Gao with that cursed bow. What kind of 3 games, 2 wins is this? The Neza creatures will never acknowledge such a result. Indeed, the Neza creatures' camp, under the oppressive force of high voltage, suppressed their fear and shouted fiercely, arcs of electricity crackling at their fingertips. Ye Qiu, you have used an unidentified extraterrestrial weapon, a grave violation. The Neza creatures absolutely reject this outcome. Surrender that bow and miss by Shui. Otherwise, he cast a glance at Gao Hu. who was being lifted from a deep pit by the medical team of the Yinshan creatures, receiving unknown injections for treatment. The threat that lingered unspoken was unmistakable. Gao, who, having been revived by several doses of mysterious serum, felt a flicker of life return to his fingers as his wounds slowly healed. Did the Yinshan creatures possess a serum capable of self-healing? It seemed this company indeed possessed remarkable depth. To survive such grievous injuries inflicted by the Starbreaker Bao was no small feat. Was it due to Gao Hu's extraordinary ability to control beasts, which inherently suggested a robust physique? Or was it because the arrow from the Starbreaker Bao had been significantly weakened after being obstructed by the vulture and the iron wall? Ye Qiu felt an unsettling chill. If he could survive this, it was evident that the ability to heal one's wounds was not unique to him. The prowess of these capital tycoons was indeed formidable. In the direction of the Sagia Temple on the northern shore, the low chant of sutras resumed. Yet it was imbued with a cold, lethal intent. The old Lama, Chiron, slowly lifted his head, his gaunt face devoid of expression. But within the sunken depths of his eyes flickered flames of resentment and greed. He fixated intently on the Starbreaker Bao in Ye Qiu's hands and the spatial ring on his finger. The silent threat was more chilling than any roar. Huh? Ye Qiu scoffed, stifling a yawn and stretching languidly. If you can't bear to lose, just admit it. Why concoct so many excuses? The rules were set by you. The first blow was struck by you. Now that you've been defeated, you resort to trickery? Where is your dignity? Has it been carried away by the beasts in the lake? His verbal prowess instantly filled the air with animosity. Zhang Zilin exchanged glances with Mr. Qi, who nodded slightly. Zhang Zilin stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Yi, the great handsome man. Do not act impulsively. Commander Cixin, esteemed master. At this moment, as we are surrounded by strange beasts and the treasures of extraterrestrial origin lie tantalizingly close, how can we, as humanity, engage in internal strife and allow these otherworldly creatures to reap the benefits? Ye Qiu, endowed with extraordinary prowess, is indeed a boon for us, the inhabitants of Blue Star. Why not set aside our prejudices and join forces in exploration? Our government forces are prepared to guarantee equitable distribution. Master Yi, as long as you are willing to collaborate with us, we shall ensure the safety of your friends." Mr. Qi, standing beside her, timely stroked his graying beard, his murky old eyes glinting with shrewdness as he intoned gravely, "Young friend Yi, an innocent man can bear the weight of unjust suspicions. Collaborating with the government is the righteous path. I can vouch for you." His gaze swept over Nuwa, the Yin merchants, and the Saga Temple, carrying an implicit warning. Though their words appeared fair, they were in fact muddling the waters, attempting to win Ye Qiu over, sowing discord and fostering mistrust among Nuwa, the Yin merchants, and the Saga Temple, which would ultimately benefit the government forces. Sharing? Assurance? Kizinawa, upon hearing this, erupted into a cacophony of laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Zhang Zilin, old Qi, when did your government forces become so naive? Speaking of righteousness with this lad, he just seized by Shui, killed Dr. Gao, and severely injured our brother Birdman. The Yin merchant's biological assets are nearly decimated by him. Do you truly believe he won't turn on one of us next? He abruptly turned to Ye Qiu, his grin transforming into a terrifying snarl. Akin to a beast poised to pounce. Ye Qiu, I give you one last chance. Immediately, hand over by Shui and Xiaolin, both unharmed. After all, I consider Dr. Gao and I to be friends. Witnessing Gao Hu's survival, Kizinawa hastily sought to establish connections, granting the Yin merchants' men due respect, so they could continue to unite against Ye Qiu, who sought to claim the treasures alone. Moreover, as Bart had mentioned, you initially agreed to assist us in obtaining the exotic fruits. We spared your lives for that reason. You can either withdraw from the competition and refrain from aiding one another, or assist us. You have also injected our company's developed mutant alleviating agent. Once the side effects manifest, your condition will become dire, and when you kneel and beg for mercy, we shall offer you no aid. Under the influence of the Yin merchant's life-saving serum, Gao Hu's wounds gradually healed, and he could now tremble and utter sounds. Though his voice lacked its former resonance, it was aided by amplification, piercing through the air like a poisoned icicle. Ye Qiu, I hereby order that your brother, the rotund Wang Xiaopeng, who is still being well fed in our camp, along with your 2 women, be minced and fed to the dogs. Guess what? Is he currently so frightened that he has wet his pants? Or is he praying for his Qiu to rescue him? Boom. The languid smile vanished from Ye Qiu's face in an instant. A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from him like a palpable force, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. He fixed his piercing gaze on Gao Hu, his eyes sharp as blades, as if he aimed to eviscerate his adversary. "Say that again," he enunciated, each word dripping with icy fury. The copper coffin within the spatial ring seemed to resonate with its master's unfathomable wrath, its tremors intensifying, causing his fingers to tingle. Gao Hu was taken aback by the terrifying killing intent that erupted from Ye Qiu, instinctively retreating a half-step. Yet, he was soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Supported by the medical team, he gathered his strength and, with a voice that was fierce yet trembling, shouted, "I demand the surrender of Bai Shui and Xiaolin. Help us seize the alien fruit and spaceship. Otherwise, withdraw from the competition immediately, or Wang Xiaoping will be turned into meat paste. I, Gao Hu, always keep my word." Seeking death, Ye Qiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The shattered star bow was beyond his capacity to unleash another arrow. It drained too much spiritual energy. He slowly raised the cutting autumn blade, channeling the last vestige of his spiritual power into the blade, hoping to awaken its spirit for a desperate strike aimed directly at Gao Hu. Protect General Gao. The shadowy merchant biological faction was thrown into chaos in an instant. The injured birdman was receiving medical attention. Bai Shui had been captured, and the remaining armed personnel, in a state of panic, aimed their weapons at Ye Qiu, yet none dared to pull the trigger first. "Ye Qiu, stay calm," Zhang Zilin cried out urgently, her fellow soldiers behind her gripping their weapons tightly. Mr. Qi furrowed his brow, his ancient prayer beads spinning faster in his hands. The Nuwa biological entity exchanged a glance with the white-feathered immortal, silently gathering strength, preparing to strike amidst the turmoil. The old lama, Qi Ren, closed his eyes, hastening the recitation of his scriptures, as a chilling mental force field quietly expanded, coiling through the air like a venomous serpent, evidently seeking to profit from the chaos. The situation spiraled out of control. Each faction harbored ulterior motives, the intertwining of murderous intent and greed thickening the air of the dense forest and lake, rendering it as viscous as congealed plasma. A great battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 39. The reappearance of the female ghost at this critical moment. A resounding hum erupted, a sound more grand, frigid, and pure than the previous thunder of the shattered star bow reverberated through the heavens and earth without warning. This sound did not originate from any faction, but came from the direction of the island at the lake's center. A dazzling ice-blue sword energy cascaded down like the Milky Way from the heavens, embodying the chilling essence capable of freezing all and the sharpness to sever everything. Ripping through the oppressive air above the shattered star marsh and crashing down violently upon the ground between Ye Qiu, Gao Hu, Nuwa, and the Sagia Temple faction. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Ice shards and fragments of soil mixed with a raging shockwave, explosively bursting forth in a fan shape. A colossal chasm, unfathomable and stretching dozens of meters, with edges covered in thick ice crystals, appeared before everyone in an instant. A terrifying chill permeated the air, causing frost to rapidly form on the ground. The nearby armed members of the shadowy merchant biological faction, unable to even utter a cry, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the residual sword energy, which soon shattered into countless icy shards. This sudden, cataclysmic sword strike instantly quelled the restless intentions of all present. As the dust and icy mist gradually dissipated, a breathtaking figure quietly hovered above the alien coffin on the island. She was clad in an ancient yet resplendent light blue palace gown, its flowing fabric swaying gently amidst the tumultuous energy currents. Her long, jet-black hair was elegantly secured with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating her ethereal beauty that was far removed from the mundane world, rendering her countenance even colder and more otherworldly. Her eyes, a pure ice blue, were as profound as an ancient, frigid abyss, devoid of any trace of human emotion, exuding a disdainful indifference akin to gazing down upon mere ants. In her grasp, she held a long sword that gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance, seemingly chiseled from millennia-old glacial ice. The blade shimmered with a faint blue halo, emanating a chilling aura that could freeze the very soul. Her gaze pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, disregarding everyone, and fixated firmly on the shattered star bow held by Ye Qiu. To his astonishment, he thought, that extraterrestrial specter bathing, a voice, cold and ethereal as if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld, resonated clearly in the minds of all present, carrying an undeniable authority. Shattered star bow? Hand it over, or face annihilation. This ancient, sword-wielding woman, descending from the heavens as if a celestial goddess, instantly quelled the tumult and bloodlust surrounding the starry lake, leaving only a profound silence and a chilling dread. The chilling phrase face annihilation echoed in Ye Qiu's mind as he felt an unprecedented oppressive terror wash over him, akin to an icy tide crashing down upon him. His grip on the shattered star bow faltered, and the flow of spiritual energy within him encountered an unsettling stagnation. Damn it, this specter seeks to claim the bow too. Is she an ultimate-level boss? Ye Qiu cursed inwardly, yet he maintained an outward calm, a facade he had grown accustomed to, even finding the time to glance at the unconscious Bai Shui and Aunt Yu Zhao within his spatial ring. The government soldiers Zhang Zilin and Mr. Qi were visibly shaken. The energy contained within that ice-blue sword aura surpassed their understanding of the powers of Blue Star. This was no mere anomaly. Could it be a true extraterrestrial being from the crashed spacecraft? They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock and trepidation mirrored in each other's eyes. Kishinava was utterly stunned by this formidable energy, her massive form trembling uncontrollably. Such a level of power was utterly alien to Blue Star. The Neza Corporation, which had researched for centuries, had never encountered anything like it. The Neza biological entities and the white feather celestials were equally struck into silence. The residual force from that strike had frozen several individuals. And who would dare to confront such a presence head-on? High Tiger was also taken aback by this sudden, terrifying existence. His arrogance deflated significantly. He instinctively shrank back, realizing that he had barely managed to recover a fraction of his strength with the life-saving serum. He could not afford to provoke such a formidable being. Suddenly, the old Lama Chirin opened his eyes wide, the gaunt expression on his face revealing an unprecedented seriousness. He recited his esoteric scriptures with increasing urgency, dark red Buddhist light swirling around him, indicating his full alertness. All attention was captivated by the frost-laden goddess, or perhaps the deathly deity, standing in the air above them. On the island at the heart of the lake, the vibrant fruits appeared to dim momentarily under the influence of the icy sword-like aura. Yet the tremors of the extraterrestrial coffin grew ever more pronounced, as if the contents within were roused by this formidable external force. A splendid opportunity. Ye Qiu's mind raced faster than the arrows shot from the shattered star bow. Fear, perhaps a trace, yet, more so exhilaration. Navigating through murky waters and seizing the moment amidst chaos was his forte. He distinctly felt the vibrations of the copper coffin within his spatial ring reach an unprecedented intensity. A powerful and almost instinctual pull emanated from the alien sarcophagus on the island, as if two long-lost brothers, separated for billions of years, were fervently calling to each other across the lake. Resonance. Now was the moment. Ye Qiu's heart roared in fervor, as the icy gaze of the ancient-clad woman swept across the gathering, poised to lock onto him once more. All present were momentarily awed by her imposing presence. Beautiful lady, my apologies. I must borrow your body for a moment. Ye Qiu silently chanted, plunging his consciousness into the spatial ring, instantly connecting with the injured guardian of the Yu dynasty, Yu Ying, whom he had captured. He required her essence as a disguise. Simultaneously, the hormonal powers he had assimilated from Xia Lin surged wildly within him. His aim was Yu Ying, directing her mental energy towards the elusive, nearly intangible barriers surrounding the island, one that even the mightiest of beasts dared not approach. A hum, a peculiar wave, imbued with a potent allure of life, mixed with the faint yet pure essence of the Yu dynasty emanating from Yu Ying, was cast like a stone into the still surface of a lake, precisely disturbing the spatial barrier around the island. The invisible force field rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, sending out imperceptible waves. Indeed, it was effective. It appeared that this place held secrets. No wonder the beasts could not set foot upon the island. In that fleeting moment, Xia Lin, hold tight, Ye Qiu bellowed, offering no time for anyone to react, as he swiftly embraced the still-shaken Xia Lin, gripping her slender yet resilient waist, her skin soft and smooth to the touch. But at this moment, his focus was unwavering, mainly due to the urgency. His right hand wielded the autumn blade, its eerie blue radiance surging forth. Not aimed at anyone, but directed towards the ground beneath him. Whoosh! A concentrated arc of azure blade energy pierced deeply into the earth. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, combined with immense recoil. Smoke and debris soared into the sky, instantly concealing the figures of Ye Qiu and Xiaolin. Block him. He intends to flee. The voices of the alien fruit, Chizina Hua, High Voltage, and the old llama rose in a crescendo of fury. Several figures, the lightning of High Voltage, the metallic feathers of the white feather immortal, the psychic shockwave of the old llama, instinctively surged towards the shroud of smoke. Yet, amidst the haze, a silhouette wrapped in a faint azure glow shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by the force of the explosion, tracing an uncanny arc with astonishing speed and angle, directly aiming for the island at the heart of the lake. Seeking death, suspended above the coffin, the ancient-clad woman with ice-blue eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, which swiftly transformed into a deeper chill. With a delicate lift of her jade-like hand, she brandished an ice crystal sword, poised to strike. A terrifying wave of cold energy rapidly coalesced. Yet, just as her sword was about to unleash its fury, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 40. The Thrill of the Heist. Buzz. From the spatial ring on Ye Qiu's left hand, the copper coffin erupted with a blinding earthy yellow light. A desolate, weighty aura, seemingly imbued with the essence of the primordial earth, surged forth. At that moment, this aura resonated astonishingly in sync with the tremors of the extraterrestrial coffin on Lake Hart Island. Crash, like the sound of shattering glass. The invisible spatial barrier enveloping Lake Hart Island, which even formidable beasts and skilled practitioners could scarcely penetrate, collapsed under the powerful resonance between the copper coffin and the alien sarcophagus, disintegrating like a soap bubble in sunlight. Embracing Xiaolin, Ye Qiu, shielded by the radiant light, glided through the dissipating barrier effortlessly, landing steadily upon the small island. His feet planted beneath the vibrant fruit tree, the extraterrestrial coffin gleamed with an enigmatic white light. Tantalizingly close. Victory. Ye Qiu's heart soared with elation as he moved with the swiftness of lightning, offering no chance for the colorful fruit tree or the nearby alien coffin to resist, primarily fearing the reaction of the frost-laden female specter. With a decisive sweep of his left hand toward the resplendent fruit tree, he commanded, whoosh. A ripple in space flickered, and the towering tree, adorned with 4 remaining alluring fruits, red, yellow, blue, and green, along with the earth beneath it, vanished in an instant, leaving only a vast, gaping pit behind. Without a moment's glance at the towering, subtly vibrating extraterrestrial coffin beside him, Ye Qiu pressed his right hand against its cold, smooth metallic surface. Enter. Buzz. The spatial ring erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, the earthy glow nearly solidifying. The massive coffin trembled violently, as if something within was fiercely resisting, producing a deep, resonant thud. Yet, under the potent gravitational pull of the copper coffin, the standoff lasted less than half a second. Whoosh! The enormous extraterrestrial coffin, akin to a small edifice, vanished into thin air before the eyes of all. What remained was a deeper, larger pit, along with swirling dust infused with an unusual metallic and energetic essence. The entire sequence, from Ye Qiu leveraging the explosive recoil to breach the barrier and ascend the island, to seizing the fruit tree and alien coffin, transpired in an astonishingly swift manner, totaling no more than 3 seconds. When the ancient-clad woman finally unleashed her sword beam, infused with terrifying icy power, it struck only the vacant lakeshore where Ye Qiu and Xiaolin had just vanished. Boom! The earth froze, then was violently torn apart by the raging sword energy, resulting in a chaotic ruin blanketed in thick ice crystals. Yet, not a single hair of Ye Qiu's was harmed. Ants! How dare they? The exquisite visage of the ancient-clad woman suddenly revealed a distinct manifestation of anger, her ice-blue eyes ablaze with a chilling light. Never could she have anticipated that the blue-skinned native, who had lewdly spied on her bathing days prior, a mere speck of dust in her eyes, now possessed the star-shattering bow and wielded a rusted, discarded blade. Moreover, he bore an object capable of resonating with the core of the Yuzhou spacecraft. What infuriated her further was the audacity of this individual to abscond with both the spacecraft and the exotic fruit right beneath her nose. Pursue. Cessnava's eyes brimmed with fury, her voice erupting like a beast's roar. "Blast it! Detonate the lake. I demand to see him alive or his corpse." The formidable firepower of the Nuwa entity was instantly directed at the island and the lake, yet the island's barrier had already been breached, and Ye Qiu had vanished, leaving only a gaping pit. The Nuwa entity unleashed high-voltage electricity, while the white feather immortals swiftly reacted, one enveloped in electric arcs soaring skyward, the other unfurling metallic wings, transforming into a silver streak darting towards the heart of the lake. "Capture him alive. A bounty of 100 million merchant coins. Dead, 50 million. Gao Hu declared weakly, yet his words bore the weight of the most potent temptation. "Seal all directions. He cannot escape far," Zhang Zilin urgently commanded. As the government troops swiftly dispersed, Mr. Chi's countenance turned ashen, his fingers forming intricate gestures, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. "All concealed treasures resonate with my Buddha. Pursue." The old monk Qi Ren's eyes glimmered with greed, his withered form swaying as he, like a phantom, lunged toward the vanished Ye Qiu, sensing the residual ripples in the fabric of space. Most terrifying of all was the ancient-clad woman suspended in the air. Her frigid gaze swept across the tumultuous lake surface, as if locking onto an invisible trajectory, for she had previously left an energy mark upon Ye Qiu. With a delicate step in the void, she transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, tearing through the heavens at a speed surpassing all others, racing towards the northwestern Kunlun Mountains where Ye Qiu had fled. Everywhere she passed, the air crystallized into fine shards of ice. Chaos erupted in the Xinxing Marsh. The roars of beasts, the cries of humanity, the thunderous blasts of energy weapons, and the lethal chill of sword intent converged into a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic disorder. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the lake, in the shadow of a rugged mountainous hollow, the space quivered slightly, and Ye Qiu stumbled out, clutching Xia Lin, barely maintaining his footing. His pallor was akin to parchment, his chest heaving violently. The extreme exertion and the summoning of spatial rings to retrieve the colossal object had nearly drained the last vestiges of spiritual energy from his dantian, leaving his mental faculties in a state of depletion, his temples throbbing. "Damn it, what a thrill!" Ye Qiu gasped. Yet his face bore an exhilarated grin of survival and cunning triumph. In a moment of mischief, he pinched the resilient curve of Xia Lin's waist, eliciting a startled cry from her, a blend of indignation and rage as she playfully struck him. "You insufferable fool! What time is it?" Xia Lin's cheeks flushed crimson. Her beautiful eyes filled with reproach, yet more so with lingering fear and trepidation. The series of events they had just experienced was a thrill far exceeding that of any roller coaster. Ye Qiu chuckled softly, intending to tease a bit more while also examining the spoils within his spatial ring, the vibrant fruit tree and the alien coffin that still trembled slightly. Suddenly, the spatial ring on his left hand's index finger vibrated violently, without warning. This tremor was no longer the warm, gentle resonance he had felt with the alien coffin, but rather a cold, sharp pain that bore a distinct sense of alarm. It was as if something exceedingly dangerous was awakening within the confines of the ring. The vibrations intensified, causing his fingers to tingle. An indescribable, chilling dread coursed through him, spreading from the ring up his arm and surging towards his mind. What on earth was happening? Ye Qiu's smile froze as he gazed down at the wildly shaking ring, an ominous premonition coiling around his heart like a frigid serpent. Instinctively, he plunged his consciousness into the spatial ring, revealing a dim, gray space where the towering silver alien coffin he had recently acquired was undergoing a startling transformation. The once smooth and cold metallic surface of the coffin was slowly opening a crevice. From the depths of that fissure emanated a heart-stopping pure darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light. A frigid, deathly silence, imbued with a sense of destruction and foreboding, poured forth from the widening gap. The faint yet distinct sound of metal grinding echoed in the stillness of the ring, akin to the footsteps of death, striking at Ye Qiu's consciousness. The coffin was about to open. It seemed as if a foot clad in intricately embroidered red shoes was slowly extending outward. What? A resurrection? Ye Qiu's scalp prickled, a wave of chills shooting from his spine to the crown of his head. Far more terrifying than being pursued by that frost-wielding goddess. The darkness seeping from the coffin's crevice felt as if it could consume even one's consciousness. The unsettling metallic grinding persisted in the silent space within the ring. The crevice widened further, and a dainty foot emerged without warning, delicate and petite, adorned with an extraordinarily vibrant red shoe embroidered with intricate ancient patterns in dark gold. The skin, pale to the point of translucence, contrasted sharply with the vivid scarlet. The toe of the shoe lightly touched the void. Ye Qiu's heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand, and he forgot to breathe. What kind of monstrosity was this? An ancient corpse in red embroidered shoes emerging from a high-tech coffin? Just as he was about to shout for protection, that foot clad in the red embroidered shoe gently stepped forward. Suddenly, the entire space within the ring quaked. The terrifying aura of darkness receded like a tide, swiftly coalescing. The light spilling from the coffin's crevice transformed into a profound and mysterious glow, as if it could contain all things. A figure silently materialized above the alien coffin within the spatial ring. In a gown of deep crimson adorned with dark silver threads intricately embroidered with celestial patterns. The hem of her dress swayed as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her visage epitomized an ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane, a touch of enchantment mingling with an arresting grace, imbued with the tranquility and vastness of eons past. Yet her eyes, which should have sparkled like autumn waters, were hauntingly hollow, exuding a chilling indifference, save for a faint flicker of an obsession, almost imperceptible, burning in the void's depths. She stood in serene stillness, seemingly devoid of any oppressive aura, yet the space around Ye Qiu became eerily frozen. Her vacant gaze swept across the murky expanse until, drawn by an invisible magnet, it fixated intently on the rusted Autumn Slayer knife tightly gripped in Ye Qiu's right hand. A low hum resonated from the seemingly unremarkable blade. Its surface marred and heavy, yet it emitted a faint tremor filled with sorrow and fervor. The spirit of the blade appeared to sense something. The grotesque stone adorning its hilt flickered with a fleeting glimmer of light from within. Ye Qiu felt the blade quiver, transmitting an ineffable sorrow and longing. As if echoing the devotion of countless millennia, the exquisite woman clad in the dark crimson gown, her hollow yet silent eyes, felt that flicker of obsession leap within her. Gradually, her gaze shifted away from the Autumn Slayer, for the first time genuinely focusing on Ye Qiu's conscious projection. Her penetrating eyes traversed the barriers of space, scrutinizing the depths of his soul with an intensity that felt both frigid and lifeless, yet harboring a whisper of an instinctual familiarity. Ye Qiu felt exposed, as if laid bare under a microscope, with even the most sordid thoughts of his soul laid bare. Yet, in the presence of such unparalleled beauty, he could not help but blurt out, "Fair maiden, what is your name? Have you grown weary after sleeping for eons? I too enjoy slumber. Allow me to join you." Just as the words escaped his lips, his throat seemed to constrict. At that moment, a chilling voice thundered, "Ant, surrender the shattered star bow and the spacecraft." The frigid command, laced with unbridled fury, shattered the silence of the valley like divine thunder. An overwhelming pressure descended, akin to an imposing iceberg crashing down. It was the alien specter clad in ancient garb, pursuing him relentlessly, a blade of icy blue light, capable of freezing souls and annihilating all, cleaved through the air above him. Before the sword's light reached him, the jagged rocks surrounding them were instantly encrusted with thick layers of ethereal ice. The air itself froze, producing a sharp cracking sound. Xia Lin screamed, clutching Ye Qiu's arm tightly, her soft form pressing against him, her pretty face pale as a ghost. Ye Qiu felt a surge of panic. His internal energy was depleted, his mental faculties exhausted. He lacked the strength to activate the spatial ring and flee once more. The Autumn Slayer instinctively positioned itself before him, its rusted blade appearing both laughable and fragile against the overwhelming sword energy capable of freezing galaxies. Damn it! Am I to meet my end here? I haven't even unlocked more positions with Xia Lin yet. Ye Qiu despaired inwardly, helplessly watching as the icy blue light of death loomed larger in his vision. In a moment of dire peril, just as Ye Qiu and Xia Lin were on the brink of being frozen into shards of ice, a powerful light erupted from his spatial ring once more. However, this time it was a profound and subdued darkness, as if it could consume all light. A slender figure appeared before Ye Qiu as if she had teleported. It was the enigmatic woman clad in crimson and black, who had just awakened from an extraterrestrial coffin. She hovered half a foot above the ground, her hollow gaze fixed upon the cataclysmic icy blue sword aura, her expression as impassive as the gentle caress of the breeze. With a mere lift of her pale, almost translucent right hand, unshod and delicate, she extended her fingers towards the descending icy blue sword light and flicked it gently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous resonance of energy. The terrifying icy blue sword aura, capable of freezing lakes and cleaving the earth, vanished as it neared the void before her palm. Like a cow sinking into the sea, swallowed by an infinite cosmic black hole, a soft sound, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into ice water, echoed. The grand, frigid, and pure sword light began to dissolve silently from its sharpest tip, obliterating itself. It was instantaneously disassembled, refined, and transformed into the most primordial energy particles, completely consumed by that pale hand. The process was astonishingly swift, imbued with a suffocating and eerie beauty. The icy blue sword light vanished entirely, leaving only a bone-chilling coldness and a desolate frosty ground. Ye Qiu's jaw nearly dropped to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the slender figure before him, which seemed to uphold the universe itself. A single thought raced through his mind. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. This woman was no ordinary beauty. She was an empress. If he could cultivate with her, he would willingly sacrifice his lifespan and serve as her subordinate. She was simply unrivaled. In the distance, hovering in midair, stood the ancient-clad woman, Ye Qiu, her foot upon the icy blue stream of light, crystalline sword in hand. For the first time, her exquisite face displayed an expression of incredulity and horror. Her icy blue pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze upon the pale hand of the woman in crimson black below, as well as the residual devouring black radiance dissipating before it. The heart of the black hole, refining all things. Her voice trembled slightly, a subtle quiver rooted in an ancestral fear. Impossible. This power had long been extinct. Her gaze abruptly shifted from that hand to the face of the woman clad in crimson black. As her eyes traced over the embroidered stars on the garment, they finally settled upon the woman's hollow, lifeless eyes, imbued with an ancient, vast aura. A name, long sealed within the deepest recesses of the Nuwa Core's legacy and almost relegated to myth, thundered in her mind. Moon Demon? Ye Qiu gasped in astonishment, her voice cracking with extreme shock and disbelief. The Moon Demon ancestor, ruler of the Yuzhou, from 10,000 years ago. The Moon Demon, hovering before Ye Qiu, seemed to shift her hollow gaze ever so slightly, brushing over Ye Qiu's icy crystal sword, emanating chilling energy. A faint ripple, originating from distant memories, stirred within the depths of her lingering thoughts. The ethereal and chilling voice echoed directly in the minds of Ye Qiu and Ye Qiu, as if carried from the end of time itself. It is the companion artifact I bestowed upon Ye. Ye Qiu trembled violently. Sui, indeed. She is the ancestor of her lineage from tens of thousands of years ago. This ice spirit sword is the supreme heirloom of her clan, believed to have been bestowed by the long-lost Moon Demon ancestor, who has faded into the mists of history. Chapter 42. I saw all fury, murderous intent, and lust for treasure dissipated into nothingness. Only the awe and bewilderment, rooted deep within her bloodline, remained. The ice spirit sword in her hand emitted a faint hum, as if responding to the familiar aura that transcended the ages. The Moon Demon's hollow gaze shifted from the ice spirit sword, once again devoid of focus. She did not glance at Ye Qiu or Ye Qiu. Her voice, cold and ethereal, resonated once more, akin to a final testament. Release your obsession and seek my lingering soul. Before her words could fully settle, her exquisite form, clad in a dark crimson gown, seemed to disintegrate like sand blown away by the wind, fading rapidly into transparency from the edges. The profound, reclusive aura then receded and vanished into oblivion. Ancestor, Ye Qiu instinctively exclaimed, yearning to advance, but the Moon Demon dispersed too swiftly, leaving only a faint outline. In her final hollow gaze, she regarded the autumn-slashing blade in Ye Qiu's hand. A flicker of obsession ignited, as if she wished to convey something, yet ultimately succumbed to nothingness. With a swish, the Moon Demon and her terrifying presence vanished without a trace. In the mountain hollow, only the biting chill remained, with Ye Qiu and Xia Lin frozen in shock. And Ye Qiu, the ancient ghost in her traditional attire, her expression complex. Taking a deep breath of the icy air, Ye Qiu forcibly quelled the tumultuous waves within her heart. She cast a profound glance at Ye Qiu, the bewildered native of Blue Star, clutching a rusty knife. Her eyes a tapestry of confusion, inquiry, and an ineffable longing stemming from the moon demon's last gaze. In the end, she said nothing. With a delicate step into the void, she transformed into a stream of ice-blue light, no longer glancing at Ye Qiu, and shot towards the southeast, the opposite direction of the Kunlun Mountains, vanishing into the horizon. She needed to return immediately to the Yu Chao clan to verify the news of the moon demon ancestor's appearance. This was a matter of immeasurable importance, surpassing even the star-shattering bow and the alien coffin. That native Blue Star lad had been left with an energy imprint. Finding him would not pose a challenge. Only when the ice-blue light disappeared from sight did Ye Qiu finally catch his breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Those few minutes had been more exhilarating than 100 rides on a thrill machine. From nearly being obliterated to being saved by a mysterious benefactor, and then witnessing their swift departure. Such a fantastical turn of events. She has left? Xia Lin's voice trembled as she clung to Ye Qiu's arm, her soft form pressing against him, still in shock. She is gone. You nearly scared the life out of me. Ye Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, an overwhelming joy surging within him. Surviving a catastrophe. The alien coffin and the extraordinary fruit tree remained in the ring. Although the coffin's master had fled, the tree was still there. Surviving a great calamity surely brings fortune. Ye Qiu rejoiced, excitedly embracing Xia Lin and playfully pinching her curvaceous form, provoking a playful scold from her. After the euphoric moments subsided, Ye Qiu's gaze sharpened. His consciousness sank into the spatial ring. The enormous silver-white alien coffin lay quietly in the grayish space, its lid tightly sealed, the surface smooth and cold, as if the horrific sight of the red embroidered shoes was merely an illusion. Yet Ye Qiu knew it was not. The moon demon's last glance at the autumn-slashing blade carried a tremor, an instinct of the blade's spirit. As if recognizing its former master, there was undoubtedly a profound secret. As the thoughts stirred, attention shifted to a distant corner where the guardian of the Yu dynasty, Yu Ying, lay unconscious, having suffered a severe mental blow. That splendid ant, clad in vintage attire with an alluring figure. Beautiful lady, it is time to awaken. Ye Qiu's consciousness scanned like a cold steel needle, laced with intense malice, piercing deeply into Yu Ying's tranquil sea of awareness. A pained groan escaped the comatose Yu Ying as her body convulsed violently, slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze was initially dazed, only to be quickly filled with fear and anger upon seeing Ye Qiu's mischievous grin, a projection of his consciousness. Despicable blue star insect. Yu Ying struggled to summon her spiritual power, but the agony within her consciousness was excruciating, her mental energy in disarray, unable to coalesce even a modicum of strength. Spare yourself the trouble, Auntie. Ye Qiu's consciousness projected an imposing threat, as if she were a piece of meat on a chopping board. I ask you answer. Should you dare to play tricks, I would be more than willing to let you taste the experience of dual cultivation with this extraterrestrial native. I have a penchant for mature women, or would you prefer being stripped and tossed outside for the mutated beasts? You shameless wretch. Yu Ying trembled with rage, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically, her complexion pale. Enough nonsense. Ye Qiu impatiently interrupted. Last time, you spied on me from a tree, harboring a crush. What supernatural ability did you employ to flicker from one place to another? What is the name of your Yu dynasty's technique? How is it practiced? Spill every detail. The incantation, the insights, not a single word omitted. A glimmer of greed shone in Ye Qiu's eyes. The last time this plump, charming ant had appeared and vanished at will, evading his mental warnings with her flickering ability, and he was envious. If he could master it, combined with his superhuman reflexes, it would undoubtedly enhance his survival during battles. Yu Ying's eyes reflected humiliation and struggle. After contemplating, she realized that this shameless Blue Star native could very well resort to throwing her to the beasts or forcefully taking what she possessed. The technique was indeed a closely guarded secret of the Yu dynasty. Even if she divulged it, this native would likely be incapable of mastering it. It would be wiser to endure temporarily, planning to dismantle this brat in the future. The shadowy doppelganger technique was immensely profound. As a peripheral guardian of the Yu dynasty, her status was modest and her talents limited. It took her decades to barely grasp the basics, allowing for only short-range, rapid flickering, while longer distances proved exhausting. Her survival depended on this. Rest assured, The secret arts of the Yu dynasty will never be divulged to someone like you. Yu continued to grit her teeth in defiance, even as her heart quaked with fear of submission. Yet, her words remained fierce. Oh, is that so? Ye Qiu sneered, his consciousness intensifying, morphing into a coarser and sharper mental spike that plunged into the most vulnerable part of Yu Ying's consciousness. Yu Ying shrieked in agony, curling into a ball like a shrimp thrown into hot oil. The excruciating pain extinguished all remnants of her resistance, leaving only the instinct to survive. I will speak. I will tell everything. Tears streamed down her face as her mental defenses crumbled. Shadow doppelganger. The incantation guides the spirit. The soul transforms into the ethereal. The intent moves the body accordingly. The shadow traverses the intricate pathways of the Taiyin and Jian, requiring soul power as fuel to ignite the spiritual orifices. Yu Ying babbled incoherently, spilling forth the incantations, the operational pathways, training insights, and the trials of failure without reservation. Ye Qiu's consciousness absorbed the information greedily, like a ravenous sponge. With the enhancement of the concealed artifact, the mental prowess of the individual surpassed that of ordinary humans. Through the dual cultivation and absorption of the essence of Dawa, combined with the reinforcement of Shaolin's consciousness, a state of exhilaration emerged amidst the tremendous pressure of life and death. This, coupled with the profound teachings from the concealed scriptures, elevated comprehension to extraordinary levels. Complex and esoteric incantations rapidly constructed intricate pathways in the mind. The spirit, guided by the ethereal soul, began to emanate a virtual intent, with eyes growing increasingly luminous. The agility displayed was remarkable. The core of one's formidable mental intent fixated on the target point, igniting the soul's energy to propel the body in a near-space folding short-distance displacement. In the depths of cultivation, the ability to conjure a virtual avatar was realized. Indeed, it proved beneficial. However, it was unfortunate that the dim-witted Yu Ying possessed poor talent. Having practiced for decades, yet still only capable of a fleeting glimpse akin to a village's teleportation technique. Excellent. Ye Qiu nodded with satisfaction, slightly easing the pressure of his consciousness. Yu Ying lay in a state of utter exhaustion within the spatial ring, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with despair. Soon succumbing to unconsciousness. Now, stay put and refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, Ye Qiu issued a chilling threat, withdrawing his mental presence from the spatial ring. In the real world, Ye Qiu's eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance, brimming with anticipation. Beautiful summer, guardian. Your husband is about to enter seclusion for an upgrade. He sat cross-legged upon a flat boulder, disregarding the lingering chill. With a flick of thought, his consciousness plunged into the spatial ring. In the misty expanse, vibrant and exotic fruit trees stood tall, adorned with 4 plump and enticing fruits, red, yellow, blue, green, that radiated immense life energy and peculiar law waves akin to miniature suns. Ye Qiu's gaze lingered on the blue, spiritual soul power, and green, suspected wine attribute, fruits. Sensing the energy contained within them before making a swift decision. I shall try the smallest one first, to avoid overwhelming energy that could transform him into a monster. After all, speed was paramount for survival. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu's consciousness zeroed in on a lychee-sized green fruit, entirely emerald with swirling winds on its surface. With a thought, the green fruit vanished from the branch and materialized in his hand. It exuded a refreshing aroma, infused with the essence of freedom and the fragrance of grass and trees. The fruit felt warm to the touch, as if currents of air were surging beneath its skin. Ye Qiu opened his mouth and swiftly consumed the fist-sized green fruit in a few bites. The flesh melted upon entry, transforming into a vast and gentle torrent that surged through his limbs and bones. Boom! Ye Qiu sensed an instant weightlessness. Every cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing the energy imbued with the arcane laws of the wind. His bones grew lighter, muscles restructured, becoming more flexible and bursting with potential. The most remarkable change occurred near his scapula, where it seemed as though 2 invisible wind wings had unfurled, establishing a profound connection with the surrounding spiritual energy. With a subtle shift of thought, he communicated with the wind wings. Whoosh! A powerful gust of air erupted unexpectedly from beneath him. Ye Qiu's body swayed, surprisingly lifting off the ground like a feather. Hovering about half a meter above the earth, he struggled to control his balance, nearly colliding with a nearby stone wall several times. Yet, he could indeed take flight. No mutations, no wings sprouted. Through the intangible wind wings, he was airborne. Chapter 43. The cataclysmic deluge has arrived. Ha! I did it. I can fly now. Ye Qiu jubilantly twisted his body in midair, resembling a child delighted with a newfound toy. Although flight currently resembles a low-altitude levitation, demanding immense mental exertion to maintain equilibrium, it nonetheless represents a remarkable qualitative leap. Adapting to this newfound ability, I sense a considerable drain on my mental energy, yet I reluctantly descend back to the ground. My gaze shifts once again towards the extraordinary fruit tree within the spatial ring. Next, I must channel my mental power. My consciousness zeroes in on the holy azure, swirling blue fruit that embodies the essence of a galaxy. Enhancing my spiritual energy is crucial for cultivating the shadow clone technique. As the blue fruit enters my being, it transforms into a chilling, crystalline torrent that surges directly into my sea of consciousness. Boom! I feel as though my mind has been thrust into a mental bomb. My consciousness expands instantaneously, broadening its horizons. The previously small pool of mental energy surges wildly, advancing towards the magnitude of a lake. Countless sparks of thought explode within my sea of consciousness, sharpening my perception to an extraordinary clarity. Even the faint sound of ants scuttling in the distance reaches my ears distinctly. The fatigue from previously activating the prayer wheel and enduring the mental pressure exerted by that ancient ghostly woman dissipates, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and strength. Exhilarating. I cannot help but roar in delight. I gather my focus, immersing my consciousness in the sea of awareness, and exert all my efforts to operate the incantation for the shadow clone technique. With my thoughts as a guide, my spiritual essence materializes, my immense mental power, under my formidable intent, operates like a finely tuned instrument. Igniting, it transforms into a driving force for my movements, striking through the intricate pathways of the foot's Taiyin and Juyin, attempting to ignite the mysterious spiritual orifices. After decades of arduous training, Yuing had reached a bottleneck with no progress. At this moment, my surging mental power assists in penetrating the profound understanding of the essence of the technique concealed within the scriptures, breaking through like paper tearing apart a window. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As I sit cross-legged, the air around me begins to distort unnaturally. A series of blurred images, like rippling water, flicker in and out of view. Initially, one flickers erratically, reminiscent of a poor television signal. As I master the manipulation of my mental energy and the sensation of spatial folding, several shadowy figures gradually solidify and become clear. Moments later, whoosh, while my original form remains seated, another incarnation of myself appears unannounced 2 meters to the left, adopting the same meditative posture with an expression of intense focus, as if I had merely copied and pasted myself. Although this manifestation lasts less than a minute before dissipating, it undeniably marks the third layer of the shadow clone technique, creating an extraordinarily realistic duplicate. Compared to the ephemeral shadows I conjured prior to consuming the fruit, mere illusions that could only last a second or two, this clone is as tangible as my physical form and can endure for several tens of seconds. It is now viable for practical combat. I did it. My eyes fly open, sparkling with astonishing brilliance. With a mere thought, my original self remains in place as the solidified clone instantaneously appears beside Xiaolin, reaching out to swiftly pinch her pert posterior. Startled by the sudden assault, Xiaolin jumps, and upon recognizing my clone, she clutches her heaving bosom, a mix of surprise and delight washing over her. You rascal, have you succeeded? What kind of extraordinary ability is this? So marvelous. Hee, just a small feat, the shadow clone, third layer. My original self stands proudly, while the clone dissipates. I revel in the newfound power coursing through me, confidence swelling within. The flight of extraordinary abilities, beginner level, a surge in mental strength, the third layer of shadow clone. A formidable physique and self-healing capabilities have now enhanced combat prowess by more than double. With a piercing gaze, I observe Xiaolin. This girl, after our last dual cultivation, exhibited an astonishing rate of wound recovery. Although still weakened, her complexion has significantly improved. Her previously pale face is now flushed with vitality, and her tattered clothing reveals skin that radiates health, especially those long, alluring legs clad in ripped, form-fitting pants that accentuate her enticing curves. Xiaolin. Ye Qiu licks his lips with a mischievous grin, asking if she desires to grow stronger. Xiaolin, feeling the familiar invasive intensity in Ye Qiu's eyes, experiences a quickening heartbeat. She recalls the strange warmth that envelopes her during their dual cultivation sessions and the incredible speed at which her wounds heal. In this brutal world, who wouldn't yearn for such power? Without hesitation, Xiaolin's eyes shimmer with determination and longing as she implores, "Husband, teach me. Teach me to become stronger." "Very well," Ye Qiu replies, pulling her into his embrace. His large hand effortlessly tears open Xiaolin's clothing, feeling her soft and warm skin beneath, her heartbeat racing against his. Through the dual cultivation technique, they heal wounds and strengthen foundational energy. By combining it with the esoteric breathing techniques of the secret sect, they swiftly draw spiritual energy into her being. Xiaolin moans softly, leaning into Ye Qiu's embrace, surrendering to his ministrations. No longer forced, she actively embraces her desires, awkwardly recalling the intricate positions Ye Qiu has taught her, twisting her slender waist and offering passionate kisses. Ye Qiu revels in the warmth of the enchanting beauty in his arms, guiding the profound energy of the spiritual breath into Xiaolin's mind. Simultaneously, he activates the dual cultivation secret method, channeling pure energy and self-healing factors into Xiaolin, infused with masculine vigor. The dual cultivation flows seamlessly, invigorating their spirits. Xiaolin no longer passively endures, but strives to synchronize with Ye Qiu's rhythm, practicing her newly acquired breathing technique. She distinctly feels waves of warmth circulating through her meridians, washing away hidden injuries and nourishing her cells, a burgeoning sense of power awakening within her. At the pinnacle of their union, she can no longer suppress a high-pitched, melodious cry, as if shackles within her being have been unlocked, and a faint flow of true energy is released with her thoughts, her fingertips striking a nearby pebble with a resounding snap. Spiritual energy. I can now harness spiritual energy for attacks. Xiaolin trembles with excitement, her gaze towards Ye Qiu filled with unprecedented admiration and complete submission. This former impoverished soul has truly transformed her life. With a heartfelt thank you, she embraces Ye Qiu tightly, planting a kiss upon him, her eyes glistening with alluring affection, radiating a profound sense of belonging. Ye Qiu basks in the adoration of the beautiful woman, his hand gliding along her smooth back. With enhanced strength and a captivated beauty, life feels exhilarating. In the midst of their tender moment, a sudden, thunderous roar breaks the tranquility. An ominous sound reverberates from deep within the earth, as if the very heavens are collapsing. The ground shakes violently, and debris cascades from the mountaintop. Instantly, the sky darkens ominously, thick clouds swirling together at a visible pace, pressing down as if the heavens themselves threaten to descend. A fierce wind, laden with dust and an inexplicable dread, sweeps across the land without warning. The oxygen in the air plummets again. "Ye Qiu," Xiaolin exclaims, feeling a suffocating pressure. "What is happening?" Ye Qiu abruptly gazes upwards, his expression shifting dramatically. The oppressive atmosphere is more terrifying than ever before. It seems the heavens have answered. As the foreboding atmosphere intensifies, the oppressive clouds loomed, unbearable as if a cosmic floodgate had burst, unleashing torrential rain accompanied by monstrous hailstones, each one a harbinger of destruction, crashing down with a thunderous force. It was not mere raindrops. It was a waterfall, a deluge, as if the Milky Way itself had inverted, pouring its celestial wrath upon the earth. In mere moments, the landscape was engulfed by an infinite, raging white tempest, the low-lying hollows instantly filled with water up to the knees. In the distance, the terrifying roar of a mountain flood echoed, faintly mingling with the desperate cries swallowed by the deluge. Ye Qiu grasped Xiaolin's hand, urging her to use her flight abilities, barely lifting them a few meters off the ground to evade the rapidly rising murky waters, his expression grim. Oh no! The environment had shifted dramatically once more, erupting in chaos. The rain fell like a celestial torrent, while hailstones plummeted like meteorites. The world was enveloped in a blinding white haze, pierced only by the deafening cacophony. The murky waters surged like a reawakened primordial beast, swiftly consuming the lowlands, the water level visibly rising at an alarming rate. The apocalyptic rainfall that blanketed the globe had finally descended. Chapter 44. Romance in the downpour, the deafening roar filled the entire world, as if the heavens and earth were being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The hailstones, the size of fists, were engulfed in the frenzied downpour, striking against the hastily erected spiritual barrier with a series of crackling sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Resembling popping beans, or countless drums beating wildly in one's ears. Goodness, this is no ordinary rain. It's as if the heavens have torn asunder. Ye Qiu grimaced, realizing that maintaining this delicate barrier of spiritual energy was 100 times more taxing than gliding back with Xiaolin in his arms. His mental energy gushed forth like a burst dam, flowing uncontrollably. The murky waters swirled beneath them, carrying with it broken trees, tattered tents, and even half-submerged car wrecks, rising at a visibly frantic pace. In mere minutes, the small hillock where they had taken refuge was reduced to a mere pinnacle the size of a basin. Xiaolin clutched Ye Qiu's arm tightly, her soaked and tattered clothing clinging to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves, droplets of water cascading down her pale cheeks, which flushed with a mix of anxiety and excitement. She gazed at the surging flood below, her voice trembling slightly, yet curiously imbued with a newfound exhilaration. Ye Qiu, shall we fly over? Shouldn't she be calling me husband? If you don't, I might just leave you to face the beasts alone, Ye Qiu teased Xiaolin. All right, husband. She shyly squeezed his arm in response. Now that's more like it. Ye Qiu grinned mischievously, a hint of wickedness and triumph dancing in his eyes. He summoned his recently surging mental energy once more, despite the sharp pains that punctuated his head, yet the thrill of wielding power overshadowed any discomfort. A hum resonated as a visible wave of pale blue spiritual energy emanated from Ye Qiu, momentarily pushing aside the violent rain and hail by half a meter. Then, with a leap, he lifted off the ground, cradling Xiaolin, wobbling as he ascended. His movements were still clumsy, akin to a newly hatched chick. But compared to his previous gliding close to the ground, this could be deemed true flight. At an altitude of about 3 meters, Ye Qiu managed to stabilize his form. Bowing his head, he gazed down at the murky floodwaters that had completely engulfed the small earthen mound, transforming it into a roiling ocean filled with the scent of death. In the distance, from the direction of the higher mountains, a deep, thunderous roar echoed, a cacophony of landslides and mudslides unleashed by the torrential rain. Isn't it exhilarating? Ye Qiu shouted loudly into Xiaolin's ear amidst the deafening downpour, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. He intentionally twisted his waist, causing their bodies to sway gracefully in midair. Startled by his reckless maneuver, Xiaolin let out a shriek, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck as she nearly clung to him, her chest rising and falling dramatically, pressing against Ye Qiu's through the damp, thin fabric. Are you trying to get us killed? Are we to feed the crocodiles? She screamed, unable to suppress her laughter. The thrill of survival mingling with the novelty of the situation, easing her fear. Feed the crocodiles? What a delightful thought. In this lifetime, you are destined to feed me. Allow me to present you with a new spectacle. Ye Qiu's spirit soared, his ambition ignited. With a flicker of inspiration, he summoned his magical shadow clone. Suddenly, beneath them, on the murky water's surface, a figure identical to Ye Qiu, equally drenched, materialized into existence. This was the manifestation of his shadow clone, striking a flamboyant pose as if walking upon the waves. Wow! Xiaolin's eyes sparkled instantly, gazing at the vibrant clone below, her mouth forming an astonished O. Although she understood Ye Qiu was merely showing off, it felt rather romantic amidst the desolation of this apocalyptic rain. The boy who once sought her contact information had utterly captivated her. Her heart was irrevocably his. Merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning. Ye Qiu's original form proudly lifted his chin in midair, his face slightly pale from the dual exertion of maintaining the flying clone, yet he exuded an undeniable confidence. Just as he prepared to have his clone strike a cooler pose, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A low, fierce roar erupted from the depths of the murky floodwaters. A sound imbued with primal ferocity that pierced through the cacophony of rain, resonating with an unsettling intensity. Splash! Water erupted skyward like an explosion. A terrifying maw, lined with dagger-like fangs and as large as the front of a truck, suddenly emerged from the torrent, aimed directly at Ye Qiu's flamboyant clone. The creature, covered in thick, dark brown scales that glimmered ominously in the dim light of the storm, lashed its massive tail, stirring up tumultuous waves behind it. It moved with lightning speed, its gaping mouth nearly forming a 180-degree angle, exuding a foul stench. Holy crap! Ye Qiu and Xia Lin exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. Pride comes before a fall. As the ancients say, in a critical moment, the expression of triumph still lingered on the clone's face, seemingly oblivious to the impending doom. But just as the monstrous crocodile's slimy jaws were about to snap shut, ready to swallow it whole, buzz! The shadow of the doppelganger flickered violently like a poor signal before vanishing into thin air. Almost in the same instant, the murky water beside the giant crocodile rippled once more, and the vanished doppelganger reappeared like a specter. This time, however, it wielded the autumn cutter with fierce determination. Die! Ye Qiu's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity as his mental energy surged wildly. The doppelganger, in perfect sync with his thoughts, executed movements without the slightest hesitation. Harnessing the momentum of its rematerialization, it gripped the knife with both hands and fiercely infused the surging mental energy into the blade. The knife's edge instantly radiated a blinding pale blue aura, emitting a high-frequency, buzzing hum. With a swift motion, the blade, akin to a silken ribbon, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately striking the relatively softer underside of the giant crocodile's neck. The thick, resilient scales, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, crumbled before the newly empowered autumn cutter as if they were mere tofu being sliced by a hot knife. A torrent of putrid, boiling blood erupted like a high-pressure water cannon, instantly staining a vast expanse of the surrounding murky waters crimson. The giant crocodile let out a thunderous roar of agony, its massive body thrashing in pain and imbalance, creating towering waves. I'll give it a try? Xia Lin, her blood surging with excitement, felt the newfound power coursing within her. She abruptly pulled away from Ye Qiu, extending her delicate fingers toward the giant crocodile, which was writhing in agony and exposing its relatively vulnerable abdomen. A faint yet immensely concentrated stream of energy condensed at her fingertip, glowing with a soft white aura. Go, she commanded with a sharp voice, flicking her fingertip. The compressed energy surged forth like an invisible sword, producing a sharp sound as it precisely pierced through the gaps in the crocodile's softer abdominal scales. A minute blood hole appeared instantly. Following this, the stream of energy detonated within the giant crocodile's body. The creature's roar transformed into a desperate wail. Its colossal form twitching violently as if its bones had been extracted, the strength of its struggles rapidly waning, life flickering in its murky eyes. The foul blood gushed forth like a fountain from the gaping wound in its neck and the blood hole in its abdomen, swiftly turning the surrounding waters into a repugnant dark red. Beautiful! Ye Qiu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration, lavishly praising her. He seized the moment to plant a resounding kiss on Xia Lin's cool, rain-soaked cheek. Truly my wife. Your technique of transforming energy into a sword is simply exquisite, both precise and fierce. Xia Lin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson from his kiss and his unabashed compliments, leaving her feeling both shy and elated. She playfully punched his chest, feigning annoyance. You idiot. Didn't you want to head to the camp and see if your friends, Xiao Pang and the others, are still there? Ye Qiu's heart sank at the mention of Xiao Pang, Sister Xia, and Lin Yun, wondering what fate the sinister creatures had bestowed upon them. Chapter 45. Xiao Pang's severed finger. With this thought, Ye Qiu quickly regained his composure, allowing his doppelganger to swiftly dissipate, conserving his mental energy. He held Xia Lin tightly, navigating the torrential rain with utmost care as he maintained a low flight, heading towards the gently sloping terrain that he recalled as the location of the camp. The rain fell thick and heavy like a wall, severely obstructing his vision. Minutes later, the familiar outline of the slope finally emerged vaguely from the grayish mist not far from the road. However, what lay before Ye Qiu made his heart sink like a stone. There were no familiar tents, no traces of a campfire, no voices to be heard. Only a disheveled expanse of mud, repeatedly washed by the floodwaters, lay before him. Several stout branches, once used to support the camp, were scattered haphazardly, skewed into the mud and water by the violent deluge. An eerie silence enveloped the area, pierced only by the relentless roar of the rain. Xiao Pang, Sister Xia, Lin Yun. Ye Qiu's anxious voice, laced with a hint of sobbing, sounded painfully faint amidst the storm. Observing this, Xia Lin struggled to leap from Ye Qiu's embrace. unsteadily stepping into the frigid, knee-deep mud, and began to scan the surroundings, joining in the calls. Ye Qiu's face darkened, his powerful mental energy unfurling like invisible tendrils, instantly enveloping the entire camp. There were no signs of life, only the ghastly scent of mud brought by the flood and a faint, disturbingly fresh whiff of blood. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, swiftly locking onto the source of the blood scent at the center of the camp, where a flag bearing the emblem of the Suanio stood erect. Beside the flag, a large stone, remarkably clean from the rain's wash, lay relatively flat. Underneath it was a small oilcloth package, wrapped in iron, the size of a palm. Within the package, pressed against it, was a piece of rigid paper made from waterproof material. Ye Qiu stepped forward, splashing through the mud until he reached the stone. Utilizing his mental energy to scan for traps, he confirmed there were none. He picked up the small package, feeling its weight, accompanied by an ominous, damp chill. As he unraveled the oilcloth, a short, thick finger, caked with dried blood, suddenly came into view. The severed end was a gruesome sight, flesh and bone grotesquely exposed, as if brutally severed by some sharp instrument. This was Xiaopang's finger. A violent surge of murderous intent coursed through Ye Qiu, akin to icy magma, shooting straight from his soles to the crown of his head. Gripping the severed finger, his knuckles cracked from the pressure, veins bulging ominously. The raindrops around him seemed to recoil, creating a small vacuum in response to the chilling aura that erupted from him. Damn it! Ye Qiu spat through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and deep, brimming with rage potent enough to freeze the soul. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the searing fury that threatened to consume his reason, and retrieved the waterproof letter pressed beneath. The words were inscribed with a peculiar pigment, remaining glaringly clear even under the relentless downpour. Ye Qiu, we have taken the people. If you wish for their survival, bring all the extraordinary fruits you have seized, along with that alien coffin, to the coordinates of the reef within 3 days, coordinates attached. Only you are permitted to come, arrive late, or attempt any tricks. And the next gift will be the head of Xiaopang and one hand from each of the 2 women. We await your arrival, the Shadow Merchant. At the bottom of the letterhead, there was a twisted emblem of the Xian bird, the insignia of the Shadow Merchant Corporation. And Qiu fixed his sharp gaze on the coordinate map, his eyes cutting like a blade. He recognized the location. It was the site where the Shadow Merchant's main force had relocated, a treacherous wetland at the edge of a small town, now likely transformed into a swampy wasteland. Lin Yunxia, the plump sister, also caught sight of the severed finger and the letter, her complexion as pale as parchment. The overwhelming fear and fury nearly suffocated her. For she knew that, like the Nuwa corporation she had joined, the Shadow Merchant valued corporate interests above human lives, showing no regard for individual existence, employing terrifying and brutal tactics. What should we do? And Qiu remained silent, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Slowly, he placed the severed finger and the ominously threatening letter into his spatial ring. A chilling murderous intent coalesced in his eyes, swirling until it transformed into an unfathomable abyss of coldness. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh, how could I forget her? And Qiu's voice carried a hint of frustration intertwined with inexplicable exhilaration. Who? Xia Lin asked with tear-filled eyes, gazing at him in confusion. And Qiu did not respond. Instead, he focused his thoughts. A flicker of light emanated from the spatial ring. Thud! A delicate yet unconscious figure tumbled into the cold, muddy water, as if carelessly discarded. It was the captivating beauty, Bai Shui, whom he had knocked out and stowed away in the spatial ring. The frigid mud water pricked at her exposed skin like countless steel needles, jolting Bai Shui awake with a muffled groan. Her long eyelashes trembled violently, signaling her imminent return to consciousness. And Qiu crouched down, a cold and sinister smile curving his lips as he observed the disheveled yet alluring Bai Shui in the murky water. Bida Marin, how well have you slept? It's time for us to have a little chat about your Shadow Merchant Corporation and the hidden muck within your headquarters. The icy mud water stung her skin, and the biting cold forced Bai Shui to shudder violently, coughing as she struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Her blurred vision cleared to reveal in Qiu's face, uncomfortably close, scrutinizing her with unmasked coldness and a hint of wickedness. You. Bai Shui's pupils constricted as memories of the swift hand strike before her unconsciousness flooded back, along with the piercing gaze of the man before her, one that seemed to see through her very soul. Shame and instinctive fear coiled around her heart like poisonous vines. She attempted to rise, but her body felt as though all its bones had been extracted, making even the slightest movement an arduous task, let alone summoning the scant strength within her to resist. In that eerie space within the ring, it seemed as if time itself was frozen, draining her of all her energy. What do you mean, what? And Qiu grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, his smile appearing somewhat sinister amidst the dim rain. Miss Bai, you've been sleeping quite soundly. You wouldn't know if the world turned upside down outside. He extended his hand, mercilessly gripping the delicate chin of Bai Shui, compelling her to raise her gaze. His eyes swept over her face, smeared with mud, yet still captivating. Now, it is time to demonstrate your worth. Reveal to me the secrets of the lair of the shadow merchants. Where might those you have captured be confined? Bai Shui bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. Her usual sweet smile entirely vanished. Before she could utter a word, a filthy hand struck her sharply on her rounded backside. Humiliating tears welled in her eyes, mingling with the cold rain as they cascaded down her cheeks. She turned her head, avoiding Ye Qiu's penetrating stare, her voice trembling with a blend of weakness and indignation. You think I don't know anything? Ye Qiu leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, carrying an undeniable threat. Hush, don't be so defiant. My patience is limited, especially when my mood is sour. Your shadow merchant associates severed Xiao Pao's fingers to intimidate me. How do you think I should torment you? Or would you prefer a more dignified cooperation? The word torment struck Bai Shui's consciousness like an ice pick. Seeing Ye Qiu's malevolent grin sent her body into uncontrollable tremors. She understood that this boy, consumed by fury, might unleash something extraordinarily perverse upon her. Chapter 46. Mutual Needs Slap. The crisp sound of a hand striking Bai Shui's pert backside echoed loudly, unrelenting. Mud splattered everywhere. The astonishing elasticity of her form caused a stir in Ye Qiu's heart, yet the chilling intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Ah! Bai Shui cried out in pain as her body jolted in the mire, her soaked combat suit accentuating her curvaceous figure in a breathtaking manner. Humiliating tears mixed with the rain as she bit down on her lip, nearly drawing blood, her once goddess-like facade replaced by a raw mix of anger and fear. Bai Shui realized that betraying the shadow merchants would lead to a fate far worse than her current predicament. This boy before her was venting his wrath upon her, and she felt utterly powerless. After all, she had chosen to align herself with the shadow merchants. Ye Qiu tightened his grip on her chin, forcing her to face him. The rain washing over her exquisite features, revealing a striking vulnerability amidst her disarray. He produced the severed finger of Xiao Pao, wrapped in oilcloth, presenting it before Bai Shui. Tell me, what should I remove from you as interest? An ear? A nose? His malicious gaze slid down her swan-like neck, finally resting on her heaving bosom. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, forming a chilling arc. Bai Shui trembled violently, not in pretense. She could acutely sense the palpable fury emanating from Ye Qiu, a ferocious beast completely provoked, seething with rage, capable of anything. The haunting images of the inhumane torments inflicted upon disobedient test subjects surged uncontrollably in her mind. She was utterly convinced that Ye Qiu could perpetrate even more grotesque acts than those researchers. Don't touch me. Bai Shui's voice trembled with despair. Her terrified gaze fixated on Ye Qiu's hand, which moved slowly across her chest, as if selecting its position. I said the location where they are detained is near the reef. I know about the reef. Ye Qiu interrupted her harshly, his eyes sharp as blades. Tell me something I don't know. The entrance, the guards, the traps, and where the people might be held. The typical locations your company uses for confinement. Is there anything treacherous about this map? He thrust the coordinates provided by the dark commerce entity before Bai Shui's eyes. His malevolent hand tightened abruptly, ruthlessly gripping the astonishing softness beneath the drenched fabric. Ah! Bai Shui arched her body in pain, resembling a shrimp boiled in water. Humiliation and excruciating agony nearly shattered her. This place on the map must be a trap. We cannot go there. They would never confine them in such a low-security area. That spot is merely a small camp. If they truly were held there, it would have been transformed into a labyrinth of traps. You would be walking into a void, exposing your whereabouts instead. All the major factions would undoubtedly pursue you to seize the treasures you acquire. Bai Shui cast a glance at the so-called reef coordinates and continued, however, based on your displayed prowess at the lake's plundering event, even if it were fortified, it would hardly deter you. I surmise the actual detention site lies further beyond the ruins, at the entrance of a sewage pipe, a concealed area specifically designated for incarcerating criminals. Underwater, there are sonar biological detectors, with 4 rotating squads managing the prisoners in the temporary shelter zone C7, close to the alien laboratory. Her speech became fragmented, releasing information in disjointed bursts as she futilely struggled against Ye Qiu's grip. Each movement accentuated her curves beneath the soaked fabric. What about the traps? Ye Qiu's gaze bore into her eyes, capturing every subtle shift of emotion. Bai Xue's eyes flickered with a hint of veiled struggle, quickly drowned by a deeper terror. There are numerous traps. Underwater, there are self-destructing mines, entrance passages with laser nets, and... She gasped, seemingly choked by overwhelming fear. Trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Gao Hu has set up ultimate traps at the alien laboratory, specifically targeting formidable intruders. I don't know the specifics, only that they are terrifying. Gao Hu. Ye Qiu scoffed, a fleeting glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. As the vast lake of spiritual power within him rippled slightly, he appeared to conduct the interrogation with brute force. Yet his formidable mental prowess functioned like the most intricate radar, having already locked onto Bai Xue's spiritual fluctuations. With consciousness scanning fully activated, he employed dual safeguards. Wary of deception, as Bai Xue and the dark commerce entity remained unaware, he had consumed the exotic fruit, enhancing his consciousness and spiritual strength. Should he detect any deceit from Bai Xue, he would turn the tables to his advantage. Beneath the fearful exterior of this woman, a region deep within her psyche remains ensconced in an exceedingly subtle, cold energy, imbued with the scent of pharmaceuticals, effectively sealed away. This represents the shackles of terror implanted within her very marrow. The information she divulges appears to be a blend of truth and deception. The location of entry, the number of guards, and the place of confinement may indeed be genuine. However, her mental fluctuations betray a striking anomaly when she mentions the ultimate trap, suggesting she is deliberately concealing the most crucial details. Could it be that these sinister entities have subjugated her through fear and drugs? Their technological prowess is formidable. Having developed such biological techniques, it is no wonder they exhibit no fear of me. They likely possess even more potent cards up their sleeves, preventing Bai Xue from truly betraying them. The repercussions of betrayal would be infinitely more severe than the ravaging she currently endures. Please, spare me. Bai Xue suddenly lifted her tear-filled gaze, her eyes brimming with desperation and an unusual glimmer. It seemed she had exhausted her final reserves of strength, her body ceasing to struggle and instead leaning against Ye Qiu's chest as though it had lost all support. Her cold, damp skin pressed closely against him through the thin layer of wet clothing, the astonishing elasticity of her form compressing his arm. A peculiar scent mingling the earthy aroma of mud with the unique fragrance of femininity invading Ye Qiu's nostrils. She tilted her face upward, her rain-kissed red lips quivering. Mere inches from Ye Qiu's chin, her warm breath carrying a hint of desperate allure against his neck. I have shared all I know. Take me away. I do not wish to perish here. I can assist you, truly. Her voice laced with a captivating allure, her delicate, boneless body gently shifting in Ye Qiu's embrace, reminiscent of a seductive serpent seeking to ensnare its prey. Xiaolin, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and urgency. Vixen. Husband. She. Oh, assist me? Ye Qiu lowered his gaze upon this enticing, yet perilous figure nestled in his arms, a deeper smirk curling at his lips, while his eyes remained as frigid as a bottomless abyss. His rough hand glided down Bai Xue's smooth, cold back, feeling the sudden rigidity of her body and the feigned compliance that trembled beneath his touch. How may you assist? With your body to warm my bed? Chapter 47. Directly striking the heart of the matter, just as his hand descended to the lower curve of Bai Xue's back, where her form was most lethal. A flicker of resolute intensity flashed in her eyes. Her hand, long hidden in the muck, shot up with lightning speed, revealing a slender, luminescent needle, glimmering with a ghostly blue hue, poised to pierce Ye Qiu's carotid artery. Simultaneously, her knee thrust upward with malicious intent. Watch out! Xiaolin screamed. Yet, Ye Qiu's response was even swifter. As if foreseeing her move, he pressed down forcefully on Bai Xue's lower back. A surge of deft strength coursed through, not only neutralizing the force of her knee but also destabilizing her balance, causing her to lurch forward. The The poisoned needle grazed Ye Qiu's ear, disappearing into the mire behind him, leaving only a barely perceptible blue glimmer in its wake. With a splash, Bai Shui tumbled back into the mud, her ambush thwarted, her eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. Huh, is that all you've got? Ye Qiu gazed down at her from a position of dominance, his eyes brimming with mockery and an air of omnipotence. The earlier display of lewd fascination had merely been a ruse on his part. At the moment when Bai Shui leaned in, her guard lowered. Perhaps in a moment of theatrical concentration, he had insidiously implanted a minuscule yet unyielding spiritual mark, akin to the faintest of seeds, stealthily etched upon the periphery of her mental realm. This mark was as elusive as maggots clinging to bone. It could be detected only by one whose mental prowess vastly surpassed his own. While it could not commandeer her thoughts, it functioned as the most precise of locators, allowing him to sense Bai Shui's general whereabouts at all times. Begone! Ye Qiu abruptly erased all expressions from his face. His voice is indifferent as one shooing away a fly. While I remain resolute, I might just dismember you and feed you to the fish. Bai Shui stood frozen. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Ye Qiu, struggling to comprehend the sudden act of clemency. Yet the fierce instinct for survival eclipsed all else. She could scarcely ponder the bizarre twist of fate as she fought her way from the muck, casting a glance at Ye Qiu that was steeped in both resentment and gratitude. Without a backward glance, she stumbled towards the depths of the inundated urban ruins, heading in a direction opposite to the coordinates of the submerged reef. Her silhouette swiftly dissolved into the torrential rain and murky vapor. My husband. Why did you let her go? Xia Lin exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration, mud splattering high. She will surely return to relay the news. If I do not allow her to escape, how will I uncover the true rat's nest? Ye Qiu's lips curved into a cold, confident smile, his eyes glinting with intensity. She appears to be under some biological influence, afraid to betray the shadowy merchants, rendering her unable to divulge the core of the trap. Yet, like a startled bird, she will instinctively flee to what she perceives as the safest haven, near that so-called Gao Hu. I have left a small gift in her mind. He gestured towards his temple. Gao Hu and his associates are aware that Bai Shui is in my grasp. They can surely surmise that I could extract some information from her mind. They too are exploiting this fact. Xia Lin suddenly grasped the situation but quickly expressed her concern. But the deadline imposed by Xiaopeng and the shadow merchants is merely 3 days. That trap, 3 days? I cannot afford to wait that long. Ye Qiu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. We shall split our forces. With a flicker of thought, his formidable mental energy ignited in a fervent blaze. A solid figure materialized beside him in an instant. Shadow clone. Compared to the previous iteration, this clone exuded a more refined aura, its gaze keen, nearly indistinguishable from the original. You, take the shattered star bow and Xia Lin. Ye Qiu commanded the clone, tossing the bow to it, which received it with swift and decisive movements. And ensure Xia Lin's protection. Follow me to the underwater sewage outlet near the reef. Await my signal. Your mission is to create chaos and draw fire. If Xiaopeng and his crew are trapped there, seize any opportunity to rescue them. But remember, your paramount duty is to safeguard yourselves. Understood. The clone affirmed, its eyes resolute. Husband, what about you? Xia Lin tightly grasped Ye Qiu's arm. Me? Ye Qiu smiled broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth. The Qiu blade was firmly gripped in his hand, its cold edge glistening ominously in the torrential rain, radiating a chilling aura of menace. This handsome fellow is going straight to raid their lair. I'll behead that damn Gao Hu and collect some interest while I'm at it. In his mind, he could vividly sense the direction of Bai Shui's spiritual imprint moving, not towards the dark reef coordinates, but rather towards the very heart of the city's ruins. It seemed to lead to the true headquarters of the shadowy merchants, or perhaps Gao Hu's hiding place. They set a trap, believing I would fall for it, toying with me as if I were in their palm, yet they were oblivious to the fact that I possess a doppelganger. Let's go? Ye Qiu called out, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, ignoring the terrifying hailstones and surging floods, stepping onto the floating debris of giant logs, racing towards the direction in which Bai Shui had fled. His speed was such that it left a brief trail of empty rain behind him. Xia Lin watched the direction in which Ye Qiu had vanished, then glanced at the powerful doppelganger beside her, feeling somewhat reassured. Yet her heart was still heavy with concern over the unknown traps ahead. We must go. Her eyes hardened as she spoke to Ye Qiu's doppelganger. The doppelganger nodded, shielding Xiaolin, and set off towards the dark reef's sewage outlet, gliding like a specter through the violent curtain of rain and the ever-rising murky waters. In the realm between heaven and earth, only the roar of destruction remained, accompanied by the suffocating pressure of thin oxygen. This cataclysmic deluge had irrevocably plunged Blue Star into a prehistoric era, reminiscent of the flood that once inundated the age of dinosaurs, leaving humanity as mere ants struggling in this apocalyptic tableau. The rain fell like a celestial river, with hailstones the size of fists crashing against the shattered concrete structures, producing a cacophony of terrifying explosions. The murky floodwaters had quickly submerged buildings up to 5 stories, with most of the lower elevation areas of the city already engulfed. Debris and swollen, pallid corpses floated on the water's surface. The air was thick with the scent of death, the low oxygen levels turning each breath into a searing agony for the lungs. Ye Qiu's true form moved like a phantom through the rain-soaked night, treading upon water without leaving a trace. His formidable mental prowess locked onto the faint yet remarkably clear spiritual imprint of Bai Shui ahead. Her escape route was exceedingly cunning, deliberately navigating through the deepest floodwaters and the most intricate ruins, clearly demonstrating her intimate familiarity with the area. Trying to shake me off? In your dreams. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes as his speed surged once more. He no longer concealed his form, the Qiu blade humming ominously in his grasp, its edge slicing through the rain, exuding an unsettling sharpness. Along the way, any unwitting mutated fish or aquatic beasts that attempted to attack were met with a flash of his blade, resulting in splattered blood and severed limbs sinking into the murky depths. The pursuit continued for about half an hour. Ahead, the silhouette of a massive structure, partially submerged in the flood, emerged through the rain. It appeared to be an abandoned large-scale sports arena, its dome having long collapsed, exposing a twisted skeleton of steel rebar, resembling the carcass of a colossal beast. The spiritual imprint of the white snow vanished into the depths of this skeletal remains. Chapter 48. Defiance leads to decapitation. Ye Qiu stealthily approached, his consciousness and mental power flowing inward like an invisible tide. The entrance had long been submerged by the flood, with only a massive, torn dome exposing itself several meters above the water's surface, murky currents ceaselessly pouring in. Ye Qiu found a concealed crevice to glimpse into the derelict structure, and through the scanning of his consciousness, he gathered some insights into the interior. Underwater at the entrance, a dense, nearly imperceptible network of high-voltage currents lay concealed, the faint crackling sounds drowned out by the rain. On the elevated platform within, a colossal figure, resembling an iron tower, clad in the black special operations uniform of a shadowy organization, exhibited bulging muscles that threatened to tear his attire apart. A grotesque scar slashed diagonally from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, intensifying his already fierce countenance. Beside him stood another robust man in an exquisitely tailored suit, sporting a fashionable slicked-back hairstyle and a commanding beard, his gaze sweeping like that of a hawk over the surging flood below, exuding a ferocious aura. Surrounding them were a dozen gigantic mutated crocodiles and the monstrous tiger that had appeared in the dense forest lake. It was the infamous Gaohu. Scattered around him were several empty bottles of liquor. At the rear of the platform, the frail figure of Bai Shui was hastily assisted away by 2 black-clad guards, her spiritual imprint fluctuating violently, seemingly desperately signaling an alarm deeper within. Deeper still, a chilling, obscure, and madly scientific spiritual wave emanated faintly, akin to a venomous spider lurking in the depths of its lair, observing with a hint of anticipation. There seemed to be an even more formidable presence lurking there. Gaohu, the watchdog? A cruel smirk curled upon Ye Qiu's lips. Perfect, let me offer you as a sacrifice. Time to collect some interest on little fatty's fingers. He inhaled the thin air, tinged with blood and mud, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. With a sudden push off a massive floating concrete slab, he propelled himself forward. Boom. The slab sank instantly beneath the water. Ye Qiu's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging into the interior of the gymnasium through the gaping dome opening with relentless momentum. The autumn blade was unleashed, slicing towards the iron tower-like man at the entrance. With a single strike, the titan fell. Who? Gaohu's roar echoed like thunder within the vast gymnasium. His reaction was instantaneous, as if he had sensed Ye Qiu's entrance the very moment he breached the surface. A torrent of ferocious power erupted, unleashing an overwhelming wave of mental pressure. A monstrous, several-meter-long mutated crocodile lunged forth, accompanied by a terrifying shriek that tore through the air, its bloodied fangs bared, seemingly fresh from a recent meal. Aimed directly at Ye Qiu's descending figure. The bite was swift, ruthless, and fierce, poised to meet Ye Qiu head-on. Death. In Gao Hu's eyes flickered a cruel, bloodthirsty gleam, as though he envisioned Ye Qiu being torn to shreds, reduced to mere pulp. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying man-eating crocodile's assault, Ye Qiu exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed fiercely. Suspended mid-air, with no leverage to exploit, he appeared on the verge of being bitten by the crocodile. At that critical juncture, a hum resonated as Ye Qiu's figure flickered like a phantom, momentarily vanishing. The crocodile's determined bite landed squarely on the afterimage Ye Qiu had left behind. The thwarted beast plummeted into the tumultuous waters below, creating a thunderous roar that sent waves soaring 10 meters high. What? Gao Hu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Behind you. You lumbering fool. A cold, mocking voice echoed like the chilling winds of the underworld, resonating just behind Gao Hu. His body bristled with sweat and alarm. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he reacted instinctively. His muscular arms, as robust as a typical man's thigh, surged with power as he swung the heavy steel beam with astonishing speed and angle, launching a sweeping counterattack. This change in tactics showcased his remarkable combat instincts, independent of any beast-controlling abilities. However, it was still too late. Ye Qiu's true form reappeared at Gao Hu's flank in the fleeting moment when the latter's strength had waned and new energy had yet to arise. The autumn blade was poised, brimming with potential. Flash, a soft command, yet it carried the determination to sever the autumn waters. Life is like a leaf. Do I bow to 1,000 autumns? To cut is to conquer. The blade's aura emerged. There was no thunderous momentum, only a shadowy arc, honed to perfection, moving faster than the limits of visual perception. Upon the blade's edge, Ye Qiu's immense mental force condensed and compressed to form a visible, pale blue brilliance that distorted the very air. The essence of the concealed scripture's lethal principles was vividly manifested in this strike. Extreme swiftness, unparalleled sharpness, severing all obstacles. With a piercing sound, at that moment, several other mutated giant crocodiles, along with a mutated giant tiger the size of an ox, advanced to besiege Ye Qiu. The sound of flesh and bone being cleaved was faint, yet sent chills down the spine. Gao Hu's sweeping steel beam, along with his immensely muscular arm, which resembled rock, silently shattered after the blade's light swept past. His severed arm, along with the heavy beam, plunged into the murky flood below, splashing a torrent of water. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Gao Hu maintained his striking posture, his scarred face contorted in agony and horror. Slowly, he lowered his head, gazing at the empty socket of his right shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain crashed upon his nerves like a tsunami. A non-human scream, filled with anguish, terror, and disbelief, erupted from his throat, reverberating throughout the entire arena. My hand, my hand. Though he was racked with agony, Gao Hu persevered, painstakingly arranging his meticulously styled hair with his left hand, as if to declare that his hairstyle must remain immaculate, even at the cost of his life. Before Ye Qiu could admire his handiwork, several massive crocodiles and mutated tigers lunged towards him. In a fleeting moment, Ye Qiu appeared like a specter, poised on a protruding rebar a mere few meters from Gao Hu. His blade, the autumn cutter, was angled menacingly towards the murky waters below, a droplet of thick crimson blood slowly sliding down its edge. The man-eating crocodiles and colossal tigers continued to snap at thin air, their frenzied roars echoing in desperation as they sought to pounce on Ye Qiu's elusive form. Yet, Ye Qiu regarded these mutated beasts with utter disdain, his breath steady and his gaze icy as it fixated on Gao Hu, who was now a creature consumed by madness and pain, stripped of his claws. Do not rush. Ye Qiu's voice was chillingly calm. This is the interest for the finger you broke of my friend, a finger in exchange for an arm. Soon enough, your head will join it. Unless you release my friends immediately, I shall end your life. Gao Hu, adjusting his expensive suit with a single hand, felt the intense pain and humiliation ignite a ferocity within him. With his remaining left hand, he tore a necklace embedded with energy gemstones from around his neck. In an instant, the gems blazed forth with brilliant light, unleashing a surge of cerulean energy that exponentially amplified Gao Hu's presence. Readers could likely surmise that he was on the verge of unleashing his ultimate attack. Chapter 49, Annihilation. Gao Hu's entire being transformed into a miniature energy nuclear bomb. Activated and ready for destruction, a violent wave of energy erupted from him, momentarily suppressing the blood gushing from his severed arm, while the anguish etched on his face morphed into a near-manic flush. His muscles swelled as if inflated, veins bulging beneath his skin like serpents in a frenzy. His aura surged, reminiscent of skyrocketing real estate prices, doubling in intensity. The tempestuous force of his spirit surged forth like a rampaging hurricane, sweeping across the entire arena, even causing the murky waters below to cave inwards. A monstrous roar erupted from the mutated tiger, the size of a bison, as it lunged forward. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Ye Qiu, with powerful limbs propelling it forward, its massive frame charged like a cannonball, carrying with it a foul wind. Its razor-sharp claws glimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light, aimed directly at Ye Qiu's head. Simultaneously, from the depths of the murky flood, several enormous shadows erupted like torpedoes. In addition to the previously mentioned crocodile, measuring over 10 meters in length, 3 smaller, yet equally ferocious crocodiles emerged, bearing their gaping maws filled with dagger-like teeth, exuding a nauseating stench as they lunged from various angles towards Ye Qiu's lower body and flanks. The water churned violently as grotesque, mutated poison frogs, the size of basketballs and covered in repulsive, pus-filled blisters, erupted from the depths, their swollen cheeks contracting in unison. With a cacophony of splashes, torrents of dark green venom rained down upon Ye Qiu like a deluge. The venom, with its intense corrosive properties, dripped onto the metallic platform and stagnant water below, instantly producing a terrifying hissing sound and releasing acrid white smoke. In an instant, the air was filled with the roars of tigers and alligators, as the venom fell like rain, transforming the platform into a chaotic hell of feral beasts. Gao Hu stood behind the horde, his remaining left hand clenched into a fist, his eyes glimmering with madness and cruelty. The eerie blue necklace pulsated like a heartbeat against his chest, continuously supplying a torrent of frenzied energy that propelled the mutated beasts into a desperate assault. Faced with an onslaught terrifying enough to obliterate ordinary ability users in an instant, Ye Qiu exhibited not an ounce of fear. Instead, his battle spirit ignited with fervor and a hint of disdain. "Is this all you've got? Even scratching me would be too much for you." No sooner had he spoken than, buzz, 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 Ye Qiu's figure became a blur, flickering in and out of existence. Swift action was imperative, otherwise, the magic shadow doppelganger would deplete his spiritual energy too rapidly. The claws of a mutated giant tiger, tearing through the air, struck down upon a mere afterimage, which shattered like soap bubbles. Below, the deadly bites of several giant alligators also found nothing but air. The torrential spray of corrosive venom from the poison frogs engulfed the spot where Ye Qiu had just stood, leaving the metallic platform pocked and billowing thick smoke. With no sign of Ye Qiu to be found. "Where is he?" Gao Hu's maniacal laughter froze on his face as his gaze darted suspiciously across the platform, shrouded in toxic smoke. "Above you, foolish dog." Ye Qiu's icy voice, akin to the whisper of death, echoed from directly overhead. Gao Hu's eyes widened in horror as he looked up, only to see Ye Qiu, resembling a divine being, suspended several meters above him. He was not flying. Rather, he balanced on the brink of a precarious steel beam beneath the gymnasium's dome, hanging upside down. The autumn blade was held in reverse grip, its tip aimed squarely at Gao Hu's crown. An immense surge of mental power coursed through the blade, its edge shimmering with a solid, pale golden radiance, slicing through the air with a high-pitched shriek. "I, Ye Qiu, shall be the end of your reincarnation. Flash. Life is like a leaf. I shall not bow to the passage of 1,000 years. It must be severed. There shall be no reckoning after the fact. It shall be settled here and now." With a thunderous command that echoed like a clap of thunder, Ye Qiu's figure merged with the blade's light, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that tore through the dim sky, descending with a speed that transcended thought. The target, Gao Hu's head. Quick. It was an utmost urgency. Surpassing even Gao Hu's heightened reflexes, he could only instinctively raise his remaining left hand in a futile attempt to block. simultaneously frantically channeling energy from the eerie blue necklace to form a thin protective barrier above his head. With a swift slash, the hastily formed energy shield shattered like a soap bubble under the autumn blade, which sliced effortlessly through Gao Hu's blocking left arm. With a sickening sound, his arm was severed at the shoulder, the cut smooth as glass. The blade's momentum remained undiminished, precisely slicing into the robust neck of Gao Hu. The madness, horror, and disbelief etched on Gao Hu's face instantaneously froze. He gaped, seemingly attempting to unleash a final roar, yet only managed a feeble gasp. A thin line of crimson began to emerge from his neck. In the next moment, splash, Gao Hu's massive head, marred by a grotesque scar, was propelled upward by an unseen force, akin to a ripe watermelon bursting. The searing blood from his severed neck erupted like a fountain, spraying several meters into the air. His headless, colossal body convulsed violently before crashing forward, landing heavily on the cold metallic platform, splattering blood in all directions. The lifeless head, refusing to close its eyes, tumbled down, plummeting into the murky flood below, quickly engulfed by the tainted waters. The ethereal blue glow of the necklace faded instantly, dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. With their master slain, the frenzied attacking mutant beasts were akin to puppets with their strings severed, instantly losing their unified command and the violent energy that had fueled them. The roaring mutant tiger emitted a bewildered growl, its blood-red eyes glancing at the headless corpse of Gao Hu, then shifting to Ye Qiu, who hung suspended from the steel beams like a demonic deity. A flicker of primal fear surfaced in its enormous eyes. It let out a low growl, twisting its massive body in retreat, and hastily broke through a gaping hole in the side of the gymnasium, escaping into the torrential downpour outside. Several giant crocodiles ceased their attacks, uneasily writhing in the murky waters before slowly submerging, disappearing from sight. The leaping poison frogs, startled, leaped back into the water like frightened grasshoppers, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Within the gymnasium, only the sound of rain washing over the platform, the gurgling of Gao Hu's bleeding corpse, and the pungent aroma of blood and corrosive venom lingered in the air. Ye Qiu deftly landed on the platform, his blade poised elegantly towards the ground, untouched by a single drop of blood. He did not cast a glance at Gao Hu's headless body, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping towards the entrance of the deep passage whereby Shui had disappeared. Humph, controlling beasts? In the face of absolute power, they are naught but mere playthings. A cold smirk graced Ye Qiu's lips. He approached the headless corpse of Gao Hu, devoid of any pity in his eyes, only resolute determination to eradicate the threat. Last time, he had been gravely injured by the shattered star bow, allowing your company to resurrect him with serum. This time, I shall see how you resurrect a pile of minced flesh. Swish, 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 swish. The blade flickered like the scythe of death, flashing wildly in the dim light. Gao Hu's imposing headless body had its limbs severed at the roots. The torso was violently cleaved into multiple segments. Limbs and shattered entrails lay scattered across the cold platform. The scene grotesquely bloody and brutal. Ye Qiu even used the tip of his blade to fish out Gao Hu's head from the depths of the water, carelessly kicking it beside a heap of dismembered limbs. You dared to threaten me. A gentleman does not let vengeance go unpunished. This time, I shall observe how you great capital enterprises will mend his wounds and facilitate his rebirth. Ensure that Gao Hu meets an irrevocable demise. There must be no possibility of him being resurrected by the bizarre genetic pharmaceuticals of the shadowy merchants of biology. Chapter 50. Mass production of the abnormal Gao Hu's mangled remains continued to convulse in the pool of blood on the platform. Yet Ye Qiu could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. With a nimble push of his toes, he darted towards the dimly lit entrance of the shadowy passage whereby Shui had vanished. The frigid metallic walls receded rapidly, and the passage was suffused with the nauseating scent of a disinfectant mixed with some sickly sweet biological concoction, a scent most pungent. Shadowy merchants of biology? Engaging in a biochemical crisis while neglecting the importance of fresh air. Ye Qiu grimaced in disdain, his autumn blade held firmly before him, his mental energy radiating like imperceptible radar waves, cautiously scanning deeper into the passage. The corridor was not long. At its terminus stood an imposing alloy gate, ajar, through which a ghostly white light seeped. Ye Qiu slipped inside, and the scene before him opened into a vast expanse. An enormous underground chamber was laid bare. its cold metallic walls reflecting the stark white illumination. Countless thick pipelines and instruments adorned with blinking indicators formed the skeletal structure of this steel forest. The cloying, fishy scent in the air intensified. However, the anticipated state of readiness was conspicuously absent. The expansive core area of the headquarters appeared eerily desolate and silent. Only from a distant corner could one discern the muffled, intermittent sounds of weeping little Fatty. He was ensconced within a transparent cylindrical life pod, the walls stained with dried blood, tears streaming down his chubby face. Upon spotting Ye Qiu, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Little Ye, Brother Qiu? Oh my, it's really you. Help me. Brother Qiu. Beside little Fatty, in another life pod, was Sister Xia. She evidently had endured much more. Her once alluringly plump figure seemed to have diminished significantly. Her bosom, previously no less than a D cup, had shrunk to a mere B cup. Her back, exposed and honeyed in hue, was now marred with lash marks and deep bruises. One arm hung limply, blood staining the corner of her mouth, yet her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance upon seeing Ye Qiu. Soon overshadowed by deep concern, Ye Qiu, be careful. There's an ambush. Lin Yun has been captured. Before she could finish, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the silence. The walls around them silently slid open, revealing dozens of hidden compartments from which motionless figures emerged. Ye Qiu's pupils constricted. These beings donned identical black tactical suits. Their heights varied, yet their exposed skin exhibited an unearthly grayish hue, their muscles unnaturally taut. As their joints creaked, a disconcerting sound echoed. Most bizarre of all were their eyes, hollow and numb, devoid of any spark of life, resembling dust-covered marbles, with only the cold red glow of implanted chips flickering deep within their pupils. So many aberrations? This is truly excessive, isn't it? Haven't those who consumed mutated flora and fauna essentially perished, with only a fortunate few surviving the ordeal to become aberrations? How is it that so many exist here now? Is this a result of a clandestine operation producing an army of aberrations en masse? A nearby bald aberration let out a beastly growl from its throat, propelling itself off the ground with such force that the hardened alloy floor yielded beneath its weight, creating a shallow crater. Its fist, as large as a cauldron, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Ye Qiu's face. The speed was astonishing. The power was ferocious. What a shoddy product of the assembly line. Ye Qiu's gaze sharpened as he executed an astonishing sideways slip, his blade, the autumn cutter, raised in a reverse grip. In a flash, the blade's energy manifested like a laser beam. The bald aberration's arm was severed at the elbow with a clean cut, smooth as a mirror, yet it felt no pain. Its other fist continuing its relentless assault. Simultaneously, dozens of aberrations, as if responding to a unified command, lunged at him from all directions with reckless abandon. Fists, claws, and even some aberrations spat forth a highly corrosive, dark green acid. In an instant, Ye Qiu was engulfed by a tempest of frenzied attacks. Brother Qiu. Xiao Pang screamed in terror. Sister Xia bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging into her palm. Ye Qiu's form transformed into a fleeting blur within the confined space. He pushed the shadow clone technique to its utmost limit, his figure flickering incessantly. If Xiao Pang and the others remained trapped here, it seemed necessary to order Xiaolin's team to retreat, as maintaining the clones there would deplete too much spiritual energy. His own combat prowess needed to be concentrated here. Through the connection of mental energy, Ye Qiu sensed Xiaolin and his clones encountering a trap in the sewage pipes of the Dark Fortress, where they were being besieged by a birdman and another formidable aberration. Ye Qiu promptly commanded his clones to withdraw, instructing them to protect Xiaolin and retreat without hesitation. Gathering back in the original forest, the glint of his blade became the most lethal hue within this metallic prison. With each flash, there echoed the sickening sound of bone being severed and the splatter of viscous blood. One aberration was cleaved in half, its upper body still flailing its arms. Another aberration's head soared high, its neck gushing not typical blood, but a hissing, corrosive green liquid. Ye Qiu danced a macabre ballet, his movements unpredictable, as the autumn cutter in his hand became an artistic tool for harvesting life. Yet, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. These emotionless, pain-immune killing machines attacked like an unending tide. With a swish, a corrosive claw grazed Ye Qiu's back, instantly tearing through his resilient combat gear and leaving 3 deep. bone-revealing gashes on his shoulder. A searing pain shot through him. A splash of dark green acid grazed his cheek, splattering onto the nearby metal apparatus, which promptly corroded into a gaping hole, releasing an acrid plume of white smoke. Ye Qiu let out a muffled groan, yet his movements showed no sign of hesitation. Instead, the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He had to conclude this fight swiftly. The prolonged use of the shadow clone technique had drained his spiritual energy like a floodgate unleashed. Get out of my way. His bellow reverberated like thunder in a tranquil landscape. A surge of pale golden spiritual energy erupted around him, forming a circle of frenzied shockwaves. Several approaching mutants were forcefully knocked back several steps. Now is the moment. Ye Qiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, merging man and blade into one, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that tore through the fabric of space, carving a bloody path as he surged forward to the life pod, where Sister Xia and Little Fatty were confined. The flash of the blade struck. Clang, clang. The fortified special glass of the life pod shattered with a resounding crash. Sister Xia, Little Fatty, move. Ye Qiu grasped Sister Xia's intact arm, while his other hand roughly pulled Little Fatty, still dazed. Ye Qiu, your wounds. Sister Xia stumbled as he yanked her. Noticing the gruesome claw marks on his back and the acid burns marring his cheek, her heart seized with dread. I won't die? Ye Qiu grinned. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood and the waves of pain from his drained consciousness, pulling the two towards the nearest emergency exit. In the distance, Sister Bai Shui watched coldly from a corner, her injuries long healed, appearing as though she had never been harmed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Chapter 51. The clone is annihilated. The mutants who had been knocked back charged forward once more, undeterred by death, attempting to intercept. Get lost. Ye Qiu did not look back, sweeping his blade in a deft motion. A powerful wave of sword energy transformed into a crescent-shaped golden arc, effortlessly cleaving through the first 7 or 8 mutants who pursued him. Severed limbs and green viscous fluid splattered across the ground. The three finally burst into the narrow emergency passage, the heavy alloy-fired doors slamming shut behind them, momentarily cutting off the relentless pursuit of the killing machines. Inside the passage, only the dim green glow of emergency lights illuminated the oppressive atmosphere. Cough. Ye Qiu could no longer sustain himself, leaning against the cold metal wall as he slid down, coughing violently. Each cough exacerbated the wounds on his back, blood gushing forth, his complexion pale as a ghost. The autumn blade rested against the ground, emitting a faint hum. The prolonged maintenance of the shadow clone and the recent explosive effort had nearly drained the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, and his meridians throbbed with excruciating pain. Brother Qiu, are you all right? Little Fatty's face turned ashen with fear, frantically searching for something to staunch the bleeding. Sister Xia was quicker than him. She tore the hem of her tattered clothing, revealing a similarly damaged yet stunningly contoured undershirt beneath. She knelt before Ye Qiu, and in the dim light, her pale skin glistened with a sheen of sweat and the mingling of blood, filling the air with a scent that was a blend of iron, sweat, and her unique mature, sensual fragrance. Don't move. Sister Xia's concerned voice, laced with an undeniable hoarseness, carefully wiped the wounds on his cheek and shoulder with the torn fabric. Her movements deft, yet remarkably gentle. Her fingers inevitably brushed against Ye Qiu's feverish skin, each touch akin to a delicate electric current. Ye Qiu winced in pain, yet his gaze involuntarily trailed down the graceful silhouette of Sister Xia. A wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen, momentarily overshadowing the agony of his wounds. The tattered tank top could hardly contain her ample curves, the deep ravines of her figure becoming subtly visible with her every movement. Sweat glided down her swan-like neck, disappearing into the enticing depths below. Sister Xia keenly sensed the sudden intensity of his gaze, which had become both fervent and fleeting. A hint of shyness and heat flickered in her peach blossom eyes. As she bandaged his wounds, she leaned in, her breath warm against his ear, teasing him in a husky voice. You lecherous rascal, where do your eyes wander? Even in such a state, your thoughts still stray? Her warm breath tickled Ye Qiu's ear. He swallowed hard, licking his cracked lips, his gaze fixed on the alluring rise and fall of Sister Xia's form, which was so close that he could almost touch it. A wicked yet feeble smile crept onto his face. I'm only injured above the waist. My lower half is still functional. How about we engage in some exercise? I assure you, my recovery will be swift. He endeavored to sound playful. Yet the yearning deep within his eyes, born of severe injury and drained spiritual energy, was unmistakably genuine. Sister Xia couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter causing a twinge of pain that furrowed her brow, yet it added an air of fragile allure. She extended her blood-stained fingers, cool to the touch, lightly tracing Ye Qiu's bare, sweat-drenched, and bloodied chest, her fingertips gliding downward slowly. Her voice became a sultry whisper, laced with danger, in such a state. You must feel powerless. Don't you wish to cling to this fragile life of yours? Her fingertip lingered just above his lower abdomen, tracing elusive circles. Ye Qiu inhaled sharply, his body tensing instantly. It was indeed his landlady, Sister Xia, ever enchanting as always. Beside them, the chubby figure of Xiao Pang gaped. His face flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. That ye? No. Qiu Gu, shouldn't we step outside and discuss this? At that moment, Ye Qiu's expression shifted dramatically. A muffled groan escaped his lips as an intense, shattering pain surged through his mind, akin to the sound of breaking glass. It was the last sensation transmitted from his shadow clone over at Xia Lin's location. The clone disintegrated. In that instant of dissolution, fragments of the final image seen by the shadow clone surged into Ye Qiu's consciousness, deep within the alien laboratory outside the dark fortress. A colossal cylindrical container submerged in murky green nutrient solution housed a humanoid creature, eyes closed, its body riddled with tubes, exuding a terrifying aura that sent tremors through the clone's very soul. Its eyelids seemed to quiver ever so slightly. Immediately after, the clone was utterly crushed by an irresistible, horrifying psychic shock emanating from the direction of that container. Ye Qiu clutched his head in anguish, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. This was not merely the backlash from the destruction of his doppelganger. It was the profound terror at the soul level brought on by that fleeting glimpse. What is it? Ye Qiu. Sister Xia's teasing expression vanished in an instant, her concern evident as she steadied him. Ye Qiu gasped for breath, his eyes flashing intensely. The distribution of combat power in the headquarters was alarming. With Gao Hu dead, only a few remnants and an injured by Shui remained at headquarters, while the truly formidable beings and elite forces were lying in wait in the sewers of the dark fortress, ready to hunt Ye Qiu down. Inshang Bio had never anticipated his ability to manifest doppelgangers, engage in dual-line warfare, and directly assault what appeared to be the most fortified core of the headquarters. Yet, everything seemed to be progressing a bit too smoothly. From tracking by Shui to killing Gao Hu, and now rescuing people. It all felt as though a path had been meticulously laid out for him. That seemingly desperate woman, by Shui, ignited an ominous thought that coiled around Ye Qiu's heart like a cold, venomous serpent. We must leave. Ye Qiu, enduring the excruciating pain in his mind and the surging doubts, suddenly rose to his feet, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable urgency. Run. Sister Xia and the chubby companion recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further inquiries. Swiftly, Sister Xia tore another piece of fabric from her clothing and hastily tied it around the deepest wound on Ye Qiu's back to staunch the bleeding. The three of them supported each other, stumbling along the dim emergency passage as they fled upwards. The passage's exit was concealed within an abandoned riverside warehouse. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, the murky floodwaters having submerged much of the warehouse's lower level, where various debris and animal corpses floated, exuding a nauseating stench. Fortunately, a short distance from the exit, several speedboats were tethered, one of which, a larger white yacht, swayed amidst the storm. Board the boat, Ye Qiu commanded decisively. The chubby one hastily scrambled to untie the ropes, while Sister Xia helped Ye Qiu aboard the vessel. Chapter 52. By Shui's conspiracy, the engine's roar was barely audible amidst the downpour as the yacht sliced through the murky waves, darting into the vast curtain of rain like an arrow released from its bow, leaving the abandoned sports arena of Inshang Bio far behind. The icy rain fell mercilessly, washing away the blood and fatigue from the three. Leaning against the cold glass of the cockpit, Ye Qiu gasped heavily, each breath pulling at his myriad wounds. He gazed out at the apocalyptic scene beyond the window, the shattered city resembling the skeletal remains of a colossal beast submerged in a yellow mire. A wave of post-catastrophe exhaustion mingling with an inescapable cloud of doubt, pressing heavily upon his heart. His doppelganger had been annihilated. He wondered if Xia Lin had managed to escape. He needed to devise a plan to rescue her. Everything at headquarters had unfolded rather too effortlessly. From slaying Gao Hu to breaching the headquarters and rescuing Sister Xia and the chubby companion, there had been almost no other formidable opponents apart from those manufactured anomalies. But what of Bai Shui? Where was that mysterious, powerful anomaly? The sluggish response from Inshang Bio felt almost laughable. Had he truly exerted all his strength and nearly perished within, merely to find himself fortunate? Is it still all within the anticipation or even guidance of some existence? Sister Xia handed him a bottle of mineral water found in the cabin, her gaze complex as she observed his pale profile and tightly furrowed brow. Drink some water. Don't overthink it. The important thing is that we save the person. Lin Yun should be fine. We will find a way later. Ye Qiu took the water. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet failed to extinguish the turmoil within his heart. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense once more the spiritual imprint left in by Shui's mind, the only means by which he could track her and ascertain her location. Nothing. A vast emptiness. That imprint had vanished. It was not merely obscured. It seemed to have been utterly and cleanly erased by a power far greater and purer, as if it had never existed. A chill surged from his tailbone, racing up to the crown of his head. Ye Qiu abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief and shock flooding his expression. What's wrong? Sister Xia keenly sensed the tumultuous shift in his emotions. Just then, Bai Shui's voice pierced through the chaos. Ye Qiu, are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to talk? Her voice, cool and calm, even tinged with a hint of languor, cut through the roar of the engine and the torrential rain, resonating clearly in the cockpit. The trio turned sharply. Before them, less than 10 meters away, amidst the surging, murky waves, stood a white figure, ethereal as a specter. It was Bai Shui. Speaking with her characteristic alluring smile, she retained her captivating presence. The torrential rain poured down, relentlessly drenching the entire world. Yet curiously, an invisible barrier formed around her, preventing a single drop from touching her attire. She had donned a tailored white suit, immaculate and entirely incongruous with the apocalyptic deluge. Her damp hair was casually swept back, revealing a smooth forehead and a swan-like neck. Her enchanting visage bore no expression, only a profound tranquility akin to a deep pool. Most strikingly, her delicate fingers casually toyed with a deep blue necklace, the very one Gao Hu had clutched until his death. The azure glow danced at her fingertips, illuminating her cold, indifferent eyes. She stood upon the waves as if she were the queen presiding over this domain. Xiao Pang, terrified, fell onto the drenched deck, his teeth chattering. Bai Shui, Sister Bai? Sister Xia's pupils constricted, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of Ye Qiu. Her muscles taut as if she were an elder sister shielding her injured brother. Ye Qiu's gaze was fixed on Bai Shui, particularly on the deep blue necklace at her fingertip, a tempest of fury mixed with chilling dread surging to his head. He forced down the tumultuous blood within him. His voice icy as frost. Bai Shui, it seems you have taken Gao Hu's place. In that case, I have unwittingly facilitated your ascent. Is this token of gratitude sufficient? He referred to the fact that he had personally killed Gao Hu. Bai Shui's lips curled ever so slightly, a subtle upward arc, maintaining her sweet smile. She disregarded Sister Xia's hostility and Xiao Pang's disdain and fear, her gaze precisely honing in on Ye Qiu's face. A token of gratitude? She gently shook her head, her voice remaining calm and undisturbed. Ye Qiu, you overestimate yourself. Do you believe you are playing the role of a hunter? A avenger? No, from the very beginning. You have merely been a conspicuous piece on the chessboard. A piece? Ye Qiu's gaze sharpened. The ethereal blue necklace at Bai Shui's fingertips flickered softly, her voice cutting through the storm with a chilling clarity, imbued with an air of omniscience. Look at this vast ocean, observe the submerged cities, behold this apocalyptic silence. Do you think this is merely a natural disaster? Merely environmental mutations? She paused, surveying the shattered skyline of the city, her eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for a heap of refuse. In recent days, the oxygen levels have plummeted. Torrential rains and floods have engulfed the majority of cities. To this day, the global population has dwindled by nearly 70%. The suffering of living beings is but a divine experiment to cleanse the old world. A cycle. Divine. Selection. Cycle. Ye Qiu's heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Today, in the laboratory, he seemed to have witnessed the horrific human experiments conducted by the shadowy corporation. those mass-produced aberrations, the frenzied conjectures surrounding evolution, cycles, selection, and observations from higher dimensions surged into his mind like boiling magma. Your parents. Bai Shui's voice struck like a spell, precisely piercing Ye Qiu's deepest secrets and wounds. They are not only alive, they have participated in this cyclical experiment. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Ye Qiu's mind. Parents, deities, experiments, global catastrophe. In that moment, all the information was forcibly interwoven and pieced together by Shui's icy words, revealing the suffocating outline of a terrifying conspiracy. It turned out that his pursuit of his parents, his deadly struggle against the shadowy corporation, his desperate attempts to save others, and even his perceived tracking and counteraction, that mental imprint, all his struggles, anger, and pain were merely performances scripted in a game orchestrated by the so-called deities. The effort he exerted to eliminate Gao, who was, in fact, merely clearing obstacles for Bai Shui. The prey he believed to be hunting had long seen through everything, even manipulating his anger, using it as a weapon to gain profit. That mental imprint, perhaps the moment he implanted it, had already been silently erased or monitored by a more powerful force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he, Ye Qiu, was merely the deluded mantis. She slightly raised her chin, her demeanor elegant yet indifferent, as if pronouncing a verdict. This game has only just begun. You and I are but playthings struggling in the hands of the divine. Yet her gaze fell upon Ye Qiu once more, assessing him with a hint of scrutiny. You possess greater potential to become a fine piece than that fool Gao Hu. The ethereal blue necklace at her fingertips suddenly blazed with brilliance. I look forward to meeting you again on a higher dimensional chessboard. Chapter 53. Negotiating with the alien ant. The icy rain battered against the glass of the yacht's cockpit with a furious clatter, merging into murky streams that wound their way downward. The cabin was suffused with a pungent scent of blood, the foul odor of damp clothing, and the palpable tremors of the chubby boy's uncontainable fear. Ye Qiu leaned against the frigid wall of the cabin. Each breath felt as if a searing iron were pulling at his chest, igniting a fierce pain. The bottle of mineral water the boy silently offered slid coolly down his throat, but did little to extinguish the tumultuous flames of anxiety and the bone-chilling dread that gripped his heart. Sister Xiao, with an AK slung over her shoulder, piloted the yacht, casting concerned and tense glances in Ye Qiu's direction. After all, this yacht, a toy for the affluent, was something that the likes of Ye Qiu and the chubby boy had only seen on television, let alone operated. The silhouette of Bai Shui cutting through the waves, her final cryptic words about a higher dimensional chessboard, pierced deep into his mind like a poisoned icicle. Deities? Reincarnation? Purification experiments? His parents were alive and entangled in a nefarious plot that annihilated 70% of the global population, extinguishing over 4 billion lives? Merely contemplating this sent chills coursing through his veins. Ye Qiu inhaled sharply, forcing down the metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Anger surged like magma within his veins, pounding at his temples. Bai Shui's feigned enigmatic smile, her elegant fingers playing with an azure necklace, and the terrifying power that obliterated his mental imprint, all pointed to a suffocating truth. He, Ye Qiu, who fancied himself a vengeful hunter, was merely a pawn manipulated on someone else's chessboard, and even the death of Gao, who was a garment he donned for another's benefit. The mantis stalks the cicada? He hadn't even grazed the tail feathers of that yellow oriole. Where could brother Ye be now? The chubby boy slumped on the damp deck, toying with a shotgun pilfered from the shadowy bioweapons dealer. Sister Xiao's gaze was resolute as she steered the yacht, no longer the acerbic landlady she once was. It seemed she had matured considerably during this time. The atmosphere in the cabin was so oppressive it felt as if it could be wrung dry. Countless chaotic strands of clues and monumental questions regarding the experimental deities of his parents and the impending apocalypse unleashed by Shui's chessboard collided and exploded within Ye Qiu's fevered mind. Ignited by pain and fury, there was the bizarre coffin spaceship from the planet Yuzhao crashing into the dense western wilderness, from which emerged a terrifying specter, the moon demon, who, with the mere motion of her fingers, could unleash a despairing and horrific energy. Then there was Bai Shui's mention of the divine purification experiment, a cyclical catastrophe that obliterated 70% of the planet's populace. Were these two phenomena manifestations of the same existence? Were the legendary Yuzhao people, as described by Bai Shui, indeed the deities? If so, what motivated their actions? Fragmented information gleaned from Yu Ying's mind suggested that Yu Zhao had undergone some cataclysmic upheaval. Yet what relevance did that have to the destruction of Blue Star and the slaughter of humanity? Was it merely to clear space? Or was it for some more frenzied, incomprehensible experiment? Why were his parents embroiled in this? Where were they now? After all these years, why had they not come to see him? Were they the manipulators? Or merely unwilling sacrifices? The thought of participating in the massacre of his own planet and fellow beings churned Ye Qiu's stomach, a torment far surpassing the physical pain he endured. He exhaled a long breath, tinged with the metallic scent of blood, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming and maddening questions swirling in his mind. Now was not the time for such deep introspection. Each thought weighed upon him like leaden weights, threatening to drag him into an abyss of despair. The immediate concern was Xia Lin. With the destruction of his shadow clone, the consciousness that resided there had dissipated in an instant. Now, with no means to contact Xia Lin, he was engulfed by a void of darkness and the final throes of excruciating pain. What had become of her? Had she managed to escape? Or did Ye Qiu dare not entertain the grim possibilities? Gao, who was dead, Bai Shui had taken power, and chaos reigned at the headquarters of the shadowy merchants. The dark reef sewage outlet where Xia Lin was trapped harbored a formidable foe capable of obliterating his clone. It was undoubtedly a den of peril. Xia Lin was in grave danger. He had to rush to the dark fortress sewage outlet immediately to rescue her. Though his voice was hoarse, it resonated with unwavering determination. Who was this Xia Lin? Sister Xia and Little Fat turned to Ye Qiu in unison. Ye Qiu, lacking the time for a detailed explanation, briefly conveyed that she was a good friend, a younger sister of sorts, involved in a rescue operation at another suspicious location where they were being held captive. And now she was in peril. He must save her. Upon hearing the term younger sister, Sister Xia's jealousy flared, causing the boat to accelerate suddenly, jolting its occupants. Little Fat paused, the name striking a chord, though he couldn't place it immediately. Observing Sister Xia's reaction, he shared a knowing smile with Ye Qiu. He attempted to brace himself, but a wave of dizziness and acute pain overwhelmed him, causing darkness to encroach upon his vision as he slumped heavily against the cabin wall. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his meridians felt as if they had been ground by countless sheets of sandpaper, burning with pain. The remnants of his strength barely allowed him to remain standing, let alone venture into the perilous den to save anyone. As for Sister Xia and Little Fat, although they had practiced the breathing techniques he had taught them, alleviating concerns of diminishing oxygen in the altered environment, they currently possessed no profound techniques or abilities. Armed with firearms, they could handle minor adversaries, but against those with supernatural capabilities, they would be utterly outmatched. Should they encounter a master, Little Fat would be fortunate not to wet his pants in fear. In his space ring, he still had 2 unconsumed exotic fruits, but their effects remained unknown. Given his current weakness, consuming them could be perilous. If they were too potent, he risked being overwhelmed. It would be wiser to wait until a critical moment to consume them. Suddenly, Ye Qiu's gaze fell upon the seemingly ancient ring adorning his left hand's ring finger. The space ring. Within it resided a strikingly beautiful alien lady. With a thought, he strained his consciousness into the ring's space. In an instant, the cramped cabin twisted as if stirred by an unseen force. A robust, slightly plump woman clad in ancient attire materialized, crashing heavily onto the damp deck with a muffled groan. It was none other than Yu Ying. She remained clad in the intricately designed attire of the Yu dynasty, adorned with mysterious cloud patterns, yet at this moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her long hair was slightly unkempt, dust-laden, and her plump visage bore the marks of abrupt awakening, tinged with anger and a hint of pallor. Those frigid phoenix eyes instantly fixed upon Ye Qiu, emanating a palpable murderous intent that swept through the cabin like a chilling current, causing the temperature within to plummet. Wretched insect, how dare you imprison me? Yu Ying's voice rang out like ice crystals striking a jade plate, sharp and biting. She struggled to rise, but it seemed that Ye Qiu's prior assault had inflicted hidden injuries upon her. Her movements were sluggish. Yet the piercing gaze of Ye Qiu and the memory of her capture held her in place. Sister Xia and the chubby boy, startled by the sudden appearance of an ancient costumed lady, cast fearful glances at Ye Qiu. He could only briefly convey the situation, urging them to draw near for a whispered discussion, outlining the sequence of events and his intentions. Ye Qiu merely curled his lips into a pale, icy smile, disregarding Yu Ying's soul-freezing stare. His voice, though faint, was remarkably clear. "Aunt Yu, temper your fury. I ask you to step forth. We have a transaction to discuss." "A transaction?" Yu Ying scoffed, as though she had heard the most ludicrous jest. Her gaze was laced with contempt. "You lowly natives presume to negotiate with me? When my lady awakens, you shall be ground to dust." She attempted to summon her internal spiritual energy, only to find her consciousness shackled, rendering her nearly incapable of exerting her powers, which ignited a fierce anger within her. Yet, faced with these natives, she felt utterly helpless after being held captive for so long. When her lady awakened and discovered her absence, would she not be punished? Chapter 54, A Deal. Grind to dust. A commendable thought. Ye Qiu coughed twice, a thin line of blood escaping his lips, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. "Regrettably, you shall not have that opportunity. Should I perish, the coffin within my spatial ring will be lost to you forever. Only I can access my spatial ring. Upon my death, your esteemed lady will remain eternally within that coffin, ensconced in the ring. The lady you so fervently seek, you shall never lay eyes on. Not in this life, nor the next, nor in any life thereafter. At that time, a fragment of that lady's will had awakened within the spatial ring." And as she departed, Yu Ying remained oblivious to it, trapped in the ring. Yu Ying's pupils constricted sharply, her plump face drained of color, her body trembling imperceptibly. How could such a lowly native planet's spatial artifact possibly confine the lady? Even on a vast planet, she could shatter it with a mere gesture. What significance held such a trivial inferior artifact? Yet, the talent of this repulsive native was truly extraordinary. After hundreds of years of mastering the shadow clone technique, she had barely grasped the first layer, yet in just over a fortnight, she sensed that this lad had seemingly broken through to the third layer. If what he claims is true, and he possesses the means to control the ring, it seems that the young lady may indeed be trapped within it indefinitely. After all, her 3 souls and 7 spirits have long been dispersed, leaving only a lingering obsession. Her abilities cannot be restored in such a short time, and she must not endure any further risks, lest she be lost to eternity. The fear and anxiety pierced through Yu Ying's heart like a cold dagger. This was her absolute Achilles heel. For the first time, her confidence wavered noticeably as she fixed her gaze upon Ye Qiu, as if intending to flay him with her eyes. The cabin was filled solely with the ferocious sound of rain and the heavy breathing of a few individuals. Ye Qiu gasped for breath, observing the intense struggle of humiliation and terror in Yu Ying's eyes. Understanding that he had struck a vital chord, he softened his tone, lacing it with a hint of seductive persuasion. "Of course, I am a reasonable person. Do me a favor and accompany us to rescue someone. Once the task is accomplished, I will not only grant you freedom, but also ensure the safety of you and the young lady." He deliberately paused, watching the suppressed fury akin to a cornered beast in Yu Ying's eyes, coupled with a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation. "Before leisurely casting the true bait, I will also reveal to you the secret of swiftly mastering the third layer of the shadow clone technique." Yu Ying contemplated this. The indigenous man needed her assistance, and he appeared to be injured. If she chose to escape or confront him, it was not entirely impossible. The woman piloting the ship and the chubby boy nearby were merely ordinary Blue Star natives, easily subdued. At this moment, it seemed that although this native had kidnapped her and the young lady, he bore no significant malice. Ye Qiu remained silent, merely observing her with a faint, enigmatic smile that bore a mixture of amusement and warning. This gaze utterly incensed Yu Ying. Just as she was about to erupt, she noticed Ye Qiu slowly raising his right hand, pale from blood loss and still stained with gore, yet remarkably steady. He extended his index finger, from which a profound, ethereal light suddenly ignited. Yu Ying's cold smirk froze on her face. The ethereal glow rapidly expanded, stretching and condensing. In an instant, a silhouette, identical in essence to Ye Qiu, silently appeared beside him, its eyes glinting coldly, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. Ye Qiu's display thoroughly astonished Yu Ying. Although she had sensed a familiarity in the aura of his technique, the undeniable reality before her eyes was far more convincing. Yu Ying let out a piercing scream. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her handsome chubby face reflecting utter disbelief and horror, her pupils violently contracting to the size of pinpricks. She fixated on the clone, then abruptly turned to the pale, breathless Ye Qiu, her voice trembling. "A solid clone? You truly have broken through to the third layer. How long did it take you? A few days? Or just over 20 days? From the moment I sensed your cultivation of the shadow clone technique until now, it could not have been more than a month. In the expanse of my long life, this time is but a fleeting moment. She herself, having spent 180 years enduring the vicissitudes of life, facing countless dangers and insights, has only just managed to step into the threshold of the first realm. This transcends mere talent. It is a complete upheaval of understanding. It is monstrous. It is extraordinary. The immense shock left Yu Ying's mind in a blank state. Her previous anger, disdain, and murderous intent shattered in an instant by this unfathomable reality, leaving only boundless astonishment and a sense of absurd bewilderment. Her ancient armor seemed to lose its luster, and she stood frozen in place, as if struck by an invisible hammer. This young man is truly exceptional. How could such an extraordinarily gifted individual emerge from such a primitive and uncultured planet? The cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sound of rain. Ye Qiu gazed at Yu Ying's dazed expression, her worldview collapsing, and a faint, wicked smile finally appeared on his pale face. His previously restored bit of spiritual power was once again depleted. Weakly, he spoke, his voice soft yet resonant like a heavy hammer striking Yu Ying's heart. Now, can we discuss the transaction properly, Ye Qiu? Time is of the essence, or else I cannot guarantee your young lady's safety. My friend cannot afford to wait. Yu Ying's body trembled imperceptibly, as though the swaying yacht's deck beneath her feet had transformed into the precipice of an abyss. Her cherry lips parted slightly, yet only fragmented syllables escaped. The sound of her pride being crushed was unmistakable. Follow me to save someone, near the sewage outlet at the reef. The target is Xiaolin. Rescue her, and I assure you of your young lady's safety within the spatial ring. I will impart to you the secrets of the shadow clone cultivation technique, and I shall not go back on my word. Ye Qiu's voice, though weakened from injury, carried a weighty resolve, each word striking against Yu Ying's taut nerves. A refusal, or any tricks along the way. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning as frigid as polar ice. An invisible, soul-binding pressure descending upon Yu Ying, leaving her breathless. I do not mind detonating the restrictions in your sea of consciousness right now, obliterating your soul, and condemning you to eternal descent. Your young lady will be irrevocably lost. The thread of soul restriction coiled around her neck like a cold serpent, sending shivers down Yu Ying's spine. The unabashed malice in Ye Qiu's eyes made it clear that this was no idle threat. Freedom, dear lady, along with the coveted shadow clone technique and the terrifying consequence of immediate soul obliteration, loomed before her. All right. The word was almost forced from between Yu Ying's clenched teeth. Laden with bloody humiliation and towering resentment, she abruptly lifted her head, her cold phoenix eyes fixed intently on Ye Qiu, flames of unwillingness igniting within. This aunt agrees. You better remember your promise. Should you dare to deceive me, even with your talents, you will never be a match for our young lady. At that time, killing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant, ensuring you never reincarnate. Deal. Ye Qiu forced a pale smile, seemingly unfazed by her venomous curse. As a thought crossed his mind, his doppelganger transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and merged into his being. The immense toll rendered him momentarily blind, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Xiao Yezi, Xiao Pang, quick-witted, swiftly supported him, concern etched in his eyes. Chapter 55, Daring to Harm the Women of Ye Qiu. Sister Xia cast a worried glance as well. I'm fine, Sister Xia. Set sail at full speed towards the sewage outlet by the hidden reef. Ye Qiu strained to speak, urgency lacing his voice, handing the navigation map to Xiao Pang for assistance. He then turned to Yu Ying, delving into her consciousness to release the mental restraint he had imposed upon her. Ye Qiu, quickly regain your strength and prepare for action. Remember, our target is Xiaolin. Once we rescue her, do not linger, retreat immediately. Yu Ying gave a cold snort, choosing silence. She closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing the tumult of her blood and the humiliation she felt. As the mental constraint was lifted, a faint but remarkably pure wave of spiritual energy began to emanate from her, akin to a wounded mother leopard licking its wounds, gathering its last reserves of strength. The ancient cloud patterns adorning her armor flickered in tandem with her shallow breaths. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was suffocating, punctuated only by the roar of the engine and the relentless cacophony of the torrential rain outside. Under Sister Xia's deft control, the yacht abruptly changed course. slicing through the tumultuous waves like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the perilous sewage outlet area surrounding the shadowy biological fortress of the Dark Merchants. The icy rain lashed violently against the cockpit's glass, and ahead, the sea surface appeared chaotic amidst the rain curtain, resembling an abyssal entrance. Leaning against the ship's railing, Ye Qiu gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at his body with excruciating pain, his vision blurring from blood loss and agony. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain alert. He needed to replenish his spiritual energy before the impending battle. Ye Qiu practiced the esoteric breathing technique, fervently restoring his spiritual essence. Although his physical constitution was exceptionally robust, granting him self-healing capabilities for ordinary wounds, it was evident that the blood of those artificial beings was corrosive, inflicting injuries that penetrated deep into his very marrow, hindering his healing process. Xiaolin, hold on. You must wait for me. Time stretched, thick and languid. Amidst the engine's roar and the tumult of the rain, after an indeterminate span, a menacing silhouette finally emerged through the chaotic downpour ahead. It was a vast cluster of jagged black reefs, resembling the monstrous fangs of a beast reaching out from the depths, intermittently visible amid the surging waves. Among them, the largest rock, resembling the decayed skull of a whale, bore a rudimentary platform of steel. At the edge of this platform, a massive sewage pipe jutted out like the throat of a monster, continuously spewing a viscous, dark green liquid into the murky sea, releasing a noxious stench that was repulsive even from a distance, shrouded by the rain. That must be it. The sewage outlet at the reef. Xiao Peng exclaimed, pinching his nose and pointing ahead, his voice laced with terror. A mere few hundred meters from the platform, the air reverberated with the fierce sounds of energy collisions, the clashing of metal, and the roars and shrieks of fury, all of which pierced through the torrential downpour and echoed clearly within the confines of the vessel. Above the platform, a chaotic interplay of light and shadow unfolded, saturated with an atmosphere of impending violence. Amidst the wreckage of the steel platform, two factions were engaged in a frenzied melee. Most conspicuous among them was a birdman, adorned with enormous wings. Previously, he had been cleaved in two by Ye Qiu's blade. Teetering on the brink of death, however, he had not only been resurrected but appeared to have learned from his past defeat, upgrading his equipment. His form was enveloped in sleek alloy armor, with an impressive wingspan that conjured tempestuous winds with each powerful flap. Another formidable figure was a robust individual clad in a combat suit emblazoned with the insignia of the Shadow Merchant. Swift as a specter, he wielded a peculiar spear crackling with high-frequency arcs of electricity, diving and attacking from unexpected angles while emitting piercing sonic booms as he sliced through the air. This was undoubtedly another potent asset of the Shadow Merchant's biological forces, aside from the Birdman. On the ground, a particularly towering giant, reminiscent of an iron tower, stood out strikingly. His bare torso was a mass of muscular sinew, resembling rugged rock, and his skin bore an eerie slate-gray hue, intricately patterned with distorted circuit-like designs. Each step he took sent groans of distress reverberating through the steel platform, and the sound of his fists slicing through the air was accompanied by thunderous detonations, distorting the very air around him. It was evident that his strength was unparalleled. He was the core transformation of the Shadow Merchant's biological enhancements. Opposing this formidable force were beings of the Nuwa gene, evidently drawn to the fray upon hearing of Ye Qiu's initial appearance. A group donned matching silver-gray combat suits of Nuwa gene design, each exuding a fierce presence and fierce gazes. At the forefront stood a tall, agile figure, moving with an ethereal grace like a white specter darting through the storm. She wielded a slender silver blade that sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, restraining the airborne birdman. This was none other than Bai Yuxian, another figure of moderate stature, clad in an insulating black rubber trench coat, had hair standing on end, with arcs of blinding blue-white electricity leaping from his fingertips. He grasped at the air, summoning violent bolts of lightning that lashed out like silver serpents, striking the giant of the Shadow Merchant and the spear-wielding adversary, exploding into dazzling showers of electric sparks. Indeed, high-voltage energy. The chaos of the battle raged on, energy surging and explosions ringing incessantly. The steel platform was battered and pockmarked, its edges twisted and deformed, threatening to collapse at any moment. At the very heart of the tumult, amidst the most chaotic zone, one figure stood out starkly, Xiaolin. She lay prostrate on the cold, oil-slicked, waterlogged platform. Her body curled inwards. Her once functional bodysuit was tattered beyond recognition, exposing large swathes of bloodied skin. Her complexion was ashen, lips perpetually spilling crimson, mingling with the rainwater. One of her calves was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Most alarming was her right shoulder, which bore a charred wound that nearly perforated through. The edges of her flesh curling back to reveal bone, evidently inflicted by a potent energy weapon. Her breath had dwindled to the faintest whisper, akin to a flickering candle amidst the winds, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. The ancient, intricately designed shattered star bow lay precariously close to her bloodied hand. Its once radiant form now dimmed, as if it too had lost its luster in concert with Ye Qiu's fading essence. The epicenter of the fierce clash among the three factions was unmistakably centered around Shaylin and the shattered star bow at her side. Each wave of attack perilously swept past her, stirring up splashes of murky water and sparks. She resembled a fragile vessel caught in the eye of a storm, poised to be torn apart at any moment. Shaylin, the rotund little thief with beady eyes, upon spotting Shaylin, leered at Ye Qiu with a grotesque grin. Finally comprehending why Ye Qiu remained unsatisfied despite having Sister Xia by his side. Why he would risk his life to rescue a damsel in distress, even when so grievously wounded. Wasn't this the stunning model from their old neighborhood? No wonder that name sounded so familiar. Hey, Ye. Oh no, brother Ye, are you busy? No wonder we haven't seen you these past few days. You seem quite frail. The portly figure whispered lewdly at Ye Qiu, casting a glance at Sister Xia. This is Shaylin. Sister Xia felt equally uncomfortable. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Ye Qiu, realizing that this little scoundrel had indeed taken a fancy to the alluring vixen from their community. In the past, her deceased husband would often be captivated by Shaylin's beauty, losing himself in her gaze. Ye Qiu's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly halting its rhythm. A tidal wave of rage and heartache surged within him like a tsunami. His doppelganger had been vanquished, and witnessing Shaylin's dire plight, trapped in despair with no one to rescue her, ignited a tempest of fury that surged upwards. My woman, Ye Qiu's woman, is not one you can touch. Yuing. Ye Qiu's voice erupted like the roar of a wounded beast, infused with reckless madness. Move. Seize the bow. Save her. Now. Chapter 56. Lowly Peasants. Yuing, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. In her icy phoenix gaze, all humiliation, anger, and shock coalesced into the purest, most lethal intent of a seasoned warrior. Dare to snatch my lady's shattered star bow. The ancient armor adorning her seemed to resonate with its master's battle fervor, the intricate cloud patterns igniting with a faint yet unyielding halo of light. A cold huff escaped her lips, an outburst long suppressed. In an instant, Yu Ying's figure vanished from sight. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a blurred white shadow, nearly merging with the curtain of rain, darting like a specter across the tumultuous sea, silently propelling toward the chaotic arena of steel carnage. Her target was the shattered star bow that lay abandoned on the battlefield. Yu Ying's form tore through the downpour like a bolt of white lightning, moving faster than the eye could perceive. She did not charge in a straight line. Rather, she deftly exploited the chaotic energy ripples of the battlefield, the splintering steel fragments, and the intermingled silhouettes of the three factions as cover, weaving through the seams of death with breathtaking speed. The cold rainwater was repelled by an invisible force surrounding her, while the dull cloud patterns on her armor shimmered faintly as she moved at high speed. She paid no heed to any side, her target ominously clear, the dimly glowing Starbreaker bow beside Shaylin. Stop her. The avian warrior, engaged in a fierce battle with the white feather fairy, was the first to notice, his sharp alarm ringing through the communicator across the platform. With a powerful flap of his wings, he attempted to break free from the white feather fairy's entanglement, signaling to the robust mutant wielding the peculiar electric spear to restrain her. On the other side, the high-voltage combatant, locked in combat with the towering iron giant, also detected Yu Ying's movements, and a blinding arc of electricity rapidly coalesced at the tip of his spear, directed towards her. Trying to escape? Leave it to me. The high-voltage fighter sneered, abruptly shifting his hands. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel and as fierce as a silver dragon, materialized from thin air, striking fiercely at the avian warrior's back, forcing him to turn and block. Clearly, The high-voltage fighter was deliberately luring the enemy. Taking advantage of the avian's assumption that he was targeting Yuing, he redirected his attack. "Who goes there?" The avian warrior shouted again, grappling with the white feather fairy. In the distraction of two assaults, he was ambushed again by the high-voltage fighter. And the cunning light blade of the white feather fairy carved a deep, searing wound across the avian's wing, causing blood to spatter instantly. The giant, resembling a towering iron structure, roared in fury, enduring several energy blasts from the high-voltage fighter's subordinates, and his massive fist, accompanied by a thunderous boom, surged toward Yu Ying's path. The force of his punch raged, sweeping away the filthy water and debris from the ground. Yu Ying paid no mind to these native mutants. Faced with the terrifying wind of a punch capable of splitting mountains, she remained unafraid. Her body flickered and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already clutching the Starbreaker bow. Channeling her entire spiritual energy, she released her right hand, and suddenly, a brilliantly concentrated blue vector arrow materialized. This was highly condensed spiritual energy, possessing a sharpness that could pierce through anything. With a soft sound, the vector arrow precisely penetrated the giant's fist. There was no earth-shattering collision, only a faint tearing sound. Ugh! The giant emitted a muffled groan of pain mixed with disbelief. His fist, which could withstand cannon fire, was pierced by what seemed a slender arrow, leaving a substantial hole. A sharp, tearing sensation of a strange power surged through his arm's veins, causing his entire right arm to explode in an instant. The amassed terrifying force dissipating abruptly. His colossal form staggered, thrown off balance by this seemingly effortless arrow, and he fell to the ground. Using the rebound force from the giant, Yu Ying's speed increased further. Her toes barely grazed the slick steel platform, leaving a shallow dent, and her figure flickered, appearing like a specter beside Shaylin. The icy rain mixed with blood splattered across Shaylin's pale, wan face. Yu Ying did not spare her a glance, her gaze fixed upon the powerful mutants pursuing her. The avian warrior, severely wounded by the white feather fairy, could only watch helplessly as the Starbreaker bow was seized, and the Iron Giant's arm was pierced. Upon witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon the two primary combatants of the Yin Merchant, leaving only one formidable adversary, a solitary spear-wielding aberration, the remaining minions no longer warranted their intervention. Bai Yuxian and Gao Yedian exchanged knowing glances, signaling their subordinates to encircle the Yin Merchant's forces, with particular focus on the formidable Yu Ying, lest they be caught off guard. A tumult of thoughts surged within Yu Ying, her right hand splayed wide, resolutely drawing back the bowstring of the shattered star bow with unwavering determination. Just as her fingertips grazed the frigid, intricately patterned bow, a deafening hum erupted. A terrifying bolt of high-voltage lightning descended from the heavens with an indescribable ferocity. The dazzling blue radiance, akin to a circuit suddenly activated, illuminated the dim expanse of this blood-soaked arena, drenching the torrential rain in a sacred yet savage hue of blue. Simultaneously, Bai Yuxian's metallic wings disintegrated into dozens of razor-sharp feathers, transforming into a tempest of lethal metal that sealed all potential avenues of escape for Yu Ying. What? Yu Ying's pupils constricted sharply, her charming visage betraying a rare expression of horror. The high-voltage surge was not merely an energy assault. It felt like a judgment directly imposed upon her very soul. Yu Ying sensed her body ensnared in the very heart of the electric current. As if she had touched the primordial point of the universe's inception, a violent tremor coursed through her, brutally struck by the surge of electricity. The path she had intended to flee through, utilizing her shadowy doppelgangers, was blocked by Yuxian's razor-edged feathers. With a sickening gasp, crimson blood erupted from Yu Ying's mouth like a torrent. Her hand, clutching the shattered star bow, went rigid, and she was flung backward as if struck by lightning. The ancient armor of the Yu dynasty erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, its intricate cloud patterns flickering wildly in a desperate attempt to withstand the terrifying shockwave of electrical energy. Creaking under the immense strain, her body collided with a twisted steel support at the platform's edge, producing a thunderous reverberation. The support buckled under the impact. Yu Ying knelt on one knee, barely steadying herself, and coughed up another mouthful of blood, which was swiftly diluted by the rainwater pooling before her. Her pallor was ashen, her right arm trembling violently as blood oozed from the ruptured skin of her palm, trickling down the bow's arm and splattering onto the cold steel. "How dare you, lowly Barbaric natives defile us. Ying gritted her teeth, each word forced out with a spray of blood. Yet, in that moment, her gaze ignited with a fervent, almost frenzied flame. As a servant to the esteemed moon demon, a figure of divine stature within the advanced Yu dynasty, to be so grievously wounded by a handful of these primitive aberrations was an affront beyond measure. How could she ever face her mistress again? It was an utter disgrace to the entire Yu dynasty. With a fierce resolve, she lifted her head, her icy phoenix eyes sweeping across the formidable native aberrations on the platform, igniting a surge of indomitable fighting spirit within her. For countless years, I have fought alongside the lady, albeit as a mere lowly servant, yet I have witnessed perilous scenes beyond imagination. Chapter 57. The flames of fury spread. In the distance, aboard a yacht, Ye Qiu and the others beheld the grievously wounded Ying, their hearts gripped by anxiety and despair. Ye Qiu felt that only by resorting to the extraordinary fruits within the spatial ring could he hope to rescue Ying and allow Xia Lin to retreat unscathed. Ying was consumed by a frenzied battle spirit, a swarm of ants. Ying's voice was hoarse yet resolute, imbued with a determination akin to the destruction of jade and stone. Ignoring the excruciating agony tearing at her consciousness and the lamentations of her meridians on the verge of breaking, she forcefully summoned every ounce of strength remaining within her. She even ignited a portion of her primordial blood. A fierce, domineering, blood-red radiance erupted from her, infused with the essence of ancient battlefields, momentarily numbing the excruciating pain from the violent electric shock that had made her spit blood. Her blood-stained right hand clutched the shattered star bow tightly, while her left hand trembled as it grasped the cold bowstring, seemingly forged from the very cores of stars. Drawing upon her burning blood as a catalyst, she gathered all her spiritual energy into an arrow, driven by her indomitable battle spirit. Release. A piercing shriek erupted from Ying, drowning out the tumultuous winds and thunder. The horrendous sound of the bowstring tightening echoed, as the immense weight of the bow's limbs was drawn back through the terrifying power that came at the cost of her very life. Buzz. The bow quaked violently. A blinding blood-colored arrow materialized instantly upon the bowstring. This arrow was not a physical entity, yet it radiated a destructive aura capable of freezing souls, with countless ancient runes struggling and roaring faintly visible upon its shaft. At the moment the blood-colored arrow coalesced, the high voltage being closest to Ying, infused with the essence of Nuwa, sensed an impending calamity. It shrieked sharply, unleashing a frenzy of high-voltage wings, desperately attempting to escape behind the strongest energy shield. Too late. The last flicker of clarity in Ying's eyes was consumed by crimson, leaving only a maddened resolve for mutual destruction. She locked onto the severely injured high-voltage entity, attempting to flee. You, mere indigenous ants, dare to wound me. Boom. The bowstring erupted with a thunderous roar. A meticulously condensed blood-red beam tore through the fabric of space, piercing the downpour. Wherever it passed, the very space seemed to warp, leaving behind a fleeting vacuum passage. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The high-voltage entity, having just ascended a few meters in panic, suddenly froze in place. Terrified, it looked down at its chest, encased in alloy armor. There, a hollow the size of a bowl appeared, smooth-edged and transparent from front to back. No blood spurted forth. The wound's edges shimmered with an eerie glaze, as if instantly melted by extreme heat. Through the hollow, one could even glimpse the other enemies behind, equally stricken with horror. The light in their eyes swiftly dimmed and extinguished, akin to a candle flame snuffed out. The lifeless body, along with the once proud high-voltage lightning, plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the steel platform with a dull thud. The blood-red arrow, still brimming with force, violently struck a massive black reef behind the platform. A thunderous roar erupted. The boulder, akin to a small mountain, exploded with blinding crimson light from within, shattering into countless fragments ablaze with sanguine flames, raining down upon the tumultuous sea like a meteor shower. One arrow, piercing dual demons. Shattered stone mountain. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The cacophony of torrential rain, crashing waves, and roaring engines dissipated into silence. On the platform, whether it was the remaining hulking figures of the shadowy merchants or the avian beings of Nuwa's lineage, along with their subordinates, or the former comrades of the high-voltage electric warrior, all stood as if ensnared by a spell, their movements rigid, expressions frozen. Their gazes, magnetically drawn, were riveted upon the figure of Yue, kneeling at the edge of the platform, drenched in blood, her armor in tatters, yet still clutching the terrifying divine Bao with unwavering resolve. Horror, fear, disbelief, greed. A tumult of complex emotions surged wildly within each pair of eyes. The white-feathered celestial, gripping her luminous blade, trembled slightly, icy raindrops cascading down her fair cheek, her expression gravely focused, fixated on Yue and that Bao. Who exactly are you? With that Bao, the shattered star? The robust figure of the shadowy merchant, wielding a spear, harbored a greed so palpable it nearly ignited into tangible flames. Even the arcs of electricity in his hair danced with excitement. The shattered star Bao. Splendid. Magnificent. Its power shall belong to me. He licked his lips, as the sparks around his spear began to writhe restlessly. The ashen giant, witnessing the swift demise of his opponent, the high-voltage electric warrior, erupted with a tempest of rage and a twinge of fear. His eyes were locked onto Yue, a beastly growl resonating from his throat. In that moment of stunned silence and swirling thoughts from all sides, a hoarse roar pierced through the eerie quiet from a distant yacht. Save him. Ye Qiu's desperate bellow shattered the oppressive silence brought forth by the arrow of the shattered star. Save him. The voice, urgent and elevated, soared through the wind and rain, carrying a reckless fervor towards the heart of the battlefield. The sudden emergence of Ye Qiu's voice was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The three factions on the platform were jolted awake by this shout, their greed, anger, and murderous intent swiftly eclipsing the astonishment brought forth by Yu Ying's arrow. Block them. The shadowy giant roared like a beast, while the robust spearman emitted a sharp screech, recklessly lunging towards the struggling Yu Ying and her shattered star Bao. The massive figure, disregarding the agonizing pain from his severed arm, moved with a lumbering grace akin to a colossal puppet on strings, crashing forward like an uncontrollable battering ram, relentlessly demolishing the twisted steel in his path, his sole aim directed toward the unconscious Charlene. It was evident that the puppeteer behind him understood that the Bao-wielding woman was currently no match for him. The unconscious Charlene was the optimal hostage. The stout warrior's spear crackled with electric energy, surging forward with a fierce brilliance. Zing! A rapid flash of electricity, resembling a swift multi-headed serpent, struck directly at the white-feathered fairy, obstructing any potential routes for the acquisition of Nua's genes. Humph! The white-feathered fairy emitted a disdainful snort, her form gliding like a ghost in white, deftly evading the stout warrior's spear, while her luminous blade carved a sharp arc, aimed directly at the back of the advancing Yue. Her intentions were clear. Amidst the chaos, she sought to seize the Bao. As long as the Bao remained in her grasp, the hostage was of little consequence. The three-way melee erupted once more ferocious and chaotic than before. Energy beams flew wildly, explosions illuminated the surroundings, and fragments of steel scattered about. Sister Xia, little fatty, provide cover fire for Yue. Chapter 58, Strike and Retreat. Ye Qiu exclaimed anxiously aboard the yacht, his voice contorted by pain and urgency. Sister Xia hesitated briefly but ultimately assumed her stance. Witnessing Ye Qiu's evident concern for Charlene, a pang of jealousy stirred within her, yet this was not the time for rivalry. Only a foolish woman would vie for affection in such tumult. Little Fatty stumbled as he collided with Ye Qiu, observing his pale and breathless figure, then glancing at the hellish battlefield on the platform. Fear threatened to overwhelm him. However, seeing Sister Xia resolutely open fire and catching a glimpse of Charlene's perilous state ignited a surge of bloodlust within him. I will fight you all. Little Fatty bellowed with a voice like a rusty bell, adrenaline surging through his veins. He seized the heavy Remington M870 shotgun, which he had clung to for psychological comfort. The weight of the firearm felt oddly empowering in his hands, the cold metal instilling a spark of courage. Given his size, he feared falling on the boat. So he crawled out of the cabin, positioning himself on the damp deck, resting the heavy barrel on the railing, aiming towards the chaotic steel platform. The rain blurred his vision, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Taking a deep breath, he closed his left eye, relying on instinct as he aimed at the hulking gray giant barreling toward Charlene. Die, monster! Little Fatty roared, fiercely pulling the trigger. Bang! The thunderous gunshot erupted through the rain-soaked air, Flames belched from the muzzle as a storm of lead, akin to an enraged swarm of bees. Engulfed the giant's broad back in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The concentrated hail of bullets hammered against the giant's gray skin. Most were deflected by his resilient flesh and muscle, yet several embedded themselves, bursting forth with tiny sprays of blood. More crucially, the tremendous impact caused the giant's massive form to stagger, abruptly halting his advance. Roar! The colossal figure, in agony, spun around in fury, his scarlet eyes locking onto the rotund silhouette at the bow of the distant yacht. Simultaneously, Sister Xia unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets raining down like a tempest upon the white feather immortal, who sought to seize the bow. Ye Qiu was not idle. With no alternative left, he swiftly assessed the 2 exotic fruits remaining in his spatial ring. Restoration of his powers was imperative. Ying, true to her nature as the servant of a deity-like specter, unleashed a fierce display of combat prowess, inflicting notable damage upon the enemy. Yet the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. Alone, Ying was but a solitary tree struggling against the storm. Sister Xia and the portly companion could only create minor obstacles, utterly incapable of confronting those extraordinary beings head-on. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became, as reinforcements for the opposition would soon arrive, making escape impossible. With a thunderous roar, the giant swung his massive hand, swatting away the shotgun pellets. Yet his movements were still hindered and appeared sluggish. Ye Qiu, concealed in the corner of the cabin, bore the excruciating pain tearing through his consciousness and the weakness of his body, yet his eyes shone with determination. He devoured the 3rd exotic yellow fruit. Through the scanning of his consciousness and mental energy, he discerned that the internal energy of this fruit was boundless. The moment he retrieved it, it resonated with the Buddha bead bracelet he had previously integrated with, radiating brilliance instantly. It seemed to be a fruit that enhanced spiritual power. Indeed, it was an extraterrestrial exotic fruit. Upon consumption, pure spiritual energy erupted throughout his body, opening every pore, flooding him with immeasurable energy, seemingly inexhaustible. The external spiritual essence was drawn into him like a vortex, madly absorbed by the Buddha bracelet. With a swift and ample replenishment of spiritual energy, Ye Qiu's wounds healed almost instantaneously. It appeared that his extraordinary physical self-healing ability was intricately tied to the abundance of spiritual energy. Ye Qiu directly communicated with Ying through his consciousness. Ying, take Xia Lin and flee. Drop the bow. His voice pierced through her chaotic mind like a needle, prioritizing the rescue of others. The bow and his autumn blade shared the same soul, having long accepted him as its master and fused with him. Even if they were to be seized, they would prove of little use. He could always reclaim them later. As Ying struggled to wield the heavy star-shattering bow, barely fending off the avian warrior's electric spear and the white feather immortal's cunning light blade, her vitality surged. Upon hearing his command, her movements faltered sharply. Drop the bow? A flicker of struggle and reluctance crossed her eyes. Yet upon witnessing Ye Qiu's resolute intent, she remembered her promise to save others. A glance at the nearly lifeless Xia Lin on the ground and the giant, still being barely contained by Sister Xia and the portly companion, reminded her that she had already burned her vital essence and was on the brink of exhaustion. Continuing the fight was unwise. With a cold huff, she made her decision. Just as the white feather immortal's light blade came crashing down once more, Ying hurled the trembling star-shattering bow, radiating a terrifying aura, towards the robust foe wielding a spear. Bow! She cried out sharply. The star-shattering bow transformed into a streak of dark golden light, instantly capturing the attention of nearly everyone on the platform. Greed eclipsed all else. It's mine. The robust figure wielding a spear was engulfed in ecstasy as the spear surged with electric brilliance, recklessly charging towards the point where the bow had landed. Stop him! The descendants of Nuwa shrieked, diving in to intercept. Bai Yu, with a resolute gaze, unhesitatingly abandoned Ying and transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the divine bow. Even the furious giant was momentarily captivated by the soaring bow. Now was the time. Ying's figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing beside Xia Lin the next instant. Without a glance at Xia Lin's dire state, she seized the tattered collar of her garment, lifting her as one would an inanimate object, and turned to sprint towards the edge of the platform, heading for the yacht. Her movements were as swift as a hunting cheetah. Stop them! The colossal figure of the iron tower reacted first, unleashing a thunderous roar and pivoting to pursue. Yet, Sister Xia's bullets, relentless as maggots, rained upon him, targeting his wounded spots. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage from the plump figure struck the giant, producing a cacophony of sounds. Though not lethal, it severely disrupted his movements. Yu Ying, hoisting Xiaolin, bounded to the edge of the platform, where turbulent, murky waves crashed below, alongside the yacht where Ye Qiu awaited. Then, with a cold command, Yu Ying leaped onto the yacht, hurling the critically injured and unconscious Xiaolin towards it. The action was decisive and unhesitating. Thud! Xiaolin's body hit the deck with a heavy thump. Go! Ye Qiu roared from within the cabin. The engine had already been revved to its maximum power by Sister Xia. The plump figure scrambled to the helm, forcefully pushing the control stick. The yacht emitted a strained roar, its rear propeller churning the murky waters into a frenzy, sending up towering waves as the bow reared up like a startled sea beast, racing away into the depths of the downpour. Trying to escape? On the platform, the three factions were incensed by this lightning-fast rescue. Witnessing the divine bow thrown into the heart of the melee and the hostage rescued, their simmering rage eclipsed all reason. The Iron Tower giant, Bai Yu, and the muscular figure with the spear simultaneously abandoned their pursuit of the shattered star bow as it still lay on the platform, locking their murderous gazes onto the fleeing yacht. Get down here. The muscular figure raised both hands, the spear gathering electric light into a blinding arrow, poised to strike. Bai Yu's light blade also gleamed with a peerless glow. The Iron Tower giant recoiled and leaped, preparing to dive after them. At that critical moment, buzz! A monumental, heavy force, imbued with endless compassion and a chilling aura, suddenly descended upon this expanse of sea. This power did not target the flesh. Rather, it surged like an invisible tide, instantly engulfing the spirits of all present. As the high-pressure energy on the platform surged forth, Bai Yu and the others found their movements abruptly stilled, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, their spirits momentarily dazed by the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Ye Qiu, Sister Xia, the chubby one, and the recently disembarked, faintly breathing Yu Ying all felt an indescribable weight pressing heavily upon their hearts. As if grasped by an unseen giant hand, a gaunt figure silently emerged atop the highest twisted steel beam at the edge of the platform. Clad in a dark red llama robe, his emaciated form resembled that of a desiccated poplar. Barefoot, he stood motionless on the cold, rain-soaked steel, his murky old eyes akin to two unfathomable ancient wells, piercing through the tempestuous curtain of rain to fixate with unerring precision on Ye Qiu and the others within the yacht's cabin. His gaze was icy and indifferent, imbued with a clarity that transcended illusion, exuding an inescapable judgment. The roar of the yacht's engine seemed to fade into the distance for Ye Qiu, as the world narrowed down to those penetrating, murky old eyes that appeared capable of seeing through his very soul. Old Lama Chieshi, you wretched bald donkey, you're still alive. Ye Qiu uttered weakly, his lips pale. How could this lecherous old monk be here? How could he arrive so swiftly? Ye Qiu's heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand, plummeting to the abyss. An unprecedented sense of lethal danger slithered up his spine like a cold serpent, coursing through his entire being. Though his injuries had significantly healed after hastily consuming the exotic fruit, they remained unhealed and still ached faintly. The alien youth, Lama Chieshi, continued to communicate with Ye Qiu through whispered incantations, his voice resonating in Ye Qiu's heart like the tolling of an ancient bronze bell, carrying an extraordinary penetrating force that drowned out the howling winds and the engine's roar. The tone was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible will. Each word a heavy boulder pressing upon Ye Qiu's heart. Leave the hidden dangers. The old lama's gaze slowly swept over Sister Xia, the chubby one, the unconscious Xiaolin, and Yu Ying on the yacht's deck, finally locking onto Ye Qiu, whose complexion was as pale as parchment. His withered face bore no expression, only an indifference that seemed to transcend life and death. And your life. At the moment the words fell, the old lama raised his emaciated right hand, which hung limply at his side. The skin was shriveled, speckled with deep brown age spots, and the sinews resembled gnarled tree roots. Yet it exuded a disquieting sense of power. Without invoking any earth-shattering sorcery, he simply, unremarkably, pressed that thin palm gently downward towards the turbulent, murky sea below. The motion was slow, akin to flowing clouds and water, infused with a peculiar rhythm. Just as his palm neared the rolling waves, a mere 3 feet away, an indescribable, overwhelming terror erupted forth. At the point where his palm pressed down, the sea surface within a radius of several dozen meters was as if struck by an invisible, colossal hand that spanned the heavens. Great waves surged forth intermittently, creating a cataclysmic collapse. It was as though a vast void had suddenly emerged from the seabed, compressing the surrounding water with an indescribable force, causing it to be forced downward and outward in a mere fraction of a second. This phenomenon formed a massive depression, exceeding 30 meters in diameter and plunging to depths of over 10 meters. The water at the edges rose abruptly, resembling walls of ice. The seabed, comprised of mud and rocks, was instantaneously laid bare amidst the torrential chaos. In the next heartbeat, the displaced water rushed back toward the center with a thunderous roar, compressing and colliding with unimaginable ferocity. Boom! It was as though the ocean floor had detonated a mountain of explosives. A terrifying column of water, mixed with murky seawater, mud, and shattered rocks, surged upward like the spear of an enraged sea god, reaching heights exceeding 100 meters. With immense force, it plummeted toward the yacht that was desperately fleeing below, akin to a collapsing celestial river, crashing down with unrelenting might. It blotted out the sun, leaving no escape. The shadow of that cataclysmic water column instantly enveloped the entire yacht. "Oh my goodness, how is this old rascal so formidable?" exclaimed the chubby one, mimicking Ye Qiu's mocking tone. He watched, wide-eyed, as that towering water column, infused with mud and debris, seemed to encapsulate the fury of the ocean floor, descending upon their minuscule vessel like an unstoppable force of annihilation. The view was swiftly filled with murky waters of death, leaving only the deafening roar behind. Sister Xia's face turned pale. Her AK-47, which had just run out of ammunition, felt as cold and lifeless as scrap metal in her hands. Instinctively, she began to reload, trying to bolster her own confidence by adjusting her proud 36D figure, seeking even the slightest psychological comfort. Ying had just thrown Xia Lin onto the bow deck, barely managing to roll in herself. Her chest heaved violently, blood frothing at her lips. A painful reminder of the toll taken by the reckless use of her life force, as if countless steel needles were piercing her veins. She knelt precariously on the slick deck, her eyes fixed on the apocalyptic scene, devoid of warmth or life. Struggling, she turned her head to glance at Ye Qiu, who stood at the edge of the boat, trembling slightly, his complexion paler than paper, his breath still faint. Xia Lin lay like a broken doll, sprawled in the frigid water on the bow deck, her clothing torn in multiple places, revealing swathes of pale skin sullied with mud, yet still hauntingly beautiful. Especially her long, slender legs, now powerless and spread apart, bore a tragic allure under the turbulent rain. Alas, at this moment, no one had the heart to admire this dismal, yet alluring sight. "Brother Ye, it's you again. How has your taste become so extravagant, even indulging in men?" The chubby one's voice trembled with a hint of despair as he looked at Ye Qiu. Just as the yacht was on the brink of being pulverized by the immense wave, a resonant hum filled the air. A deep and resonant sound, reminiscent of an ancient chant, erupted suddenly from the corner of the cabin. It was not a sound from the outside, but rather emanated from within Ye Qiu. His lowered head shot up abruptly. The eyes, which had been dulled by excruciating pain, now sparkled with a fierce intensity, sharp as a hawk's. Gone was the weakness that suggested impending death. Within the depths of his profound gaze, 2 clusters of golden flames danced wildly. An indescribable, overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, as if a slumbering ancient beast had awakened, exploding outward from him. Even the torrential rain within 3 feet of his body was forcibly distorted and repelled. The small, plump figure's cries were caught in his throat, morphing into a comical gasp. "Kill that old bald donkey. I knew your taste hadn't changed." Ying's lifeless eyes suddenly ignited with incredulous light, fixating intensely on Ye Qiu. This was the perfect moment, old lecherous monk. "This time I shall not let you escape unscathed." Ye Qiu, like a poised leopard, wore a sly smirk upon his lips. Chapter 60. Defy and be decapitated. "Old bald donkey, I have awaited you for quite some time." Ye Qiu's voice resonated like rolling thunder, loud and distant. Infused with a suppressed fury and icy intent that finally erupted, piercing through the tumultuous winds and the roar of the tsunami. It was a stark contrast to the earlier state of his pale lips and trembling, frail voice. The sound clearly echoed in everyone's ears, even faintly overpowering the cataclysmic sounds of water. He moved, without extravagant moves or a buildup of energy. Just as the towering water column loomed less than 10 meters from the bow of the yacht, with the chilling mist and the scent of death approaching, Ye Qiu grasped the autumn blade and, with a seemingly casual yet lightning-fast motion, swung upward against the torrential, obscuring water column. With a decisive slash, a colossal blade of pure, blazing blue light suddenly tore through the dim curtain of rain. The moment this blade appeared, it carried an unwavering will to sever all, to obliterate all methods. It was not merely an expulsion of energy. The edges of the blade seemed to distort the very fabric of space, emitting a subtle yet spine-chilling resonance. With a sound akin to a scorching iron cutting through solidified butter, the terrifying water column, imbued with the supreme strength of the old monk's palm, powerful enough to crush an iron giant into a disc, was effortlessly cleaved in two upon contact with the blue blade. This was not a mere defeat. It was a precise incision. The blue blade cut through the water column with an unstoppable force, reminiscent of a divine weapon from myth that parts waters, reversing upward along the central axis of the column. The murky seawater, along with the debris and silt it carried, was instantaneously evaporated and obliterated by that pure and scorching energy. The severed halves of the water column, deprived of their central power, roared in defiance, resembling two uncontrollable torrents, crashing violently against the sides of the yacht before plummeting into the raging sea. Two towering waves, each reaching dozens of meters high, surged forth with terrifying ferocity. The yacht was tossed violently like a mere leaf amidst the storm, lifted and dropped by the colossal waves, experiencing a tumultuous jolt that elicited agonizing groans from its beleaguered structure, while the deck was swiftly inundated to ankle depth. Yet, miraculously, it remained unshattered. It did not succumb to the deluge. It narrowly escaped through the perilous gap between the two walls of water. The vessel swayed violently, and both Xiajie and Xiaopeng clung desperately to the fixed points on the boat to avoid being flung overboard, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. What the hell? Xiaopeng gazed in disbelief at the tons of seawater crashing against the side of the boat, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His mind a blank slate save for the euphoric thrill of survival and an incomprehensible shock. Once the boat stabilized, Xiajie swiftly turned back to resume steering the yacht. Yu Ying's gaze was fixated on Ye Qiu, particularly on the blue long knife in his hand, which seemed to emanate from pure light, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers through her very soul. She finally comprehended why he had been able to summon the spirit of the blade. This youth's talent, his presence, and his power far surpassed her expectations. His mastery and understanding of the weapon mirrored the sacred stature of legendary sword masters from millennia past. Upon the steel platform, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Time appeared to freeze. In the preceding moment, the three factions had been embroiled in chaotic conflict, yet now, they were entirely captivated by the cataclysmic impact of the colossal Buddha palm and the soaring water column that seized their attention. As they witnessed the small yacht miraculously burst forth from the parted sea of blue blade light, all onlookers were rendered motionless. The muscular figure wielding a spear, with his electric spear still crackling, stood frozen, the lethal sparks momentarily forgotten, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate a duck egg, his gaze vacant. Bai Yuxian hovered in midair, her aura of pure white light momentarily disturbed, and for the first time, her ethereal face displayed an almost uncharacteristic astonishment, her red lips parting yet producing no sound. The imposing iron-clad giant from Yinshang seemed as though he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Caught in the act of diving and chasing, his massive frame trembling slightly, his eyes, as large as copper bells, were fixed intently on the blue blade light that pierced the heavens and the sea, filled with primal terror. Is that really Ye Qiu? Such a fearsome strike. Atop the twisted steel beams, the old lama from Chieshi wore a weathered visage resembling tree bark, his typically impassive demeanor shattered once more. His murky old eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of pinpricks. An expression of incredulity, tinged with a hint of trepidation, swept across his features. How could this be? That foreign boy appeared gravely wounded, his aura faint and collapsing. Just moments ago, he had cowered in the cabin, looking frail and on the brink of death. unmistakably not feigning weakness. The one who had wielded the Starbreaker bow was that woman. He had remained hidden, evidently gravely injured. And the biological informants from Inshang had reported his state, indicating he could not possibly recover in time. Yet, how could this magnificent blade light, capable of tearing apart the Buddha palm and parting the waves, emanate such a formidable power infused with primal essence? A sudden chill surged from the coccyx of the venerable Qieshi Lama, racing up to his crown. He felt akin to a yellow bird, believing itself to have mastered the mantis, only to abruptly discover a colossal primordial beast lurking behind. This is not good. The young man has already regained his strength. Alarm bells rang furiously in the old Lama's mind. His emaciated body instinctively sought to transform into a shadow of dark crimson, retreating swiftly. The razor-sharp gleam of the blade, coupled with its aura of destruction, posed a mortal threat even to his century-honed golden form. Yet it was too late. Just as the Qieshi Lama's spirit jolted, and his form hesitated to retreat, the chilling voice of Ye Qiu pierced through the tempest, like a haunting incantation, precisely penetrating the Lama's ears. The immense blue blade, having just cleaved through the tsunami, still brimming with residual force, suddenly twisted in the air in a manner that defied the laws of physics under Ye Qiu's impeccable mental control. The blade's radiance swiftly condensed, shrinking from its original grandeur of several dozen meters to a mere length of about 10 feet, yet solidified as if it were cast from gold, with edges twisted and torn in a distinctly lethal golden line. The speed was nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly traversing the very fabric of space. Its target was none other than the Qieshi Lama's frail right arm, which had just pressed forth the imprint of the Buddha's palm and had yet to retract. This strike encapsulated Ye Qiu's explosive spiritual energy, derived from devouring the yellow fruit, amalgamated with the enhancement of concealed Buddhist beads, and fused with his overwhelming fury towards this old monk, who had schemed to encircle and nearly bring about his demise. The blade's brilliance and murderous intent were so profound that they could instill fear even in the hearts of deities. "How dare you, abominable creature!" The Qieshi Lama, overwhelmed with rage and shock, emitted a piercing shriek, akin to the haunting call of a night owl. His dark red monk's robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, crackling ominously. Beneath his withered skin, a layer of dim, metallic sheen surfaced, adorned with ancient Sanskrit glowing faintly in gold. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed a complex seal with his left hand. Layer upon layer of visible, rippling dark golden light shields swiftly coalesced before him, striving to thwart this lethal blow. Sizzle! Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, a subtle yet chilling sound resonated, reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through tofu. The exquisitely honed blue blade effortlessly sliced through the stacked dark golden shields as though they were mere ephemeral soap bubbles. Instantly, it struck the Qieshi Lama's frail right arm, which shimmered with a metallic sheen and was inscribed with Sanskrit. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. The astonishment and rage on the Qieshi Lama's face solidified, morphing into sheer agony and disbelief. A slender line of blood emerged, 3 inches above the wrist of the Lama's withered right arm. In the next moment, a gnarled hand, devoid of vitality, marred with deep brown age spots, and sinewy in form, was severed cleanly at the forearm. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, and the dark golden blood erupted like a long-suppressed fountain, shooting upwards with tremendous force. A piercing scream escaped the old Lama, a sound so chilling it seemed inhuman, as the excruciating pain overwhelmed all his thoughts. His frail body stumbled violently, nearly toppling from the high steel beam. With an arm severed, this injury was far graver than the last, leaving him with an unprecedented blow. No hand left. The Lama's hand was cleaved in one stroke. It is worth noting that this old Lama from the western regions displayed power during the Plateau Lake Seizure Conference that rivaled, if not slightly surpassed, that of Gao Hu, Mr. Qi, and Chizi Nawa. On the platform, the masters of the Yin merchants and Nuwa factions collectively gasped, their scalps tingling, as an icy chill surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. They turned to behold the figure standing on the yacht, sword in hand, surrounded by a blue aura like a war deity, their expressions transforming into ones of terror and disbelief. The electric spear in the robust stranger's hand extinguished completely, instinctively causing him to step back. Bai Yuxian's floating form trembled slightly, her exquisite face devoid of any color. The towering giant was taut with tension, As if facing a formidable adversary, his previous intent to pursue extinguished entirely. That rascal had been feigning weakness all along. Just moments ago, he had seemed gravely injured. Hesitant to approach the shore, directing a woman to rescue someone. Move, Ye Qiu declared with authority, severing the old lama's hand, his pent-up frustration slightly alleviated. Yet his mind remained clear despite the fury. His voice thundered in the ears of Xia Jie and little Fatty like a clap of thunder. Xia Jie was astonished at Ye Qiu's formidable strength. His ruthless efficiency was shocking, as he had effortlessly severed the arm of an old man. Immediately, she grasped the control stick, exerting all her strength to push it down hard. The bow of the boat surged upwards suddenly, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, racing faster than during their desperate escape into the depths of the rain. Bai Yuxian was the first to recover, her beautiful face instantly clouded with frost and profound resentment. The company's primary target was Ye Qiu. The exotic fruit and alien spacecraft were in his possession. The hostage had also been rescued by him. Forcing him to surrender the treasures would be even more challenging. She transformed into a blazing white light, recklessly pursuing the yacht. Her speed was such that it seemed to surpass the yacht's limits. "Stop right there!" The towering giant roared, his massive foot crashing down onto the platform, causing the sturdy steel plate to cave in dramatically. His colossal form launched like a cannonball, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, closely trailing Bai Yuxian. The Yin merchants could not afford to return empty-handed after incurring such great costs. The robust stranger, wielding the electric spear, hesitated for a moment, glancing at the rapidly disappearing yacht. He then cast a glance back at the chaotic brawl for the shattered star bow on the platform, and at the old lama, severely injured and supported by his disciples, teetering on the brink of collapse. A flash of electric light flickered in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a leaping arc of electricity, pursuing the yacht with fervor. In comparison to the elusive divine bow, capturing or eliminating the master of the extraordinary fruit, who bore immense treasures and terrifying potential, appeared to hold far greater value. The three most formidable forces simultaneously abandoned the easily attainable divine bow, their astonishingly unified target fixated on Ye Qiu. Though the divine bow was remarkable, it was evident that the secrets and the extraordinary fruit possessed by Ye Qiu were of even greater significance. "Brother Yi, that radiant figure and that hulking brute are closing in, and that electrically charged, long-haired one too." Xiao Pang, amidst frantic shooting, glimpsed through the rearview mirror the three relentless figures pursuing them like parasites, uncertain of how to proceed. The bullets seemed to have minimal effect on those monstrous beings. Yuing leaned against the cabin wall, gasping for breath, nearly depleted of her last ounce of strength from the previous encounter. Her gaze towards Ye Qiu was fraught with complexity. This native must have swiftly recovered by consuming the extraordinary fruit from the sacred tree he had brought. Ye Qiu stood at the swaying stern of the boat, allowing the cold rain to wash over his face. The bluish light enveloping him had receded significantly, yet his eyes remained strikingly bright, akin to cold stars in the night. He coldly regarded the three rapidly approaching figures, a cruel and frigid smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The man must be eliminated. The woman too. That white-feathered fairy is quite appealing. I shall make her my furnace for dual cultivation. His voice carried an air of ruthless determination mixed with a hint of amusement. Xiao Pang, continue firing to create distractions. Do not let them close in too quickly. Sister Xia, steady the boat. Aunt Yu, keep a watchful eye on Xiaolin. As his words fell, he extended his mental power into the Zhanxiu Dao, awakening its spirit, and with a sudden, forceful grasp of his left hand, a hum resonated as an invisible force traversed the space. The ancient, colossal bow of shattered stars, which had been thrown by Yu Ying into the chaotic fray, suddenly trembled as if summoned by a sovereign, violently shaking free from the chaotic energy field and the hands that sought to grasp it. With a whoosh, the shattered stars bow transformed into a dark golden stream of light, disregarding the distance, and instantaneously appeared within Ye Qiu's outstretched left hand. It appeared that once the sword's spirit acknowledged its master, the shattered star's bow could also be summoned through mental will, a thought that filled Ye Qiu with delight. However, such summoning required a substantial and potent expenditure of mental energy. As he grasped the heavy bow, a profound sense of connection surged through him, filling his being with an overwhelming power. The bow trembled slightly, emitting a deep hum, as though celebrating its master's return. What? The factions entangled in a fierce struggle over the divine bow on the platform were rendered momentarily stupefied, witnessing the bow soar away on its own. They had all experienced the might of this divine bow. How could they possibly continue the fight now? Chapter 62. Annihilate them all. The pursuing figures of the white-feathered fairy, the towering giant, and the electrically charged adversary also witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting in shock. The divine bow has acknowledged its master. That lad was nearly invincible the last time he wielded it, almost vanquishing the strongest combatant of the Yin merchant, Gao Hu. Oh, white-winged bird lady. You seemed to enjoy the previous bout, didn't you? Ye Qiubing's icy gaze instantly locked onto Bai Yuxian, who charged forward like a white comet, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. It was this beauty who had nearly dismembered Yu Ying with her light blade moments ago. Eliminating Xiao Lin was such a waste. His 2 dual cultivation furnaces had nearly been extinguished by her. Failing to collect some interest would be a grievous loss. With his left hand firmly gripping the star-shattering bow's limb, his right hand drew the string. As his thoughts stirred, an immense reservoir of spiritual energy surged violently into the bow. The ancient, enigmatic runes etched upon the bow's body suddenly ignited, emanating a heart-stirring aura of destruction. An invisible, soul-rending pressure spread outwards in an instant. A colossal arrow, crafted solely from highly compressed dark gold energy, formed in an instant upon the bowstring. Around the arrow, minute spatial fissures flickered like black lightning, appearing and disappearing erratically. If you cannot be slain, then you are worthy of being my furnace. A chilling light emanated from Ye Qiubing's eyes, his expression as frigid as ice. No matter how beautiful you are, you must perish. After all, you almost eliminated my furnace. With a resounding buzz, the bowstring trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. The dark gold energy arrow was unleashed. There was no grand spectacle, only a finely honed line of dark gold that seemed to devour the light itself. Its speed was astonishingly unfathomable. As it passed, even the torrential downpour was instantly pierced and evaporated, leaving a perfectly straight vacuum corridor in its wake. The target was Bai Yuxian. As she pursued at full speed, an unprecedented, bone-chilling aura of death grasped her heart the moment the dark gold arrow manifested. The pure white light surrounding her fluctuated violently, and for the first time, an expression of sheer terror crossed her serene visage. It was too fast, too close. There was no way to evade. She let out a scream, channeling all her abilities to cross her metallic wings in front of her chest, while frantically summoning all her energy to form a shield, protecting her vital areas. This was her final line of defense. A faint sound of penetration pierced the air. The dark gold line, akin to a heated steel needle piercing through thin ice, effortlessly traversed the metallic wings and penetrated the thick energy shield. Then it passed beside Bai Yuxian's voluptuous form, once the object of countless men's desires. Clearly, Ye Qiubing had intentionally aimed slightly askew. After all, this angelic being with metallic wings was a formidable dual cultivation partner. To slay her would be less enticing than to possess her. Suddenly, Bai Yuxian's momentum faltered, her body suspended mid-air, trembling violently. In disbelief, she looked down at the gaping wound on her chest, the size of a bowl, which was completely hollow, its edges still crackling with terrifying annihilation energy. Blood did not gush forth, for all the tissue at the wound's perimeter had been instantaneously vaporized by that destructive energy. The brilliance in her eyes dimmed rapidly. Like a candle flickering in the wind, she parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of utterance, yet only a torrent of crimson blood, mingled with visceral remnants, erupted forth. The sacred white light enveloping her body shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece. Her graceful form fell helplessly from the air, akin to a swan with broken wings. Ye Qiu soared forward, catching the wilting white flower just in time, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Delivered to me. Just wait and see how I shall ravage you, he mused, addressing the fallen Yuxian. Behind him, anguished cries echoed from the Nuwa genetic faction, the Iron Tower giant. Witnessing the swift demise of the white-feathered fairy by a single arrow, was consumed by a mix of rage and a chilling sorrow for the fallen. Yet his formidable frame surged forward, closing the distance to the yacht to less than 20 meters. With one arm raised, his fist, though desperate to retract, found itself too late. Die, he bellowed, his voice lacking its former power, yet his visage remained fierce, intent on unleashing all his dread in that one strike. Foolish man. Ye Qiu's eyes betrayed no emotion, as if the swift killing of the white-feathered fairy were merely the swatting of a fly. Faced with the colossal fist capable of leveling a small building, he didn't even flinch to evade. Just as the massive blow was about to land, Ye Qiu moved. His actions transcended the limits of retinal perception, leaving behind only a faint blue afterimage. His true self appeared within the iron tower giantess arm. As thick as a column, the blade of his Qiu knife, imbued with the essence of concealed Buddhist power, surged forth in a brilliant blue radiance. Flash! A deep, resonant command accompanied the horizontal strike, as if aiming to cleave the very ocean in two with the blue blade's brilliance. With a piercing sound, the blade seamlessly pierced through the iron tower giant's skin and muscles, which resembled the resilient armor of a tank. This time, it was not merely a shallow embedding like the previous impacts from Yueying's strike or shotgun pellets. Instead, his entire right arm was severed. A distinct line of blood spread diagonally from beneath his shoulder to his ribcage. In the next instant, that terrifying right arm, thicker than an adult's thigh and brimming with explosive strength, alongside a portion of his shoulder, was completely severed. Dark red blood surged forth like a breached dam, mingling with shattered visceral fragments, instantly staining the surrounding seawater crimson. The iron tower giant's remaining left eye widened in shock, filled with confusion, pain, and an incomprehensible terror. His massive frame lost balance, and with blood gushing forth like a fountain, he toppled towards the sea like a felled giant tree. The Yinshang organization's iron tower giant had fallen. A demon. He is a demon. So cruel. In close pursuit, the high-voltage spear wielder, poised to unleash an electric attack, witnessed the white-feathered fairy's instant demise and the horrifying scene of the iron tower giant being cleaved in two. Terror seized him, scattering any courage for pursuit as he let out a horrified cry, forgetting to release the spear in his hand. The body transformed abruptly into a twisted, leaping blue arc, fleeing recklessly in the opposite direction of the yacht. No mission, no treasure, could outweigh the importance of life itself. Ye Qiu stood at the stern, rainwater washing away the non-existent bloodstains on the autumn blade, its blade shimmering with a blue glow that illuminated his frost-bitten visage. He cast a cold glance at the frantic, retreating arc, akin to a sovereign surveying a lost hound, still wishing to escape. In Ye's world, there was no reckoning after the fact, only immediate resolution. With a swift leap, Ye Qiu soared into the air, delivering a decisive strike. Amidst the lingering echoes of bloodshed and the clamor of rain, a transformation unfolded anew. Chapter 63. The emergence of the hidden master amidst the lingering echoes of bloodshed and the clamor of rain. A transformation unfolded anew. The elderly lama, Qi, who had suffered a severed hand at Ye Qiu's hand and was severely wounded, was being supported by his disciple, his complexion as pallid as gold leaf, his breath shallow. As the yacht receded into the distance, his eyes brimmed with resentment and a flicker of despair. Suddenly, the space beside the venerable lama distorted without warning. Like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, it created ripples of a viscous, non-Newtonian black substance that were visible to the naked eye. A vague figure, seemingly composed of pure shadow and flowing dark matter, seeped forth from the center of those ripples. It lacked distinct facial features, presenting only a silhouette, entirely shrouded in darkness. As if it could absorb all surrounding light. The edges of its form continuously emanated and reformed subtle black particles, exuding an otherworldly chill, silence, and an indescribable sense of the uncanny. It appeared silently, moving with a speed that defied reason. A hand, similarly formed from flowing shadows, resembling a ghostly claw, lunged forth, seizing the wound where the lama's arm had been severed. What? Both the lama and his disciple were filled with horror. The moment the shadowy claw grasped the old lama, a chilling stillness, a force that seemed capable of freezing the very soul, surged forth. The lama could not even muster the strength to struggle, as if his bones were drawn from him, collapsing instantaneously. Along with his astonished disciple, he was abruptly dragged into that undulating expanse of black, rippling space. A soft sound, akin to a bubble bursting, resonated. The distorted black ripples contracted instantly, vanishing. Along with the elderly lama, his disciple, and the eerily materializing shadowy figure, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the lingering chill of death in the air remained, accompanied by the faint echo of Qi's last, astonished grunt. A testament that the astonishing scene was no mere illusion. What was that? Ye Qiu's pupils constricted sharply, the golden light on the autumn blade flaring up in an instant as he scanned the empty expanse of the sea with vigilance. A chill swept through his heart. The shadowy figure, emanating an energy that transcends spatial confines, seems to originate from another realm. Its presence is chilling, devoid of life, and utterly inhuman. Meanwhile, a splash resonates nearby as two silhouettes breach the ocean's surface. They are the towering behemoth, previously severed in half by Ye Qiu and plunged into the depths, and the electric spear mutant, who attempted to flee before being mercilessly struck down. Remarkably, they remain alive, albeit in a grotesque state. Both arms obliterated. The grievous wounds remain shockingly visible, yet seemingly sealed by some mysterious force, halting the flow of blood. The giant's pallid visage resembles that of a specter, his breath barely perceptible, his gaze vacant as he drifts in the waves, on the verge of total submersion. The electric spear mutant bears his own visible wounds. Suddenly, an invisible yet potent and precise telekinetic force envelopes them, lifting them gently yet irresistibly from the water. Following this, the frigid raindrops descend in a peculiar manner, arranging themselves with an uncanny order. The droplets swirl and dance, coalescing into a pathway of icy rain upon the tumultuous sea. A figure clad in a pure white trench coat, exuding a gentle and sweet demeanor, gracefully treads this rain path, resembling a fairy amidst the downpour. Indeed, it is the enchanting Bai Shui. She does not cast a glance at the menacing Ye Qiu at the yacht's stern. Her icy gaze sweeps over the telekinetically lifted giant and the electric spear mutant, her brow furrowing slightly. Ye Qiu, poised to rise and deliver another blow, incredulous that they still cling to life, contemplates the efficacy of the serum from the shadow merchant. Yet, the rain path beneath Bai Shui swiftly extends, cradling her along with the giant and the mutant, vanishing like two streaks of white light into the depths of the rain curtain. Ye Qiu, they are vital assets to the company. Until we meet again, echoes Bai Shui's voice from within the rain's embrace. The scene, marked by a series of brutal victories, is both bloody and awe-inspiring. On the yacht, the chubby boy is stirred with fervor, embracing Ye Qiu in excitement, only to be disdainfully kicked away. You perverse fatty. I am not your plaything, begone. Sister Xia gasps in astonishment as she watches Ye Qiu's retreating figure, her eyes a mix of admiration and jealousy. After all, not long ago, she was the sole woman aboard, and now three have joined the ranks. There is an eccentric older beauty, a younger model, and now a stunning mutant with wings. This fellow seems indiscriminate in his taste, eager to sample all flavors. Her position feels precarious, as she ought to be the most prominent female presence aboard. Ewing leans against the cabin wall, breathing heavily, yet a subtle thrill flickers in her gaze. This indigenous lad's rapid ascension in power, coupled with his remarkable talent and the consumption of our Yu dynasty's sacred fruit, may well prove advantageous for the young lady in the future. Meanwhile, in another realm, the sounds of explosions reverberate, boom, boom, boom. The resounding clang of heavy metal reverberated from afar, drawing closer. Upon the surface of the sea, immense, twisted steel plates, shattered anchors, and countless abandoned container remnants rose as if manipulated by an invisible giant hand, subsequently forced to compress, fold, and melt under an overwhelming power. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a bear and clad in a mask, stood upon a heavy metallic platform forged from countless scrap metals, barely accommodating a single individual. It was as if he commanded a flying fortress of steel, slicing through the waves at breakneck speed. Wherever he passed, the sea was violently displaced by a formidable magnetic force. Damn, here they come again. One after another, they revealed themselves, intent on seizing their quarry with greater difficulty than before. You survived last time, but this time, let us see how you meet your end. Ye Qiu recognized that this grand spectacle was none other than the top-tier warrior of the Nuajin, the metal sovereign, Chisnava. He possessed a terrifying ability to manipulate iron elements. Chisnava directed the metallic platform with precision, akin to a guided missile, seamlessly darting past the edges of the chaotic battlefield. A massive metallic hand, formed from an amalgamation of minute iron particles, suddenly extended, aiming to snatch the barely breathing Bai Yuxian from the yacht. However, Ye Qiu retaliated with a swift strike, unleashing a violent force that reverberated back. Chisnava grunted softly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, yet his movements remained unimpeded. Retreat. He barked a cold command, maneuvering the metallic platform in a sharp tailspin, sending towering waves cascading around them. The enormous metallic hand gripped the yacht relentlessly, seemingly intent on crushing it. Ye Qiu offered no respite, countering with another strike, his blue blade aura slicing effortlessly through the seemingly indomitable hand of steel. In an instant, he produced the shattered star bow and loosed an arrow towards Chisnava. Chapter 64. Utopian Apocalypse. As the terrifying energy arrow surged forth from the shattered star bow, Chisnava recalled the scene of being shot over the lake. With a cold snort, he bolted away, his speed rivaling that of light itself. In the blink of an eye, the winds roared, and formidable foes retreated. The rain intensified, the icy sea battered against the vessel. On the yacht, only the roar of the engine and the tumultuous waves remained. Xiao Pang lay sprawled on the yacht, gasping for breath, drenched to the skin, uncertain whether it was rainwater or cold sweat. Sister Xia leaned against the cabin, the muzzle of her submachine gun lowered, her gaze fixed on Ye Qiu's silhouette, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Ewing struggled to sit up, observing the blood-red ripples left in the sea whereby Yuxian had fallen, then glancing towards the void where Chisnava had vanished, finally settling her gaze on Ye Qiu, filled with deep contemplation. Ye Qiu stood at the stern of the boat, rainwater cascading down his sharply defined jawline. The azure glow of the autumn blade had entirely receded, reverting to its ancient form. In his left hand, he still grasped the heavy and fearsome shattered star bow, its dark golden frame glistening with a cold sheen amidst the rainfall. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the heavy curtain of rain, directed towards the vanishing figures of formidable foes. The Nuajin had taken away the retreating Kishinawa, while the white snow carried off two significant assets of the company, alongside that enigmatic alien shadow which had whisked away the old llama into the void. The corners of his lips, cold as ice, gradually curled into a semblance of a temperatureless arc. They do run quite swiftly, he murmured to himself, his voice somewhat muffled by the tempest. However, Ye Qiu lowered his gaze, fixating on the shattered star bow in his hand, his fingertips gently gliding over the frigid, rough bowstring. He could feel the terrifying power contained within it, as well as the rebellious, fierce spirit that subtly opposed the hidden Buddhist beads he possessed. These adversaries had not yet met their demise. They remained a nuisance. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with a fleeting golden light, sharp as a blade. Next time we meet, I shall eradicate them completely. Even the king of hell would be of no consequence. The sea breeze, laden with salt and the scent of blood, struck his face as the engine roared, the yacht slicing through the murky waves, heading into the unknown depths of the rain. A greater storm seemed to brew at the invisible horizon, lurking ominously. The icy raindrops pounded relentlessly against the yacht's deck, crackling amidst the salty sea spray and lingering scent of blood, creating a distinctly apocalyptic aroma. The monotonous engine throbbed as it cleaved through the increasingly tumultuous waters, the vessel undulating upon the waves like a stubborn leaf refusing to sink. In the center of the damp deck, the plump figure of Xiao Pang sprawled helplessly, akin to a fish out of water, his chest rising and falling sharply. Brother Qiu, that dark, gaping thing that seeped out earlier, and that white snow that scampered away over the water. It felt so surreal, like something divine. Sister Xia, though piloting the yacht, found her attention irresistibly drawn to the tall figure at the stern, her eyes brimming with admiration, fear, and an uncontrollable pang of jealousy. She ground her molars, her voice just loud enough to pierce through the rain, reaching Ye Qiu's ears. Humph, I toil tirelessly, my gun barrel nearly red-hot. Yet it pales in comparison to the elegance of their wings. Some people have their eyes glued to them, utterly unafraid of developing styes. This ship is filled with the old and the wounded, and here we have a winged mutant woman. Ye, your appetite is truly insatiable, unbothered by the prospect of indigestion. Ye Qiu did not turn back. He stood like a statue in the rain at the ship's stern. The autumn blade had returned to its sheath, its ancient hilt gripped tightly in his hand, while the fierce shattered star bow in his left hand glimmered with a metallic, cold sheen under the dim light. His gaze pierced through the thick curtain of rain, directed towards the void where the old llama had vanished, then sweeping towards the direction where the white snow had absconded with two crucial assets. Finally, His eyes settled on the turbulent waters where the Nuwa Jin's metallic lump, Kishinawa, had clumsily retreated. A cold, blood-tinged smile slowly crept upon his lips. A faint, weak cough echoed from the corner. Ewing struggled to sit upright. The wound on her back pulling painfully, causing her soft features to contort. She gazed at Ye Qiu's silhouette, her expression as intricate as a spilled palette of colors, encompassing shock, evaluation, and a hint of barely discernible hope. "Did you just draw upon the power of our sacred tree's exotic fruit, you native boy?" Ye Qiu slowly turned around. Raindrops cascaded down his chiseled jawline, splattering onto the deck. His gaze swept across Sister Xia's flushed face, briefly lingered on the quivering form of the chubby boy, and then passed over Yu Ying's speculative look. She chose not to respond to Sister Xia or Yu Ying's comments, ultimately fixing her eyes on the most alluring new trophy in the corner of the deck. The white feather fairy resembled a white swan, its wings broken by a storm. Tragically curled up in despair, pierced by Ye Qiu's star-shattering bow, her metallic wings bled a deep crimson, mingling with the rain to create a small pool of gore beneath her. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and the rise and fall of her chest was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, as if only a breath hung on. Ye Qiu licked his slightly dry lips, a smile that could hardly be deemed benevolent blossoming across his face, imbued with a hint of mischief and unmasked desire. "Tiske, life seems quite resilient." The hybrid of Nuwa's genes appeared remarkably strong. It seemed she would not perish so easily. He stepped closer to the white feather fairy and crouched beside her. Sister Xia, observing from behind, rolled her eyes in exasperation, wishing she could bore holes into his back with her glare. Ye Qiu completely disregarded the disdainful energy emanating from behind him, extending his finger to unceremoniously pinch the beautiful, icy, and smooth visage of the white feather fairy. He traced down her slender neck and pressed at the edge of her nearly blasted, snow-white bosom. Fortunately, he had veered slightly, or it would have been a shame to damage such a beautiful form. The sensation was cold, imbued with metallic hardness, yet retained the elasticity of flesh, creating an eerily strange juxtaposition. He grimaced at her wings. As a handsome man capable of flight himself, he found them cumbersome and likely to attract attention during battle. His gaze shifted downward to the white feather fairy's hands, still sharp and defined even in unconsciousness, their nails as keen as blades. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a starving wolf eyeing a sumptuous feast. Yet, her physique was too resilient. Harder than steel while still possessing the softness of flesh, this body, indeed, was quite appealing. As he contemplated how to extract her indomitable essence from this half-lifeless woman without the inconvenience of growing wings, Xia Lin stirred awake. Her voice weak, yet laced with a hint of reminiscence. "You captured the white feather fairy." Xia Lin understood Ye Qiu's intention to cultivate with the white feather fairy to heal her while simultaneously absorbing her powers. Ye Qiu had no time to engage with the myriad expressions of the women behind him. He exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of blood, his gaze sharp as an eagle, beginning to assess the situation. Xia Lin had been rescued, though she had endured significant torment at the hands of the unscrupulous merchants. Fortunately, her life was spared. Now, only Lin Yun remained unaccounted for, yet there were no leads to follow. He could only devise a way to search gradually. What shall be the next step? In this apocalyptic world, one must secure a stable dwelling. After all, one cannot allow so many enchanting companions to wander aimlessly in the wilderness alongside oneself. The outside world is rife with mutated beasts, and countless cities lie submerged. Ordinary individuals cannot hope to survive. It is imperative to seek a sanctuary in this desolate era, a utopia where one can live in peace. Chapter 65. Establishing one's own power. He was contemplating how to extract the indomitable abilities from the half-lifeless woman before him for his own use. Free from the burden of sprouting wings, when Xia Lin awakened. "You've captured the white feather fairy. You cannot afford to provoke her," she uttered weakly before succumbing to unconsciousness again. Xia Lin seemed to be aware that Ye Qiu intended to dual cultivate with the white feather fairy to heal her while absorbing her powers. But what did she mean by saying Ye Qiu could not provoke her? With Xia Lin unconscious once more, Ye Qiu resolved to wait for her to regain consciousness before continuing the conversation. He mused to himself, "Now there exists a woman whom this handsome fellow cannot easily approach. What of the celestial queen? I shall absorb her essence nonetheless." Ye Qiu had no time to concern himself with the various emotions of the women behind him, each vying for his attention. Alas, the presence of numerous women brings forth complications. He expelled a breath laced with the scent of blood, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and began to assess the situation. Xiao Lin had been rescued, albeit tortured by the nefarious merchants, yet her life was preserved. Now only Lin Yun remained unaccounted for. But there were no leads to pursue. He could only devise a method to search gradually. What lies ahead? In this post-apocalyptic world, one is either compelled to scavenge for survival supplies, pursued by foes, or tasked with rescuing others. It appears essential to build one's own strength and establish a secure refuge to ensure survival. Otherwise, one risks becoming a slave, reliant on others for sustenance and subject to their whims. First, a stable dwelling must be found, a sanctuary or a place to settle. One cannot permit so many dual cultivating beauties to drift like leaves in the wind, enduring the harshness of the wilderness day after day. The outside world is teeming with mutated beasts, and many cities have been engulfed. Ordinary people cannot survive for long. Urban structures are either submerged or destroyed. Locating an intact residence is a daunting task. Just as Ye Qiu was engulfed in worry, a voice pierced through. Brother Qiu. Incredible. How have you become so formidable? Little Fat, emerging from his stupor, was astonished. Having been confined for several days, the scene before him was beyond comprehension. Especially Ye Qiu, whom he had not seen for 10 days. He now seemed almost divine. Previously, he had merely perceived Ye Qiu's immense strength. Now he appeared as powerful as a character from a cinematic universe of heroes, soaked to the skin, resembling a creature freshly plucked from the depths of water. He struggled to rise from the deck. His face bore the exhilaration and trepidation of one who has survived calamity. You drove off those celestial beings. Henceforth, we brothers can stride confidently. He could not help but leap forward, yearning to envelop Ye Qiu in a bare hug, eager to convey his boundless admiration. Get lost. Ye Qiu did not even lift his eyelids, delivering a precise kick to his rotund belly. The little chubby cried out, rolling back to the cabin door like a deflated ball. I told you, no men allowed. Come any closer, and you'll regret it. He lamented, clutching his stomach. Looking woefully aggrieved, Ye Qiu paid him no mind, his gaze sweeping across the deck. Sister Xia leaned against the damp cabin wall, her micro-automatic rifle dripping with water. She paid no attention to the little chubby's antics. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were firmly affixed to Ye Qiu's upright figure, swirling with admiration, a lingering thrill, and an unmistakable twinge of jealousy. The number of women aboard was steadily increasing. They would all become rivals. That little flirt, Ye Qiu, was likely interested in them too. Not far away lay the mutated woman with long wings, whom Ye Qiu had rescued from the sea. Her breath was faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. One of her metallic wings was twisted and broken, stained with dark red blood. Yet, her face, oh, it was undeniably beautiful, exuding a sense of fragmented yet piercing allure. In the corner stood an extraterrestrial woman, Yuing, disheveled and drenched, her tight combat suit outlining her voluptuous curves. Her fiery and stubborn personality resembled a peach wrapped in chili, evoking a desire to conquer yet remaining irresistible. Sister Xia's gaze swept over to the trembling beauty model huddled in the cabin, her pale face betraying her fear. She could not help but grind her molars, her mind calculating. I am, after all, the first, the main consort. No matter how many vixens come after me, the hierarchy must be respected. Climb above me? Not a chance. At that moment, Yuing was also panting heavily, leaning against the cold metallic wall, trying to calm the turmoil within her. Yet, her gaze transcended the curtain of rain, landing on Ye Qiu, who held the shattered star bow, her deep sea-like eyes swirling with indescribable emotions and a hint of fervor. The speed at which this native lad was growing was indeed terrifying. He stood toe-to-toe with the planet's top-tier powerhouses. The power of the shattered star bow in his hands exceeded her own by more than tenfold. He had brazenly consumed the alien fruit from the Yu Chaoxing tree and emerged unscathed. One must understand that the energy contained within such sacred fruits was overwhelmingly fearsome. Even deities of her caliber would not dare to consume them lightly. If she could win him over to support the lady's grand endeavors, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset. Ye Qiu continued to ponder his next course of action. He could no longer afford to be pursued and killed. Xiao Lin had been saved, although she had suffered greatly at the hands of those unscrupulous merchants. Fortunately, she was still alive. Now he needed to find Lin Yun. Where had she been taken? He closed his eyes, his formidable mental prowess spreading like an invisible web, swiftly radiating from the yacht in all directions. The mental tendrils penetrated the frigid raindrops, sweeping across the tumultuous waves of the sea, scanning the area where the battle had once transpired. Delving dozens of meters beneath the surface, it sought any life signals imbued with the unique, chilling, and decayed aura of the shadowy merchant beings. Time trickled by. Ye Qiu's brow furrowed ever tighter. Nothing. An utter void. The consciousness of these corpses yielded no information regarding Lin Yun. Not a single useful clue regarding Lin Yun and the whereabouts of the shadowy merchant's key personnel could be unearthed. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air or had been entirely shielded from perception by a higher power. Could it be that the remaining corpses were merely minor Kalami, with significant assets whisked away by Bai Shui? The surrounding waters were left with grotesque, mutated fish carcasses, distorted by nuclear radiation and water pollution, exuding a foul stench. No further useful leads could be found. Damn! Ye Qiu abruptly opened his eyes. A flicker of irritation flashing within. It seemed Lin Yun had been taken by the shadowy merchants to an exceedingly clandestine location, searching for a needle in a haystack. He could only pursue leads slowly. His restless gaze fell once more upon the faltering figure of the white feather fairy on the deck. This enchanting beauty lay on the brink of death, having been shot by her own star-shattering bow, her body a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Chapter 66. The peerless white feather fairy, her broken metallic wings dangled weakly, and her once sharp features were now tightly shut, long eyelashes matted with rainwater. Fragile as a glass doll that might shatter at the slightest touch. Ye Qiu licked his parched, cracked lips, an involuntary smile curving his mouth. That smile bore a hint of wickedness, yet was unreservedly tinged with desire. A low chuckle escaped him, his gaze tracing the alluring contours of the white feather fairy. Even in her grievous state, her voluptuous form was hard to overlook. He lingered on the base of her fractured wings for a moment, marveling at her exceptional physique and extraordinary abilities. The prospect of dual cultivation, a magnificent means to swiftly enhance one's strength, replenish expended energy, and even seize a portion of the essence of the other's powers, especially one endowed with the unique ability of metallic bones. She was undoubtedly the finest vessel for physical enhancement. Although he possessed a self-healing ability, recovery, even at an accelerated pace, still required time, and pain was inevitable. The synthetic beings he had encountered today had inflicted corrosive wounds that left him grievously injured. With recovery taking far too long, it was perilously dangerous. Should he acquire such metallic skeletal powers, he would be nearly invulnerable, impervious to blades and bullets. Yet, Ye Qiu's gaze lingered on the grotesque metallic wings, and a small voice within him vehemently shook its head. However, dual cultivation did not allow for selective absorption of abilities. One might inadvertently assimilate unwanted powers. For instance, the long-winged mutations were better left alone. Would the accumulation of so many abilities onto himself lead to complications, transforming him into a monster? He muttered quietly to himself. The handsome gentleman now soars through the sky with unparalleled grace, yet he dreads the day he might bear a pair of iron wings. For how inconvenient that would be during sleep and other intimate endeavors. Imagine the beauty beneath him lamenting that his wings are too unyielding, while down there. Nothing should be harder than that. His gaze shifted, landing on the recovering Yuing, who leaned against the cabin wall. This extraterrestrial lady is truly a treasure. Yu Zhao? In her consciousness resides the essence of an ancient, advanced civilization. Surely, she harbors extraordinary secrets. Peerless martial arts? The 9 manual? Alien technologies that could transform one into a superhuman overnight, akin to Spider-Man? A mere hint of intimidation would surely extract more from her. Enough for him to navigate the apocalypse with ease. As for dual cultivation, engaging with this extraterrestrial auntie might prove to be quite challenging. As she appears to be a stubborn old pepper, Ye Qiu stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with determination. He must devise a plan to win her over. In this apocalyptic world, strength is the ultimate truth. Elevating his power is of the utmost urgency. He recalled the enigmatic shadowy figure capable of tearing through space, whisking away the llama from Chieshi in an instant, and the sudden surge of Bai Shui's terrifying water manipulation ability that could precisely control raindrops into pathways. In that moment, his pride and fervor were significantly dampened, a chill creeping up his spine. Each of these individuals is stronger and more formidable than the last. The odds of overcoming them in confrontation are indeed uncertain. Damn it, the pressure is immense. Ye Qiu irritably raked his damp hair. He must accelerate his path to strength. The plan for dual cultivation must be prioritized. Especially, he must find a way to pry open the treasures that Aunt Yu Zhao possesses. He lifted his gaze, peering through the dense curtain of rain towards the distant horizon where the sea meets the sky. His chaotic thoughts gradually settled, revealing a clear objective. He murmured the names of Dawa and Elder Gisang, his eyes now resolute. Had they discovered the fabled sanctuary of the apocalypse? That place, rumored to be the last haven hidden within a secret rift in the depths of the western plateau, nestled among the Himalayas. The old monk Zaxi would not deceive me. Now that he has rescued Xiao Lin, though Lin Yun's whereabouts remain uncertain, they must first regroup, consolidate their strength, and then deliberate on their next steps. The next move is to ascend to the plateau and seek a refuge where they can live normally. Ye Qiu decisively waved his hand, his intent unwavering. Just as he turned to summon the chubby companion to check the yacht's fuel and course, his gaze inadvertently swept over the corner of the deck where Yuing rested. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The white feather fairy, who had been meditating with a breath so faint it resembled a wisp, suddenly convulsed violently. She abruptly opened her eyes. In those eyes, there was no focus, no pain, only a chilling, heart-stopping metallic silver gray. Deep within her pupils, countless tiny particles of liquid metal swirled in a frenzy, reconfiguring themselves. A peculiar, dry, and eerie sound escaped her throat, reminiscent of a broken wind instrument. The fractured metallic wings at her core writhed as if animated, producing a disconcerting creaking noise. Dark red blood mingled with a strange, silvery substance, akin to mercury, slowly oozing from her wound. An uncontrollable, chaotic surge of metallic energy erupted violently around her, unannounced and devastating. Ye Qiu's mind was filled with visions of dual cultivation and the treasures of Yu Qiao, when Bai Yuxian's eyes suddenly flung wide open. They were not human eyes at all. Pure, frigid metallic silver gray, within the depths of her pupils swirled countless tiny droplets of liquid mercury, whirling and colliding in a frenzied dance. A tempest of brutality and chaos, solely intent on obliterating everything, erupted with a thunderous boom centered around her. The air became dense, as if laden with iron filings, pressing down heavily and making it difficult to breathe. Ye Qiu felt every hair on his body stand on end, more electrified than ever before. The fleeting fantasies in his mind were swept away, obliterated by an overwhelming aura of metallic ferocity. A singular thought wailed in despair. Is this truly the end of the supreme furnace cauldron? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Bai Yuxian's body, now smeared with the strange silvery liquid, lunged forward with astonishing speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage in her wake. A slender hand extended, its fingers elongating, thinning, and hardening, gleaming with a blinding metallic sheen. Like 5 razor-sharp blades imbued with deadly poison, they sliced through the air with a shrill cry, aimed directly at Ye Qiu's heart. With a frantic cry, Ye Qiu's survival instincts overwhelmed any desire for bravado, and he executed a desperate roll, narrowly escaping the lethal claws. The air crackled as the claws swept past the spot where he had just stood, leaving 5 deep, smoking gashes in the hardened alloy wall. Did she recover from her injuries automatically, or was she reborn? Gazing at the area nearly severed, Ye Qiu's heart raced with trepidation. This was far too ruthless, attempting to murder her own husband. They hadn't even consummated their marriage yet. In that moment, Bai Yuxian seemed to have undergone a resurrection. Her aura exponentially enhanced. Chapter 67. The underwater monster. Ye Qiu's heart raced with alarm. She was indeed attempting to murder her husband. Bai Yuxian coldly drew her weapon once more. With a panicked scream, Ye Qiu narrowly avoided her strike, sliding across the icy deck. Feeling the chilling wind of her razor-like fingers pass perilously close to his groin, the deafening sound of tearing metal echoed as she once again attacked. The spot he had just occupied bore the terrifying marks of 5 deep gashes, still exuding strange wisps of smoke. Had those claws made contact, he would have been skewered like a human shish kebab. Still shaken, Ye Qiu sprang to his feet, his back drenched in cold sweat. Raising his eyes, his heart skipped a beat once more. Bai Yuxian had already risen, her stance bizarre. In her eyes, completely veiled in metallic silver gray, there was not a hint of human emotion, Only coldness, chaos, and a pure desire for destruction spun wildly, akin to two high-speed whirling vortices of liquid mercury. A dry, rasping sound, reminiscent of a broken wind instrument, emerged from deep within her throat. A surge of violent energy, reeking of blood and rust, spread like a tangible shockwave. The air in the entire chamber thickened and became heavy, as if what was inhaled was not air, but iron filings. Could it be, O fairy sister? Ye Qiu felt a chill run down his spine, fixating on the frantically growing metallic wings at her back, his inner thoughts spiraling into chaos. Has she truly resurrected? Stronger than ever? Was this top-tier dual cultivation furnace transforming into a supreme weapon? The fleeting thoughts of enchanting dual cultivation were instantly shattered by the terrifying aura of metal. One single thought remained. Can this thing still be approached? Would a mere touch cause it to explode? Just as this thought flickered, Bai Yuxian moved swiftly, leaving only a blurred afterimage in her wake. The hand that had just torn through the cabin wall elongated, thinned, and hardened in an eerie manner. The fingertips glimmered with a chilling light akin to a poisoned dagger, accompanied by a shrill scream that rent the air. This time, her target was none other than Ye Qiu's self-proclaimed handsome face. Damn, no hitting the face. This handsome fellow earns his keep with his looks, Ye Qiu exclaimed. This time, he dared not roll away. Instead, he leaned back sharply, executing a precarious bridge to narrowly evade the attack. The razor-sharp claws grazed his nose. The wind they stirred up stinging his skin. Ignoring the warning, Ye Qiu felt a surge of urgency. Posturing? What a joke. His life was at stake. Shadow clone. Create a clone. With a low shout, the shadow beneath Ye Qiu twisted and expanded like boiling ink. In an instant, a solid shadow clone, moving with an uncanny fluidity, materialized out of thin air. The clone lunged toward Bai Yuxian's lower body, while the real Ye Qiu cunningly wrapped around her neck from the side. The deck was instantly filled with shadows, indistinguishable from one another. A fleeting flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yuxian's metallic eyes, the swirling liquid metal particles momentarily stalling. Instinctively, she swept her claws, the sharp sound of tearing air resonating as the clone targeting her lower half was instantly bisected, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Yet that momentary hesitation was sufficient. Beautiful lady, look over here. Ye Qiu roared, channeling all his mental energy, the invisible mental force. Akin to thousands of finely honed steel needles, disregarded physical defenses and plunged forcefully into Bai Yuxian's chaotic consciousness core, suffused with a metallic storm. This was not a brute force impact, but a mental assault imbued with a strong sense of submission. Ack! Bai Yuxian emitted a horrifying shriek, her body convulsing violently. In those frenzied silver-gray eyes, the rapidly swirling liquid metal abruptly halted, plunging into an even more chaotic vortex, as if two forces were violently tearing at her mind. She clutched her head, bending down in agony, her throat emitting a bestial growl, while the broken roots of her wings writhed with increasing frenzy. Now was the moment. A sharp glint sparked in Ye Qiu's eyes as he stepped forward, swift as lightning. With his right hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers. A visible aura of pale golden spiritual radiance swirling around their tips, embodying an irresistible will, as he forcefully pointed toward the smooth forehead of Bai Yuxian. Binding. The instant his fingertip made contact with her icy skin, that layer of pale golden glow instantly sank in like a brand. Bai Yuxian trembled violently, as if bound by invisible chains. All her struggles, howls, and chaotic energy fluctuations came to an abrupt halt at that moment. The frantically swirling metallic eyes dimmed rapidly, solidifying into a dull, lifeless gray-silver. Her body went limp, collapsing backward. Ye Qiu, with quick reflexes, caught her powerless yet still exquisitely fiery form. The touch was cool, supple, and carried an unusual metallic quality. Panting heavily, with beads of sweat on his brow, Ye Qiu felt utterly drained from the immense expenditure of energy in that moment of mental assault and binding. Gazing down at the unconscious Bai Yuxian, who resembled a delicate doll, a wave of relief surged within him, soon replaced by a mischievous desire. TSK, such a figure, such a face, such extraordinary abilities. He couldn't resist lightly grazing her smooth cheek with his finger, feeling the cool, slippery texture that was simply exquisite. Leaning closer to her petite ear, he lowered his voice, laced with pride and unabashed longing. Fairy sister, Once you awaken, shall we engage in some delightful mayhem? You shall be my exclusive warm bed, cough. My dedicated dual cultivation furnace. I promise to reveal everything clearly to you. Ye Qiu, Ye Qiu, are you done? Something's off outside. The terrified voice of Xiaopang, mixed with the violent sound of rushing water, echoed from the direction of the cockpit. Ye Qiu had just carefully placed Bai Yuxian's unconscious yet curvaceous body in a relatively dry corner of the cabin. He hadn't even had the chance to admire his prize when Xiaopang's wailing voice rang out. What is all the fuss? Is the sky falling? Ye Qiu shouted irritably, though a sense of foreboding gripped him. He dashed out of the cabin, stepping into the cockpit, where the sight that met his eyes sent a jolt through him. A torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, crashing against the cockpit's reinforced glass with a deafening roar. Yet, this sound was eclipsed by an even more terrifying noise. Crash. Boom. The ship was violently swaying from side to side, lurching up and down, like a toy gripped by an invisible, giant hand. Through the rain-soaked, blurred porthole, what lay beyond was no longer a flood. It was a seething, roiling expanse of dark, shadowy abyss. A dorsal fin, resembling a small mountain and adorned with jagged, menacing bony protrusions, suddenly broke the surface of the murky floodwaters without warning, scarcely 10 meters from the yacht's port side. The fin, dark and rough, was covered in barnacle-like nodules and stood at an undeniable height of over 4 meters. A mere fleeting glimpse of the colossal creature lurking beneath the water brought an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered one breathless. A flesh-eating piranha. A truly gigantic one. Chapter 68. The super mutant octopus Little Fat clutched the steering wheel tightly, his face as pale as a sheet, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had nearly collided. Before he could finish speaking, a dull thud resonated from the stern of the boat. The entire vessel jolted upward before crashing heavily back into the water, sending towering waves surging forth. What on earth was that? Ye Qiu rushed to the rear window, his pupils suddenly constricting. Underneath the murky surface, an even larger, heavier shadow glided closely beneath the hull. Its outline resembled a moving train car. The rough, dark brown skin, almost rock-like, flickered beneath the water, exuding a chilling sense of weight. Although the full form remained obscured, that brief glimpse suggested a length exceeding 20 meters. An ancient, savage aura surged through the water, pressing against the hull in the muddy flood. Could it be an ancestral crocodile? Little Fat's legs turned to jelly. His voice cracking, Brother Ye, how on earth are we supposed to navigate through this? It's all monsters. The cockpit door was abruptly flung open, and Yuing stumbled in, her face devoid of color, clearly shaken by the horrific scene outside. Leaning against the doorframe, her voice trembled slightly. Indigenous brat. We are surrounded. There are at least 4 or 5 energy sources of this magnitude lurking beneath. They are hunting. Her gaze swept over the corner where the unconscious Bai Yuxian lay. Her brow furrowed, but now was not the time for inquiries. Ye Qiu's heart sank to the depths. They had unwittingly entered a den of monsters. Piranhas measuring over 10 meters, prehistoric crocodiles exceeding 20 meters. This was merely what had surfaced. He forced himself to calm down, his mental energy cautiously extending outward like a spider's web. Beneath the murky water, chaotic and violent life energy surged like boiling magma. Massive shadows darted beneath the surface like bloodthirsty phantoms, swiftly circling the fragile yacht, colliding with it. Each impact elicited a painful groan from the hull. The sound of twisted metal unmistakably clear. Steady the helm. Little Fat, Sister Xia. Full throttle. Break free from this cursed water. Ye Qiu shouted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Aunt Yuing, keep your advanced civilization head safe. Something big is approaching. Ye Qiu sensed the precariousness aboard the yacht. With Bai Yuxian still in a hostile state, awakening her now could lead to an attack amid the danger. Xiaolin was gravely injured and not combat ready. He had no choice but to temporarily shelter both of them within the spatial ring. His mental acuity detected a far more formidable and chilling source of terrifying energy. An indescribable sticky essence, surging upwards from the depths with astonishing velocity, aimed directly beneath the yacht. It felt as though a frigid mountain was awakening from the abyssal waters. Hard to starboard. Quickly. Ye Qiu's pupils constricted, his voice rising in urgency. Too late. A thunderous roar erupted, as if a colossal vessel had collided with an iceberg. The entire yacht was violently thrust upwards, as though gripped by a gigantic hand emerging from the depths of hell. In an instant, it broke free from the water's surface. The hull emitted a disconcerting, agonizing sound of metal straining under unbearable pressure. Every unsecured item in the cockpit, water bottles, tools, even the unconscious Bai Yuxian, was hurled into the air. Xiao Pang clung desperately to the steering wheel, his body lifted off the ground. Yuing slammed against the wall, letting out a muffled groan. The moment the vessel breached the water, Ye Qiu's mental focus locked onto the chaos below. Murky floodwaters surged, conjuring towering waves, within which he beheld an unimaginable sight. A titanic tentacle, as thick as a fuel tanker and adorned with dark purple, viscous suckers, emerged from directly beneath the yacht like a monstrous pillar supporting the heavens. The portion visible above the surface exceeded 30 meters. At its apex, a grotesque array of circular jaws opened and closed rhythmically, revealing layers of glistening, serrated teeth. A supermutated octopus, that horrific tentacle, imbued with the power to obliterate all, struck the yacht's fragile hull with a resounding crash. The agonizing sound of metal fracturing reverberated deafeningly. In the desperate gazes of all aboard, the yacht disintegrated as if crushed by a giant hand, collapsing into a heap of debris. Icy, murky floodwaters, reeking of putrefaction and suffocating death, roared into every crevice. The frigid torrent filled Ye Qiu's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes with a crushing force. In an instant, the world was consumed by murkiness and tumult. Gurgling, Ye Qiu was struck by the tremendous impact, his lungs forcibly expelling air as darkness encroached upon his vision. By instinct, he flailed and kicked furiously, his mental energy illuminating the chaotic depths like a beacon. In the turbid waters, immense shadows flitted like specters. A serrated, bony silhouette, a man-eating giant fish, brushed past his back, the resulting current whipping like a steel whip. On the other side, a colossal crocodile's tail, armored in thick scales and resembling a mobile fortress, swept by with immense force. Xiao Pang, Ye Qiu's mental perception captured a familiar figure, swept away by the currents. He swam with all his might toward that direction. Just then, a piercing, distorted scream penetrated the murky waters, brutally assaulting Ye Qiu's eardrum. It was Aunt Yuing. Ye Qiu abruptly turned his head, his mental focus sharpening in an instant. In the distance, one could see the figure of Yuing writhing in agony within the water. Her left arm was severed at the shoulder, the jagged stump a gruesome sight, with blood rapidly diffusing through the water like a thick fog. The assailant, a colossal crocodile exceeding 20 meters in length, was voraciously clenching its terrifying maw. Gnawing on the severed limb, its cold vertical pupils fixated on its next prey, Aunt Yuing. Misfortune compounded as a supermutated octopus, responsible for the shipwreck, emerged from the depths behind her, its slightly thinner, yet still barrel-like dark purple tentacles stealthily extending toward her. The tentacle's end, armed with razor-sharp suckers, opened wide. In an instant, a thick, viscous ink, shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, erupted forth like a toxic projectile from a high-pressure water gun, enveloping Yuing entirely. She convulsed violently, the excruciating pain from her severed arm seemingly numbed by the dreadful venom. Her eyes rolled back, her body stiffened, and her life force dimmed rapidly, akin to a candle extinguished. The sinister green ink, as if alive, burrowed into her through her mouth, nose, the wound of her severed arm, and even her pores. With a surge of rage, Ye Qiu felt a primal fire igniting within him. He disregarded the little chubby one, twisting his body in the water and propelling himself towards Yuing like a bullet. Simultaneously, his formidable mental energy transformed into an invisible hammer, striking fiercely at the head of the crocodile that was about to lunge at her. Get away! The mental shock, intangible yet powerful, caused the massive head of the crocodile to jerk violently, its forward momentum stalling, a flicker of pain and confusion flashing in its cold, vertical gaze. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ye Qiu grasped Ying's rigid, sinking form, his legs thrashing wildly in the water, unleashing extraordinary strength to drag her towards a nearby area where the water was relatively calm, strewn with remnants of floating trees. Behind them, the enraged roar of the crocodile echoed, muffled beneath the water, alongside the frenzied movements of a school of piranhas and the terrifying whirlpool created by the thrashing of the super octopus. Ye Qiu felt as if he were hauling a slab of ice, his lungs nearing the brink of explosion, each stroke depleting his strength. Gritting his teeth, Driven by instinctual awareness of danger and sheer determination, he navigated through countless colossal shadows. Had it not been for this extraterrestrial lady's alluring appearance, her mature charm appealing to his tastes, and her possession of skills from another world, he would have relinquished her long ago. He contemplated the prospect of absorbing her powers and engaging in dual cultivation with her. In this apocalyptic world, her life or death mattered little compared to his own survival. She often regarded him with disdain, considering herself superior, yet in reality, she was merely an aging maidservant in that distant realm. It is akin to possessing one's own planet. Certain older unmarried women, having served merely as the elastic bands for the renowned hairy crabs, mistakenly believe themselves to be akin to the crabs themselves. Having been flirted with by a few affluent heirs, they elevate their self-worth, gazing down upon ordinary individuals like Ye Qiu. Little do they realize that time has passed, and they now find themselves firmly planted in the solid, yet slippery mud. With a heave, Ye Qiu drags Yuing, staggering onto the shallow shore. Collapsing onto the muddy bank mingled with refuse and decaying leaves, he coughs violently, expelling the tainted water that had infiltrated his lungs as darkness flickers before his eyes. Yuing lies motionless beside him, her complexion a ghastly shade of ashen gray, lips tinged with a deep purple. The blood seeping from her severed arm transformed into a viscous dark green. That eerie, emerald ink flows beneath her exposed skin like a living tattoo, exuding an ominous aura. Her breath is so faint it is nearly imperceptible, her consciousness waning, the flame of life flickering perilously. Cursed trouble. Ye Qiu catches his breath, struggling to sit upright. He assesses Yu Ying's condition. His heart sinks. This toxin is merciless, corroding not only the flesh, but seemingly devouring her vitality and spirit. If she remains unrescued, she will surely succumb within an hour or two. Ye Qiu's gaze sweeps over Yu Ying's face, contorted in pain, yet still revealing the contours of her former beauty. Beneath her ancient attire, the undulating curves of her figure, though presently muddied and marred, are evident. An insidious yet benevolent thought, laden with a pang of conscience, arises uncontrollably. It seems the only solution is to engage in a dual cultivation, allowing her to absorb and merge with his self-healing constitution, which should mend her wounds. This would delay the insidious poison's encroachment, temporarily safeguarding her vital channels, thus averting the rapid decline of her life functions, with future opportunities to counteract this venomous affliction. At this moment, although Yu Ying's corporeal vitality is swiftly dissipating, her consciousness remains lucid. It is akin to an individual who, on the brink of death, is painfully aware of their impending demise, yet can only watch in helpless despair. Ye Qiu retrieves a small knife and, with a decisive motion, slices his left palm. With a swift motion, a deep gash appears, blood surging forth. Yuing gazes at Ye Qiu, her expression perplexed. Could this native lad possibly have developed feelings for her, choosing to sacrifice himself as she nears death? Though her age is somewhat advanced, she still possesses a measure of allure. In her youth, many had pursued her. Yet in the next moment, the small wound closes at an astonishing speed, stopping the bleeding and forming a scab. Within a few breaths, only a faint red mark remains on his palm. Hey, ain't you? Ye Qiu gently pats Yu Ying's icy cheek, his voice tinged with an oddly beguiling charm, laced with a teasing bravado. Did you see that? Isn't this ability of mine remarkable? Self-healing, impervious to all poisons. Would you desire such a gift? Yu Ying's eyes widen in astonishment, shock, and a tinge of disappointment. This young man possesses such an extraordinary constitution, capable of self-healing from his injuries. Ye Qiu leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Become my wife. Join me in our chamber for mutual cultivation. This is the quickest and most effective way to save you. You shall thrive, and the dream of rebirth even after losing an arm will not be out of reach. What do you say? This transaction is undoubtedly profitable. He wore that insufferable grin, the one that seemed to scream, I'm the savior, come cling to me. Shameless rogue. Yu Ying's eyes slowly cracked open, her gaze unfocused yet brimming with an intense fury and disdain. Her voice was faint as a whisper, yet each word struck like a blade. I have never encountered such a wretched creature in all my years. Her chest heaved violently, seemingly expending her last ounce of strength to spit out a bloodied curse. Even in death, I will not allow you, this native, to tarnish my pure and sacred body. You are unworthy. Begone. A mouthful of dark green blood sputtered weakly onto Ye Qiu's face. His smile froze. The chilling touch and pungent stench of the blood felt like an invisible slap. What the hell? After a brief silence, Ye Qiu sprang up, pointing at the feeble Yu-Ying on the ground, his body trembling with rage, his handsome face contorted. Pure and sacred body, you are an ancient spinster, over 10,000 years old, and still claim purity? The lights have long been turned off. An ancient virgin, a relic. You reek of age. Over 1 billion years of being a leftover. Here I am, a mere 19-year-old youth, undeniably handsome and unmatched in the universe. And I'm unworthy of you. This antiquated relic. I am merely a kind-hearted young man trying to save you. And you think I'm not good enough for you, an unwanted old maid? Go perish. His anger intensified as he spun around, kicking a nearby decayed piece of wood aside. Live or die, I can't be bothered to care. Do you think I cherish you, this old pickle? Survive on your own. Despite his harsh words, observing Yu-Ying's increasingly faint breath and the green glow surging beneath her skin, Ye Qiu's expression darkened as he crouched down. He violently tore open the blood-soaked fabric near her chest, exposing the horrific severed arm and the surrounding green poison veins. Let us see how you meet your end. Do you think I desire to take advantage of you? As he continued to berate her, a faint golden glow emerged from his palm, and he pushed his hands towards Yu-Ying. She closed her eyes in despair, knowing death was approaching more swiftly now. Offending this young man meant he would be the one to hasten her demise. Regret began to seep in. Was it too much to die on this desolate planet, leaving her lady behind? How could she assist her in resurrection and fulfill their grand plans? Chapter 70. The Terrifying Town. Ye Qiu gathered his spiritual energy, struggling to suppress the horrific ink poison from invading Yu-Ying's heart meridian. At the same time, he forced his mental strength into her body, brutally sealing the toxic blood that surged from her severed arm. The process drained him immensely, beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead. The results could only be described as marginally effective. The vital signs of Yu-Ying have barely stabilized, and the deterioration has slowed. For now, she can only suppress her condition, as she harbors a desire for death. Ye Qiu has done his utmost. After all, he had previously relied on her assistance to rescue Xiaolin. Yet, the severed limb cannot regenerate, and the sinister green poison, akin to maggots clinging to bone, continues to insidiously devour her vitality from within. Yu-Ying remains in a state of half-life, her complexion a ghastly blue-gray, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. For the moment, she clings to life. How long she can endure rests solely on the whims of this ancient witch. Ye Qiu withdrew his hand, panting heavily, his face pale. It is uncertain how long they have been adrift. He clung desperately to the sturdy trunk of a tree that could support both him and Yu-Ying. Having forcibly consumed extraordinary fruits for recovery, he had already engaged in fierce battles with formidable foes and faced off against mutated crocodiles and octopuses, depleting his spiritual energy to the brink while saving Yu-Ying. Otherwise, he could have employed his flight ability, which would have alleviated their plight considerably, far preferable to drowning or choking in the floodwaters. He surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves on a stretch of land previously inundated by floodwaters, the terrain slightly elevated, and the murky water seemed to have receded somewhat. Had they drifted to the shore? In the distance, the outlines of partially submerged, low-lying buildings became discernible, reminiscent of the outskirts of a small town. Casting a glance back at the treacherous depths still roiling with ominous shadows, Ye Qiu's expression darkened, foreboding loomed. Gritting his teeth, he bent down and hoisted Yu-Ying's plump form onto his shoulder, then stooped to lift the unconscious Sister Xia, whose breath was steady under his mental imprint. Tucking her under his arm. Damn it, what a burden this is. He spat, trudging through the mud, shouldering the weight of 2 women as he navigated toward the cluster of buildings. As the sky darkened, the torrential rain finally ceased, yet the heavy clouds hung low, pressing down upon him, suffocating in their weight. The air was thick with the pungent scents of mud and water, mingled with a faint odor of decay. After what felt like an eternity, they finally set foot on the solid, sludge-covered streets of the small town. Silence enveloped them, an eerie, heart-stopping silence. The buildings flanking the streets were predominantly low, some constructed of brick and stone, others of wood, all exhibiting a dilapidated charm. Yet, astonishingly, there was electricity. The street lamps flickered, a beacon of light in this post-apocalyptic landscape, suggesting the presence of an old generator still functioning against the odds. The town was modest in scale, though somewhat remote. The streets were orderly, dotted with numerous shops. It must have once thrived as a bustling locale, not long ago home to many. The shop signs hung askew, swollen and distorted from exposure to the floodwaters. Yet traces of names such as General Store, Old Wang's Noodle House, and Guest House could still be discerned. Most of the windows were shattered, dark voids resembling hollow eyes bereft of their pupils. There were no living souls, none at all. The chilling stillness was terrifying. The debris washed ashore by the flood consisted of a hodgepodge of refuse, tattered furniture, and corpses, though not of humans, but rather of grotesque, mutated beasts, in astonishing numbers. Ye Qiu, carrying 2 women, cautiously treaded the desolate streets. He beheld the corpse of a mutated wild boar, its size comparable to that of a compact car, torn to shreds, with broken tusks, and its body marred by deep bite and claw marks. Not far off, the remains of a colossal python, as thick as a water barrel, yet with shattered scales, lay coiled around a lamppost, its head crushed beyond recognition. Further still, there were several carcasses resembling enlarged hyenas, adorned with bony spines. The remains of these aberrations bore a bizarre, shriveled appearance, as if all their blood had been siphoned away. A vampiric creature had besieged the town. Ye Qiu inhaled sharply. What calamity had befallen this cursed place? Who could vanquish so many ferocious mutated beasts and drain their blood? He carried the women towards a shop that appeared relatively intact, its sign reading Huimin Supermarket. The door was ajar, distorted and jammed by the floodwaters. With a swift kick, he forced it open. Inside lay chaos, shelves toppled, products strewn across the floor, soaking in shallow mud. Canned goods, packaged food, and bottled water, though largely contaminated, still held the potential for salvage. Despite some items being past their expiration, in this apocalypse, having something to eat was better than having nothing at all. Finally, he found a refuge from the elements. Ye Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, carefully placing Yu Ying and Bai Yuxian, whom he had been carrying, behind the relatively dry cashier counter. The yacht was gone, but this wretched place would serve as a temporary haven. He would scavenge for sustenance and devise a means of transportation to the highlands. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a faint, intermittent crackle of electricity emanated from a shadowy corner deep within the supermarket. Ye Qiu abruptly turned, every muscle taut, his mental acuity scanning the source of the sound like a searchlight. Behind a collapsed shelf lay an antiquated radio, half buried beneath debris, encrusted with mud and dark, dried blood. As he fixated on the radio, a deep, gravelly roar, as though expelled from a decaying chest, erupted from the depths of the supermarket, where shadows loomed amidst the fallen shelves. Following that, a second and third roar, as if a chain reaction had commenced. The cacophony of guttural sounds grew in number, drawing closer, accompanied by the nauseating squelch of viscous fluids and the ominous crack of bones. From the obscured recesses of the supermarket, countless murky eyes, devoid of vitality yet glimmering with a ravenous hunger, ignited like ghostly flames in the enveloping darkness. Ye Qiu's hair stood on end. His senses instantly discerned that the threat did not reside solely within the supermarket's depths. Outside the street, behind the darkened windows and doors of dilapidated shops, countless decayed and rigid figures, exuding a pungent stench of death, staggered forth from the ruins washed away by the flood. Their emaciated skin clung tightly to their bones, and tattered garments, mired in mud and congealed blood, hung loosely about them. Their limbs twisted into grotesque postures, and from their throats erupted raspy, breathless howls, filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. They blocked the entrance of the supermarket, their hollow, rotting eye sockets fixated unwaveringly on the 3 living souls behind the cash register. The once silent street was suddenly filled with the hellish screams of the undead. Chapter 71. The compromise of an overaged spinster in the depths of the supermarket. The moment those densely packed blood-red eyes flickered to life, a jolt raced through Ye Qiu's scalp, causing every hair to stand on end. Damn! This wretched place is a den of zombies. Has this handsome fellow stumbled into a zombie film set? He cursed vehemently, the nauseating stench of decay mingling with the earthy odor of mud, almost causing him to retch his last meal. The rancid howls filled the entire supermarket, reverberating like hundreds of broken bellows, shaking the remaining glass jars on the shelves. The entrance was completely blocked, and those swaying figures dragged their stiff bodies through the muddy water, hissing as they surged inside. Sister Xiao, I'm sorry, but you need to take a short rest. Ye Qiu made a swift decision, disregarding everything else. With a surge of mental energy, he enveloped the unconscious Sister Xia as if packaging a parcel. And with a sudden mental push, whoosh, Sister Xia vanished from sight, tucked away into his spatial ring. This peculiar item could only induce a brief slumber for a living person, akin to hibernation, and given Sister Xia's depleted strength, she couldn't remain there for long. However, at this moment, it was undoubtedly 100 times better than being left outside as a buffet for zombies. Ye Qiu cast a quick glance at Yue, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, her face pale as a pan's bottom. This haughty, eternally single woman, previously, in a moment of kindness and a desire to gain some advantage, he had suggested using dual cultivation techniques to heal her and prolong her life. But she, in her stubbornness, would rather succumb to poison than accept his aid, cursing him as a demonic outsider, accusing him of being a toad wishing to eat swan meat, and trying to take advantage of her? Bah! She should take a look at her own toxic aura, resembling a green-skinned turtle. Who would want to take advantage of that? Oh, dear lady. Aren't you the one who prides herself on her stubbornness, wishing to die with integrity? Ye Qiu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile brimming with malice and schadenfreude. After all, you won't survive for long. I wish you all the best in your dreams of being reduced to nothing but bone scraps by these creatures. I shall not accompany you any longer. With a swift motion, he drew the autumn cleaver from his back, the blade humming as it sliced through the dimness of the supermarket, tracing a cold arc. He propelled himself forward with great force, like a cannonball shot from its barrel, charging toward the back door of the supermarket. Get out of my way. The blade gleamed with lethal intent, resembling a meat grinder in motion. A few desiccated zombies, obstructing the path, moved with an excruciating slowness. Just as one raised its decaying arm, its head was violently propelled upward, reminiscent of a rotting watermelon. A thick, dark, and putrid liquid splattered against the collapsed shelves and walls, leaving behind repulsive stains. Ye Qiu moved with the swiftness of a specter, dispatching the blocking zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables. However, he ingeniously maneuvered around the position where Yue lay incapacitated, ensuring ample space was left, as if fearing the zombies might lose their target. Indeed, 3 relatively agile zombies, their throats rumbling with a viscous growl and reeking of an overpowering stench of decay, immediately detected the morsel on the ground, exuding a faint semblance of life. They abandoned their pursuit of Ye Qiu, akin to ravenous wild dogs starved for centuries, and lunged wildly at Yue, who lay helpless on the ground. The icy, slimy claws tore into her skin, and the intense pain elicited a short, piercing scream from the nearly lifeless Yue, a sound that cut through the backdrop of the zombie's growls with alarming sharpness. With a vicious swipe, one zombie's claw, akin to a rusted iron hook, viciously tore at her already tattered shirt, exposing a large swath of pale skin marred by strange greenish poison, revealing the contours of her ribs. Even more terrifying was the other, which opened its rotting mouth, dripping with a black-green slime, revealing sharp, yellowed fangs that emitted a stench potent enough to suffocate an elephant as it lunged for Yu Ying's snow-white, slender neck, which was now powerless to evade. The chilling touch of death clung to her skin. The sharp agony of the fangs piercing her epidermis was acutely felt, as if her very soul was being frozen by the putrid air. At that moment, all her long-standing pride, disdain for the dual cultivation evil method, and the stubborn belief that Ye Qiu was merely a toad seeking to take advantage of her were utterly shattered. What remained was the most primal, savage instinct for survival, erupting like a volcano within her fading consciousness. Life. She must live. Her mistress was still waiting for her. She needed to find her mistress and assist in her resurrection. Any price could be paid. Dignity? To hell with it. Ye Qiu. She expended the last vestige of strength from her lungs, her voice hoarse and desperate, tinged with tears and an unprecedented humility, piercing through the cacophony of the surrounding zombies' roars. Save me. If you save me, I will give you the complete incantation of the magical shadow clone technique. I promise you, I will agree to anything. Just save me. It was evident that Yu Ying was filled with regret. How much better it would have been if she had acted sooner. Ye Qiu's voice dripped with mockery. As the blade approached, like a cold moon crashing to the earth, a sweeping arc of blade light cut through. The 3 zombies, frantically tearing at Yu Ying, were suddenly frozen in place. With a resounding thud, 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 3 grotesque, decaying heads launched into the air, and a fountain of fetid black blood erupted forth. Ye Qiu's figure darted in like a specter, roughly scooping up the almost naked Ying, whose body was smeared with dark blood and filth. 2 horrifying bite marks on her neck oozing crimson. The cold, slippery touch, coupled with the grotesque residue of a zombie, sent a shiver down Ye Qiu's spine. Yet the astonishing resilience of a living being stirred something within him. "Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall," he shouted, his blade swirling into a tempest of destruction, shredding the approaching zombies into mere fragments, carving a bloody path through the horde. Crashing through a loose window at the back of the supermarket, he bore Ying into the depths of the night. The streets of the small town had transformed into a frenzied dance of demons. The elderly, children, and women who once inhabited the town now roamed as mere flesh-hungry corpses. Ye Qiu, carrying her, leaped nimbly between the abandoned structures, relying on his heightened senses and unmatched speed. Eventually, he burst into a 2-story building adorned with a wedding photography sign, the first floor still displaying dusty wedding portraits with unnaturally stiff smiles. He unceremoniously placed Ying on a dilapidated vanity covered in dust, draped with faded red velvet. "Come on." Ye Qiu's words were succinct, his gaze scanning her nearly bare body without a hint of modesty. Ying, feeling utterly humiliated and enraged, attempted to shield her chest. But her arms felt as heavy as lead. How can one cultivate while clothed? Very well, then await your demise. The combination of zombie blood and her original poison left little hope for salvation. Ye Qiu, gripping his blade, observed the darkening bite marks on her neck and the green toxic blood seeping from her severed arm. The shadow of death loomed once more. Ying closed her eyes, tears of humiliation mingling with the grime and blood on her face. "Turn around," she urged, her voice faint as a whisper. "TCH, who would want to look?" Ye Qiu scoffed, feigning a turn while stealing glances with undeniable amusement. The sound of fabric being torn away resonated behind him, followed by the subtle rustle of her body against the velvet. "All right." Ying's voice trembled, resigned to despair. Ye Qiu turned back. Chapter 72, Cultivating with the Alien Ant. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, this young man is throwing caution to the wind, risking everything for an old hag. Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged and pulled Ying's icy body close. Their skin met, a bizarre sensation of cold, slickness intertwined with dirt and blood. Dual cultivation technique, activate. Old demon, your fate now rests in the hands of destiny. Ying felt herself sinking into a cold, viscous darkness, her consciousness fading. The only sensation was the excruciating pain radiating from her severed arm, the octopus venom gnawing at her vitality. The chill of death coiled around her like a frigid vine, tightening its grip. Just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a fierce and searing torrent surged from a focal point in her chest, akin to lava flooding an icy river. She let out a pained groan, her body trembling uncontrollably. That searing force was unyieldingly fierce, rampaging through her parched veins, leaving in its wake a sensation akin to excruciating rending, yet curiously dispelling the chilling, insidious darkness that had clung to her. Soon after, an even more immense and pure energy surged forth, filled with vibrant life. This power was gentler, akin to the tender sunlight of early spring, closely following the overpowering torrent of heat, swiftly soothing the torn veins and mending her wounded body. An indescribable sense of comfort instantly overwhelmed the agony, making her cold. Rigid limbs feel as if they were immersed in warm water, with each cell greedily breathing and reviving. She abruptly opened her heavy eyelids, her vision blurred momentarily before focusing, revealing Ye Qiu's face just inches away. Sweat trickled down his chiseled jawline, landing upon her collarbone, warm to the touch. His eyes were tightly shut, brow slightly furrowed, veins visibly straining on his forehead, clearly enduring great exhaustion. Their bodies were pressed closely together, the posture steeped in ambiguity. "You little rogue, how dare you take advantage of my plight to humiliate me with such wicked arts?" Ying felt both shame and anger, her heart, long frozen, stirred with tumultuous waves. She wished to struggle, to push away this scoundrel who had besmirched her eternal purity. Yet the warm current surging from deep within her brought an unparalleled comfort and a sense of returning strength, rendering her incapable of even lifting a finger. A previously unexperienced, disconcerting tingling sensation spread throughout her limbs, intertwining with the deep fusion of their spiritual energies and life essence, compelling her to emit a soft, involuntary sound that made even her blush. Silence. You old spinster. I am saving your life. Ye Qiu, eyes still shut, spoke with a hoarse voice tinged with exhaustion, yet unmistakable in its command. Breathe and circulate your spiritual energy. Guide my power to combat the venom near your heart. Keep complaining, and we shall both be finished. Yu was momentarily stunned by his outburst. The feelings of shame and fury persisted. But her body's most honest response informed her that this rascal's wicked arts were indeed effective. The lethal, chilling darkness was gradually being repelled and dissolved by their intertwining powers. An unbearable itch emanated from her severed arm, as if countless ants were gnawing at it, or like new flesh was wildly regenerating. Survive. For my lady, I must survive. The will to live ultimately overpowered millennia of restraint and shame. Gritting her silver teeth, Yu closed her eyes, relinquishing her futile resistance, and began to laboriously channel her remaining shadow magic. As her spiritual energy joined in, it resonated wondrously with Ye Qiu's dominating heat and gentle life essence. The three forces, as if they had found their true anchor, swiftly merged into an even more formidable and profound torrent, surging through her veins. Boom! It felt as though an invisible barrier had been shattered. Both Ye Qiu and Yu Ying's bodies trembled violently. Yu sensed her consciousness being abruptly elongated, elevated, as if breaking free from the confines of her corporeal shell. She beheld the essence of Ye Qiu's spiritual realm, a vast and profound universe, adorned with swirling constellations. At the heart of this cosmic expanse floated an ancient and enigmatic rune, emanating a familiar aura that sent shivers through her very soul. This was the core imprint of her shadowy doppelganger technique, now fully unveiled to Ye Qiu. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged forth like a flood unleashed, uncontrollably streaming from the deepest recesses of Yu Ying's soul through the conduit of their spiritual connection, wildly inundating Ye Qiu's sea of consciousness. Fragments of memories spanning millennia emerged, tales of the magnificent and mysterious Yu dynasty, of adept practitioners who soared through the skies, of cataclysmic wars, and of the peerless lady whom she had sworn to follow to the ends of the earth, alongside the intricate mantras and profound insights of the shadowy doppelganger technique that she had once intended to take to her grave. Ye Qiu let out a muffled groan, as if struck by a colossal hammer, his head pounding with an overwhelming ache. A kaleidoscope of bizarre images, arcane and cryptic languages, and a torrent of information assailed his consciousness. Focus. Damn it. Do not let my memories overwhelm you. Yu Ying's anxious voice resonated within the mental plane, tinged with a concern she herself had not fully recognized. In a moment of desperation, Ye Qiu bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. He fought against the tumult within his sea of consciousness, while simultaneously sustaining the dual cultivation technique, greedily absorbing and deciphering the core mysteries of the shadowy doppelganger technique from the deluge of Yu Ying's memories. The most deeply concealed and obscure mantras she had safeguarded were now laid bare, akin to a nut being cracked open to reveal its sumptuous kernel. Time flew by in their ecstatic fusion of spirit and energy. After an indeterminate period, a peculiar wave of energy radiated outward from the two of them. Ye Qiu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with an electrifying intensity, fatigue vanishing in an instant, replaced by an ineffable depth and sense of mastery. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures, identical to his own essence and imbued with palpable energy, materialized instantaneously around him. Their movements, expressions, and even the sharpness in their eyes were indistinguishable. The third level of the shadowy doppelganger technique. Three shadows had taken form. Success. Ye Qiu's heart soared with elation. He glanced down at Yu in his arms, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Yu also opened her eyes, and her once frostbitten visage now bore a delicate blush, reminiscent of dawn's first light, her gaze a blend of languid awakening and residual shyness. Her previously pallid complexion now glowed with vitality, and an astonishing transformation was occurring at the sight of her severed arm. The gruesome wound had fully healed, enveloped in a layer of tender new flesh, with a small, fleshy protrusion visibly growing upwards, though it was still far from a complete arm. The exuberance of life heralded the dawn of a new beginning. Her tattered garments, rent asunder, had long since disintegrated into fragments amidst the surging energy. At this moment, vast expanses of her snow-white, Silken skin lay exposed to the air, the contours astonishingly captivating, radiating a lustrous sheen under the dim light. This was complemented by her face, adorned with a lingering blush, embodying both the weight of countless years and the bewilderment of the present, creating a breathtaking allure. "What are you staring at, you little rogue?" Yu Ying was abruptly jolted from her ethereal state, a blend of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. She hastily seized a tattered piece of cloth discarded on the ground, wrapping it around her body in a frantic attempt to shield her exposed femininity. The movement tugged at the tender, newly formed flesh of her arms, causing her to wince, which only added to her pitiable charm. Chapter 73. A triad of corpses, ain't you? Your skin feels quite nice. Ye Qiu's remark was cut short as Yu Ying delivered a precise strike to his forehead. Wrapped in the ragged cloth, she rose, her delicate arms trembling slightly, her eyes alight with a blend of murderous intent and mortification. "Utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue and feed it to the zombies." Ye Qiu, massaging his forehead and preparing a retort, suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A chilling sound of bones scraping echoed from outside the window. He turned sharply to see a decayed child's face plastered against the glass, its eyeball dangling grotesquely, scratching at the window frame with darkened nails. "Good heavens!" Ye Qiu sprang to his feet. "It's dark outside." As if to validate his words, the entire town erupted in a cacophony of wails. The anguished cries of the elderly, women, and children melded together, accompanied by the thunderous approach of footsteps from all directions. Yu Ying's complexion paled, and she hid behind Ye Qiu. "Let us go." As they burst from the house, the sight that greeted them in the street made their stomachs churn. Hundreds of shambling corpses roamed under the moonlight. An elderly woman, half her body missing, crawled along, while a zombie clad in a school uniform hopped forward, and even a pregnant zombie with a bulging belly writhed grotesquely. "Have we stumbled into a zombie den?" Ye Qiu's scalp tingled, his entire being on high alert. "Wait!" Yu Ying suddenly exclaimed. There's the sound of a vehicle. Indeed, the distant roar of engines grew louder. Two military armored vehicles barreled through, scattering the zombies in their path, one executing a graceful drift to halt before them. The doors swung open with a resounding thud, and the figure that emerged left Ye Qiu's pupils dilating in shock. Zhang Ziling, this muscular officer, still clad in her skin-tight uniform, effortlessly dispatched an approaching zombie with a powerful kick. Behind her was an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, none other than the enigmatic Mr. Qi. "Ye Qiu?" Zhang Ziling was taken aback. "What are you doing here? Watch out behind you." Without turning his head, Ye Qiu retaliated with a swift strike, twisting the head of a lurking zombie into a grotesque contortion. Mr. Qi narrowed his eyes, observing Ye Qiu with a sudden smile. "Ah, my young friend, we meet again." Ye Qiu felt a tightening in his chest. Who desires to encounter cunning old foxes such as you? An ominous foreboding lingered in the air, as it seemed the intentions were nefarious, perhaps to seize the exotic fruits and that alien coffin. Ye Qiu contemplated exchanging pleasantries to alleviate the awkwardness, given the elder's presence. From the other end of the street, the roar of an engine pierced through the tension. A modified off-road vehicle barreled through the wall, closely followed by a luxurious RV. The doors swung open, and a burly man wielding a katana leaped out, followed by a spirited young man with bleached hair. However, what truly caused my jaw to drop was an elderly woman clad in mink, her lips painted a vivid crimson, strutting down in high heels, shrieking, "Halt! I'm being jostled to pieces. What on earth is this place, filled with mutated corpses and zombies?" "Wang Dama?" Ye Qiu recognized the withered matron who had previously made his life difficult at the community committee, once confining him to isolation for half a month. The RV doors opened again, revealing a corpulent tycoon accompanied by two supermodels. The Asian one was familiar to me, a renowned international model. But the blonde bombshell, wasn't she the international superstar who had captivated audiences a few years back? Upon noticing Ye Qiu and his companions, the wealthy man waved dismissively, exclaiming, "You lot, how about patrolling tonight to fend off the zombies? Each of you gets 3 packs of instant noodles daily. I assure you, you won't starve." Ye Qiu nearly erupted in laughter at the absurdity of it all. In a world on the brink of apocalypse, this fool still carried himself with the airs of affluence. "Watch out, boss." The burly man with the katana suddenly stepped forward. At the end of the street, a colossal figure, exceeding 3 meters in height and clad in Qing dynasty official garb, advanced slowly. It bore a head at both front and back, with a ghastly visage, protruding fangs, and nails measuring half a meter long. The zombie king, the bleached-haired youth stammered. Mr. Qi suddenly stepped forward, hands forming a seal. Taiji Qi Min, time stop. Instantly, the air within a 10-meter radius around him solidified. The 7 or 8 zombies lunging forward were frozen mid-motion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zilin dashed forward, delivering a punch that obliterated a zombie's head. Time manipulation? I was astounded, glancing at Yuing, only to find her countenance grave. The Tycoon S group descended into chaos. The young man with the bleached hair knelt, his hands plunged into the earth, as countless translucent figures emerged from the ground, absorbed into his body. With each absorption, his muscles swelled further. Souls of the deceased? Yuing squinted, intrigued. The 3 factions, almost instinctively, formed a circle back-to-back. The zombie king emitted a deafening roar, causing the very ground beneath the small town to tremble as countless zombies surged forth from all directions. A tide so vast it seemed to number in the tens of thousands. Damn, at least 10,000. The burly man was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Wang Dama pointed at me, shrieking, "It's all your fault, you harbinger of doom. Every time I see you, misfortune follows. Last time you caused our neighborhood to be sealed off, and now you've attracted this horde of zombies." Infuriated, Ye Qiu nearly charged at her. "You old hag, shut your mouth." Zhang Zilin struck a nearby zombie's head with the butt of her gun, urging, "If we want to survive, we must cooperate." Mr. Qi was already sweating profusely. "My time-stop range is limited. We must devise a way to break through." The zombie king loomed less than 50 meters away, its back shrouded by a horde of undead. The most terrifying sight was the multitude of zombies advancing along the distant road, some pushing shopping carts, others leading horses, and even a few cradling infants, unfortunate souls infected while fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, the wealthy man yanked the blonde supermodel forward and urged, "Go. Use your allure." The foreign woman staggered, shaking her head in fear. "No, it won't work on zombies." "Useless," he exclaimed, slapping her down to the ground. Ye Qiu clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, but was held back by Yuing. "Don't act rashly. Conserve your strength." At that moment, the zombie king surged forward, its 2 heads simultaneously opening their gaping maws, foul, viscous liquid dripping onto the ground and corroding it into pits. Desperation surged within me. My 3 avatars charged ahead as Zhang Zilin and the burly man with the katana flanked the creature. Mr. Qi activated his time pause again, but this time the effect was noticeably diminished, immobilizing only one of the zombie king's legs. With a swift slice, the katana severed its arm, while Zhang Zilin delivered a spinning kick to its knee. Seizing the opportunity, my 3 avatars clambered onto its back, 6 hands plunging toward its eyes. Roar! The zombie king howled in agony, violently shaking us off. I crashed heavily against the wall, a metallic taste flooding my throat. Ye Qiu, Yuing darted to my side, her newly sprouted small hands elongating into blades that cleaved through a zombie attempting to ambush us. Ye Qiu stared at her in shock. "Your hands can transform?" She offered no reply, her gaze fixed ahead. Something's not right. Before us, at the severed arm of the zombie king, numerous fleshy growths writhed, regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. More alarmingly, it tilted its head and emitted a series of strange syllables, causing all the ordinary zombies to become frenzied, their eyes turning blood red. It was enhancing the horde. Mr. Qi's face turned pale. It must be eliminated. The wealthy man suddenly grasped Aunt Wang and urged her toward the RV. Retreat. Quickly. However, they had scarcely moved when the ground split open, dozens of decaying hands erupting from the earth to grasp their ankles. A young man with yellow hair attempted to save them, but was swiftly overwhelmed by 3 or 4 zombies, dragged down and torn apart. "Ah!" His screams echoed as his body suddenly swelled and exploded, countless vengeful souls scattering and obliterating the surrounding zombies. Ye Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a suicidal attack? Time was running out. Yuing tore away the tattered cloth from her body, revealing nearly bare skin. In Ye Qiu's widened gaze, strange patterns began to emerge upon her flesh. "Kid, I need to borrow your spiritual energy." Before Ye Qiu could react, her newly formed small hand plunged into my abdomen. "What are you doing, huh? It doesn't hurt." A beam of golden light was extracted from within me, coalescing in her grasp into a peculiar long sword. With a powerful leap, she ascended directly onto the shoulder of the zombie king. Shadow of the demonic blade. The long sword instantly fragmented into hundreds of blades, raining down upon the zombie king like a torrential storm. Both heads of the creature emitted a ghastly scream as its body was pierced like a sieve. However, in the next moment, all the sword lights abruptly extinguished, and Ewing plummeted from midair. I hastily caught her. Her face was ashen, not enough. Though the zombie king was battered and bruised, it stood resolutely, its wounds beginning to heal anew. To make matters worse, we were entirely surrounded by the horde of corpses, with even our RV overturned. The wealthy man cowered by the wheel, clutching his head, while the two supermodels had vanished without a trace. Aunt Wong limped toward us, one of her high heels broken. "It's over," Zhang Zilin gasped, having depleted all her ammunition. Mr. Qi sat on the ground, clearly drained of spiritual energy. The burly man wielding a katana was drenched in blood, his blade dulled from combat. The zombie king slowly advanced, its two heads revealing malevolent grins. Just as despair enveloped us, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and a blinding white light descended from above, striking the zombie king with precision. Half of its body instantly vaporized, the remaining portion convulsing wildly. Everyone stood in shock. I looked up to see a UFO hovering in the night sky. At that moment, Ewing began to tremble violently, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented fear. The bottom of the UFO opened, and a beam of blue light enveloped us. Within the column of light, 3 elongated figures descended gracefully. They bore humanoid forms, yet their skin was an eerie shade of grayish-blue, devoid of facial features. Save for a mass of writhing tendrils. The foremost alien's tendrils quivered as it emitted a synthetic electronic voice. Detection of Yu clan remnants. Extermination protocol activated. Yu Ying's complexion turned ashen. How could the Reapers? Before Ye Qiu could react, the aliens suddenly redirected their attention towards the wealthy team. The blonde supermodel had reappeared, but her appearance was horrifying. Her face was melting away, revealing a metallic skeleton beneath. Disguised entity confirmed. The alien raised its hand, and a red beam shot forth. Boom. The blonde model's head exploded into fragments, yet her headless body remained standing. Her chest cavity opening to reveal a labyrinth of circuits and mechanical devices. The wealthy man was utterly petrified, a robot. Aunt Wong collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "I told you foreign girls are no good." Zhang Zilin and Mr. Qi exchanged glances, quietly inching backward. Suddenly, Ewing whispered urgently in my arms, "Ye Qiu, listen carefully. These Reapers are here to kill me, but they will eliminate all witnesses as well." Ye Qiu's heart skipped a beat, so? A flicker of resolve passed through her eyes. "So we run, while their attention is on the android." At that moment, the headless robot lunged at the aliens, an electronic voice emanating from within. "For the future of humanity." Boom. A massive explosion sent us all flying. I rolled on the ground with Ewing for several dozen laps. And when we finally came to a halt, I noticed the UFO had been blasted open, emitting black smoke as it descended. Even more terrifying was the sight of the zombie king's remaining half, voraciously absorbing the blood and flesh of the surrounding zombies, regenerating at an astonishing rate. Is there really a second transformation? Ye Qiu spat a mouthful of blood, suddenly noticing a cold object in the palm of his hand. Looking down, he saw a delicate metallic device, inscribed with unfamiliar runes, handed to him by Ewing. She leaned closer, her breath quickening. "Listen, if I perish, deliver this to the Western Plateau." Before she could finish, her eyes widened in alarm as she gazed behind him. Ye Qiu turned abruptly to witness the half-revived zombie king, now overshadowed by a second colossal figure clad in Qing dynasty official garb, astonishingly possessing 3 heads. Damn, it even comes with its own entourage. Ewing suddenly shoved him towards Zhang Zilin, urging, "Take them and flee. I will hold them off." Before Ye Qiu could comprehend, he saw her form beginning to radiate light, the patterns on her skin writhing as if alive. Mr. Qi's voice boomed. "She's about to self-destruct the magic core. Quick, get away." Zhang Zilin seized him, dragging him backward. He struggled, shouting, "You crazy old witch. Are you out of your mind?" Ewing cast a glance back at Ye Qiu, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Remember to help me find the young lady." Boom. A blinding white light engulfed everything. As the brilliance faded, a searing pain lingered on my retina. Amidst the ringing in my ears, I staggered to my feet, the sight before me nearly stopping my heart. Centered on where Yu Ying had stood, a perfect circular crater had formed, 100 meters in diameter. Everything within had vaporized. Even the ground turned to glass. At the periphery, the two newly grown heads of the zombie king had vanished, and the remaining main head, now reduced to half, was howling in retreat. You ant. Ye Qiu's voice trembled as he scanned the desolate crater. No response. Zhang Zilin tugged at me from behind. She's gone. We must leave now. I shook off her grip, walking in a daze towards the center of the crater. The sound of shattering glass echoed beneath my feet, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone and charred flesh. Impossible. I knelt, my fingers brushing the searing ground. She has lived for 10,000 years. That ancient witch. Chapter 75. The zombie battle. Watch out. Mr. Chi's shout pierced the air. Ye Qiu instinctively rolled aside as a shadow swept past, narrowly missing his scalp. It was the three-headed zombie. Somehow, it had circled around to Ye Qiu's rear, 6 glinting claws poised to strike. Damn it! Ye Qiu's 3 avatars lunged simultaneously, only to be swatted away like flies. The last one barely grazed its form before quaking violently and dissolving into a puddle of black liquid. Physical attacks are ineffective. Ye Qiu's scalp prickled as he desperately dodged the onslaught. In the distance, Zhang Zilin and a burly man wielding a katana were leading a group of wealthy individuals in an escape. Aunt Wang had long discarded her high heels, sprinting barefoot while cursing, Doombringer, harbinger of calamity. I should have sent you back to your homeland all those years ago. Ye Qiu felt an absurd mix of anger and amusement, but his laughter was swiftly extinguished as the speed of the 3 zombies surged, their claws lunging towards his heart. In that critical moment, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, cleaving the zombies in two. Ye Qiu looked up to witness 2 extraterrestrials emerging from the wreckage of the crashed UFO, wielding bizarre weaponry. A mechanical voice emanated from them, declaring that the contaminated area was about to be purified. Before Ye Qiu could comprehend the meaning of purification, he saw them raise their weapons at the regenerating zombie king. A blinding blue light flashed, and the remains of the zombie king twisted and compressed as if gripped by an invisible hand, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood. By the heavens, Ye Qiu thought, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. What manner of advanced technology was this? The aliens turned towards him, their tendrils writhing. Yuzhu compatriot detected. Ye Qiu felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively reaching for the metallic device given to him by Yuing. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a series of explosions erupted from the UFO wreckage. The 2 extraterrestrials immediately turned to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu scrambled towards Zhang Zilin and the others. This way, the burly man wielding a katana felled several zombies blocking their path, gesturing towards a modified vehicle that could still be started. Just as he climbed aboard, a strange buzzing sound echoed from behind. Turning to look, he saw the UFO wreckage glowing, the surrounding air twisting into a massive vortex. They were activating some device. Mr. Chi's face paled. Quick drive. The vehicle surged forward, and in the next instant, a blinding white light radiated from the UFO. Wherever the light passed, all zombies were instantaneously vaporized, and even the ground was stripped away. Down. Zhang Zilin forcefully pressed Ye Qiu's head down. The rear window of the vehicle shattered with a bang, a wave of heat rushing in. The vehicle shook violently, nearly overturning. When the tremors ceased, Ye Qiu cautiously raised his head to find that the entire town had vanished, replaced by a massive circular pit several kilometers in diameter, steam rising from its edges. Is this purification? Ye Qiu's voice trembled. The wealthy man slumped in his seat, a large wet patch forming on his trousers. We're doomed. It's all over. Suddenly, Wang Dama pointed at Ye Qiu, shrieking, "It's all your fault. Those aliens clearly came for you. Get out of the car. Don't drag us down with you." Ye Qiu shot her a cold glare. "Keep talking, and I'll toss you out to feed the zombies." She immediately shrank behind the wealthy man, muttering under her breath, "City folks have no manners." The vehicle sped through the wilderness in silence. Clutching the metallic device given by Yuing, Ye Qiu felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. "But there are lights ahead," the burly man exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, distant lights began to appear, the outlines of walls and watchtowers becoming discernible. "It's a shelter." The wealthy man perked up instantly. "Drive over there. I have acquaintances who can let us in." Zhang Zilin and Mr. Qi exchanged a wary glance. I stealthily pressed my hand against the dagger at my waist. After everything I had endured, I certainly did not trust any acquaintances. Indeed, as the vehicle drew closer, searchlights suddenly illuminated the surrounding walls, and a dozen fully armed individuals aimed their weapons at us. "Stop the car. Otherwise, we will open fire." The burly man slammed on the brakes. The wealthy individual rolled down the window, shouting hoarsely, "I am Ma Jinbao, the richest man in Huaqing. I know you, Director Liu. I donated 20 million last year." There was a stir on the wall. After a moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform appeared atop the wall, shining a flashlight on us. "Mr. Ma? Is that really you? Open the gate." The heavy iron gate slowly creaked open. As we entered, we were immediately surrounded by armed soldiers. "Everyone, out of the vehicle. Submit to inspection," barked the man in uniform. The infiltration of replicants has become exceedingly severe. A jolt of alarm shot through Ye Qiu's heart. Replicants? Like that blonde supermodel? The inspection process was exceedingly rough. Soldiers employed some kind of device to scan each person's pupils and even drew blood for testing. When it was Aunt Wang's turn, she suddenly pointed at me, shouting, "Officer, this boy is the most suspicious. He's from out of town. He even colludes with aliens." Ye Qiu wished he could strangle the old hag. The man in uniform indeed looked at Ye Qiu with heightened suspicion. "Who are you?" Zhang Zilin interjected. "He is an informant from our special operations team. He is registered." Mr. Qi nodded in affirmation. "I can vouch for him." Ye Qiu stared at them in astonishment. They were actually helping me? The man in uniform remained skeptical, but ultimately allowed us to proceed. Once inside the shelter, Ye Qiu was taken aback by its immense scale. It had originally been a military base, now transformed into a refuge capable of accommodating thousands. The wealthy man was promptly escorted to the VIP area, casting a smug glance my way as he departed. Aunt Wang followed eagerly, spitting on the ground before leaving. Humph. A crony. The burly man was taken to the medical station. The remaining trio, myself, Zhang Zilin, and Mr. Qi, was assigned to a modest dormitory. Once the door closed, Ye Qiu immediately demanded, "Why did you help me?" Zhang Zilin plopped down on the bed, massaging her temples. "Because of that metallic device." Ye Qiu's heart tightened. "Did you see it?" "Mr. Qi squinted. "That object emits a unique energy signature. If I am not mistaken, it should be a relic from the Yu dynasty." Ye Qiu tightened his grip on the device, taking a step back. "What do you intend to do?" "Don't be alarmed," Zhang Zilin sighed. "We are not your enemies. In fact, the government has been secretly studying the Yu dynasty civilization and the extraterrestrial threat." Ye Qiu scoffed coldly. "So you were already aware that this day would come?" "No," Mr. Qi shook his head. "We only knew fragments, such as the replicant infiltration plan. However, the direct intervention of aliens surpassed our expectations." Zhang Zilin suddenly lowered her voice. "Ye Qiu, what did Yuing say to you before her death? What is that device used for?" Ye Qiu hesitated. Should he trust them? At that moment, the alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire shelter. "Warning! A massive life form detected approaching. All combat personnel, take your positions." Everyone rushed to the windows, and in the distant night sky, countless dark dots were soaring toward them. Aircraft. Not just one, but dozens. Even more terrifying, on the ground. A tide of zombies surged forth like a relentless wave. At the forefront of this ghastly horde stood four colossal figures clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty. This time, it was the four zombie kings. It was over. Zhang Zilin's face turned ashen. Mr. Qi suddenly grasped Ye Qiu's shoulder. "Kid, is that device the activation key?" Ye Qiu suddenly recalled Yu Ying's last words. "Deliver it to the Western Plateau." Chapter 76. The Gamble in Desperation. Mr. Qi's bony fingers nearly sank into my shoulder, his murky old eyes shining with an astonishing intensity. He fixated on the cold metallic device tightly clutched by Ye Qiu. "Is the Western Plateau key a key to unlock something?" His voice was hoarse, imbued with an almost feverish urgency. Outside the window, dozens of saucer-shaped spacecraft hovered ominously above the shelter, casting shadows that enveloped the earth like a grim reaper's cloak. Searchlight beams frantically swept across the scene, illuminating the horde of corpses surging below like a black tide. The four zombie kings, towering over 3 meters tall in their Qing dynasty attire, moved like mobile mountains. Their decayed faces twisted into grotesque grins. Shells exploded within the sea of corpses, flames soaring into the sky, flesh and blood scattering, yet failing to stem the tide of destruction. The steel doors of the shelter resounded with a dull thud as they were battered, threatening to burst open at any moment. The alarm shrieked, piercing through the eardrums, mingling with the howls of zombies outside, the cries of humanity, and the thunderous blasts of weaponry, composing a symphony of despair. "What of it?" Ye Qiu violently shook off his hand, cradling the rune-engraved metallic device to his chest, warily stepping back. Why should I divulge what the old witch sacrificed her life for? Zhang Ziling stepped between me and Mr. Qi, her expression as grave as iron. Ye Qiu, what are you waiting for? If that thing can save lives, stop hoarding it. Outside are the flying saucers and tens of thousands of zombies. Plus, there are 4 zombie kings. The walls of this shelter 1T withstand 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Ye Qiu scoffed, pointing toward a direction outside the window. He saw a zombie king already charging toward the perimeter wall. Its enormous, decaying fist, covered in rotting flesh and bony spikes, struck the alloy door with a ferocious force. Boom! The entire room trembled violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. That alloy door, reputed to withstand the impact of a tank, had been brutally dented. Cracks spread like a spider's web. Did you see that? At most 3 punches. I shouted, my heart racing in sync with the impact. Just then, the dormitory door was flung open with a resounding crash. It was the burly swordsman, his body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his face pale. Barely able to steady his sword. Boss Ma, we need to run. They seized the armored personnel carrier from the command room. What? The 3 of us dashed out the door simultaneously. The command center lay in utter disarray. Several soldiers were rendered unconscious on the ground. Through the immense bulletproof glass window, one could see a modified heavy armored personnel carrier roaring as it crashed through the inner barricade, racing toward the depths of the shelter, heading for a passage marked as an emergency exit. At the wheel was a henchman of the sword-wielding brute, and pressed against the rear window was the corpulent, greasy visage of Ma Jinbao, a mask of terror and madness etched upon his face. Wang Dama clung tightly to his arm, her sharp voice shrieking in protest, likely imploring him to accelerate and disregard the doomed souls. Stop them. That exit leads to the backup airport. A soldier, resembling an officer, shouted while clutching his bleeding forehead. Damn it, these parasites. Zhang Ziling cursed, raising her weapon and firing. The bullets merely sparked against the thick armor. Just as the armored vehicle was on the brink of entering the passage, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the side. The door, already dented from previous impacts, finally succumbed to the relentless pressure, torn apart by a colossal zombie king, creating a gaping maw. The fetid stench of decay surged forth, accompanied by a throng of grotesque undead, like a deluge unleashed. The armored personnel carrier bore the brunt, instantly engulfed by the tide of corpses. The resilient vehicle was grasped as if it were a toy, shaken and pulled by countless decaying hands. The windows shattered, and within, Ma Jinbao's screams echoed like a slaughtered pig, coupled with Wang Dama's pitchy wails. Help! I am a dedicated worker of the streets. You cannot abandon me. Ye Qiu! Ye Qiu! You scoundrel, save me. The plaintive cries abruptly ceased. Moments later, a plump hand adorned with a grand gold ring and a thin hand painted with crimson nail polish were violently yanked from the window, instantly shredded and devoured by a multitude of gaping maws. The armored vehicle was overturned, swallowed by the writhing mound of corpses. Deserved it. Ye Qiu spat, though a chill coursed through him. This was the apocalypse. Whether affluent or common, all were equal sustenance before true horror. The relentless tide of the undead surged forth, consuming the personnel carrier before rushing toward the command center and our dormitory area. The acrid stench of decay filled the air. The soldiers' defensive line crumbled like paper before the onslaught led by the zombie king, screams of despair rising in a cacophony. We can't hold them. Qilao! Zhang Ziling shouted in desperation while picking off the approaching zombies. Mr. Qi's face turned as pale as a sheet, veins bulging on his forehead. He struggled to form seals once more, Taiji Chiman temporal stasis. An invisible wave radiated outward, causing the foremost zombies to move as if ensnared in viscous glue. However, the area of effect was significantly smaller than before, and he staggered, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, clearly at his limit. This minor delay was but a drop in the bucket. More zombies, stepping over their fallen comrades, roared forth, clawing and gnashing their teeth. One particularly formidable zombie king disregarded the stasis entirely, its massive claws slicing through the air toward Mr. Qi. Qilao! Zhang Ziling's eyes widened in terror. At this critical juncture, a resonating hum filled the air as 2 blinding beams of azure light descended from the heavens, striking with precision upon the formidable figure of the zombie king that threatened Mr. Qi. Its colossal form staggered under the impact, its chest scorched and emitting a furious roar. Startled, It raised its gaze to reveal a spacecraft that had inexplicably lowered itself, hovering above the command center. The hatch at the bottom of the craft opened, and two figures gracefully leaped down, landing as softly as feathers, positioning themselves between us and the surging horde of the undead. These were two women, tall and statuesque, clad in form-fitting silver-gray battle suits that shimmered with a metallic sheen, accentuating their breathtaking curves. They sported nearly identical, sharply cut black hairstyles, their features exquisitely sculpted, yet devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Most striking of all were their eyes, which bore no human pupils. Instead, they were swirling vortices of ever-shifting cerulean luminescence. One of the women, whom we shall refer to as A, raised her arm, revealing a series of small launch ports along the exterior of her forearm armor. With a series of sharp whooshes, a dozen miniature missiles were unleashed, detonating with pinpoint accuracy amidst the densest throng of the undead, instantly clearing a vast expanse. The other woman, B, swiftly gestured in the air, and a semi-transparent blue energy shield materialized around us, enveloping our group. The claws and bites of the zombies collided against the shield, creating mere ripples across its surface. Objective: protect the key information carrier. A's voice was devoid of inflection, akin to an electronic synthesis. Her cold, azure vortex eyes scanned us before settling on Ye Qiu, specifically on the metallic device tightly gripped in his hand. Information carrier confirmed. Executing protection protocol. Be interjected, her tone equally frigid. Who are you? Zhang Zilin demanded, raising her gun in their direction, fully aware that it may prove futile. Designation, 07. Designation, 08. A replied succinctly, her gaze fixated on the device in my hand, which was in an unactivated state with minimal energy radiation. Immediate recharging and activation required to establish stable coordinates. Recharge? Activate. Ye Qiu's heart raced with shock. Yu Ying's last words echoed in my mind, sending a jolt to the western plateau. Could it be that this device required energy to initiate, with the activation point located on the plateau? How do we recharge? Ye Qiu blurted out. Chapter 77. The Cost of Life 07. A turned her blue vortex eyes towards Ye Qiu. Devoid of emotion, detection indicates that the carrier possesses a unique life energy field. Recommendation: utilize the carrier's life essence as a conduit for forced activation. What? His life? Zhang Zilin exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Qi also glanced sharply at Ye Qiu, his expression a tumultuous blend of concern and incredulity. Activate this device with Ye Qiu's life? What a ludicrous notion. He had yet to fully embrace life. Yet, gazing at the hellish scene beyond the shield, where the zombie king relentlessly assaulted it, the blue light flickering violently, threatening to collapse. The fleet of spacecraft circled above, seemingly assessing the situation. In the distance, 3 more zombie kings were wreaking havoc upon the other facilities of the refuge, flames leaping skyward, and the anguished cries of humanity reverberating through the air. Despair enveloped me like the frigid tide, gradually submerging my heart. Was the chance for survival, bought at such a high price by the old witch, destined to be squandered here? At that moment, the metallic device in Ye Qiu's hand trembled ever so slightly. A faint yet eerily familiar chill seeped from it, wrapping around my fingers like a delicate thread. This sensation was that of Yu Ying. Though almost imperceptible, it was undoubtedly her essence. Was she still alive? Or perhaps some fragment of her consciousness lingered within this device? This revelation struck me like a potent stimulant, reigniting the nearly extinguished flame of my resolve. Damn it! I would fight. Rather than succumb to a pitiful death here, devoured by zombies, I would take a gamble. For the old witch's slim chance of survival, and for myself. How do I channel it? Explain clearly. I shouted at 0708, my gaze wild and resolute. The swirling eye of 07 flickered, the essence of life, the primal force of existence. Focus your intent, infuse all your presence into the star key. The process is irreversible, and the extraction of energy will entail immense suffering, until the coordinates stabilize or the life of the vessel is exhausted. Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive. Zhang Zilin attempted to dissuade me. There was no time. I forcefully pushed her aside, my gaze fixed on the slightly warm metallic device in my hand. The cold, disdainful visage of the old witch flashed before me, ultimately settling on the complex smile she wore before her self-detonation. Damn you, old witch. If you betray me again this time, I will haunt you in the afterlife for a millennium. I muttered under my breath, yet a maniacal smile crept across my lips. In the next moment, I closed my eyes, casting aside all distractions, and channeled all my spirit, will, along with that fierce instinct for survival and the inexplicable emotions I held for the old Ye Qiu, desperately pouring them into the frigid metal in my palm. An indescribable agony surged through my entire being. It felt as if countless searing steel needles had violently pierced my palm, racing up my arm through veins, nerves, and marrow, frantically tearing, churning, and extracting. The vitality, warmth, and even a sense of existence within me were being voraciously and ruthlessly siphoned away by that device. My vision darkened in an instant, and all that remained was the echo of my near-death wails and the thunderous rush of my blood. Ye Qiu. Zhang Zilin's cries seemed to come from a distant place. The zombie king outside the shield appeared to sense something, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied. The azure light of the shield supported by 0708 flickered erratically, cracks beginning to spread. Just as I felt myself on the brink of complete depletion, my consciousness teetering on the edge of an abyss of darkness, buzz. The metallic device in my palm erupted with an indescribable brilliance. This radiance was not of a single hue, but resembled a flowing galaxy, with countless intricate, esoteric runes ebbing and flowing within. An overwhelming, ancient presence, seemingly emanating from the very edge of the cosmos, burst forth with resounding force. A colossal pillar of pure light, akin to a divine sword cleaving the heavens, disregarded the ceiling of the sanctuary, the hovering UFOs, and the heavy clouds, piercing straight and violently into the depths of the sky, aiming for the distant western horizon. At that moment, time seemed to freeze across the battlefield. All the zombies, including the 4 fearsome zombie kings, were momentarily immobilized, their decayed faces revealing for the first time a primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. They recoiled in trepidation, emitting uneasy growls towards the pillar of light. Dozens of hovering UFOs in the air appeared to have been struck by a pause button, the brilliance of all their engines extinguished in an instant. Eerily and silently suspended like a flock of frightened metallic giants. Countless indicator lights on their sleek exteriors flashed wildly, as if conveying an urgent and chaotic message. For the first time, a flicker of intense data streams appeared on the expressionless faces of 07 and 08, their blue vortex eyes swirling dangerously close to collapse. The signal strength for coordinate locking has exceeded the threshold. 07's electronic voice wavered with rare fluctuation. The unknown higher-dimensional energy source cannot be analyzed, 08's voice echoed, filled with astonishment. The pillar of light continued to surge forth, illuminating the battlefield strewn with corpses and the horrified expressions etched on every face. Ye Qiu collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he had been utterly drained, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. With only a faint breath to signify his existence, his vision blurred, only able to discern the beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Suddenly, at the apex of the pillar, where it seemed to puncture the celestial dome, the space began to twist and spin violently. A massive vortex, radiating a dim glow, slowly took shape. The center of the vortex was unfathomably deep, as if it connected to another universe. With great difficulty, Ye Qiu gasped, his blurred gaze struggling to focus on the center of the vortex. An extremely vague yet strangely familiar silhouette seemed to coalesce within the depths of the whirlpool. That tall figure, that frigid aura. Old hag, he whispered silently, expending his last ounce of strength. At that moment, 2 crimson points of light suddenly flared within the depths of the vortex. Cold, brutal, filled with a desire for annihilation. Those were definitely not the eyes of Yuang. A malevolent pressure, a billion times more terrifying than that of the zombie king, froze the very essence of the soul, crashing down upon the entire battlefield like an invisible tsunami, bearing down on all of us. The hovering UFOs, as if struck by an unseen giant hammer, jolted violently, their lights instantly transforming into blinding scarlet. A piercing alarm, sharp enough to surpass the limits of human hearing, resonated through the skies. 07 and 08 simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the scarlet eye of the vortex. Their cold electronic voices tinged for the first time with an unmistakable tremor of fear. Warning. Detection of an indescribable higher-dimensional entity awakening. Protocol initiated at the highest threat level. Chapter 78. The arrival of higher dimensions. Ye Qiu's vision had blurred to the point of near incomprehensibility, with only the faint rhythm of his heartbeat and the distant, piercing alarms of the UFOs resonating in his ears. The column of light that pierced the heavens and the earth continued to surge forth, while the scarlet eyes deep within the vortex grew increasingly vivid, as if something was traversing dimensions, peering into our world. Suddenly, the bodies of 07 and 08 became rigid. The blue data streams in their eyes flickered wildly, as though they were subjected to an incomprehensible shock. The electronic voice of 07, detecting the higher dimensional contamination, sputtered intermittently, reminiscent of a radio signal beset by interference. Likewise, the voice of 08, warning of the imminent arrival of an entity and urging immediate evacuation, became distorted. Zhang Zilin abruptly seized my collar, shaking me desperately. Ye Qiu, wake up. What on earth is that thing? Ye Qiu opened his mouth to respond, but no sound emerged. His body felt utterly drained, each breath akin to a blade cutting through him. Yet, he sensed that the entity within the vortex was certainly not Yuing. It was a pure, unfathomable malice, an existence far more terrifying than the zombie king. Mr. Qi's complexion turned ashen as he gazed up at the scarlet vortex, his hands trembling as he formed a seal. Tai Chi Chi Min, restrain. He exerted the last remnants of his temporal stasis power, attempting to decelerate the expansion of the vortex. However, as soon as that force made contact with the column of light, it disintegrated like snowflakes falling into magma, evaporating instantaneously. Mr. Qi let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. It's futile. We cannot contend with that entity, his voice rasped. His eyes filled with despair. The horde of zombies seemed to sense the arrival of an existence that transcended their comprehension, fear manifesting upon their decaying faces. The four zombie kings growled in retreat, while several ordinary zombies collapsed, their rotting bodies twitching as if afflicted by some form of psychological contamination. Suddenly, the entire shelter trembled violently. The air surrounding the column of light warped to its limits, and a pitch-black fissure abruptly tore open at the vortex's center. A colossal hand, adorned with bizarre patterns, slowly emerged from the chasm, an appendage that was neither human nor of any known biological origin. Its surface flowed with dark red energy, resembling a living metal, or perhaps an entity that transcended the laws of physics. What on earth is that abomination? Zhang Zilin's voice shifted in pitch. 07 and 08 simultaneously retreated a step, their electronic voices imbued with unprecedented urgency. Higher dimensional entity partially descending. Physical laws interference cannot be computed. The hand gradually unfurled, revealing a vertical pupil in its palm, the depths of which harbored endless darkness and madness. Merely catching a glimpse sent my mind reeling, as if pierced by countless steel needles, the agony coiling me into a tight ball, voiceless screams escaping my throat. Do not look directly at it, Mr. Qi exclaimed, suddenly covering his eyes, blood seeping between his fingers. That thing will contaminate the mind. Zhang Zilin immediately averted her gaze, but it was too late. Her eyes bulged with blood, her expression contorted, as if she had witnessed something that surpassed the limits of human endurance. Her lips trembled as she murmured, "No, it's impossible. What is that? What on earth is it?" The response from the fleet of UFOs intensified. Their exteriors began to twist and contort, as if being kneaded by some unseen force. The engines erupted with chaotic energy streams, and several crafts lost control, plummeting to the ground and exploding into fireballs. The bodies of 07 and 08 also began to exhibit abnormalities. Dark red patterns surfaced upon their skin, resembling the invasion of a virus within mechanical bodies. 07 struggled to raise her arm, aiming at her own temple. System compromised. Initiating self-destruction protocol. No. 08 abruptly grasped her wrist, insisting, the mission remains incomplete. We must protect the star keyholder. Their data streams clashed violently, evidently resisting some form of mental corrosion. At that moment, the hand of the higher dimensional entity suddenly reached towards us. Its motion appeared slow, yet it seemed to transcend spatial limitations, approaching in an instant. The air was compressed, producing a deafening roar, and the ground cracked beneath its oppressive force. It was over. Zhang Zilin despairingly closed her eyes. Ye Qiu fixed her gaze on the hand drawing nearer, her consciousness blurring to the brink, yet instinct urged her to prevent contact. Otherwise, it would not merely mean death, but something far more terrifying than death itself. You old hag, you've betrayed me, Ye Qiu cursed inwardly. summoning her last vestige of strength to aim the metallic device at that hand. Buzz. The metallic apparatus vibrated violently, its runes flashing wildly. A familiar icy aura erupted from within. It was Ye Qiu's power. Though feeble, it was resolutely unwavering. Boom! A silver-blue light shield unfurled from the device, forcefully blocking the grasp of that hand. At the moment of collision between the two forces, space itself seemed to tear apart, erupting in blinding brilliance. From the depths of the vortex came a low, chaotic murmur, akin to the overlapping whispers of countless voices, causing everyone's eardrums to bleed. 07 and 08 simultaneously looked up, their electronic voices filled with astonishment, detecting the mental imprint of the Yu clan queen resisting higher dimensional incursion. The Yu clan queen? Ye Qiu's heart jolted. Could it be that the Lady Yuing spoke of was? Before Ye Qiu could comprehend, the radiance of the metallic device suddenly surged. The silver-blue light transformed into countless minute runic chains, wrapping around the hand of the higher dimensional entity, forcefully pushing it back. Roar! An enraged bellow emanated from the depths of the vortex, shaking the entire sky. The beam of light began to flicker erratically, and the vortex started to contract. As if that existence could not maintain its descent any longer. It was retreating, Zhang Zilin exclaimed. However, just as that hand was about to be drawn back into the vortex, its vertical pupil suddenly turned towards Ye Qiu, unleashing a dark red beam in an instant. Watch out! 08 forcefully shoved Ye Qiu aside, but was struck in the chest by the beam. Zzz. Her body was instantly covered in dark red patterns. Her skin began to melt, revealing the mechanical skeleton beneath. Her electronic voice became intermittent. System failure, initiating final protocol. She spun around abruptly, arms outstretched. As a blinding blue light erupted from the core of her chest. 08. No. 07 wished to intervene, yet it was already too late. Boom. The energy from 08's self-detonation surged towards that hand, forcing it back into the vortex. The beam of light flickered violently several times before suddenly contracting, causing the vortex to close. The sky returned to darkness, leaving only the chaotic alarms of the flying saucers and the smoldering ruins on the ground. Chapter 79. The gaze of higher dimensions, all fell silent. Ye Qiu collapsed on the ground, nearly devoid of the strength to breathe. Zhang Zilin knelt beside him, her eyes bloodshot, clearly suffering from a significant mental shock. Mr. Qi had fainted, blood trickling from his orifices. 07 stood still, gazing down at the remnants left by 08's explosion, data streams flickering silently in her eyes. After a long pause, she lifted her head, her cold electronic voice carrying a hint of complex human emotion. The star key has been activated, coordinates locked to the Western Plateau, ruins of the Yu tribe. She approached Ye Qiu, bent down to retrieve the metallic device, and handed it back to him. Your life essence has been bound to the star key. Only you can wield it. She paused. The final command of 08 will escort you to your destination. Ye Qiu struggled to lift his hand, accepting the device. His throat parched to the point of silence. Zhang Zilin gasped for breath, looking up at 07. Who are you? Why are you helping us? 07's vortex, I flickered slightly. We are mechanical life forms modified by the Yu tribe, tasked with awaiting the key's emergence to thwart the incursion from higher dimensions. She glanced towards the distant, ravaged shelter and the still wandering horde of zombies. But now your world has been exposed to the gaze of higher beings, and they will return. Ye Qiu tightened his grip on the metallic device, feeling the faint yet resolute coldness within. It was the last vestige of strength left by Yuing. So, the Western Plateau holds a way to confront those entities? Ye Qiu rasped. 07 nodded. The final fortress of the Yu tribe. The slumbering queen may be humanity's only hope. Zhang Zilin managed a bitter smile. Just as few battered remnants? 07 did not respond, merely looking up at the sky. The remaining flying saucers were regrouping, as if receiving some form of directive. Time is running short. She glanced down at me. Can you stand? Ye Qiu gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to lift his body, his legs trembling like chaff, yet he managed to rise. Damn it, let us go? I spat blood, my gaze fierce. I was determined to uncover the secrets that the old witch Yu Ing had concealed. Zhang Zilin supported the unconscious Mr. Qi, while 07 approached a relatively intact military off-road vehicle. In the distance, the horde of zombies seemed to recover from the intimidation of higher dimensions. once more emitting low growls as they lurched in their direction. The four zombie kings rose again, their decayed faces contorted with rage. They would not allow us to leave easily. Zhang Zilin's voice tightened. 07 started the vehicle, the engine roaring. Get in. Ye Qiu broke into a grin. Though his body ached as if crushed by a truck, the fierce determination surged back within him. The old hag, if you dare deceive me. Ye Qiu muttered under his breath as he staggered into the vehicle, vowing that even in death, he would haunt her. The off-road vehicle roared out of the shelter, racing westward. In the rearview mirror, the furious howls of the zombie king and the buzzing of the UFOs gradually faded into the distance. Yet Ye Qiu understood that the true horror was only just beginning. The engine's growl tore through the wilderness, the military vehicle charging forth like a wounded beast, recklessly trampling the rugged terrain. Ling Qi's driving style was as merciless as her words. She did not decelerate, nor did she swerve. She simply launched over potholes, jostling Ye Qiu to the brink of expulsion of his very insides. Can't you drive more steadily? Ye Qiu slumped in the back seat, each word feeling like blood spilling from his mouth. Without turning her head, Ling Qi replied, the horde of zombies and the UFOs are tracking the energy signal of the star key. Slowing down equates to death. Zhang Zilin clutched the door handle tightly, her complexion pale. Mr. Qi is about to collapse. Ye Qiu turned to see Mr. Qi lying in the back seat, his breath faint as if it could cease at any moment. Blood oozed from his orifices, now congealed, yet dark red veins writhed beneath his skin, resembling the symptoms exhibited by Ling Ba when contaminated by higher dimensions. Has Mr. Qi been mentally tainted by that thing? Ye Qiu gritted his teeth and inquired. Ling Qi's electronic eye scanned briefly, residual effects of high-dimensional gaze. The human brain cannot withstand such an influx of information. Is there any way to save him? Zhang Zilin asked urgently. Before we reach the Yu clan ruins, it is hopeless. Ye Qiu cursed under his breath, gripping the metallic device in his hand. It felt like a searing iron, alarmingly hot, with runes on its surface flickering as if guiding them. How far is the western plateau? A straight distance of 300 kilometers, Ling Qi replied calmly. But there is a massive horde blocking the road 30 kilometers ahead. We must take a detour. Detour my foot. Ye Qiu sneered. We'll crash right through. Zhang Zilin glared at Ye Qiu. Have you lost your mind? The vehicle could be overturned. No. Ye Qiu is right. Ling Qi suddenly brought up a holographic map, indicating an energy fluctuation detected in the center of the horde, which might be another key. What? Both Zhang Zilin and I exclaimed in unison. Ling Qi pointed at a flashing red dot on the map. The star keys come in pairs, one for positioning, the other for unlocking. The key in Yu Ying's possession is merely a positioning key, while the unlocking key is within the horde. Ye Qiu's scalp tingled. Are you kidding me? Probability is 87. Ling Qi's electronic voice remained unperturbed. Once the high-dimensional entity descends, all Yu clan relics worldwide will resonate. That key has awakened. Zhang Zilin slammed her hands on the steering wheel. So we're supposed to charge into the horde, pry the other key from the mouths of thousands of zombies, and then continue racing towards the plateau with these two dying old men? Correction. It is you who will retrieve the key, Ling Qi stated calmly. I must maintain vehicle operation to prevent the UFOs from tracking us. Damn it. Zhang Zilin's curse was cut short as the vehicle suddenly jolted violently. Bang! Something heavy struck the roof, causing a significant dent in the metal. Immediately, a sharp claw pierced the metal roof of the vehicle, mere 3 centimeters from the crown of my head. What in the world? Ye Qiu instinctively recoiled. The electronic eye of 07 instantly turned crimson. Flying mutant detected. Brace yourself. She forcefully jerked the steering wheel, causing the SUV to skid wildly, flinging the creature from the roof into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu leaned out of the window, only to behold 7 or 8 humanoid monsters spiraling in the night sky, their decaying, fleshy wings unfurling, limbs long and razor-like, while their heads resembled that of a skinned dog, gaping with sharp teeth. Flying zombies. What the hell is this? Ye Qiu hastily retreated inside, cursing vehemently. Zhang Zilin had already drawn her pistol to fire, but the creatures moved with astonishing speed, rendering her shots futile. A flying corpse suddenly dove down, its claws slashing through the car door, nearly dislocating Zhang Zilin's arm. Damn it! Ye Qiu, gritting her teeth, summoned the remnants of her spiritual energy to conjure a feeble doppelganger. The moment it leaped from the window, it was torn to shreds by 3 flying corpses. But it bought them a precious moment. 07 abruptly pressed a red button on the dashboard. Close your eyes. What? Boom. A barrage of flashbangs erupted from the car roof, instantly flooding the surroundings with blinding light. The horde of flying corpses emitted anguished screams as they plummeted. Yet before we could rejoice, a cluster of eerie blue lights flickered on the distant horizon, a fleet of flying saucers. They approached us with alarming speed. Like sharks scenting blood, we were locked on. 07 slammed the accelerator, propelling us straight into the horde. For the flying saucers dared not venture into the high concentration of corpse toxins. Zhang Zilin, tending to the bloodied Qi Lao, shouted, "Are you sure the horde is safer than the saucers?" Uncertain, 07 admitted, but the horde wouldn't wield ion cannons. Ye Qiu, that makes a certain sense. The SUV roared as it surged up a steep incline, and the sight before me made me gasp. The road had vanished, replaced by a writhing carpet. Thousands of zombies were crammed together, their decaying arms raised like trees, the air thick with a visible green miasma of corpse toxins. In the heart of the horde, a striking silver-blue halo flickered, resembling a lighthouse. Is that another key? Ye Qiu squinted her eyes. Confirmed. 07 suddenly slowed down and exited the vehicle. Now, Zhang Zilin's voice had taken on a high pitch. The saucers would arrive in 20 seconds. The horde would divert their attention. 07 remained unnervingly calm. As if discussing the weather, Ye Qiu will wait for you 3 kilometers to the northwest. When you approach with the key, the vehicle will autonomously respond. Ye Qiu glanced at the barely conscious Qi Lao, then at the encroaching fleet of saucers, gritted her teeth, and pushed open the door. Let us go. Zhang Zilin muttered an exceedingly vulgar curse, but still followed suit as they leaped from the vehicle. Just a few steps out, the roar of an engine erupted behind them. 07, that heartless robot, had indeed not waited a second longer and was making a swift getaway. Bastard. Zhang Zilin raised her middle finger at the taillights. Ye Qiu had no time for curses, as the horde had already taken notice of their presence. The decaying heads turned in unison, bloodthirsty light flickering within their hollow eye sockets. The key lay 400 meters ahead. Ye Qiu gripped the searing metallic device in his hand. How could they advance? Should they fight their way through? Zhang Zilin checked her magazine. 7 bullets and a military knife. Could Ye Qiu still use his doppelganger technique? As he attempted to summon his spiritual energy, a searing pain tore through his dantian. At most, he could manage one, and it wouldn't last beyond 10 seconds. Truly, it was a hellish challenge. Suddenly, Zhang Zilin ripped open her coat to reveal a row of grenades strapped to her waist. Fortunately, she had a reserve. Ye Qiu's eyes widened. Where did you get those? From the command center, she grinned, her white teeth gleaming like a she-wolf in the moonlight. On the count of 3, we run. 1. The tide of corpses began to surge. 2. The hum of the flying saucers was now unmistakable. 3. Zhang Zilin yanked off 2 grenades and hurled them towards the flanks of the approaching horde. Boom, boom. The rotting limbs scattered in all directions, creating a brief vacuum in the center of the undead mass. Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin charged in like mad dogs, trampling over the twitching remnants as they sprinted forward. To the left, Ye Qiu kicked away a lunging zombie, barely managing to conjure his doppelganger to absorb a blow before it disintegrated instantly. Zhang Zilin's bullets found their mark, each shot landing a fatal blow, yet the zombies seemed unending. 300 meters. A zombie lying on the ground bit into Ye Qiu's calf, the agony nearly bringing him to his knees. Zhang Zilin turned back and swiftly severed the zombie's head, pulling him along to continue running. 200 meters. The miasma of corpse poison thickened, making each breath feel like swallowing razor blades. Ye Qiu's vision began to blur, yet the metallic device in his hand grew increasingly hot, resonating with fervor. 100 meters. A silver-blue halo was tantalizingly close. It resembled a stone altar, atop which rested an ancient-looking short sword inscribed with runes identical to those of the star key, emanating a gentle glow. He had found it. Ye Qiu reached for the hilt. In that instant, a roar erupted. The ground exploded as a colossal zombie, covered in bone spikes, emerged from the earth. It had no head, but its chest gaped open, revealing a cavernous maw filled with spiral teeth. A mutant. Zhang Zilin attempted to shoot, but her bullets ricocheted harmlessly off its bony armor. The creature swung a claw, and Ye Qiu barely dodged, yet the shockwave sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily beside the altar. The taste of blood filled his mouth, but his hand was merely an inch from the sword's hilt. Ye Qiu. Zhang Zilin's anguished cry pierced the air. He looked up to see her soul nearly escape her body as the creature's bony spike pierced her shoulder, lifting her into the air. Damn you! Drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, he lunged for the short sword and seized the hilt. Boom! A silver-blue energy storm erupted from him, vaporizing all the zombies in an instant. The mutant let out a chilling wail, disintegrating under the radiant light. Zhang Zilin plummeted from the air. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, but a shadow intervened. 07. No. A woman clad in ancient attire stood before them. Her silver hair as pure as snow, and her beauty strikingly cold. With one hand, she effortlessly caught Zhang Zilin, while with the other, she waved gently, causing the remaining tide of corpses to fall like waves of wheat. Ye Qiu stood frozen, astonished. Why you are? The woman turned to him, her eyes seemingly flowing with the essence of millennia-old ice. Yuzu, Shuang. Ye Qiu's mind buzzed. The silver-haired Yu Zhuang emanated an oppressive aura even more terrifying than that of Yue. Merely her presence rendered the air around them as though frozen, replacing the rancid stench of decay with an enigmatic, chilling fragrance. Yu Zhuang. Ye Qiu's throat felt parched, and the short sword in his hand still radiated heat, resonating with the metallic device to the point of nearly shattering his wrist. Yu Zhuang paid him no mind, instead lowering her gaze to examine Zhang Zilin's injuries. With a delicate motion of her fingertips above the wound, the dark green poison seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. Zhang Zilin's pallor improved instantly, yet she remained unconscious. Are you the young lady mentioned by Yue? Ye Qiu ventured to ask. However, it was evident that this was not the same ancient specter adorned in embroidered shoes from the extraterrestrial coffin. Wasn't that lady referred to as Yue? Yu Zhuang's movements hesitated momentarily as she lifted her gaze to him, her ice-blue eyes piercing through the very essence of his soul. Is she still alive? Her voice was as frigid as a polar wind. Ye Qiu swallowed hard, steeling himself. I am uncertain. Before her self-detonation, she entrusted me with the star key and instructed me to deliver it to the Western Plateau. Yu Zhuang fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly placed her hand upon Ye Qiu's chest. Before he could react, a chilling sensation pierced through him, heading straight for his dantian. Ye Qiu doubled over in pain, feeling as if his innards were freezing solid. Indeed, Yu Zhuang withdrew her hand, her tone indifferent. There remains a trace of her original mark within your spiritual veins. She paused. She is dead, yet not entirely so. Ye Qiu was taken aback. What do you mean? Chapter 81. The frozen throne. Yu Zhuang offered no explanation, merely gazing towards the northwest, her gaze seemingly penetrating the boundless darkness. Take the key and follow me, she commanded, effortlessly lifting Zhang Zilin as if she were a mere kitten. The fleet of flying saucers and the high-dimensional pollutants are closing in. You have delayed far too long. Ye Qiu's lips twitched. Sister? We nearly perished in the tide of corpses. Isn't that considered a delay? Yu Zhuang shot him a glance, her expression akin to that of one observing a bothersome ant. If you utter another word, I shall offer you to the zombie king behind us as a snack. Ye Qiu looked down at the short sword and metallic device in his hand. Both were pulsating in synchrony, as if conveying a certain message. In the distance, the blue light of the flying saucers had stained half of the sky red, and even more alarmingly, the clouds above began to twist, as if something was attempting to tear open the dimensional rift once more. Damn it! Ye Qiu spat blood, limping to keep pace with Yu Zhuang's silhouette. Old witch, you had better provide me with an explanation. Yu Zhuang carried the unconscious Zhang Zilin as if she were a sack of potatoes, her silver hair undisturbed by the night breeze. Ye Qiu dragged his leaden leg behind, each step feeling as if he were treading upon a razor's edge, the residual chill in his dantian causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Hey, old hag's sister, he panted. Could you slow down a bit? I'm about to fall apart. Yu Zhuang did not pause, her voice colder than the frozen earth of Siberia. If you utter old hag once more, I shall freeze your tongue into an icicle. Ye Qiu glanced down at the vibrating short sword and metallic device in his hand, both resonating erratically, sending jolts of numbness through his grip. In the distance, a cluster of UFOs emitted a ghostly blue glow that coalesced into a radiant curtain, while a sinister crimson fissure in the depths of the clouds writhed slowly, resembling a half-open demonic eye. Behind us, Ye Qiu abruptly turned, his pupils constricting. On the horizon, for massive black shadows were trampling across the wasteland. the decayed Qing dynasty uniforms glistening in the moonlight. It was the four zombie kings. Behind them, a tide of ordinary zombies unleashed a spine-chilling shriek, accompanied by a rolling wave of green mist. Higher up, the UFOs, akin to vultures sensing blood, unleashed blue flames from their engines, tearing through the night, while several beams from ion cannons swept toward them, exploding into charred craters behind. Damn it! Wolves in front, tigers behind. Ye Qiu's scalp prickled in alarm. Finally, Yu Shuang halted, casually discarding Zhang Zilin onto the ground like an inconsequential piece of luggage. She turned to face the overwhelming horde of corpses and the UFOs, her ice-blue eyes betraying no emotion. "Stand firm," she uttered, her voice steady. Before Ye Qiu could register her words, an irresistible wave of extreme cold erupted violently from Yu Shuang's center. Crack! The grass, gravel, and even the air beneath his feet instantaneously crystallized into brilliant ice shards. The terrifying chill surged forth like a white tsunami, violently sweeping toward the oncoming horde of corpses and the aerial fleet. Time seemed to freeze. The foremost zombie king, caught mid-leap in a grotesque pose, was instantly enveloped in several meters of solid ice, transforming into a colossal ice sculpture. The throng of zombies behind collided with an invisible icy wall, the front ranks freezing instantly, while those behind, unable to halt, crashed into them, shattering into fragments of ice and frozen flesh that scattered like confetti. The green toxic mist was triggered by the cold, solidifying into crystalline particles that fell like delicate snowflakes. The UFOs fared even worse. The beams from the ion cannons froze mid-air into twisted blue ice columns, plummeting with a thunderous crash. The exteriors of the UFOs were instantly coated in white frost, their engine nozzles clogged with solid ice, emitting a mournful wail as they struggled under the burden, descending uncontrollably like dumplings, exploding into massive bursts of icy fireworks upon impact. In merely a breath's time, the world fell into a deadly stillness. Ye Qiu remained frozen in the stance of escape, rooted to the spot, his hair and brows laden with frost, his mouth agape as if one could fit a fist inside. He gazed at the miles of frozen hell stretching before him, then glanced at the silver-haired woman, who had not budged an inch. The only thought remaining in his mind was, is she even human? Yu Shuang slightly tilted her head, her ice-blue eyes sweeping over Ye Qiu's face, now frozen into a bluish-purple hue, with a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Yueying's judgment, as always, leaves much to be desired. Ye Qiu felt an urge to curse, yet his teeth chattered, rendering him unable to utter a single word. "Let us go?" Yu Shuang turned away, no longer gazing at the frozen battlefield. The four ice formations trembled as Ye Qiu pointed towards the ice sculpture of the zombie king, convinced that this entity would not be capable of killing the monster, merely sealing it temporarily. "Once the ice melts, they will inevitably pursue us," Yu Shuang stated with a tone devoid of warmth. "If you wish to avoid being torn apart, move swiftly." A chill ran down Ye Qiu's spine as he scrambled to keep up, not daring to utter a sound this time. Time slipped away, and as the sky transitioned from darkness to dawn, the landscape suddenly opened up. A vast, seemingly endless ice lake stretched across the plateau, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the leaden sky and the distant snow-capped mountains. In the center of the ice lake stood a colossal pyramid entirely composed of ethereal blue ice. The pyramid's sharp angles were adorned with countless intricate silver-white runes, now resonating with the two keys in Yu Shuang's possession, emanating a gentle yet profound glow. An overwhelming, ancient aura, reminiscent of primordial chaos, enveloped Ye Qiu, nearly robbing him of breath. "Is this the legacy of the Yu clan, Sister Shuang?" A faint voice broke the silence. Zhang Zilin, having awakened at some point, struggled to sit up. Upon seeing the crystalline pyramid before her, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "What on earth is this?" "Home," Yu Shuang replied tersely, her brevity striking. Approaching the edge of the ice lake, she raised her hand to touch the surface. With a crack, the mirror-like ice parted silently, revealing a staircase formed of solid ice leading directly to the heart of the lake, extending towards a massive ice door at the base of the pyramid, covered in runes. Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin followed Yu Shuang onto the icy steps. The chill pierced their bones, yet oddly, it did not freeze. Zhang Zilin leaned against Ye Qiu, both appearing as disheveled as beggars fleeing disaster, in stark contrast to Yu Shuang, who, in her silver hair and white attire, walked with an air of composure as if strolling through her own garden. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Zilin. Old Qi, he is still in the car. Yushuang did not pause. The tainted mortal and that mechanical entity have already arrived. What? Both were taken aback. At the end of the icy steps, before the enormous ice door, stood the battered military vehicle. Ling Qi was beside it, his electronic eye scanning the pyramid with vigilance. Meanwhile, Mr. Qi lay curled up in the back seat, his body enveloped in a dark red, writhing mycelium, leaving only a distorted, agonized face visible. The veins beneath his skin bulged like worms, displaying an ominous purple-black hue. He seemed to be fiercely battling something, emitting a growl akin to that of a beast. Old Qi. Zhang Zilin attempted to rush forward, but was rooted in place by Yushuang's icy gaze. He is being completely transformed by high-dimensional contamination, Yushuang stated, her voice devoid of warmth. If you approach, you too shall become sustenance. You can save him, can't you? Zhang Zilin, as if clutching a lifeline, gazed eagerly at Yushuang, reminiscent of how you just saved me. Yushuang's gaze swept over the writhing mycelium upon Mr. Qi, a flicker of faint disdain shimmering in her icy blue eyes. His soul had been entwined with the roots of corruption. To sever the taint would be akin to extracting the last vestiges of his vitality. Is there no hope left? Ye Qiu furrowed his brow. Chapter 82. The Blood Sacrifice Enigma. Yes. Yushuang's eyes turned toward the two depressions on the ice door, perfectly matching the star key and short sword in Ye Qiu's grasp. Open the door, enter the core. The queen's power can purify the corruption. Ye Qiu observed the two keys in his hand growing increasingly hot, then glanced at Mr. Qi's ghastly visage, gritting his teeth. Then let us hurry, and open the door. Yet, Yushuang remained still. Her gaze transcended the ice door, as if penetrating the thick ice layers, peering into the depths of the pyramid. However, the dormant power within the core demands a price from the key's bearer. A blood sacrifice is required to awaken the ritual. Her voice resonated across the vast icy lake, imbued with an ancient and undeniable rhythm. Blood? A chill swept through Ye Qiu's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. Zhang Zilin too grew wary. What price? Yushuang slowly raised her hand, pointing at Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin, her fingertips swirling with a frigid aura. One among you must become the sacrifice to awaken the queen. Silence enveloped the ice lake. Only the pained gasps of Mr. Qi and the faint hum of the electronic eye from 07 could be heard. Ye Qiu felt the key in his hand grow unbearably hot, his gaze locking onto Yushuang's stunning yet merciless visage, a wave of dread surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. You old hag. His throat dry. What the hell did you bring me here for? A sacrifice. Ye Qiu's voice rose an octave, echoing across the desolate ice lake. He looked at Yushuang's finger pointed at him, a sensation more chilling than being targeted by a zombie king. Zhang Zilin, in a moment of instinct, drew her gun, aiming it at Yushuang, fully aware that it would likely be futile against the being before her. Nonsense. You think I will be your sacrifice? Not a chance. Yushuang's ice-blue eyes reflected no emotion, as if merely stating an established fact. To awaken the slumbering queen requires a pure source of life, as a catalyst. You two, one bearing the source mark of Yuang, the other possessing untainted will, are the only two qualified sacrifices. Qualified my foot. Ye Qiu, enraged, nearly hurled the short sword at her face. I endured great hardships to deliver the keys to you, to save a life, not to be thrown aside. This is the rule. Yushuang's voice was devoid of inflection, as unyielding as eternal ice. The key signifies eligibility. The blood sacrifice is the price. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Zhang Zilin's gun trembled in her grip. My life form is of the same origin as the core power. I cannot serve as the catalyst. Yushuang's gaze swept over the two, carrying a frigid scrutiny. Decide now. Who shall go? Or perhaps her gaze fell upon Mr. Qi, ensnared by mycelium in the back seat of the vehicle, writhing in agony, witnessing his complete transformation into a puppet of high-dimensional pollution. And then we would all perish together in this place. A roar erupted from the edge of the icy lake, as if to validate her words. The four colossal ice sculptures of the zombie kings began to develop web-like fissures on their surfaces. The ice was melting at an alarming rate. Further away, amidst the wreckage of a crashed flying saucer, several lightly damaged crafts wobbled back into the sky, their eerie blue cannons recharging. The dark red fissure in the sky suddenly expanded violently, and an oppressive, malevolent will swept across the frozen lake like a tangible force, leaving everyone dizzy and nauseated. Time was running short. Damn it. Ye Qiu wiped his face vigorously and glanced at Zhang Zilin. She met his gaze, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After fleeing all this way, it would be a lie to say they lacked camaraderie forged in battle, yet who in their right mind wished for death? 07. Ye Qiu suddenly shouted at the robot. What do you have to say for yourself? Wasn't your master supposed to protect the keyholder? Now they want to butcher me like a pig. 07's electronic eye darted between Ye Qiu and Yu Shuang, data streams flashing wildly. Emitting a crackling noise, core directive conflict. Protect the star keyholder. Assist in completing the Yu clan ritual. Logic indeterminate. Useless. Ye Qiu spat, his heart plummeting. This hunk of metal was unreliable. There is another way. Yu Shuang suddenly interjected, her icy gaze fixated on the star key short sword in Ye Qiu's hand. The two keys possess enough power to temporarily suppress the pollution and delay the transformation. If you are unwilling to sacrifice one person, then use the power of the keys to attempt to purify him. She pointed towards Mr. Qi. However, the success rate is below 10%. If we fail, the power of the keys will be exhausted, the ritual cannot commence, and the pollution will erupt, leading to our demise as well. 10%. How is that any different from a death sentence? Zhang Zilin's face turned pale, her grip on the gun tightening and then loosening. She glanced between the suffering Mr. Qi and Ye Qiu, finally gritting her teeth and lowering the gun. Ye Qiu, use the keys. Take a gamble. Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback. You trust me? Trust me. Zhang Zilin's eyes reddened. I trust that old witch Yuing. She risked everything to bring you and the keys here. Not to make you a sacrificial lamb. Damn it. A surge of hot blood rushed to Ye Qiu's head. He looked into Zhang Zilin's fiery eyes, then at Mr. Qi's face, covered in mycelium, etched with pain, yet still harboring a flicker of will to struggle. Although old Qi was eccentric, he had contributed significantly along this journey, never faltering in crucial moments. Damn it. When one dies, the birds fly to the heavens. Ye Qiu let out a low growl, no longer hesitating. Gripping the searing star key and short sword tightly, striding towards the off-road vehicle. Kid, don't do anything rash. Yu Shuang's brow furrowed, seemingly attempting to intervene. Get lost. Ye Qiu was like a cornered wolf, driven to desperation. I have to try? He rushed to the vehicle's door, ignoring the unsettling writhing mycelium and the inhuman howls emanating from Mr. Qi's throat, pressing the two scorching keys firmly against Mr. Qi's mycelium-clad chest. Buzz. The blinding silver-blue radiance erupted instantaneously, akin to two miniature suns exploding in Ye Qiu's grasp. The ferocious energy surged violently into Mr. Qi's body through the keys. Ag! Mr. Qi's form arched violently, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The dark crimson mycelium enveloping his body twisted and boiled as if doused in boiling oil, producing a hissing sound of searing heat. A noxious stench, a putrid blend of decay and sulfur, permeated the air. Ye Qiu sensed his spiritual energy being ravenously siphoned by the two keys, feeling as if he were being hollowed out, his vision dimming. The keys grew increasingly hot, nearly melting away in his grip. Hold on. Zhang Zilin shouted anxiously. 07's electronic eye locked onto the energy readings. Pollution index decreased by 857055. Effective. Ye Qiu's heart soared with joy, gritting his teeth as he desperately squeezed the last remnants of spiritual energy from within. 4030. The mycelium on Mr. Qi's body withered in large patches, revealing skin riddled with purple-black veins, and the agony on his face seemed somewhat alleviated. Victory was within reach. Just as the readings plummeted to 15, an unexpected transformation occurred. Mr. Qi's eyes shot open. Chapter 83. The Awakening of Pollution. Those eyes, swirling dark red vortices, spun wildly within the murky depths of Mr. Qi's gaze, exuding a chilling malevolence that pierced Ye Qiu's nerve endings like tangible ice shards. A foul wind, mingled with decay and sulfur, rushed forth, more suffocating than the stench of a rotting tide. The keys had finally arrived. The contorted, rigid mouth gaped open, producing sounds akin to rusted gears grinding against gravel, each syllable scraping against one's eardrums. Fear coiled around Ye Qiu's heart like a frigid serpent. He yearned to withdraw, to retreat, but it was too late. Ugh! Ye Qiu let out a muffled groan as an indescribable force surged from Mr. Qi's chest, not a physical impact, but a viscous, frigid while imbued with an intense desire to consume, pouring forth through the two keys. His hands, clasping the keys, were instantly ensnared by the dark red, almost sentient mycelium, constricting against his flesh, greedily sucking the remnants of silver-blue brilliance from the keys, even beginning to creep up his arms. Ye Qiu, let go. Zhang Ziline's shrill scream pierced the air as she lunged forward, unsheathing her military knife without hesitation, aiming to sever the mycelium entwined around Ye Qiu's arm. Clang! Sparks flew. The knife struck as if against superalloy, leaving only a faint white mark, while the impact caused Zhang Ziline's hands to split open. The mycelium was astonishingly resilient. Useless insect. Mr. Qi, ensconced in the mycelium, emitted a hoarse laugh, his body contorting in ways that defied anatomical structure as he forcibly extricated himself from the back seat of the SUV. The dark crimson mycelium cloaking him resembled animated armor, writhing and proliferating, releasing a heart-stopping high-frequency hum. His withered fingers lifted, dark red strands of light swirling at his fingertips, akin to a serpent's tongue. Aimed directly at Ye Qiu's brow. The keys belong to me. Hiss. A blinding stream of high-energy particles grazed Mr. Qi's scalp, blasting a charred, deep crater into the frozen surface behind him. It was 07. The robot had inexplicably maneuvered to the flank, its miniature cannon glowing ominously with a cooling red light. The pollution index of the target surged alarmingly, surpassing the critical threshold, and was classified as a high-risk contaminant. Execute the cleansing protocol. 07's cold, electronic voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Cleanse me? Mr. Qi's head twisted a full 180 degrees, his dark red vortex eyes fixating intensely on 07. Emitting an inhuman, raspy laugh from his throat. You heap of scrap metal, do you believe you are worthy? His finger, previously aimed at Ye Qiu, abruptly turned towards 07, the dark red glow at his fingertip swelling ominously. Bang! An invisible force struck 07's metallic form with tremendous impact, sending her hurtling through the air, carving a deep trench across the unyielding ice, her electronic eyes flashing wildly, erupting with intricate sparks. 07. Zhang Ziline's eyes widened in horror, yet she could only watch helplessly as Mr. Qi's hand, imbued with the aura of death, turned once more towards Ye Qiu. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously, freezing the very blood in Ye Qiu's veins. The primal mark left by Yu Ying at his dantian erupted violently under the reckless influx of pollution and the looming threat of death, as if an ice cube had been cast into boiling oil, exploding with immense force. A torrent of overwhelmingly fierce and searing spiritual energy erupted without warning, surging violently through his meridians. Ye Qiu let out a pained howl, his eyes instantly filled with a brilliant silver-blue light. He felt as if his arms were on the verge of melting. The dark red mycelium entwined around him sizzled under the sudden surge of power, forcibly severing part of itself. Seizing this critical moment, get away! A chilling rebuke thundered like a clap of lightning. Yu Shuang's figure appeared like a specter beside Ye Qiu. She did not glance at him, but directed her attention towards the hand that was reaching for Ye Qiu's brow, ensnared by the mycelium, and flicked her fingers. Pop! A soft sound akin to a bubble bursting. Mr. Qi's hand, along with the entwined dark red mycelium, was instantly enveloped by a layer of visible, exquisite azure ice crystals. The ice spread rapidly up his arm, and wherever it traveled, the writhing mycelium instantly stiffened, losing all vitality. Roar! Mr. Qi emitted a furious, agonized roar. His eyes filled with incredulous dread, yanking back his frozen arm and retreating swiftly, for the first time revealing a strong sense of trepidation in his dark red vortex eyes. With the bindings momentarily loosened, Ye Qiu immediately rolled backward with all his might, landing awkwardly on the icy lake's surface, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He looked down at his hands, the key still tightly gripped, yet deep marks from the mycelium marred his arms, accompanied by an eerie, tingling sensation. Useless. Yu Shuang's icy gaze swept over Ye Qiu, her disdain unmistakable. You cannot even wield the power of the key, resorting only to brute force. Her gaze swiftly fixed upon Mr. Qi, who had retreated several meters away. In her ice-blue eyes, a palpable gravity emerged for the first time. To strip away the corruption and awaken the dormant essence of the key within you? Foolish humans, you have no inkling of what you have unleashed. The entity occupying Mr. Qi's shell, or rather the will that resided within, emitted a shrill, metallic laughter. "You Shuang, you remain as arrogant as ever. I am not a mere object." The dark red vortex of its eye swept over the star key and short sword in Ye Qiu's grasp, exuding unabashed greed. "I am the true master of the key. Or rather, a part of it. This frail shell is merely a vessel for my will." With bony fingers, it pointed at Ye Qiu, its tone imbued with a chilling delight. "The key you have brought is splendid. It has awakened my deeper powers. Now, hand it over to me. Only I can fully command the ark and deliver you from this polluted prison." "Shut your filthy mouth." Zhang Zilin struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gun once again aimed at Mr. Qi. "What have you done to old Qi?" Mr. Qi tilted his head, his movements stiff and eerie. "That stubborn old soul? He is still struggling. How pitiful. But soon, he will become nothing more than a part of my sustenance." He greedily inhaled, as if savoring Zhang Zilin's fury. "Your fear and anger are delightful seasonings." Ye Qiu, 07 crawled out of the icy pit, its metallic exterior marred by deep dents. Its electronic eye locked onto Mr. Qi, emitting urgent alarm signals as it detected a powerful, high-dimensional psychic pollution radiation source. The target has deeply fused with an unknown consciousness. Immediate destruction of the host is advised. Destroy the host? Yu Shuang coldly interrupted 07. What he has fused with is a fragment of the key's profound authority. Destroy him, and the key shall remain eternally incomplete, its core unable to awaken. We shall all perish on this frozen expanse, becoming nourishment for the high-dimensional pollution. Her words pierced the hearts of all like ice shards. What do we do now? Ye Qiu looked at the writhing dark red mycelium on his arm, then at the seemingly deranged Mr. Qi, his scalp prickling. Did they truly have to surrender the key to him? A cold smile curled at the corners of Yu Shuang's mouth, her gaze like a blade of frost piercing toward Mr. Qi. A tainted, distorted fragment of authority dares to lay claim to the ark? An aura of frigid air surged around her, the ice beneath her feet silently fracturing with fine cracks. Since the key's authority has been awakened, let us shatter it utterly. Before her words fell, Yu Shuang transformed into a blurred ice shadow, imbued with bone-chilling intent, charging directly at Mr. Qi. "Roar! Seeking death!" Mr. Qi bellowed, the dark red mycelium on his body thrashing wildly, morphing into countless sharp tendrils that screamed through the air, rushing toward Yu Shuang. Boom! Crackle! The extreme cold collided violently with the tainted dark red energy. Blinding light and a ferocious energy shockwave erupted instantaneously. The hard surface of the ice lake shattered like fragile glass. Massive ice chunks were violently hurled into the air, splashing everywhere. Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin were thrown back by the shockwave, struggling to keep their eyes open. 07 swiftly positioned itself in front of them, conjuring a fragile energy shield to fend off the flying ice shards and dissipating energy surges. Amidst the swirling ice mist, two figures clashed at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ethereal blue ice crystals and dark red fungal tendrils continuously annihilated and regenerated with each impact, triggering localized ice explosions. Damn it, a celestial battle. Zhang Zilin spat out the ice fragments in her mouth, her face pale. What do we do? Just watch? Ye Qiu fixated on the chaotic battleground, the dark red fungal tendrils on his arm pulsating with an eerie rhythm, seemingly resonating with the power of the distant Mr. Qi. He abruptly glanced at the star key and short sword in his hand. The resonance of the two keys had become exceedingly chaotic under the tumultuous energy surges. A bold and nearly reckless thought struck him like lightning. 07. Ye Qiu shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the explosive cacophony. Scan that entity. Analyze the core of the contamination within him. And this damned fungal strand on my hand. Identify their energy resonance frequencies. Quickly. 07's electronic eye erupted with unprecedented speed, frantically scanning the battling Mr. Qi and the remnants of the fungal strands on Ye Qiu's arm. Analysis in progress. Target contamination energy frequency is highly chaotic but exhibits periodic core peaks, with a weak resonance match with the residual fungal strands. Database match failed, attempting reverse deduction. Ye Qiu, what are you planning to do? Zhang Zilin grasped him tightly. Don't act recklessly. There is no time. Ye Qiu's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on the fray. Although Yu Shuang's ice crystals were fierce, the dark red fungal strands on Mr. Qi seemed inexhaustible, continuously regenerating, even suppressing Yushuang's icy aura. If we don't eliminate him, we're all doomed. Trust me just this once. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the edge of the ice lake. The 4 colossal Ice King statues shattered completely. For grotesque creatures, still encased in ice shards and tattered official robes, advanced like moving mountains, crushing the ice beneath them, charging towards the pyramid with a rancid stench and a furious roar. Bloodthirsty red light flickered in their hollow eye sockets, their target clear, the key, and fresh flesh and blood. With Mr. Qi, possessed by high-dimensional contamination, in front and the 4 Ice Kings breaking free behind, they were trapped in a dire predicament. Frequency deduction complete. 07's electronic voice screeched. Target core contamination frequency, theta band, 783 Hz. Parasitic fungal strands in sync. However, the energy intensity varies greatly. Forcing resonance carries a risk factor of 999. It could lead to parasitic. Enough. Synchronize the frequency band to me. Ye Qiu interrupted 07 before it could finish, forcefully colliding the 2 keys, which trembled violently, their light flickering erratically. A deep, resonant hum, unlike anything before, akin to a primordial roar, instantly drowned out all explosions and howls. The blinding silver-blue radiance erupted uncontrollably from the collision point, reminiscent of a runaway sun. A torrential surge of energy coursed violently into Ye Qiu's arm. Ye Qiu felt as if his very soul was being torn apart by this overwhelming force. The primordial mark of Yu Ying at his dantian emitted a mournful cry, straining to channel this destructive energy, aligning it with the exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear 783 Hz frequency that had synchronized with him. It surged fiercely toward the dark red mycelium lingering on his arm. Simultaneously, his gaze was locked onto Mr. Qi, who was locked in fierce combat with Yushuang. As he summoned every ounce of his strength, letting out a desperate roar, "Old thing, explode for me." Boom. Ye Qiu's roar echoed like the death throes of a wild beast, imbued with a resolve to annihilate. In the instant the key collided, the silver-blue energy torrent was ignited. Driven by Ye Qiu's forced guidance of the theta wave frequency at 783 Hz, piercing like a precise venomous stinger into the dark red mycelium on his arm. Hiss. The seemingly innocuous mycelium turned scalding red, akin to heated iron. An indescribable sensation of tearing, stemming from the same source, surged through the invisible mental connection, transcending space and striking fiercely into Mr. Qi, who was battling Yushuang. As he was manipulating the sprawling dark red mycelium tendrils to suppress Yushuang, Mr. Qi's body suddenly stiffened. It was as if an invisible hammer had mercilessly struck at his core. He emitted a chilling scream that warped in pitch, as the dark red mycelium enveloping him withered, curled, and disintegrated as if thrown into boiling oil. The writhing, armor-like layers of mycelium on his body visibly collapsed, revealing the true skin beneath, marred by purple-black veins, withered and aged. His filthy, potent energy field unraveled abruptly, like a balloon that had been punctured, collapsing into chaos. Chapter 85. Annihilation. Now is the moment. The icy blue pupils of Yushuang glimmered with a chilling intensity. With her wealth of combat experience, she would not let this fleeting opportunity slip away. In an instant, she formed an extraordinarily intricate and profound ice seal before her chest. The surrounding temperature plummeted to a terrifying degree, freezing even the splintered ice shards into fine crystalline dust in midair. Eternal frost. With her frigid decree, an almost imperceptible, slender beam of ghostly blue light, akin to the fingertip of death itself, pierced through the tumultuous core of Mr. Qi's chest, where the dark red core pulsated violently like congealed blood. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint sound, akin to the puncturing of a boil. Mr. Qi's movements came to a complete halt. In disbelief, he looked down at the small hole in his chest, instantly frozen by the ghostly blue crystal. The frantically pulsating dark red core, along with the surrounding writhing mycelium, was instantly encased and sealed by the chilling ice crystals, losing all semblance of vitality. No, it is impossible. A rasping sound escaped his throat, while the dark red whirlpool in his eyes flickered rapidly, filled with intense resentment and unwillingness. The power key of the arc weakened. The dark red mycelium enveloping his body fell away like mud losing its support, crumbling and withering. Mr. Qi's emaciated form swayed, and the dark red vortex in his eyes dimmed swiftly like a candle flickering in the wind, ultimately dissipating. At last, the murky old eyes regained a fleeting, bewildered clarity as he gazed in Ye Qiu's direction. His lips moved as if to speak, yet it culminated in a heavy sigh. With a thud, his body fell straight backward, crashing onto the shattered ice surface, lifeless. Only the hole in his chest, sealed by ethereal blue ice crystals, emitted wisps of chill. Had they succeeded? Ye Qiu felt darkness envelop him as the backlash from the forcibly ignited Qi's power surged through him like a tsunami, depleting his spiritual energy entirely. His meridians throbbed painfully, and his body weakened, on the verge of collapsing. Zhang Zilin, quick-witted, caught him just in time. "Well done, kid." Zhang Zilin's voice brimmed with exhilaration and fear from surviving the ordeal. She glanced at Mr. Qi's lifeless body, her expression complex, though relief predominated. However, there was no sign of relaxation on Yu Shuang's face. She paid no heed to the fallen Mr. Qi. Her cold gaze instantly shifted to the edge of the icy lake where four towering, rotting figures, emanating a stench of death and destruction, charged forth. Shattering the ice beneath them, they were less than a kilometer from the pyramid. The decaying giants stomped on the ice, each step resonating with a dull thud, akin to the drums of death. The trouble was far from over. Yu Shuang's voice was colder than the ice beneath them. The power of the Qi had been depleted significantly by the earlier detonation, and opening the core gate required time. She raised her hands again, her fingers dancing swiftly, leaving behind afterimages. Countless intricate blue runes flowed from her fingertips, weaving together rapidly before her, forming a complex and profound frost magic array that emanated a chilling aura. The core of the array faced the massive ice door at the base of the pyramid, covered in runes. 07. Yu Shuang's icy command brooked no dissent. "Hold them off. At all costs. Buy me 30 seconds. 07's electronic eyes instantly locked onto the four behemoths barreling down like mountains, data streams flashing wildly as it calculated numerous interception routes and self-destruct plans. Without hesitation, her cold electronic voice declared resolutely, "Command confirmed. Target, intercept the Corpse King. Execute final protocol, annihilation mode." Buzz. An unprecedented roar of engines erupted from 07's mechanical body. The alloy casing of her arms sprang open, revealing a multitude of miniature missile launchers and rapidly rotating high-energy laser cannons within. The engine's exhaust ports glowed a blinding deep blue, transforming her into a decisive streak of blue light as she charged toward the four zombie kings with fierce determination. 07. Zhang Zilin cried out in alarm, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. "Do not mind her. Come here." Yu Shuang issued a sharp command. Her hands maintaining the construction of the frost array, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin as she inserted the key into the core of the formation. Immediately, Ye Qiu, enduring excruciating pain and weakness, staggered towards the swirling azure array with Zhang Zilin's support. The core of the array featured two indented holes, perfectly shaped to accommodate the star key and the short sword they held. "Hurry, insert it." Yu Shuang's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. She sensed a dormant power deep within the pyramid, struggling to awaken through the array, but its pace was agonizingly slow. The roar of the 07's engine and the furious howl of the zombie king grew alarmingly close. Exchanging a determined glance, Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin gritted their teeth and forcefully pressed the still searing, albeit dimmed, keys into the holes at the array's center. Just as the tips of the keys were about to make contact with the holes, a thunderous roar, imbued with boundless wrath and destruction, reverberated above them like a clap of thunder. The leaden gray clouds above the icy lake were violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A colossal, decaying dragon's head emerged from the rift, obscuring a portion of the sky. Its dark red, swirling eyes, ablaze with putrid flames, fixed menacingly upon the pyramid and the minuscule figures below. A highly hazardous contaminant, the true projection of its essence. It had torn open a spatial rift, forcing its descent. The sheer terror of the dragon's might struck like a tangible hammer upon every soul present. Ye Qiu and Zhang Zilin froze in place, as if ensnared in amber. Their thoughts dulled to an agonizing crawl. Yu Shuang's hands, which were shaping the frost array, trembled violently, the array's light flickering intensely, on the verge of collapse. The keys of the insignificant ants were destined for destruction. The rotting dragon had opened its massive jaws, revealing a swirling, dark red vortex that threatened to consume everything. A foul dragon's breath, potent enough to melt steel, was frantically coalescing within its throat, targeting the array that was about to unlock the core door below. It was over. Zhang Zilin gazed at the looming dragon's head and the impending eruption of destructive breath, despair filling her eyes. No, it is not over yet. Ye Qiu's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints from sheer terror and pressure. His spiritual energy had long been depleted, but deep within his dantian. The primordial mark left by Yuing ignited once more under the oppressive force of the dragon's might and the close proximity of high-dimensional contamination, erupting with a final flicker of weak yet intensely searing power. Chapter 86. A desperate struggle for survival. This power acted as a fuse, instantly igniting the two keys that had just been inserted into the core of the array. Buzz! The star key and short sword resonated with an unparalleled harmony. The silver-blue light transformed from a violent explosion into two exquisitely condensed beams, surging into the frost array constructed by Yuxuan. The entire array was instantly illuminated. Countless azure runes spun wildly, magnifying and erupting into ice-blue pillars of light that pierced the heavens, crashing violently against the massive ice door at the base of the pyramid. Thunderous booms reverberated. The ancient and arcane runes, which had remained silent for countless millennia upon the door, ignited one by one, akin to stars awakening from a deep slumber. A breath of ancient, vast energy, reminiscent of the primordial chaos of the universe, surged forth from the slowly parting crevice of the door. Simultaneously, the cerulean stream of 07 surged towards the four zombie kings. Rather than assaulting any of them, she chose to push her engine to its utmost limit at the precise moment when a colossal claw descended, colliding with the relatively vulnerable chest of the foremost zombie king at an almost suicidal angle. Target locked. Self-destruction protocol initiated. Annihilation mode engaged. The cold, mechanical voice marked 07's final proclamation. Boom. A sphere of energy, more blinding and ferocious than the sun, erupted violently at the chest of the zombie king. The terrifying shockwave instantaneously swept across a radius of hundreds of meters. The hardened ice was lifted, shattered, and vaporized as if it were mere parchment. The chaotic energy vortex hurled the other three zombie kings away with tremendous force. The zombie king that 07 struck directly was obliterated, its upper body and massive claw disintegrating into ashes in an explosion capable of eradicating the very core of matter. Only two colossal leg bones remained, collapsing impotently amidst the swirling dust of the explosion. 07, the silent and loyal mechanical entity, sacrificed her core in a cataclysmic detonation, granting her command the final, most harrowing 30 seconds. The enormous shockwave surged forth, violently casting Ye Qiu, Zhang Zilin, and the spellcaster Yuxuan away. Ye Qiu felt an overwhelming force collide with his back, displacing his organs and causing him to cough up blood. Zhang Zilin similarly spewed forth blood, crashing heavily onto the fractured ice. Only Yuxuan, at the moment the shockwave struck, managed to conjure a spectral blue ice shield from the chilling energy surrounding her. Though the shield quickly became riddled with cracks, she stifled a groan and staggered back a few steps, barely maintaining her stance as her hands steadfastly upheld the frosty array's output, the immense ice door at the base of the pyramid. Subjected to the dual impact of the array's sustained energy and the shockwave from 07's self-detonation, finally thundered open. With a resounding roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, the ice door fully swung wide. A denser, purer aura, imbued with an infinite source of life energy, surged forth like a warm tide, instantly dispelling the horrific pressure and filth brought by the rotting dragon's head in the air. Even the foul dragon breath, coalescing in the sky, appeared momentarily halted by this overwhelming essence. Go! Yuxuan commanded sharply, the light of the frost array retracting instantaneously as she darted towards the now open ice door. Hurry! Ye Qiu! Zhang Zilin strained to rise, disregarding her excruciating pain, as she grasped the nearly unconscious Ye Qiu and scrambled towards the portal radiating warm light. The rotting dragon head in the sky let out a furious roar. It was evidently unprepared for such fierce resistance from the ants, nor did it anticipate that the core door would be forcibly opened at this critical juncture. The foul breath of the dragon, capable of annihilating all, finally erupted from its colossal maw, imbued with malevolence that scorches the very soul. A torrent of dark, crimson devastation cascaded forth, akin to a breached celestial river, plunging towards the diminutive entrance of the pyramid below. A roar echoed, heralding destruction's swift arrival. Enter. Yu Shuang's sharp command pierced through the cacophony of obliteration. With a forceful sweep of her hands, two exquisitely formed walls of ethereal blue ice surged upward behind her, intertwining to shield the entrance. The surface of the ice walls was adorned with countless arcane runes, swirling rapidly and emanating an intense chill. Boom! The dark red dragon's breath collided violently with the ice walls. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, a piercing sound of corrosive decay filled the air. The tainted crimson energy assaulted the azure ice crystals like a potent acid, fervently eroding them. The ice walls thinned and melted at a visible rate, the runes dimming rapidly. They barely held for less than a second. Crack! Boom! The first ice wall shattered with a thunderous crash. The relentless dark red breath surged forward, crashing into the second wall. Yu Shuang's complexion paled, a trickle of icy blue blood escaping her lips. Her hands trembled violently as she struggled to maintain the ice walls, clearly bearing an immense burden. In that fleeting 2 seconds of precious time, Zhang Zilin unleashed unprecedented strength, nearly dragging the semi-conscious Ye Qiu, leaping fiercely into the warm, ethereal atmosphere of the pyramid's entrance. They tumbled heavily onto the cold, hard ground within. Ignoring the pain, Zhang Zilin turned sharply, shouting, "Yu Shuang, hurry!" As the second ice wall shattered, Yu Shuang transformed into a blurred ice silhouette, narrowly skirting the edge of the onrushing dark red breath, slipping into the entrance. Almost simultaneously with her entry, the massive ice door swung open as if possessed, emitting a deep, resonant hum, closing with tremendous force, completely severing the destructive taint of the dragon's breath and the furious roars of its decaying head. Thud! The heavy sound of the door reverberated through the vast internal expanse, sending shivers through the heart. They had escaped death. Zhang Zilin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her bones feeling as if they had been shattered. Ye Qiu lay on the floor, consciousness hazy, his dantian feeling utterly torn, each breath laced with the metallic taste of blood. Yu Shuang leaned against the cold metallic door. The inner side was not crystalline ice, but rather a black material gleaming with a metallic sheen, breathing slightly heavier. A trace of imperceptible fatigue flickering in her icy blue eyes. She raised her hand to wipe away the icy blue blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. Inside lay an incredibly broad, upward-sloping corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were crafted from a black material that was neither metal nor jade. Smooth as a mirror, etched with countless ancient runes glowing softly in silver white. These runes pulsed with a rhythmic light, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. The air was suffused with a vast and profound aura, instilling an involuntary sense of tranquility within. In this place, one cannot sense the chill of the outside world. Only a constant, comforting warmth prevails. Chapter 87. Temporarily safe. For the moment, safety has been attained. Yu Shuang's voice regained its usual iciness, yet her breath remained somewhat unsteady. The barrier of the core gate could temporarily shield from the high-dimensional contamination. Zhang Zilin struggled to sit up, glancing at Ye Qiu, her expression shifting. "Ye Qiu, how are you?" Ye Qiu laboriously turned over, lying on his back upon the ground, his complexion as pallid as paper, lips chapped and cracked, his chest rising and falling violently. He attempted to summon the spiritual energy within him, only to be met with a stabbing pain radiating from his dantian, compelling him to curl up as cold sweat soaked his tattered garments. The backlash from depleted energy was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Yu Shuang approached him, looking down from her elevated position, her ice-blue eyes devoid of any emotion, merely scrutinizing. Her gaze swept over the two keys tightly clutched in Ye Qiu's hand, their brilliance extinguished, before finally resting on his exposed arm, where threads of dark red mycelium writhed as if alive, attempting to burrow into the wounds. Surrounding the mycelium, the skin exhibited an ominous, ashen hue, slowly spreading outward. Residual contamination. Yu Shuang's voice struck like ice shards upon the ground. The backlash from the exploded key, compounded by the encroaching high-dimensional residue, has rendered your spiritual veins riddled with wounds. Even if you survive, You shall be but a husk of your former self. Shut your mouth. Zhang Zilin shot up, glaring at Yu Shuang. If it weren't for him detonating the key to disrupt that monstrosity, would you have succeeded so easily? If he hadn't activated the key at the last moment, we would all be dead at the threshold. And now you dare to speak so coldly. Yu Shuang cast a frigid glance at Zhang Zilin, her gaze sending a chill through her, leaving her subsequent words lodged in her throat. I merely speak the truth. Yu Shuang's attention returned to the writhing mycelium on Ye Qiu's arm, her brow slightly furrowing. The residual contamination was accelerating its proliferation, feeding off his vitality and remaining spiritual energy. Should this go untreated, he would soon become akin to the zombies lurking outside, or worse, a creature deeply parasitized by high-dimensional contamination, possessing fragments of key authority. Listening to Yu Shuang's chilling words, Ye Qiu felt the increasingly vivid sensation on his arm, akin to countless ants gnawing at his very marrow. An agonizing itch and pain surging through him, a wave of dread coursing from his soles to the crown of his head. He abruptly raised his arm, staring at the dark red mycelium, akin to parasitic larvae, and the surrounding pallid skin that was rapidly expanding, his eyes filled with terror and despair. What should we do? Zhang Zilin's voice quivered. She was not afraid of death, but the thought of Ye Qiu transforming into a grotesque entity, neither human nor ghost, suffocated her. Yu Shuang remained silent for a few seconds. She extended her finger, a frigid aura swirling around the tip, slowly approaching the writhing mycelium on Ye Qiu's arm. A faint sizzling sound arose as the cold met the mycelium. The mycelium appeared to be exceedingly apprehensive of Yu Shuang's chill, immediately ceasing its invasive exploration of the wound, twisting violently in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet, the frost emanating from Yu Shuang's fingertips shadowed them persistently, enveloping them with precision. My icy power can momentarily immobilize them, slowing the rate of erosion. Yu Shuang's voice remained frigid, but this was merely a temporary measure. The source of the contamination was deeply entrenched within his flesh and spirit veins, akin to a seed. My chill could not eradicate it without obliterating his vitality in the process. Delay? Ye Qiu gazed at the mycelium enveloped in frost upon his arm, temporarily still but stubbornly persistent. A faint glimmer of hope flickered amidst his despair. How long can it be delayed? It depends on your willpower and the remnants of your life force, Yu Shuang replied, retracting his hand. The delay could range from a few hours to a couple of days, but the ultimate outcome will remain unchanged. Is there no other way? Zhang Zilin inquired urgently. Did you not say that the queen's power could purify the contamination? We have entered, so let us seek her. The core of slumber lies at the deepest depths, Yu Shuang remarked, his gaze directed towards the profound darkness above the passage, adorned with flowing runes. The awakening ritual necessitated time for preparation and, moreover, required the complete power of the key to guide it. Given the current circumstances, he could be entirely overtaken by the contamination at any moment, transforming into the greatest variable of the ritual. He paused, his ice-blue eyes resembling a frigid pool, devoid of any ripples as they fixed upon Ye Qiu, revealing a solution as chilling as bone. If you wish to survive, the only recourse is to sever the infected limb before the contamination spirals out of control, excising the source along with it. A desperate bid for survival. A desperate bid for survival. The four words struck Ye Qiu's heart like a series of heavy hammers. He turned abruptly to his arm, ravaged by the mycelium, which was now plagued by waves of itchiness and pain. To lose an arm? To become disabled? In this perilous, treacherous world? Fear, resentment, and anger surged within him, overwhelming his senses. No, Ye Qiu instinctively shook his head, his voice hoarse. No, I cannot. This is the sole method to preserve your life and sanity, Yu Shuang asserted with unwavering firmness. Once the contamination invades the heart or brain, not even divine intervention can save you. Additionally, the ritual necessitates guidance from the key bearer. Should you lose your sanity, the ritual will fail, and all shall perish. Nonsense. Zhang Zilin suddenly rose, positioning herself protectively in front of Ye Qiu, glaring at Yu Shuang. Do not indulge in such alarmist rhetoric. There must be another way. Is it not true that the queen can purify? Let us seek her immediately. Ye Qiu, hold on. Do not heed her words. Immediately? A trace of icy derision curled at the corners of Yu Shuang's mouth. Do you know how far the core of slumber lies from here? How many layers of defenses and mazes must be traversed? Given his current state, even without the contamination, it would be miraculous if he could endure until we reach that point. She stepped forward, closing in on Zhang Zilin. An unseen pressure causing Zhang Zilin to gasp for breath. Or, are you willing to gamble? Gamble that we can awaken the queen before he fully transforms into a monster? Gamble that once he becomes a monster, he will not first turn on us or destroy the key. Risking everyone's lives for your ethereal hope? Zhang Zilin parted her lips, gazing at the increasingly pronounced ashen hue and the subtly writhing mycelium on Ye Qiu's arm, observing the unfathomable terror and despair reflected in his eyes. All words of rebuttal lodged in her throat. She did not fear death, but she could not gamble with Ye Qiu's life, nor with the last flicker of hope for awakening the queen. Ye Qiu. Zhang Zilin's voice trembled with a hint of choking helplessness as she slowly stepped aside. The corridor fell into an oppressive silence. Only the faint hum of the flowing runes and Ye Qiu's labored, agonized breaths punctuated the stillness. Chapter 88. The pyramid. He stared into Yu Shuang's icy blue eyes, devoid of any trace of human emotion, before casting his gaze down at his arm, which was being gradually consumed. The tingling sensation intensified, evolving into a strange, almost assimilated comfort. This delusion caused his scalp to erupt in alarm. He suddenly recalled Mr. Qi's struggles before being fully overtaken, remembering those dark red, vortex-like eyes. No, he refused to become that way. A wave of overwhelming dread and the instinct for survival eclipsed all else. Ye Qiu let out a primal roar, his eyes bloodshot. Summoning every ounce of strength, he abruptly sat up, his untainted left hand gripping the hilt of the military knife at Zhang Zilin's waist with fierce determination. Ye Qiu. You. Zhang Zilin was taken aback by his sudden movement. Ye Qiu did not meet her gaze. His bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on his right arm, now corrupted and eroded. His expression was etched with profound agony, terror, and a final resolve that bordered on madness. His left hand trembled, yet was resolute, as he positioned the knife against the elbow joint of his right arm. The cold blade pressed against his skin, sending a chilling shiver through him. Help me. Ye Qiu's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, laced with blood. Hold me down. Don't let me regret it. Zhang Zilin, witnessing the despair and madness swirling in his eyes, saw his arm poised above the blade, and tears welled up instantly. She squeezed her eyes shut, inhaling sharply, and when she opened them again, only the steely resolve of a soldier remained. All right. Zhang Zilin's voice bore an undeniable fierceness. She knelt beside Ye Qiu, her left hand gripping his upper arm like a vice, while her right hand steadied his violently trembling left shoulder, racked with pain and fear. Yu Shuang observed the scene impassively, the cold aura swirling around her fingertips coalescing, ready to deliver a final blow should Ye Qiu lose control or succumb to corruption. Her gaze remained as unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of any fluctuation. Ye Qiu cast one last glance at his arm, now being consumed by a gray pallor, as if it no longer belonged to him, and abruptly shut his eyes. In the next moment, a wail, so shrill it seemed inhuman, shattered the silence within the pyramid. With every last ounce of strength, Ye Qiu drove the military knife downward. The blade sliced through flesh, severing tendons and shattering bones, the sound resonating with a chilling clarity amidst the anguished cries. Warm blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering across Zhang Zilin's face, staining the cold, smooth black corridor, and marking the pristine hem of Yu Shuang's silver-white gown. A striking crimson plum blossom bloomed against the stark whiteness of snow. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the severed arm, rapidly spreading a glaring scarlet across the polished black floor, its potent metallic scent overwhelming the ancient atmosphere of the passageway. Ye Qiu's body convulsed violently, as if all his bones had been extracted, emitting harsh gasps from his throat. His pallid face was soon dotted with beads of sweat and bulging veins from excruciating pain. His left hand clawed desperately at the ground, nails scraping against the unyielding black stone, leaving behind a series of piercing white marks, before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. His body collapsing into a limp heap, reduced to unconscious, violent spasms and tortured moans escaping from deep within his throat. Ye Qiu, hold on, hold on. Zhang Zilin, her face smeared with blood, tears mingling with the crimson fluid, could hardly spare a moment to wipe her face. In a frantic attempt, she tore a piece of relatively clean fabric from her clothing, using her trembling hands to tightly bind above the severed arm, striving to staunch the torrent of blood. The fabric was instantly saturated, warm blood continuing to flow relentlessly through her fingers. Damn it! I can't stop it. I can't stop the bleeding. Zhang Ziline's voice trembled with urgency as she suddenly looked up, her bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Yu Shuang, who stood motionless like an ice sculpture nearby. Help! Can't you freeze things? Freeze his wound. Quickly! Yu Shuang's ice-blue gaze swept over Ye Qiu's grotesque injury and the spurting blood, her brow furrowing slightly. Without uttering a word, she raised her right hand and, with a gesture, aimed at the wound. An intense chill enveloped the severed arm's injury in an instant. The hissing sound of blood and raw flesh was audibly subdued as a thin layer of ethereal blue ice crystals formed over the gaping wound, freezing it. The fierce flow of blood was abruptly halted, and even the searing pain felt at the severed arm seemed to be temporarily numbed by the penetrating cold. Ye Qiu's violently convulsing body suddenly stiffened, releasing a drawn-out gasp that was both a release and a deeper agony, before collapsing completely, slipping into a profound unconsciousness. His body still involuntarily trembling slightly. Zhang Ziline gazed at the now frozen wound, no longer bleeding, and like a deflated balloon, she sank down into the pool of blood. Gasping for breath, her entire body quaking, she looked at the severed right arm, lying alone in the crimson puddle, a few dark red tendrils still faintly writhing. As if unwillingly seeking a new host, her stomach churning violently. For the moment, the bleeding and the active contamination had been halted. Yu Shuang's voice remained unwavering, as though she had merely dealt with a trivial matter. However, her vitality was severely depleted, and it was imperative to reach the core swiftly, harnessing the queen's power to restore her essence. Otherwise, even with the pollution eradicated, she would not survive beyond 12 hours. She cast a glance at the severed arm on the ground. Her fingertips twitched, and a shard of icy energy shot forth, instantly encasing it along with the writhing mycelium into a solid mass of ice. Let us proceed. Without further delay, Yu Shuang turned and led the way deeper into the corridor, her silvery gown sweeping across the blood-stained floor, leaving a glaring red trail in its wake. Zhang Ziline observed Yu Shuang's indifferent silhouette, then glanced at the unconscious Ye Qiu, whose face was as pale as parchment. A wave of profound anger and helplessness surged within her. She wiped the mixture of blood and tears from her face fiercely, gritting her teeth and exerting all her strength to half-carry, half-drag Ye Qiu's heavy body, staggering to keep up. The corridor stretched long, inclining upwards. The silvery runes flowing along the walls and ceiling emanated a gentle glow, illuminating the path ahead. The air was warm and constant, yet the atmosphere was stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Only Zhang Ziline's labored breaths, her dragging footsteps, and Ye Qiu's occasional, unconscious groans of pain echoed in the vast emptiness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sloped corridor finally reached its terminus. Before them, an expansive circular hall opened up,